Chapter 1 The Return. Miss, the Duke is aside and see jut a lion gracious. Take no you your return in jeet fail to come wertog reach your water sid me anthagates or tightly shut. Pani glared at the gatis of Duke's residence, her voice lay seed with indignation as she uttered these words, feeling gay deeps and so fine justice for lynching her. At the same time, a flicker of unias stirred within her. A month ago, a letter from the capital revealed that lynching he was the true daughter of Duke's household. Upon receiving the letter, they head to the capital, expecting a warm welcome from the Duke's family, only to find not Azul in sight. What could this mean? Lynching he sat quietly in the carriage, unperturbed by the close gates of Duke's residence. In her past life, the entire Duke's household had drained here of her vitality. She was the sole true disciple of Meshan sect, nurtured to the standards of a national master. Her medical skills were in poorly led shackled calculate and cast spells with remarkable precision. From a young age, she travelled through all disguised as a destitute tourist priest, gaining vast knowledge, yet the hearted for the lovey of family. Her master had warned her of her shallow familiarities and advised her to distance herself from her relatives, lest hate come her downfall. But she had refused to believe him. When the Duke is aside and sortir route, Shad met out the capital filled with joy. However, reality was far from her expectations. Her biological parents found Durin really and difficult to manage, yet his ought leverage her abilities to forge connections with the powerful. She did Thune appreciated King Jinghan Jinerver coming formidable foes Pavingi spat to the throne. He promised to tunsit the realm wastable, he would make her eyes impress. Lynching had devoted herself to supporting him, reforming laws and expelling foreign powers, leading the Jin kingdom into an unprecedented era of prosperity. And what did Chesiva in return? His aid, ace a man, it is natural for Metterhave multipluives, surely, you would not permit this, so t'intend to take your sister as my empress, you but suited to my right-hand advisory our position in my heart will was unique. Without a backward glance, Lin King departed. Yet, as he left the city, she was obstructed he had ensnared her in orb of traps, breaking her hand, severing the tendons, and imprisoning her in the harem. In this manner, her such make her his adviser bestow ingu upon her the title of national master. Unable to endure a humiliation, lynching heavy thirtungian took her own life, only to her waken at the Jaffiv. Heronity brilliance drove her to train diligently, all for the sake of this day, Aegeans. Schwildri claim verdetto tower. This calamity, she would surely overcome. Within the residence. Father, mother, weshert her to bring the sister back Ianthan here, said Song Byway. In the Qingshua courtyard, concerned individuals are rounded Song Byway, expressing their warifalin Byway. Song Byway felt her sense of satisfaction deep within, thou her face betrayed no neophyte, her delicate and understanding demeanour on lies of it evokes more sympathy. Upon hearing her mention her sister, Lady Lysias glimmered momentarily as he embraced Byway, exclaiming, "My dear, you still think of the show called Dia Mother Berto's Endia Tototlo farmhouse." Tas welledin Song Byway absolute le shukerhead, mother, thoises me sister sherm. Nonsense. Lord Songdegazy Darth Thedally Kertigal he hard nurtured for 13 years, unable to bear the thought of sending her away a while situate his best for a year. Song Byway felt a surge of joy she had known tie of sacrificing her luxurious life for lynching her. Lord Madam called Butler Wang from the doorway, hesitating, his expression fraught with difficulty. Song Byway, quick to notice, a skeet with feign innocence, what troubles you, Butler Wang? She exclaimed, could it Beth at Mrs. Sterris angry? With these words, successfully planted the notion that Lin Chinky was being unreasonable in every one's minds. As expected, Songdees noted disdainfully, how Duresh, Asa Jr. take ye often said their elders, I suppose she's impatiently waiting to enter the gates, thinking the Duke is her side and sees comparabletosum humbly bowed. Butler Wang paused, swallowing hard before speaking, Lord, the eldest miss has declared Tatif the goods dornato pen soon, she will turn away and pretend not to recognize her kin, from no one, we shall go separate ways. Songdees expression darkened, turning a shade of purple, dosh think she can threaten, no way. I refuse to believe she would forsake a thuild hand honour of Duke's residence. Lady Leafora wet her brow, sensing how their daughter, raised away from home, was not Sir Monitope trifled with. How it a lie ungrateful. Ast Haggots remain shut, Pony Beganto grow increasing lion seos. Turn around, let's go, lynching her side, gazing gathy purple clouds enveloping the Duke's residence, weaker just begunto disapachusin of decline. It see met their fortunes off the Duke's household were resum houted tower. Peony Wester Canabok, Partingin discontent, Miss, Eri wet relieving. Lin Kingen erdid. Tolly Avian sown daughter root side you highly keeping the goods closets be ax volumers about the Duke's household. Piana pondered, and a she climbed into the carriage, Shetterny Dan spat defiant lie at the gates. HMPH, what an esteemed family. The carriage turned, heading north. Above the Duke's residence, the visible auspicious purple cloud swiftly disappeared with Lin Kinga's departure, vanishing entirely. Butler Wangherd prepared Aspie to placate Lin Kingiashio penat the gates, but his pupils dilated in shock. It was empty. They've left, Ladily exclaimed in disbelief, rising from her seat and pacing. Impossible. She's merely playing hard to each wouldn't give up so easily. Realizing her sly puffed hetung, Sheffel Tregrit, for lynching Hughes indeed herful shan blood. Songbei Wise expression darkened. Adasha stepped forward, smiling brightly. Mother, perhaps to simply wanted to experience the splendor of the capital for herself. With her radiant smiley and graceful demeanour, Ladylai felt immense satisfaction, thinking Thais waste the true bearing of a legitimate head daughter of Duke's hold. Imagining Lin Qinghe's frail and dark-skinned, with dry, yellow hair, timid and shrinking, she felt her sensio for repulsion. She would not accept such a daughter, even if she were her own full shan blood. Madame Songentered the main hall, and Lady Leheried to support their mother. Madame Song surveyed the room, noting the absent sensio of lynching her expression darkening, wariest held. Lady Liglands dat Songder wo explained the situation. Upon hearing the details, Madame Song struck her knee heavily against her floor. Nonsense. Regardless of circumstances, she's a member of the Sorrow family. Now that we know her whereabouts, how can wello her to remain outside? Hurry and bring her back. Song dearie responded hastily. Upon hearing the mention of bloodies, Songbei Weiss face paled, biting her lip in distress. Madame Song cast her zida longlan seether. While Ethicum and folk were unaware of the terwinatory of Duke's daughters, the noble Sir Cles were well informed. Songbei Wai beauty mad her a worthy candidate at keep, and it was agreed that Lin Qinghe Sanger must be dressed. For their greater good, Schmustuff Oltidine Chof Duke's legitimate door. As the carriage approached North Street, it suddenly halted. The driver turned to the passengers, saying, Miss, Therowater heat is blocked. A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by distant cries. Lin Qinghe lifted the curtain of the carriage and narrowed his, Peony, go to Kieluk. Chapter 2 The Rescue. Panya approached and discovered a crowd surrounding a beautiful woman in the latest ages of pregnancy, blood pooling beneath her. Her complexion was pale from excessive blood loss. The maid beside her knelt, bowing her head, is there a doctor among us? No one responded. She continued to bow. Please, someone help Mrs. Milady into the carriage. No one moved. Thean Loker saw the woman clad in fine garments, attended by a maid, yet curiously there were no bardigouds. The speculated touch might be a concubine, and disdain flickered in diaries, causing them to assist her to help, fearing misfortune. As the woman's fist grew increasing liation, the maid's cries became more disparate. Milady, Milady. In her momento despair, a kill voice rang out, I am a doctor. The crowd parted, astonished, their gaze as fixed on the strikingly beautiful girl wo peered Toby Nilded hand 13. Nunidad questioned her duet o rethral beauty. The maid, ho har been kneeling in despair, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Thevers, but their expression faltered upon seeing Thegel. Peony, catching the maid's expression, quickly exclaimed, Milady is a doctor skilled in difficult and complex cases, especially gynecological issues. Quickly, let her examine you lady, or she may lose her life. The crowd were skeptical, and Themard hesitated. Lin Qinghe approached the woman, grasping her hand and feeling her pulse. After a moment, she said, emotional distress has led to signs of premature labor. Given the excessive bleeding, she must deliver as soon as possible. The onlookers murmured, Tharius hifting to the woman's belly, but she pierced obianly 5 years 6 months along how cold bin dangroff premature labor. Even if she's a doctor, she's still quittying. As the crowd debated, the maid suddenly knelt before lynching her. Please, young doctor, save my lady. As the women's confidante, she understood that their mistress was indeed 8 months pregnant, very son for her small appearance was a delicate frame. Being foreseed Talia Vera meets her core critical stage waste truly last resort. Tears streamy down the maid's faces about her head, drawing blood from her forehead with her persistent kneeling. You risking a miragel to saver, you must be mad, a middle-aged man interjected. A stout woman chimed in disdainfully, exactly, I've given birth to 8 children with such symptoms, a jo cannot possibly solve this, takes mere advice and find a proper doctor. At that moment, a passerby shouted, the doctor is here. The steamy doctor just returned from our house of court and stopped upon hearing the commission. He broached his beforehand and after examining the patient, heshakished with a heavy sigh, I fear it is beyond saving. The maid collapsed in tears, grasping his trousers, please, save my lady. The doctor sighed, your lady has rose stomach blood for smile ready have perished in her womb, I am truly powerless to help. The maid felt faint, collapsing beside the beautiful woman, sobbing. The crowd, witnessing Thessany, felt the tragedy and offered gentle words of advice. The doctor is sorry now Ned physician in the capitale for says there is no hope, you should take your lady homie and let her see her from Melina last time. Lynching has scolded Lord her pierced the air. The crowd turned to her, incredulous, how Canio still law fated to me like Hethis. The doctor, unableta Barrett, remarked, this young lady's imstered out my medical skills. Not doubt, but certainty, Lynn King replied, locking eyes with him. Virtue cannot save Ekin. Without hesitation, Lynn King instructed Ponyanthe maid Tolif Tuaman into the carriage. Spuro e Dardagran Smith read from the onlookers, heated them over the fire, and then entered the carriage. The crowd buzzed with curiosity. What was he planning to do? Cantrell I save her with just that, it must be a foolish dream. The doctor shook his head, I never seen anything like Hethis. The crowd grew louder, all waiting for the outcome. Thuman was barely breathing, tears spilling from her eyes. Lynching had to cut the golden needly shield waistguard, piercing Thuman sarku puncture pernster stop the bleeding, then placey dajan sang slicing her mouth for her tojukan. The maid watched in horror as Lynching had her one fiend major incision in her mistress abdomen, trembling in fear, her hands covering her mouth to stifle her cries. Lynn King Galuk du Perther use hold leave. The crowd watched as the maid emerged from the carriage, her face pale, shaking their heads in dismay. It sits over. Blood loss alike Ethy shays an inut of Tengshan so fatality how cold dame Regil reverses o car fate. Ast ha crowd murmured, the maid's legs weakened, her throat dry and aching. Sheckled not explain that should witnessed Lynching he hold her mistress bleeding with a singly needle beauty seemed and lithe killed cow de bay saved. Anxiously, she waited outside, praying silently. About van hour later. Where? A baby scria choed from within the carriage. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh me, did I have a right? Is that Ababikreeing? Incredible. Sharia Lisa vet them. The doctor stood frozen, his ear tracing with disbelief. How is Heisvan possible? Simeona raised her question, the baby is saved. Twitterbathomother? Indeed, what thus became of her, did sacrifice herself for the killed. Such situations typically acquire each choice. Just then, Pony emerged from the carriage, cradling the baby and announcing to the crowd, mother and children are safe. In the next moment, Lynching has stepped out of the carriage. The maid, trembling, took she killed and knelt on the ground, choking back tears as she cried, thank you, divine doctor, for saving my lady and Thangmeister. You're a retroli living bodhisattva. Upon seeing the woman's face, Lynching recognized her. Halfayarprier, the Duke of the state had been ordered to zeter combat pirates, only to be struck by narrow and for into the depths of Thorsian, his fate unknown. The piratesses at Hia Pochunitai Totoxi city, and the Jing emperor in Afatafridge, punis head the entire Duke's household, exiling Timal members and confiscating their wealth, while a few women were sold into prostitution. Before his exile, the young master, Jian Muchuan, had divorced his beautiful woman, using all his connections to ensure her safety, while a shekarity in lie bloodline of Duke. The tragic fate of the loyal family left without hires, linger redden Kinger's memory in her past life. Shabby Kermeen broy laden kerpolitiques and discovered tot duke down for labin orchestrated by the current emperor. Various and were simpleth duke's achievements overshadowed emperors. The air parade intended fourth duke to vanish without a trace, but without him to lead, the force grumbled. One amiss to play to another. In her previous life, when the infernalist Hyakiled, she had survived, her resentment fueling her descent into path of no return, using her booty, shinterty belation become embroy laden the court's intrigues, eventually to the position of her vord concubine. At the emperor's birth to Bunke, Shad plotted to kill him but was captured with imperial guards. The infirmally had building seed the emperor for his ungratefulness, his selfishness, branding him a tyrant. As the final words left her lips, an arrow pierced her chest. Lynching he hardle saw discovered evidence at that court cloth duke's name, arriving just into meadow seat hewn from a feet. Now, unexpectedly, should encounter day turning print in the infernalist tragic path, suggesting a strange twist of fate. Lincoln nodded slightly. It was a simple act, nothing to mention. With that, Shettined to leave.
Chapter 3 Motion. The hanging god Dr. Gu, with a sense of urgency, stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed young lady, from which esteemed lineage do you hail to possess such remarkable medical skills? I find myself humbled in your presence. Might I know your honored name?" "I am a disciple of Motion, with the Taoist title of hanging god." In this era, the current emperor held a disdain for Taoism, leading to its decline over the past century, rendering it nearly forgotten. In her second chance at life, Linchingha aspired to rejuvenate the Motion sect and elevate it to new heights. Is the Motion sect truly so formidable in Taoism? As the townsfolk whispered among themselves, Linchingha vanished without a trace, leaving behind a sense of melancholy as if something precious had slipped away. Was this the enigmatic manner of a true master? Through the grapevine of the common folk, the name of hanging god spread like wildfire through the streets and alleyways. 5 years prior, Linchingha had acquired a residence at the very edge of North Street in the capital. Peony, bustling about, tidied the place, made the beds, and prepared meals, cheerfully declaring to Linchingha, "Miss, the feeling of independence is truly liberating. I have no desire for that noble estate. I assure you, I will take excellent care of you." Linchingha smiled and nodded, but her gaze suddenly darted towards the entrance. At that moment, Steward Wang, having located the residence, looked up to see the plaque inscribed with the two characters Motion, flanked by couplets that read, "The supreme three sovereigns are the masters of the cosmos. The primordial One Chi is the source of creation." The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, akin to a startled dragon, and Steward Wang could not help but admire it silently upon observing the residence, with its green bricks and white walls, the trees in the courtyard extending their branches towards the eaves. A faint scent of sandalwood enveloped the air. Linchingha felt an unusual tranquility just standing at the door. Steward Wang was inexplicably filled with respect as he approached to knock. Just then, the door creaked open, and before he could utter a word, a basin of cold water cascaded down upon him. "Oh dear, my apologies, I did not see you there," exclaimed Peony, holding the wooden basin, her eyes gleaming with mischief, staring directly at Steward Wang. She held an equal disdain for every member of the noble estate. Steward Wang's expression darkened, water dripping from his sleeves as he suppressed his anger, stating, "I have been sent by the Lord Marquis to invite the young lady back to the estate." Linchingha emerged from within, her brow arching at the sight of Steward Wang's disheveled state. He looked up, yet before he could fully glimpse Linchingha's face, the door slammed shut, nearly catching his nose. Peony, arms akimbo behind the door, mockingly taunted, "How does it feel to be turned away? We have no desire to associate with the noble estate, kindly take your leave." Steward Wang, his face a mask of humiliation, departed in silence. Peony turned to find Linchingha's gaze, devoid of emotion, and though she had relished the confrontation, she had not considered her mistress's feelings. Clearing her throat sheepishly, she said, "Mississippi. Well done." Linchingha's commendation brought an instant smile to Peony's face. In the noble estate, old Madame Song wore a stern expression, gripping her cane tightly. "She refuses to return." Steward Wang bowed his head and replied, "Indeed." Lady Li scrutinized his drenched attire, feeling a headache coming on, her lips pressed tightly together. "Mother. Such a rebellious and wretched daughter, we are better off without her. If she were to return to the noble estate, she would surely bring chaos and ridicule upon us. Where would we find our dignity then?" Old Madame Song weighed Linchingha's worth in her mind and inquired further, "What does she look like?" Steward Wang's mind involuntarily conjured images of the quaint residence, adorned with lush greenery and vibrant vines. Surely, the owner could not be lacking, yet, feeling slighted by Lin Qingha's indifference, he lowered his head. She is rather unrefined. At this, the previously silent Songbai could not help but smirk, quickly smoothing his expression as he approached with a teapot, appearing exceedingly obedient. Old Madame Song noticed this, and her desire to have Lin Qingha return to the noble estate waned somewhat. After changing his clothes, Steward Wang returned to report, "On my way back to the estate, I heard a most astonishing tale. A pregnant woman on North Street suddenly suffered a catastrophic hemorrhage, and Dr. Gu declared it was beyond remedy. Can you guess what happened next?" Old Madame Song's interest was piqued, a smile gracing her lips. "Do not keep me in suspense. What transpired?" Steward Wang, with a dramatic cadence, recounted the tale, capturing everyone's attention, prompting Lady Li to urge, "Yes, do continue, Steward Wang. A miraculous healer has recently arrived in the capital, known as Hanging God. It was he who intervened to save the woman and her child." At this revelation, the women of the noble estate gasped in astonishment. Old Madame Song, brimming with excitement, declared, "Such a talented individual must be befriended. Steward Wang, you must seek out this Hanging God and invite him to our estate, to see if he might be able to cure San Lang's ailment." San Lang, Song Chongting, was the youngest son of old Madame Song, who had been rendered unconscious for several years after a carriage accident, yet remained alive, able to swallow rice soup. Old Madame Song firmly believed he would awaken, and for years she had tirelessly sought out physicians. Having consulted over 100 doctors, all had shaken their heads, declaring they had never encountered such a condition, an alive corpse. Fortunately, the noble estate could afford to sustain him, continuously providing nourishing remedies to maintain his breath. Upon hearing of a healer capable of saving even a woman in labor, old Madame Song's previously dormant hopes reignited. Lin Qingha had two objectives in coming to the capital: to sever her ties with the noble estate and to amass wealth. Indeed, wealth. The Maoshan sect had languished for over a century, its remaining temple in a state of disrepair, drafty and leaky. Lin Qingha had journeyed with the Daoist elder, her master, traversing the land but earning a mere pittance. Moreover, their profession required that half of their earnings be directed towards repairing roads, maintaining the temple, or performing charitable acts, leaving the remainder for personal use. The Daoist elder was a free-spirited man, often accepting only a nominal fee from the destitute who sought assistance. Lin Qingha was even more generous. When encountering kind-hearted but impoverished patrons, she might charge a mere tael while providing them with medicinal herbs that had cost 100 taels. Piani was a young girl whom Lin Qingha had found during a famine in Zhongnan years ago, of the same age, with delicate features and an aura of vitality. Lin Qingha regarded Piani as a sister, yet Piani insisted on addressing her as Mississippi. Lacking any aptitude for Daoist practices, Piani willingly took on the tasks of cooking and caring for their daily needs. "Miss, the old temple master entrusted me with a precious pouch as we descended the mountain, instructing me to open it once we were settled." Piani produced the pouch as if performing a magic trick and presented it to Lin Qingha. Lin Qingha raised an eyebrow, opened the pouch, and withdrew a slip of paper. Upon reading it, she could only smile wryly. Piani leaned in curiously, suppressing laughter. The paper bore the words, "Disciple, the master is hungry, earn money quickly. Disciple, the temple is dilapidated, earn money quickly." Lin Qingha crumpled the paper and tossed it into the flames, watching it burn away. The audacity of that old man to exploit his disciple was truly shameless. Achu, at Maoshan, a series of sneezes echoed through Qingshan Temple. The temple master, Dao Yuan, rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who speaks ill of me behind my back?" As he calculated with his fingers, a look of joy crossed his face. "Qingha has arrived in the capital. She must be thinking of me." The temple's only 8-year-old acolyte, Qing Lang, unceremoniously interjected, "Master, it must be the uncle master cursing you. You little rascal, have you mastered the 6 lines? Can you recite the clear heart mantra?" Qing Lang covered his ears and hurriedly fled. Learning was his lifelong nemesis. Dao Yuan chased after him for a few steps before halting, suddenly glancing towards the south with a furrowed brow. He had just calculated Lin Qingha's familial connections, which still felt tenuous. Given Lin Qingha's capabilities, it was unlikely she would be bullied. His concern lay in whether her yearning for familial ties would ultimately lead to her heart. Chapter 4. The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. On this tranquil night, when all was hushed, a solitary house at the far end of North Street emanated a golden light. Should anyone awaken in the night, they would undoubtedly behold a myriad of spirits and phantoms, each with their own grim countenance, along with soul-bound paper figures, all drawn towards the Miao Mountain residence. Upon reaching the doorstep, they would halt, gazing at the grand entrance with a mix of longing and trepidation. The residents of North Street, ensconced in slumber, instinctively pulled their blankets tighter, murmuring about the biting chill of the night. "Come in," a voice, crisp and clear, resonated from within, as the pitch-black door swung open to reveal an empty threshold. "Once again, they have been lured here by the merits of the little king of hell. How pitiful, unaware that they have wandered into a den of wolves. I wonder if we might retain a couple of them as laborers tonight." Perched atop the wall, a man clad in white and a woman garbed in red, both strikingly similar in appearance, exchanged glances. With a resounding thud, the door closed, dispelling the chill that had led the North Street inhabitants to believe winter had arrived. Above the Meow Mountain residence, the atmosphere was thick with ghostly energy. Lin Qinghe, in a meditative pose, lifted her eyelids to find a beautiful mask hovering before her, with a complexion as fair as snow and lips as red as vermilion. The mask's enchanting peach blossom eyes flirtatiously blinked at her. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, she reached out to remove the mask, declaring, "The scent of a fox has invaded my space, keep your distance." Beneath the mask lay a red fox. Hong Lian hastily snatched the mask back from Lin Qinghe's grasp, reapplying it with satisfaction. She then raised her hand to sniff her own armpit, pouting in playful protest. "There is no trace of fox scent. The special fragrance from Yuxiang Tower is truly marvelous, just a drop leaves one smelling delightful." With a demeanor as supple as a willow, she leaned enticingly before Lin Qinghe, her every smile and frown imbued with a multitude of charms. Her loosely draped garments slipped down, revealing her ample bosom. Noticing Lin Qinghe's gaze lingering on her décolletage, Hong Lian proudly thrust her chest forward, coyly calling out, "Little observant master. It appears you have adapted well to your human guise," Lin Qinghe remarked, adjusting her attire. "Now, sit beside me." Hong Lian pouted, entranced by the ethereal beauty of Lin Qinghe, whose gender was difficult to discern. She had once been a mountain-dwelling red fox, willingly choosing to become Lin Qinghe's pet, fortuitously transforming into human form. She now reigned as the courtesan of Yuxiang Tower, the grandest brothel in the capital, gathering intelligence from all quarters. The assembled souls, eavesdropping on their conversation, began to connect the dots. "Little observant master, which sect did she belong to?" Hong Lian, reveling in the drama, chimed in with a soft giggle. "It's the Qingshan sect, our little observant master." The assembled souls trembled in fear, contemplating an escape. The shrewd-looking elder Lu rose, his face still adorned with a fawning smile. "Oh, so you are the esteemed little observant master of the Qingshan sect. It is an honor. I inadvertently strayed into this place and shall take my leave now. Farewell." Years ago, a remarkably delicate young Taoist had emerged from the folk, youthful yet brimming with merits, akin to a walking treasure, drawing the attention of malevolent spirits. They conspired to devour her, yet before they could approach, she dispatched each one with a flick of her wrist, incinerating them with purifying flames. The lead demon, before meeting its demise, had bitterly inquired, "What is your origin?" "Qingshan sect, little observant master," Lin Qinghe had declared, thus earning her renowned status as a formidable figure in the ghost realm, where all were wont to steer clear of this little king of hell. With Lu's cue, the souls hastily began to disperse. They had merely sought sustenance, not wishing to court their own demise. Lin Qinghe raised her gaze, commanding, "Halt." The spectral assembly froze, paralyzed by her authority. "Sit down." Yes, they complied, scarcely daring to breathe as they stiffly obeyed. Lu, ever quick to seize the moment, inquired, "What is your command, little observant master?" "I am at your service." Lin Qinghe regarded him with a sidelong glance. "How clever you are, even in death." Lu chuckled appreciatively, puffing out his chest in pride, while the other souls cast envious glances in his direction. Lin Qinghe continued, "It is only natural for a father to be clever while his son remains a fool, easily manipulated by others." Lu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes brimming with unbridled resentment and bitterness. "Little observant master, my life has been fraught with hardship. In life, I was the proprietor of a tavern, marrying at 20 and only begetting a son at 30. I ingratiated myself with the powerful, enduring their contempt to pave a path for my child. Yet, my son turned out weak and incompetent, indulging in vice after vice. To repay his gambling debts, he offered me up, allowing the powerful to strike me down. My hatred is profound." Lu's teeth ground together, the frustration of his afterlife spent wandering among the living gnawing at him. The other souls murmured in sympathy. Lin Qinghe chuckled lightly, "Then seek retribution, eliminate your son." Lu was taken aback, "But he is my son, how could I bring myself to do such a thing?" "Then reincarnate. What purpose does it serve to linger in this realm?" Lin Qinghe took a sip of tea, clicking her tongue. Indeed, if you wish to play the role of a sage father, then do so, but do not disrupt the mortal world, Hong Lian chimed in with a teasing remark. Afterward, Lin Qinghe cast her a warning glance. Hong Lian fell silent, instinctively offering a docile smile while her fox tail wagged excitedly behind her. Lu paused, a fleeting pang of sorrow washing over him as he knelt. I beseech you, little observant master, guide me to the underworld. A teachable spirit, Lin Qinghe was most pleased, lighting an incense stick to ensure Lu was well fed before sending him on his way. As the incense burned, the eyes of the assembled souls glistened with longing, their mouths watering at the sight. With Lu's departure, the glimmering light ascended into the air, merging with Lin Qinghe's essence. The remaining souls, emboldened, began to recount their own tribulations from life. With Hong Lian's encouragement and Lin Qinghe's occasional provocations, what had begun as a quest for merit transformed into a willing journey towards reincarnation, thus significantly enhancing Lin Qinghe's store of merits. Lin Qinghe pondered whether to keep the doors of the Miao Mountain residence open throughout the night, yet one soul lingered, seated with her head bowed. Hong Lian, intrigued, asked, "Why do you not seek rebirth? My enemies remain alive. How can I reincarnate?" The female spirit lifted her gaze, causing Hong Lian to gasp in shock. She was dreadfully unattractive. Lin Qinghe observed her with contemplative eyes. "Then stay with me for now." The female spirit nodded, taking a place upon the wall. "Ah, brother, we have indeed acquired a laborer." Yuan Chan floated midair, observing the female spirit. Noticing her indifference, he reluctantly returned to his seat. Yuan Zhong ruffled Yuan Chan's hair. "Let her be. Our duty is to guard the Miao Mountain residence." Yuan Chan and Yuan Zhong were a pair of dragon and phoenix twins who had perished at the tender age of 10. Unwilling to part from their mother, they had clung to her until Lin Qinghe discovered them, recognizing their innocent nature and strong attachment, and thus took them in to protect the dwelling. Once the female spirit exited, Hong Lian eagerly queried Lin Qinghe, "Little observant master, why did you let her go without inquiry?" Lin Qinghe smirked, "Because, care to take a guess?" Chapter 5 Borrowing Life to Change Fate. As the first light of dawn broke, Lin Qinghe stood at the entrance of the Duke's residence. According to the intelligence provided by Hong Lian, the Duke's heir had inexplicably fallen into a state of dementia a year prior, prompting the Duke to offer a reward of a hefty 10,000 taels for a talented physician. Thus, she had come. After all, the heart of a healer is driven by compassion, not merely by the allure of gold. As the gates opened, the steward, upon noticing the strikingly beautiful youth standing at the threshold, paused momentarily before approaching to inquire, "Young master, what brings you here?" Lin Qinghe raised the bounty notice in her hand, declaring, "I have come for this." The steward, taken aback yet respectful, realized her significance and replied, "Please, young master, follow me." Xiao Yao trailed behind Lin Qinghe, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the Duke's household, which was undoubtedly superior to that of the despicable marquis. The steward led the way when suddenly, a boy of around 15 or 16 dashed forth, pursued by a throng of people, at the forefront of whom was an elderly Taoist priest clad in a robe, wielding a wooden sword and bellowing, "Where do you think you're fleeing, you wretched creature?" "Young master," the steward attempted to intercept the boy, but to no avail. The boy nimbly evaded capture and, upon steadying himself, was struck by the sight of Lin Qinghe before him, his clear eyes widening in awe as he stammered, "What a beautiful sister." The Duchess of the Duke's household turned her gaze toward Lin Qinghe, immediately captivated by her high and elegant nose, and her eyes, bright as the moon, emanated an ethereal and noble aura that rendered onlookers spellbound. She yearned to praise this enchanting young lady, yet her thoughts lingered on Li Zongyan, prompting her to offer Lin Qinghe a gentle smile. "Zongyan, be obedient, do not run away," the resplendent Duchess urged, her eyes revealing a blend of concern and helplessness. "Come here to mother." Li Zongyan sought refuge behind Lin Qinghe, peering out to point accusatorily at the elderly Taoist priest, who appeared frantic and disheveled, exclaiming, "I refuse. He wants to strike me." The Duchess felt a pang of bitterness, striving to maintain her composure as she reassured, "The master does not wish to harm you, he aims to exorcise the malevolent spirit that has attached itself to you. Be good, Zongyan, come to mother." Li Zongyan, the prodigy from a young age, adept at drawing lots and writing, had composed poetry by the age of 5 and demonstrated remarkable literacy without any need for guidance. However, a year ago, this brilliant young man had inexplicably regressed into a state of childishness, resembling a 3-year-old who only sought sweets and clung to his parents for affection. This was a devastating blow to the Duke's household, leaving the Duchess in tears, her eyes often red and swollen. Finding no divine healer, the Duchess had sought out the Taoist priest, who quickly diagnosed Li Zongyan as possessed by a malevolent spirit and commenced his incantations. Yet, Li Zongyan remained resolutely hidden behind Lin Qinghe, unwilling to emerge, while the old priest muttered incantations, his footsteps erratically circling around them, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Lin Qinghe, arms crossed, watched the priest's theatrics unfold. The old Taoist, noticing that Lin Qinghe was not departing, began to feel anxious, especially as Li Zongyan continued to make faces at him. If this persisted, his charade would be exposed. "Ha!" the old priest shouted, his gaze locking onto Lin Qinghe's calm eyes, leaving him inexplicably flustered. Struggling to maintain his facade, he pointed his wooden sword at Lin Qinghe, claiming, "The malevolent spirit has shifted from the young master to you. Come swiftly with the old priest." A flash of fire erupted from his mouth, only to be retracted, causing a stir among the crowd, who gasped in surprise. The Duchess, feeling somewhat apologetic, addressed Lin Qinghe, "This is an undeserved calamity, and I regret troubling you, young master. Please follow the Taoist to address the spirit." Before she could finish, Lin Qinghe pinched the sword's edge between her fingers and coldly retorted, "You possess no real skill, yet you excel at masquerading as a divine being." The crowd was taken aback, while the old priest glared at her, indignant. "Who is this insolent child spewing nonsense? Do you have any proof that I am a fraud? Young master possesses a full heavenly crown, thick ears, a straight nose, upright posture, and focused eyes with double phoenix traits. This is a sign of great fortune. Those who seek success shall surely attain it." Lin Qinghe glanced at Li Zongyan before addressing the Duchess, "I am the young master of the Qing Mountain sect at Maoshan, and if you trust me, let us discuss this matter indoors." Silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes were entranced by the stunning young man before them. The Duchess, recognizing her extraordinary poise, replied, "I believe you. Please, young master, lead the way." The old priest stood there, bewildered, unsure whether to stay or go. The Duke's residence, known for its amiable nature, routinely compensated the old priest with silver to ensure his departure. "The Duchess possesses a kind heart," Lin Qinghe remarked. The Duchess sighed softly, "Life is not easy for anyone. Let this be a chance for my son to forge benevolent connections." Lin Qinghe nodded, stating plainly, "The heir's dementia is a result of someone borrowing his life force and seizing his fortune." The Duchess gasped in horror, her voice trembling. "Borrowing life?" Li Zongyan, seated nearby, rolled his eyes and, upon catching the Duchess's gaze, flashed her an endearing smile. "Mother." The Duchess felt a pang of sorrow, a surge of anger and trepidation rising within her. Who could be responsible for harming her son, or rather, the entire Duke's household? As night descended, the sounds of music from Yuchan Lu wafted enticingly through the air. Jiang Hian, slightly inebriated, emerged from the establishment, squinting as he climbed into his carriage. Upon spotting a young man in a blue robe seated inside, he became instantly sober, fixing his gaze upon him with suspicion. "Who are you, and why are you in my carriage?" "Young Master Jiang, how does it feel to borrow another's fortune?" At the sound of those words, Jiang Hian froze, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the unmoving Lin Qinghe, who wore an indifferent expression. He turned to flee, but found himself unable to move. Jiang Hian's throat tightened. "I do not understand." Lin Qinghe chuckled softly, retrieving a piece of paper he had hidden and unfolding it, revealing the birth characters of Li Zongyan. The blood on the ink had long since dried, indicating it had been there for some time. As Jiang Hian's eyes widened in horror, Lin Qinghe formed a fire seal and incinerated the paper. Simultaneously, Li Zongyan, who had been enjoying a meal at the Duke's residence, toppled from his chair, causing chaos to erupt around him. Far from the capital, at the Lu Mountain Witch sect, a stoic young witch in black observed as the paper effigy in the corner disintegrated, a smirk curling her lips. "Useless." Along with the paper effigy, the name inscribed upon it vanished. Jiang Hian, following the miraculous tale of the divine healer rescuing a victim of avalanche syndrome, two more bizarre incidents unfolded in the capital. The Duke's heir, who had inexplicably suffered from dementia for a year, regained his senses, exhibiting an even greater grace and talent in poetry. Meanwhile, the son of the newly affluent Jiang family fell gravely ill, his vitality waning, leaving him bedridden. As the citizens speculated and discussed, the esteemed figures in the capital were not oblivious to the underlying connections and were particularly interested in the divine healer who restored Li Zongyan's sanity. The aristocratic circles began to circulate a new adage: "It is better to offend a petty person than to cross a divine healer." The old master of the Qing Mountain sect, Dao Yuan, beamed with delight upon receiving 8,000 taels, promptly reporting Lin Qinghe's accomplishments to the ancestral spirit. "Ancestral master, the healer has prospered. This silver shall be used to renovate the temple, and once she earns more from the wealthy families, we will sculpt your golden statue." In the dilapidated temple, the ancestral spirit appeared to smile broadly. "Healer disciple, earn money swiftly." Hearing of the healer's remarkable abilities, the elderly matriarch of the Song family grew increasingly anxious, dispatching her entire household to seek out the healer. In a display of filial piety, Song Baiwei spent several consecutive days searching for her. At this juncture, a matter of even greater significance arose. The Emperor Jingwu, intrigued by the tale of the true and false daughters of the marquis, extended a special invitation for both young ladies to join him for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Songda's face fell as he immediately summoned Steward Wang, exclaiming, "Prepare the horses at once, I shall personally retrieve that ungrateful daughter." Chapter 6 The search for a flawed father. In the depths of Maoshan, within a quaint abode, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, intoxicating the old Taoist priest who found himself fixated on the cup of tea held by Lin Qinghe. Hearing a commotion from outside, he turned his head to investigate. Lin Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at him. The old Taoist settled back down, his lips pressed into a straight line, wary of provoking her. He was the very same figure who had pretended to be a master of the supernatural at the Duke of Zheng's residence, only to be unmasked by Lin Qinghe and retreat in disgrace. With the mindset of merely getting by, he had purchased fine wine and strolled leisurely through the alley, already scheming to deceive his next target. The alleyway was abruptly blocked, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the young but genuinely talented Taoist. Faced with true skill, he attempted to flee, but escape was futile as he found himself at the Maoshan residence. A wise man knows when to yield, the old Taoist recounted his experiences. He had studied under Wudang, learning the craft for a time, until his master passed away. To survive, he donned a respectable facade and resorted to trickery, primarily targeting the wealthy while sparing the impoverished for a mere couple of coins. "Little celestial master, are you hoping to take me on as a disciple?" the old Taoist ventured, attempting to read Lin Qinghe's thoughts with a flattering smile. "Haha, for someone of his age to even wish to be a disciple of the little ancestor, how shameless." "Indeed. At such an age, one would even find the bones too tough to chew." Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan, perched on the wall, chuckled as they discussed. The old Taoist stiffened, his face contorting into a grimace. Alas, he had acquired a modicum of knowledge, yet here he was, scrutinized by two mischievous children. If he wasn't mistaken, Lin Qinghe was not alone. There was another formidable spirit, clad in red, lurking behind the screen. At the entrance of Maoshan, Songda furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the plaque as he muttered in disdain, "What nonsense is this? Instead of being a proper daughter of a noble house, she dares to establish her own sect, naming it Maoshan. Truly a wild child raised in the countryside, indulging in the absurd and straying from propriety." Wang, the steward, had initially felt anxious, fearing that Songda might develop a fondness for Lin Qinghe upon witnessing the true nature of Maoshan. However, upon hearing his reaction, Wang's countenance relaxed. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan, filled with indignation, flew to their side, baring their teeth in anger. "Why is it so chilling?" Songda suddenly felt a cold breeze rise from behind him, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Frustrated that the door remained shut, he approached and knocked forcefully. "Open up, I am your father." "Little celestial master, it seems your father lacks discernment," the old Taoist remarked, observing her expression. "Should I make an appearance?" Lin Qinghe shook her head. "I need a guardian." "Will you accompany me?" The old Taoist paused, yet before he could respond, Lin Qinghe continued, "I will take you back to Maoshan to pay respects to the ancestors. I have already chosen a Taoist name for you. Yuan Miao." "Understood." The old Taoist, or rather, Yuan Miao, instinctively replied, momentarily bewildered by the situation, as he had not yet agreed. Lin Qinghe had already exited. Yuan Miao hastily rose, eager to follow, but hesitated, eyeing the tea on the table. In a moment of weakness, he raised the cup to his lips. After all, they were now fellow disciples. What was there to fear in sipping tea? Once he started, he could not stop. Refreshing and fragrant, the sweetness lingered on his palate. Yuan Miao exclaimed, recalling that what he had previously consumed was hardly tea. Bang, bang, bang. Ignoring Wang's pleas, Songda pounded on the door. Had it not been for the emperor's decree, he would not have come to plead. After knocking for what felt like an eternity, with the door still unyielding, Songda, feeling stifled, abruptly turned. "Let us go. If she refuses to open, she alone will bear the blame when the emperor lays down his judgment." Creak. As his words fell, the door swung open. Songda's expression darkened as he stood rooted, noticing Wang's astonishment directed at what lay behind him. With flowing black hair cascading down, a high nose, then clad in a blue robe that accentuated her snow-white skin, the young girl appeared ethereal, though still youthful. Her stunning beauty was tinged with a hint of innocence, yet her demeanor exuded an icy indifference that left onlookers awestruck and hesitant to approach, as if she were a celestial being who had unwittingly descended to the mortal realm. Songda was left dumbfounded. Was this truly his daughter? Was this what he deemed crude and unrefined? His breath quickened. At merely 13, her beauty was astonishing, hinting at the breathtaking allure she would possess as an adult. How splendid she would be if presented to the palace. Linqingha, who had been observing him with a cool demeanor, subtly curled her lips in a sardonic smile, leaning against the doorframe with languid grace. "You. I am your father," Songda stammered, attempting to call her by name but faltering. As he was still unaware of her name, Wang stepped forward, lowering his posture. "Miss, the Duke has come personally to escort you home." Xiaoyao picked her head from behind Linqingha, blocking her path, and scrutinized Songda with evident disdain. This girl, how audacious, with such sharp and cutting words, she was hardly worthy of respect. Regaining his composure, Songda, noticing Xiaoyao's behavior, felt a surge of anger. Despite Linqingha's captivating appearance, his opinion of her began to wane. "Isn't the Duke's residence seeking that imposter, deliberately trying to usurp my lady's position? Why bother coming here at all?" Xiaoyao's eyes flared with indignation, her words dripping with venom. Having gathered ample information over the past few days, she knew how spoiled that impostor was, coddled by her mother and father, having recently spent extravagantly on fine shoe brocade and an array of cosmetics. In stark contrast, her own mistress stood barefaced in a simple blue robe, lacking any adornment, yet, it was evident, she was the true daughter of the Duke's household. To be met with such disdain at her own doorstep, men now summoned by a steward, revealed just how little regard the Duke and his wife held for Linqingha. The more she comprehended, the more aggrieved Xiaoyao felt, her anger swelling. "Let us go, 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 this esteemed Duke is not welcome here." Each word was a sharpened dagger, delivered through gritted teeth. Linqingha chuckled, reaching out to touzle Xiaoyao's hair. To nurture a timid girl into such a bold, assertive, and vociferous firecracker filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Songda's beard bristled in frustration. "You are being unreasonable." He turned to Linqingha. "You are the Duke's legitimate daughter and must return home. Your sister has been ill and could not find the time to seek you. Do not throw a tantrum, come with your father and meet your mother and sister." From the moment he laid eyes on her, Linqingha had remained silent, her exquisite beauty leading Songda to believe she possessed a gentle and reserved disposition. His tone softened as he considered the prominent families in the capital that surpassed the Duke's in status. After 2 years of upbringing, she could be married off. "What mother, what sister, and who are you to me?" Linqingha's expression remained impassive. Songda's paternal facade crumbled in an instant. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Good child, I know you have suffered. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, I will make it up to you." "That won't do." Linqingha offered him a slight smile, her previously indifferent expression now revealing a hint of delicate charm, further captivating him. Unless, with pearly white teeth and exquisitely defined features, her smile was enchanting, a beauty that could topple cities and nations without question. As Songda inhaled and exhaled, his desire for Linqingha to return to the Duke's residence intensified. "You may speak," he urged, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within him, adopting a calm demeanor. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Linqingha's eyes. "Expel Song Baiwei from the Duke's residence. I wish to be the sole legitimate daughter." Chapter 7. Whom to choose? Did she truly say that? The matriarch of the Song family was taken aback by Linqingha's unwavering stance, a flicker of displeasure crossing her heart as her gaze darted towards Song Baiwei, who had been fidgeting restlessly since Songda's return. With tears glistening in her eyes, Song Baiwei mustered a faint smile for the matriarch before kneeling on the ground with a thud. "I, as a humble peasant girl, have no claim to the grandeur of the marquis, which rightfully belongs to my sister. Grandmother, mother, father, permit me to return. This way, my sister will be willing to come back and will not further burden our elders. The kindness bestowed upon me by the marquis is a debt I can never repay, yet regrettably, I shall no longer have the opportunity to fulfill my filial duties." She wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and Li's heart ached for her as she stepped forward to embrace her, exclaiming, "My child." With tear-filled eyes, Li turned to the matriarch. "Mother, I have raised Baiwei for 13 years. She is more than a daughter to me. She is a child of great filial piety. That woman outside, with her petty schemes, will surely cause upheaval upon her return. Yet, with the Emperor's will at play, the title of legitimate daughter has been granted to her. Baiwei shall accompany me as my adopted daughter." Her heartfelt words were deeply moving. The matriarch of the Song family merely responded with an adopted daughter. With her head bowed low, Song Baiwei bit her lip, a surge of resentment and unwillingness rising in her throat. There was an insurmountable chasm between the legitimate daughter of the marquis and an adopted one. Linqingha, why did you not perish outside? Why must you return? Songda, having visited the Mao Mountain residence, returned to the marquis with a dark expression. Not seeing anyone, the matriarch frowned slightly. Where is she? Songda sat down in silence, sipping his tea.lis. Emotions grew increasingly tumultuous, her eyelids twitching incessantly. She had not slept a sound night since that child returned. Noticing Songda's grim demeanor, her concerns deepened. Is she still unwilling to come back? Bang! Songda slammed the teacup down heavily, nodding with a cold expression. Linchinha's words echoed in his mind. With her here, I am not. With me here, she is not. The marquis should think carefully before informing me whom the marquis chooses. Truly, what a sharp-tongued young woman, what a distant and difficult-to-manage young lady, Songda began to understand. They harbored no feelings for Linchinha, and she, too, felt indifferent towards the marquis, showing not a hint of greed. Humans are such curious creatures. Those who desperately seek connections are scorned, while those who remain aloof are resented. A lingering discomfort settled in his heart upon hearing this. Li's expression mirrored Songda's tumultuous feelings, anger and helplessness. How could a 13-year-old girl dare to threaten her own parents? If she doesn't wish to return, then let her be. Truly, not being raised nearby, she feels no kinship. Li's breathing quickened as she raised her voice, the flicker of distress flashing in her eyes. Her own daughter would rather remain outside than return to the marquis. She forcibly suppressed the guilt and unease surging within her. The matriarch was also feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbing her temples. If she does not wish to return, so be it. A hungry dog will naturally return home seeking food. Once, Zhuge Liang visited the thatched cottage thrice. Today, the marquis has invited Linchinha thrice. If she continues to be obstinate, she will surely have an excuse when the emperor expresses his displeasure at the mid-autumn banquet. Furthermore, as a young woman, how long can she survive in the capital? In the end, will she not have to plead to return to the marquis? What you say is true, the matriarch said. Songda and Li rose, supporting the matriarch as they guided her back to her chamber. The matter of the legitimate daughter being sought yet not returning to the marquis seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. Upon learning of this, Song Baiwei appeared momentarily dazed, yet her eyes soon brimmed with determination. Since you do not desire it, then may you never return, and I shall be the sole legitimate daughter of the marquis. Remembering the suitor that Li had deemed suitable for her, Song Baiwei's complexion flushed. Li Zongyan of the Duke of Zhonggua's residence, that genius. Before his affliction, he was the most sought-after young man among the daughters of various noble families in the capital. After his misfortune, many expressed their regrets yet prudently averted their gazes. In recent days, various factions within the court had been ruthlessly ostracizing the marquis, uncovering Songda's errors, placing his position in the court on shaky ground. Their sights were now set on the Duke of Zhonggua's residence, on the awakened heir, Li Zongyan. Fortunately, his period of folly had allowed the Duke's residents to see the true faces of the noble young ladies, with the exception of Song Baiwei, who viewed Li Zongyan during his affliction without prejudice. This bolstered Songda's confidence, and he sought every opportunity to curry favor with the Duke's residence. As the mid-autumn banquet approached, Li took Song Baiwei to visit the Duchess, only to be informed that she was out receiving esteemed guests, and they had to return in disappointment. Mother, is this the residence of a great person? Li Zongyan stood before the door of the Mao Mountain residence, feeling a tranquil force settle his heart even before entering. Just as he was about to knock, a thought struck him, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Would a sage capable of writing such ethereal, majestic, and flamboyant characters appreciate this foolish little dog? His skepticism was palpable. Woof. Woof, woof. As if sensing his thoughts, the small yellow dog in the Duchess's arms barked eagerly at him. It was young, its bark adorably cute. The Duchess chuckled as she tapped his nose. Do not speak nonsense. Please, come in. Sha Yao greeted them with a bright smile, leaving Yuan Miao astonished, realizing this little firecracker had a welcoming side. Yuan Miao, holding a broom to clear the fallen leaves, looked over and was caught off guard when he spotted a familiar face, hastily lowering his head. Oh no, it was indeed the Duchess of the Duke of Zhonggua and the heir. His appearance at the Mao Mountain residence would surely lead to misunderstandings that he was in league with Lin Qinghe. No, they were indeed allies now. Yuan Miao raised his head and then lowered it again, feeling anxious. He did not wish to cause Lin Qinghe to harbor doubts about the Duke of Zhonggua, subsequently leading to his expulsion from the Mao Mountain residence. This place, with its picturesque scenery and blooming flowers, was 100 times better than his previous life of hardship. All he needed to do was light incense and chant prayers for the souls, sweep the floors, and enjoy his own room. Yuan Miao sought to hide, but Li Zongyan grasped his sleeve, fixing his gaze upon him. Have we met somewhere before? No, with your esteemed status, how could a mere old Daoist encounter you? Yuan Miao forced a smile. Then how do you know I am the heir? Li Zongyan persisted, refusing to let go. Come in. Lin Qingha's voice called from within, her clear tone indistinguishable in gender momentarily causing Li Zongyan to pause, allowing him to release Yuan Miao's sleeve as he entered the house alongside the Duchess. Yuan Miao wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. Xiaoyao, with her eyes crinkled in a smile, said, "Have you done too many guilty deeds to be afraid of someone coming to settle the score?" Yuan Miao offered an awkward grin. She was someone he dared not provoke. At that moment, another knock echoed at the door. The two exchanged glances before hurrying to open it. Today was indeed lively. It seemed everyone had converged. Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow at Jiang Hian, who lay on a bamboo stretcher at the doorway, and then glanced at his father, whose face was lined with creases. She turned and entered the house. Wait. Li Zongyan had just seated himself when Xiaoyao went inside to inform Lin Qingha of the newcomers. Upon hearing the name, the Duchess's composure shattered, her eyes flashing with hatred as she gazed towards the door. Chapter 8. What causes, what affects? Beyond the tea house lies a shimmering lake, its waters dancing with light, flanked by willows and lotus blooms. In the distance, a venerable cypress stands tall in the courtyard, exuding an aura of tranquility. However, the atmosphere within the house is fraught with tension. Lin Qingha gazes at the resplendent and dignified Duchess, whose previously diminished fortune has been rejuvenated by the favorable turn of events for Li Zongyan. Beside her, Li Zongyan, distinguished in appearance, smiles back at her, his eyes sparkling with charm, the true heartthrob. In stark contrast stands Jiang Hian, his complexion ashen, lips devoid of color, shrouded in an aura of impending death. Beside him is old Master Jiang, his own visage sunken, bearing a pallid hue that suggests misfortune, with a gaunt nose and protruding nostrils. What a cruel heart you possess. The Duchess can no longer contain herself, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at the Jiang father and son, her gaze reluctantly lingering on the feeble figure of Jiang Hian, who lies on a bamboo frame. Though she is a kind-hearted woman, she is, first and foremost, a mother. Jiang Hian has usurped the fortune of her son, even borrowing his life. How insatiably greedy and ruthlessly callous. The misfortunes of today are indeed of their own making. She utters this condemnation with fervor, yet her eyes flicker anxiously toward Lin Qingha. She had come with Li Zongyan to express her gratitude and seek peace. Little did she expect to encounter her adversaries, the Jiang family, as well. What do they seek? Suddenly, old Master Jiang bursts into tears, collapsing to the ground before the Duchess, banging his forehead repeatedly against the floor, quickly reddening and bleeding. We were wrong. I was blinded by jealousy over your gifted son while my own family is mediocre and my descendants lack ambition. I beseech you, show mercy and spare us. His cries are filled with anguish and despair, causing the Duchess to squirm in her seat. Lin Qingha chuckles softly, drawing the attention of all present. Old Master Jiang halts his desperate prostrations, meeting Lin Qingha's ink-dark, impassive gaze, which reveals no trace of emotion. A chill runs through him, compelling him to lower his eyes in trepidation. Knowing you have erred, why adopt a posture of weakness before the victim? Lin Qingha speaks softly. It is not the loudest cries that justify one's cause, nor do they denote vulnerability. The Duchess's heart, once heavy with worry, now soars with relief, her eyes glistening with tears of joy as she gazes at Lin Qingha. She is different, she is utterly unworldly. Lin Qingha offers a faint smile. What does the Duchess seek? The Duchess promptly replies, I am immensely grateful to Master Xuanhu for saving my son. This great kindness shall never be forgotten by the Duke's residents. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to come to our home. She appreciates those who are grateful, and Lin Qingha's smile deepens. You may simply call me Xuanhu. The Duchess immediately responds, Master Xuanhu. A flicker of complexity passes through Li Zongyan's gaze, swiftly replaced by admiration. Though my sister is young, her abilities are remarkable, and I toast to you. He raises his teacup and drains it in one gulp, his eyes fixed ardently upon Lin Qingha. The Duchess, taken aback, exclaims, Master Xuanhu is clearly, I am of the Kuan Dao. Lin Qingha replies, lifting her cup to sip tea, a slow smile gracing her lips. Kuan Dao. A mere young girl, the others are struck dumb with astonishment. The Duchess is the first to regain her composure. Initially preoccupied with Li Zongyan, she now scrutinizes Lin Qingha closely, realizing her delicate features and exquisite nose are not those of a man but rather of an enchanting beauty. Such a beautiful young lady, how could she be of humble origins to become a Kuan Dao practitioner? While the world regards Li Zongyan as a genius, she, as his mother, knows well his diligence and hard work. Even the most gifted must toil to succeed. Lin Qingha, but such a tender age, possesses profound mastery, undoubtedly having endured countless hardships. She is but a few years younger than her own son. The Duchess gazes at Lin Qingha with a fervent yet tender gaze, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. And the next moment, a fine imperial green jade bracelet is presented to her. Lin Qinghe stares in astonishment as the Duchess gently slips the bracelet onto her wrist, the pure jade accentuating the fairness of her skin. "Thank you, Duchess," Lin Qinghe responds, touched by the Duchess's sincerity and kindness stirring a strange warmth within her usually unflappable heart. The Duchess smiles warmly. Her own health prevents her from bearing more children, yet encountering a young lady of such beauty and ethereal charm brings her great joy. Sensing her goodwill, Lin Qinghe bestows a few talismans for peace and purification before they part ways. Once the Duchess and her son have departed, Lin Qinghe turns her attention to Jiang Hian. "What do you seek?" Despite his youth, his demeanor is dispassionate to the point of inducing unease. Jiang Hian, barely clinging to life, manages a faint smile, his gaze vacant. "I wish for the next life not to be my father's child." As he speaks, a trickle of blood escapes the corner of his mouth. Old Master Jiang, aghast, is rendered speechless, grief-stricken yet voiceless, his throat quivering like a battered old windmill. Jiang Hian's soul appears to be subtly separating from his body, prompting Lin Qinghe to gently guide his soul back. "Speak any final words, you have a quarter of an hour left." Old Master Jiang's eyes widen in sudden rage, his face contorting as he snarls at Lin Qinghe. "Nonsense. My son cannot die." "Father!" Jiang Hian calls out loudly. The moment the words leave his lips, he is taken aback, staring at his own palm, flushed and resplendent, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him. In disbelief, Jiang Hian slowly sits up. Returning light, Yuan Miao marvels in astonishment. Jiang Hian pauses, the initial thrill of revival dissipating, replaced by a serene smile. "Hian," Old Master Jiang calls out with a tremor in his voice. Jiang Hian meets his father's gaze, his emotions a tumultuous blend, and exhales softly. "Father, the Jiang family's current plight is entirely of our own making, do not blame anyone else. I have suffered headaches since childhood when faced with books, preferring craftsmanship. You threw away wood and scolded me as worthless, forcing me into school, compelling me to pursue the imperial examination. But father, as an ordinary family, entering a school filled with the privileged, do you understand my plight? Yes, I know you humbled yourself to seek opportunities for me, and I do not dare to resent you. Were you not curious how your sacrifices to educate me resulted in a son who only indulges in feasting and revelry, utterly mediocre? I shall tell you." Old Master Jiang's pupils constrict, his heart tightening at the mixture of calm and pain on Jiang Hian's face. He only wanted what was best for him. Jiang Hian's smile turns bitter as he speaks. "They looked down on me, kicked my abdomen and knees, pulled my hair, slapped me. Every day was a brutal ordeal. I lived in fear each night before sleep and upon waking. I attempted to express my desire to be a carpenter, only to receive a violent beating in return. Your authority felt like heaven itself, and I learned to comply, becoming a sycophant to the children of the powerful. I followed them into their indulgent escapades, resigning myself to degradation, yet found fleeting happiness." Old Master Jiang's throat constricts as despair washes over him, forcing his eyes shut. It is precisely because of this that he cannot bear to witness the son he painstakingly raised become such a shadow of his potential. During his business ventures, he encountered a shaman who spoke of borrowing life to alter fate. Boldly, he set his sights on the prodigy Li Zongyan and struck a deal with the shaman. Jiang Hian's path through the imperial examination was smooth, and now he holds the status of a scholar. While the Jiang family's business flourishes, everything seemed perfect, until the arrival of Lin Qinghe disrupted their plans. Chapter 9. The visit of the Yin family. "Greed has not only ruined me but also the entire Jiang family," Jiang Hian said, both laughing and crying. He blamed his father, though he himself was not without fault. When Old Master Jiang recounted the events leading up to this moment, he did not refuse the spell cast by Li Zongyan. After tasting the sweetness of it, he clung to it like a lifeline, praying that the day of discovery would never come. Yet, alas, one cannot hide fire with mere paper. Stolen goods inevitably return to their rightful place. "Father, I must leave." Just a moment ago, Jiang Hian's complexion was rosy and his skin was supple, but in the next instant, he collapsed, utterly lifeless. Lin Qinghe, with a calm demeanor, lit a stick of incense to guide Jiang Hian to the netherworld. The deeds performed in this world would be revealed under the scrutiny of the merit mirror in the afterlife. Those who commit evil would be punished according to their sins, while the virtuous would be reborn with their accrued merits. "My son." Old Master Jiang lunged forward, collapsing over Jiang Hian's body, weeping in despair. After burying Jiang Hian, Old Master Jiang vanished after squandering his wealth. Some said he became a monk in a temple, while others claimed to have seen a madman in the countryside who bore a striking resemblance to him. As night fell, an uninvited guest arrived at the Miao Mountain abode. A stunningly beautiful woman, delicate and slender, stepped gracefully over the threshold, captivating Shayao's attention. Is she not lovely? Control your drooling. We wouldn't want to frighten her. Xiaoyao nodded, and upon hearing the teasing, redirected her gaze to her own mistress. A chilling, ethereal aura emanated from Lin Qinghe, and no matter how long one gazed, they would be awestruck by her breathtaking beauty. With a playful smile, she remarked, "No one can compare to the young lady." Woof woof. Curiously, the puppy sent by the Duchess of the State kept close to Lin Qinghe upon entering the Miao Mountain abode, as if responding in kind. Its innocent eyes blinked innocently as it leapt onto Lin Qinghe's lap, licking her face when no one was watching. Lin Qinghe frowned slightly. "Get down." Woof. The little yellow dog, looking pitiful, leaned against her leg, its ears drooping. Lin Qinghe thought to herself, ignoring it, Xiaoyao poured tea, the fragrant aroma of which was soothing. Master Xuanhu, Insha and her maid knelt upon entering, but Xiaoyao promptly assisted them. She smiled, "My mistress does not favor kneeling." Insha and her maid remained in a crouched position, glancing at Lin Qinghe, who nodded before they rose, Insha cradling a newborn in her arms. "Thank you for the life-saving grace of Master Xuanhu. If it were not for you, I fear for my child." Insha could not continue, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she carefully produced a pouch of silver and offered it to Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe did not accept it. Insha, in a panic, exclaimed, "Master." This was all the silver she possessed, secretly hidden during the family's confiscation, and the fee to consult Master Xuanhu in the capital had reached 100 taels. 50 taels seemed utterly insufficient, especially when Lin Qinghe pushed the silver back toward her, causing her anxiety to peak. "Madam Yin needs silver for her own security. As long as one lives, the family exists," Lin Qinghe said, sliding a teacup toward her. Insha's pupils constricted, her heart nearly missing a beat as she fixed her gaze on Lin Qinghe, suppressing the turmoil within. "Master, what do you mean by this? The Duke of the State has guarded the customs for the nation for 18 years without returning to the capital, achieving great military merit and protecting the populace. Soldiers deserve respect, love, and admiration. Such a hero should not be defamed, and their descendants should rightfully enjoy the blessings left by their forebears." Insha's eyes turned bloodshot, and she bit her lip to stifle any sound, tears already pooling in her eyes. A gentle hand rested on her shoulder, offering quiet encouragement. "You have endured much." As those words fell, Insha's tears flowed freely. She wiped her face and rose, her eyes red, bowing respectfully. "Thank you. I will remember your words, Master." Not one to be overly sentimental, she tucked the silver back into her pocket, formulating a plan. With her exquisite embroidery skills, she intended to use the silver as capital for selling her crafts. She would work hard to provide for her child and await Jiang Muchuan's return, the day when the truth would be revealed. Only with wealth and power could she repay her savior for the life she had been given. Seeing Insha regain her composure and determination in her eyes, Lin Qinghe smiled faintly, admiring such resilience in a woman. A woman who had once held a position in the imperial harem could surely tread a different path with equal brilliance. The maid, perceptive to the atmosphere, spoke up cheerfully, bringing the infant closer to Lin Qinghe. "I humbly ask the master to bestow a name upon our young master." In the urgency of the situation, Insha had been unconscious, and Lin Qinghe had departed without her knowledge. Upon awakening and regaining her strength, Insha sought to express her gratitude, yet the child's name remained unchosen. Perhaps the infant smiled upon seeing Lin Qinghe, raising its tiny hand in greeting. Thus, a bond was formed. Lin Qinghe, surprised, extended her hand. The moment their fingertips touched, an invisible golden light entered the child's body, a gift from Lin Qinghe. "When the Duke's case is overturned, may hope and aspiration accompany you, thus the name Jiang Wang shall suffice." "Jiang Wang," Insha murmured, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Thank you for the name, Master." Meanwhile, on a distant road of exile, torrential rain poured down as shackled prisoners trudged forward, one in particular standing tall amidst the despair. "What an attitude you have! You are no longer that esteemed young master. Descendant of a traitor, bah! Kneel before the young master, Jiang Muchuan, and if you bleed, I shall allow you into the pavilion to escape the rain." Jiang Muchuan stood motionless outside the pavilion, drenched from the downpour, bitterly disheveled, yet his handsome face remained resolute, impervious to the unending taunts echoing in his heart. He had long grown accustomed to the harshest insults and humiliations. The Jiang family, loyal subjects for generations, had faced ruin. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Muchuan's mouth as he remained rooted to the spot like a wooden stump, unyielding. Inside the pavilion, the officials lost interest in his plight, let him endure the rain if he so wished. Counting the days his beloved was soon to give birth, would their first child arrive safely? Jiang Muchuan dared not dwell on it, swallowing the bitterness that lodged in his throat, closing his eyes to quell the excruciating pain in his heart. Recently, Prime Minister Fan had been enduring a difficult time. His close friend, the Duke of the State, had perished at sea, and his own home had been raided. Helpless, he could offer no assistance. Upon returning home, he discovered that his backyard was ablaze. His beloved daughter, Fan Naonio, had been emitting delicate moans day and night. Initially, her maid suspected an illicit affair, peeking in only to find that the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister was engaging in self-pleasure. Her fair neck arched and her face flashed with allure, leaving one feeling both embarrassed and breathless. It was simply too scandalous. Upon learning of this, Madame Wang immediately sought to discuss the matter with Song Naonio, yet the girl denied it, claiming she would rather die than admit it. Madame Wang dared not press the issue further. By day, Fan Naonio appeared dignified and graceful, but at night, sounds that would make anyone blush echoed from her chamber. As time passed, she became increasingly reluctant to leave her home, panting after just a few steps, appearing as if she had been utterly drained. What had begun at night gradually transformed into a daytime affliction. Madame Wang could no longer conceal the truth from Prime Minister Fan. In tears, she urged him to summon Master Xuanhu to their residence to uncover the truth. Chapter 10. The Prime Minister's beloved. The Master of the Healing Pot is truly an extraordinary individual. Upon my first glance, I was immediately struck by 4 words: an ethereal presence and celestial demeanor. The steward knew of the Prime Minister's yet he had misidentified her. Yuan Miao, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized he was addressing her and waved her hand, saying, "The Master of the Healing Pot is my esteemed uncle, please, come inside." It was the first time the steward, who typically spoke plainly to both people and spirits, experienced such a blunder. He managed a sheepish smile, internally marveling at Yuan Miao's remarkable poise and piercing gaze. She was certainly not the Master of the Healing Pot. Upon encountering Lin Qinghe, however, her youth rendered him somewhat flustered. Once he disclosed his intentions, Lin Qinghe replied, "I have already seen one today, let us postpone until tomorrow." The Master of the Healing Pot, my young mistress, is to participate in the Flower Goddess Festival in a few days, the steward urged, his eyes pleading as he gazed at Lin Qinghe, exclaiming, "My lady wife has promised that should you cure my young mistress, she would donate 10,000 taels to craft a golden statue for the ancestral master of the Qingshan temple." Lin Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly. "What did you say?" "My young mistress is to participate in the Flower Goddess Festival in a few days, the latter part. 10,000 taels for the crafting of the ancestral statue. Lead the way." Her concern for the Prime Minister's daughter was not motivated by monetary gain. Before the steward could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Qinghe had already exited the mansion abode. His face brightened, and he hurried to follow her. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, they were met with a sea of furrowed brows. Upon spotting Lin Qinghe, the assembly, led by Prime Minister Fan and the Wang family, turned their gazes toward her. Master of the Healing Pot. Prime Minister Fan bypassed Lin Qinghe, heading straight for the profound Yuan Miao. The moment Yuan Miao felt the grip of a national leader, he nearly faltered. This was not his identity. The steward slapped his thigh in realization he should have spoken up before the dignitary. "My lord, this is indeed the Master of the Healing Pot." The steward coughed lightly, respectfully. Yuan Miao offered an awkward smile. In that instance, all eyes in the prime ministerial household turned toward Lin Qinghe, who exuded an ethereal aura, her beautiful visage paired with a distant and cool demeanor. "Truly, one must not judge by appearances." Prime Minister Fan quickly bowed before Lin Qinghe, saying, "I am but a fool who cannot recognize greatness." A man of broad experience, Prime Minister Fan understood well that there are always those greater than oneself, and thus, his attitude was one of humility. Wang's voice quavered as she gazed at Lin Qinghe with hopeful eyes. "Master of the Healing Pot, you must save Niao Niao." Wang struggled to express her concerns. "Please, lead me to Miss Song's chamber," Lin Qinghe interjected, demonstrating her understanding. This matter should not be widely known. Thus, only Lin Qinghe, Wang, and Niao Niao's maid entered the Faong courtyard. Yuan Miao followed, wishing to experience the atmosphere of the Prime Minister's residence. Having been repeatedly misidentified, Yuan Miao felt anxious. Would Lin Qinghe harbor any displeasure towards him? Niao Niao lay unconscious on the bed, her complexion pale, and even with her eyes closed, one could sense the languor surrounding her. Lin Qinghe observed closely. In the next moment, she saw Niao Niao twist under the covers, her body bending forward, soft moans escaping her lips, one after another, both alluring and flirtatious. Should a man be present, he would surely lose his composure. Wang and her maid's hearts raced, instinctively glancing at Lin Qinghe, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet, when they saw no trace of disdain on her face, they found solace. "Come forth," Lin Qinghe commanded, her thumb and forefinger forming a circle towards Niao Niao, pulling back a thread of soul from her body. Wang and the maid only felt a chilling breeze, unable to see anything, their scalps prickling as they stood frozen at Lin Qinghe's words. "Master, has my daughter been possessed by an evil spirit?" Wang asked, trembling yet mastering her courage to approach Lin Qinghe, her voice quivering. Noticing her movement, Lin Qinghe's gaze flickered as she acknowledged, "That is one way to interpret it. The little Taoist is quite young, why concern yourself with this? I have no intention of harming her life. You should leave." The female spirit, upon being abruptly extracted from Niao Niao's form, appeared displeased, glaring coldly at Lin Qinghe. "Separated by the realms of yin and yang, your possession of her will only lead her to wither away. In less than 3 months, she will surely perish." Noting the female spirit's tender gaze towards Niao Niao, Lin Qinghe sighed softly, "What is your relationship?" "Naturally, we are lovers." Upon hearing that continuing the possession would result in Niao Niao's death, the female spirit's expression shifted dramatically. She pressed her lips together and murmured, "But if we do not do this, how can we be together?" Lin Qinghe replied, "The separation of yin and yang dictates that you are destined to be apart." "Nonsense. She promised me that she would remain with me even in death." The female spirit, enraged, lunged at Lin Qinghe, baring her teeth and claws, declaring, "Anyone who stands in our way must die." Outside, Yuan Miao observed the sudden surge of ghostly energy rising above the Faong courtyard and sprang to his feet. Prime Minister Fan hurriedly followed suit, glancing in the direction of the commotion but seeing nothing amiss. "Is there a problem?" Yuan Miao sat back down, attempting to reassure, "No, my esteemed uncle is present. Do not worry, my lord." Wang felt a chilling breeze swirling chaotically within the room. Combining this with Lin Qinghe's actions, she speculated that there was a struggle occurring, or had she not witnessed it with her. Just as Lin Qinghe was about to capture the female spirit within a porcelain bottle, Niao Niao stirred awake on the bed, her gaze locking onto the bottle in Lin Qinghe's hand, weakly whispering, "Qing Jun." At the utterance of those words, Wang's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 11 At the death of Qingjun. Amidst the varied expressions of those present, Lin Qinghe carefully enclosed the female soul into a porcelain vial and turned to Madame Wang, inquiring, "Do you know her?" Madame Wang's complexion was ashen, her lips pressed tightly together. After a moment of bitter reflection, she closed her eyes and replied, "Yes." As Lin Qinghe sealed the vial, Fan Niao Niao suddenly rose from the bed, feeling dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. A maid rushed forward to support her. It was an overwhelming sensation. Lin Qinghe's expression grew serious as she approached to take her pulse. However, Fan Niao Niao grasped her hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks before she could even speak. With a choked voice, Fan Niao Niao pleaded, "I beg you, let Qingjun go." As she spoke, she attempted to kneel. Slap. Madame Wang strode forward and struck her across the face. The already frail Fan Niao Niao fell to the ground, her pale complexion now flushed and swollen. The porcelain vial in Lin Qinghe's hand bulged, as the soul of Qingjun sensed the commotion outside and began to thrash about anxiously, yearning to escape. Kneeling in supplication for a criminal, "Have you forgotten that you are the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's house? What will become of your parents' honor? During this time, you have been lost in indulgence, immersed in debauchery, and it is she who has led you astray." Madame Wang's voice trembled with fury, her words sharp and cutting, leaving her feeling chilled to the bone. Though she had always cherished Fan Niao Niao, after striking her, regret began to creep in. Fan Niao Niao wept silently, her head bowed. "Mother, I know I was wrong, yet I cannot control my heart. I am angry at the injustice of this world. My heart aches for Qingjun's plight. Our love is scorned in this world, deemed an act of rebellion. She is dead, your heart has died with her. But her soul still accompanies me, and I am willing to drown." The maid, filled with sympathy, murmured, "Mississippi." Lin Qinghe remained silent, observing the standoff between mother and daughter. Madame Wang, pale and nearly unable to stand, was struck with alarm by the despair in Fan Niao Niao's eyes. Tears streamed down Fan Niao Niao's face like a broken string. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "What of your father and me? Do you not want us either?" Fan Niao Niao trembled, unable to respond. Madame Wang's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Mother." Outside the chamber, Prime Minister Fan stood with a grave expression, staring vacantly into the distance. "The lady of the house has fainted due to anger and stress. She will awaken in about an hour." Lin Qinghe spoke as she stepped beside him, rousing him from his stupor. "Thank you, divine healer," he replied, and together they gazed into the horizon. "Might you enlighten me on Qingjun's origins?" After a moment of silence, the Prime Minister began to speak slowly. Zhao Qingjun was born into a peasant family in Zhongnan, the youngest of 7 sisters. To shield her from bullying in the village, her mother boldly declared her a boy, thus inscribing her into the family lineage. At the age of 5, she began her education, and by 7, she presented herself as a boy in society. With thick brows and large eyes, she exuded an enchanting demeanor, and her brash yet open disposition left no one suspecting her true identity. Zhao Qingjun understood that she bore the hopes of her family, especially as her unmarried sisters anticipated her success as a means to elevate their status and secure a good marriage. Meanwhile, her aging mother lived in fear of her true nature being discovered, while her father poured all the family's resources into her education. Zhao Qingjun could not afford to fail. She studied diligently and, with a measure of talent, gained admission to the capital, eventually becoming the emperor's favored candidate. During the celebratory parade, her handsome visage and graceful demeanor captured the hearts of many. Prime Minister Fan also held Zhao Qingjun in high regard, appreciating her exceptional spirit in the newly entered political realm. He brought her to his residence for discussions, and the two quickly became confidants, leading him to consider a match between her and his daughter, Song Niao Niao. Zhao Qingjun had always perceived herself as a man and took pleasure in that identity. Recognizing Prime Minister Song's intentions, she felt a mix of joy and unease, yet the heart is the most challenging aspect to control. The Prime Minister's household was well-mannered. Fan Niao Niao was gentle, beautiful, and kind-hearted, possessing grace and knowledge. Such a remarkable woman stirred Zhao Qingjun's heart. In a world where mutual affection blossomed, she showered Fan Niao Niao with the finest delicacies and flowers the capital had to offer. Understanding that her family background was not worthy of Fan Niao Niao, Zhao Qingjun engaged in business, utilizing her clever mind to amass a fortune, which she spent entirely on cosmetics and exquisite clothing for Fan Niao Niao. She composed poetry to express her feelings and painted to amuse her beloved. Zhao Qingjun cherished Fan Niao Niao deeply, her love evident in her eyes, yet her actions remained respectful and restrained. She admired and protected her daughter in the court. Zhao Qingjun began to shine, achieving notable accomplishments. Such a talented and noble-hearted man, how could Fan Niao Niao not fall for him? Zhao Qingjun aspired to live her life as a man, vowing to protect her forever. In court, Zhao Qingjun gathered evidence against the treacherous Liang Zhishun, exposing his corruption and bringing him down. His wealth was confiscated, contributing to the national treasury and earning her immense credit. She penned new proposals aimed at improving the plight of women, but just as she was preparing to present them, her political enemies revealed her true gender. They condemned her for a woman daring to hold office, calling it absurd. They accused Zhao Qingjun of disrupting state affairs and deceiving the emperor, labeling her a disgrace to her gender. In that moment, all her talents and achievements crumbled to dust. Not wanting to drag anyone down with her, she dashed into a pillar, ending her life. After hearing the tale, lynching her was rendered speechless for a long while. In her previous life, she had known of Zhao Qingjun but had never fathomed the depth of her story. Zhao Qingjun had only served in the court for a mere 6 months, yet she had accomplished so much, vanquishing treacherous officials, righting wrongs for the common people, and possessing a heart full of compassion and immense talent. Had she been given time to grow, she could have become the emperor's right hand. As a mere woman, she had achieved such heights, defying many esteemed officials. Thus, her identity remained a secret. The world only knew that she had succumbed to illness. In the court, recalling the past, Prime Minister Fan was overcome with sorrow, taking a deep breath. After Qingjuan's death, Niao Niao wept daily. I had no choice but to reveal the truth to her, yet she never emerged from her grief, growing increasingly frail and reluctant to leave the house. Lin Qinghe retorted, had any official in the court accomplished what Zhao Qingjun did, they would have been granted titles and honors. Yet she could only choose death to assert her principles. This world is indeed unjust. Prime Minister Fan did not contest her statement, nodding in melancholy agreement, his voice barely audible. Indeed, it is a pity that she was a woman. There is nothing to lament, Lin Qinghe asserted resolutely. I am also a woman, and women are fully capable of achieving great things. It is clear that you men fear our potential and deliberately suppress us. In her past life, King Jinghang's rise to the throne amid countless princes was largely due to her efforts, and the noble family remained at the pinnacle of society thanks to her birth parents enjoying wealth and power through her. Even Song Baiwei's opportunity to thrive in love with King Jinghang was facilitated by her. Reflecting on those who ascended to power on her hard-earned efforts stirred Lin Qinghe's emotions. Prime Minister Fan looked at her in astonishment. Fan Niao Niao emerged from within, softly proclaiming, the divine healer speaks the truth. Chapter 12 The Flower Goddess. The atmosphere in the Prime Minister's residence was somewhat somber. Fan Niao Niao knelt on the ground, her figure a portrait of despair. Prime Minister Fan's expression was one of profound sorrow as he gazed at the tearful Wangsha, who had just awakened. Father, mother, my heart has always belonged to Qingjun. Though she is a woman, how many men in this world can compare to her? Having encountered a true gentleman, how can one willingly submit to another? Qing Jun cannot be resurrected. The divine physician's words ring true, those who live must continue living. I wish to spend my days at Bayun Temple. I have been an unfilial daughter, yet I shall chant scriptures daily to pray for my parents' well-being. Upon finishing her words, Fan Niao Niao performed 3 respectful bows, her eyes gradually gleaming with resolve and determination. Wang Sha dared not look at her, casting a pleading glance toward Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe, however, was not surprised by Fan Niao Niao's choice. A woman who could empathize with Zhao Qingjun and shared her ideals would not tread the conventional path in this world. Bayun Temple only accepted women and had taken in dozens of abandoned female infants. Fan Niao Niao thought to herself that she feared not death, instead, she would remain in this world to do something meaningful, to accumulate virtue for her parents and guard a pure land for Qingjun. Very well, Prime Minister Fan said, rising to assist Niao Niao. I have failed to advocate for Qingjun in the court, which is already a debt owed to her. Niao Niao, pursue whatever you desire. Tears streamed down Fan Niao Niao's face. Thank you, father, for your understanding. The maid, heartbroken and reluctant, embraced Fan Niao Niao, weeping a Mississippi. She had a mutual affection with the son of Steward Niao and planned to marry this year. Thus, she could not accompany Niao Niao to Bayun Temple. Naiji must cherish her life with Xiao Niu. If you are wronged, seek out my parents, they will support you, Fan Niao Niao said, her path now illuminated, her spirit visibly brightening. She inserted a golden hairpin into Naiji's hair and slipped a pure gold bracelet onto her wrist. This is solid gold, keep it safe. Naiji wept openly. Lin Qinghe watched from the side, and as Fan Niao Niao prepared to depart, she spoke up, to vanish without a trace is less impactful than leaving a vibrant mark in the capital before you go. What does Miss Song think? Zhao Qingjun agreed. Once composed, she confided everything to Lin Qinghe. After her death, she did not descend into hell, her spirit lingered on earth, naturally seeking out Fan Niao Niao, only to find her beloved in a state of despondency, crying in the dead of night. Her heart ached, filled with unwillingness and anger that nourished her soul, gradually empowering her to possess a body. Upon learning of her existence, Fan Niao Niao proposed their cohabitation, and Zhao Qingjun could not resist the desire to be with her forever. To ensure Fan Niao Niao's happiness, she learned techniques to bring joy to women, resulting in the tender sighs heard at night. As time passed, Fan Niao Niao grew increasingly weak, neither realizing nor daring to ponder the reason behind it. Becoming the flower goddess has always been Niao Niao's wish. It is just that later, due to me, Zhao Qingjun lamented, standing beside Lin Qinghe as she watched Fan Niao Niao weep. Lin Qinghe, having witnessed tears from both sides throughout the day, felt a headache coming on. Then let us assist her in becoming the flower goddess. Song Baiwei also aspired to be the flower goddess, or more accurately, all the noble ladies of the capital yearned for this title. The flower goddess represented the epitome of beauty, virtue, and talent in the capital. In preparation for the Flower Goddess Festival, Song Baiwei restricted herself to 1 meal a day, maintaining a delicate appearance, and practiced her dance diligently from dawn until dusk, personally applying her makeup to elevate her originally modest beauty from 6 points to 8. As she toiled endlessly, beads of sweat trickled down her face, drenching her back. Breathless, she collapsed onto the ground, her disheveled hair obscuring her eyes. Having studied diligently since childhood, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As a refined lady raised in high society, she felt entitled to a match with a young master from a prominent family. Her relentless efforts were driven by the desire to shine even brighter. Yet without the status of a legitimate daughter of the marquis, she knew these powerful families would never choose her. Why? Thus, she could not afford to be abandoned by the marquis. She needed to possess value, the capital of not being discarded. The title of flower goddess was imperative for her. Ambition ignited in her eyes. She turned to the instructor she had hired from Yuchan Tower. Again. Lisha came to visit Song Baiwei and was thoroughly satisfied as she observed her exquisite dancing and beautiful countenance, a smile illuminating her eyes. This was indeed her daughter. Mother, Song Baiwei paused her dance upon seeing her mother, the younger daughter feigning exhaustion. I'm so tired. Lisha gently tapped her forehead with her finger, a mixture of affection and exasperation in her voice. They say you've been practicing so hard that you hardly eat. Resting her head against her mother's shoulder, Song Baiwei replied, Mother, I wish to showcase my best dance at the Flower Goddess Festival to bring glory to the marquis. What is this bit of hardship compared to that? Lisha's heart warmed at her words. Though she resided in the inner chambers, she was aware that the marquis was in decline, and the previous failure to gain entry to the Duke of Shun's residence had left her with a lingering concern. If Song Bai Wei could shine brilliantly at the Flower Goddess Festival and attain the title, countless noble young masters would bow at her feet. With a connection to a family even more powerful than the marquis, their crisis would be effortlessly resolved. The divine physician dances remarkably well, Fan Niao Niao remarked, captivated. The dancer in the open space moved with a lightness that belied the strength at its core. Every gesture was stable and expressive, adorned in a simple blue garment, yet to the onlookers, she appeared as a blazing fire, soaring and burning brightly. The scene left them tingling all over, their throats tight, breath held in awe. Lin Qinghe had learned to dance for King Jingheng, her innate talent allowing her to master anything quickly, and her dedication rendered her performance unparalleled. Bravo! Xiao Yao clapped enthusiastically, her hands reddened from the applause. She had never seen Lin Qinghe dance before, and this first sight ignited her fervor, bringing tears to her eyes. Had their identities not been swapped, her master would have undoubtedly become a renowned talent in the world. The little yellow dog, already named Zhao Kai, dashed over to tug at Lin Qinghe's clothing as soon as she stopped dancing. Woof woof woof. With its short legs, it struggled to leap up. Lin Qinghe looked down into its innocent, round eyes and eventually crouched down to lift it. Zhao Kai immediately began to lick her face. Lin Qinghe's expression darkened. You are getting too bold. Woof. Zhao Kai promptly withdrew its tongue, obediently lying still in her arms. Xiao Yao chuckled softly, what a clever little thing. During this period, Fan Niao Niao resided in the Miao Mountain House, feeling extraordinarily joyful. Lin Qinghe personally guided her in dance while Zhao Qingjun kept her company. The Miao Mountain House was a source of fear for wandering spirits, yet for the souls residing within, it was a paradise. Any incense casually offered by Lin Qinghe could satiate their hunger, and they could listen to her recite scriptures daily, living in bliss. There were 2 souls at the entrance, one within the house, and with Zhao Qingjun added to their ranks, they occasionally received visits from a captivating red fox that had transformed into human form. The little Yama can dance. The mention of Cao Cao brought Cao Cao himself, as the enchanting Hong Lian swayed her curves, approaching Lin Qinghe. One exuded an ethereal chill, while the other radiated fiery allure, creating a striking contrast that was inexplicably captivating. Zhao Qingjun stroked her chin thoughtfully. Do they make a fitting pair? Lin Qinghe pushed Hong Lian away. You are encroaching on my space. Chapter 13. Oh, but how beautiful she is. Hong Lian felt as though she had been wronged. Her greatest asset was her thick skin. She continued to gaze at her longingly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Qinghe, I'm so hungry. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghe frowned, tossing her appeal before striding away. Hong Lian's eyes sparkled as she swallowed the pill, a tail sprouting forth in an instant. She exclaimed in delight, I've grown a second tail, hee. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan, along with the other souls, looked on with envy. Hong Lian swayed her tail, her eyes glimmering with charm, and with a touch of arrogance, she pointed playfully at them, showcasing, a woman who knows how to be coy lives the best life. Zhao Qingjun exchanged glances with another female soul, unable to agree. However, Yuan Chan and Yuan Zhen were quite captivated, their fiery gazes directed at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe's expression darkened. Understood. Yuan Chan and Yuan Zhen quickly averted their eyes, awkward smiles plastered on their faces. Fan Niao Niao, unable to witness their interaction but hearing Zhao Qingjun's voice, softly conveyed what she saw and heard. As Fan Niao Niao listened, a smile crept onto her lips, her eyes curving with joy as she beheld the figure draped in a green robe, bathing in the twilight. The fine hairs on her face were clearly visible, the beauty that was breathtaking. At that moment, Fan Niao Niao felt that even the myriad of flowers before Lin Qinghe seemed to pale in comparison, and a sense of peace enveloped her heart as she gazed at her. Lin Qinghe extended her hand, saying, Come, let me teach you. Fan Niao Niao smiled and stepped forward. One thought, the other land. One resembled a proud snow lotus atop a lofty mountain, only to be admired from a distance, while the other was like a flourishing peony of the earthly realm, resplendent and dancing gracefully. Hong Lian played the guzheng, Zhao Qingjun blew the flute, and even the usually taciturn female soul began to beat the drums. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan sat on the wall, lost in the melodies and the dance. Yuan Miao held a wine jug, seated on the ground, her eyes twinkling as she watched the scene, occasionally taking a sip and swaying her head. What has she been up to lately? After finishing her dance, Song Bai Wei, refreshed from her bath, called upon the girl she had sent to keep an eye on Lin Qinghe. Zhu Yun was a maid she had purchased from a commoner, skilled in martial arts and quite clever, making her a trusted confidant. Recalling the scene she had witnessed, Zhu Yan's expression faltered as she replied, She is practicing dance. Song Bai Wei narrowed her eyes. From her expression, Zhu Yun knew she was displeased. Practicing dance. Song Bai Wei echoed her words, pondering if she was preparing for the Flower Goddess Festival. How intriguing, a girl who had grown up in the countryside, no matter how she practiced, her dance would surely be nothing remarkable. Well, it would allow her parents to see the disparity between herself and Lin Qinghe, thus solidifying her position as the legitimate daughter. A smirk tugged at the corners of Song Bai Wei's lips, her disdain unmistakable. Zhu Yun lowered her head, unsure whether to speak, but in terms of grace, she believed Lin Qinghe surpassed Song Bai Wei. Call the instructor, I want to practice dance. Song Bai Wei was always cautious and sought stability. Upon learning that Lin Qinghe intended to participate in the Flower Goddess Festival, she was determined not only to win but to do so by a significant margin. She must dance. Zhu Yun was taken aback, swallowing the words that lingered in her throat. She thought to herself that with Song Bai Wei's diligence, she should be able to prevail. After an additional hour of practice, Song Bai Wei sought out Lisha. Lisha was currently praising Songda for her hard work during this period. Upon her arrival, Songda smiled broadly. Wei has been working hard lately. We have received a new shipment of silk from the western regions at the embroidery pavilion. Go to the account room and withdraw some money, buy a few rolls. Song Bai Wei could not help but smile. Thank you, father. Having said this, she hesitated, words caught in her throat. Lisha inquired, what is it? Song Bai Wei bit her lip gently. Mother, I heard that my sister is also preparing to participate in the Flower Goddess Festival. I worry that if she goes unannounced, she will surely be ridiculed. Before she could finish, Lisha leapt up in shock. How dare she? A country bumpkin, ignorant and unruly, thinks she can participate in the Flower Goddess Festival. If she goes, it will be nothing but a joke. Song Bai Wei was quite satisfied with her mother's reaction. However, the silence from Songda made her heart skip a beat, the sense of unease creeping in. Having seen Lin Qinghe, Songda's mind was immediately drawn to her face. Though somewhat cold and indifferent, it was undeniably beautiful. In the hearts of men, the woman chosen as the flower goddess would surely be the most beautiful. I think it is quite good. It is an opportunity for her to enter the circle of nobility. Where you are more familiar, take your sister along. Songda pondered. His thoughts were more about the benefits. Before he had seen Lin Qinghe, he felt little towards her, but after witnessing her true beauty, he believed her face was her greatest asset. As for her lack of decorum and rebellious nature, those could be corrected. Lisha's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Song Bai Wei lowered her head, her gaze flickering, timidly saying, but sister said she would not return to the estate. Her condition for coming back is that I leave. The well-timed quiver in her voice struck a chord with Lisha, who immediately embraced her defensively. Songda rubbed his temples in frustration. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Upon hearing this, Lisha understood. The matter of the true and false daughters had spread rapidly through the noble families. Those who had previously favored Song Bai Wei were now hesitating. Both old Madame Song and Songda were more inclined to have Lin Qinghe recognized as the legitimate daughter. After all, she bore the blood of the marquis. Lisha had always been in alignment with Song Bai Wei. Lin Qinghe was beautiful, and if she held the identity of the marquis's legitimate daughter, many fine suitors would seek to marry her. But what about her Wei? Lisha felt a pang of bitterness, unable to meet Song Bai Wei's gaze. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Suddenly, Song Bai Wei knelt. Wei, what are you doing? Lisha was alarmed. Song Bai Wei shook her head. I have enjoyed 13 years of wealth and glory that do not belong to me. All of this rightfully belongs to my sister. I am willing to return it to her, allowing all to revert to their rightful owners. Songda's expression turned serious. He felt for Song Bai Wei, yet the marquis's predicament could not be delayed. Recognizing Lin Qinghe might provide an opportunity to leave a favorable impression on the emperor. Yes, the mid-autumn banquet. The emperor had indeed said he wished to meet both of them. Then let us set off immediately to bring your sister back. Fan Niao Niao had learned nearly all of the dance. Upon seeing the smile that graced Lin Qinghe's lips, she felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to speak, a knock echoed through the room. Xiao Yao swiftly went to open the door. Bang! The souls and others watched as she opened the door only to close it again, their curiosity piqued. The scoundrel father is back. This time there are 3 of them. Brother, should we go down and tease them? Yuan Chan was itching to move, only to be restrained by Yuan Zhen. The 2 souls looked towards Lin Qinghe. Hearing their discussion regarding the visitors, Lin Qinghe had her suspicions. Xiao Yao, open the door. She instructed. Xiao Yao hesitated but eventually opened the door, her gaze immediately fixed on Song Bai Wei, unable to suppress her scorn. So you are the imposter. Your looks are quite ordinary. I truly cannot fathom how some people can mistake a fish eye for a pearl. Perhaps their eyesight has failed them, and their minds have grown dull. Lisha's face flashed with anger, her lips trembling in disbelief at the audacity of this sharp-tongued maid who showed no respect for rank. She pointed at Xiao Yao and shouted, "You, be silent." Chapter 14. He remarked that she was pretentious. Xiao Yao did not fear the Li family. Throughout her life, she had only obeyed Lin Qinghe. She harbored disdain for anyone who treated her master poorly. "What are you babbling about?" Xiao Yao crossed her arms and scrutinized the Li matriarch from head to toe, finally fixing her gaze upon her face, the corners of her lips curling slightly. "Who are you, exactly?" Xiao Yao had a knack for inciting annoyance. "You should manage your maidservant." Li's face flashed with indignation, and upon catching sight of the figure cloaked in blue behind Xiao Yao, she glared with narrowed eyes, her former dignified demeanor as a highborn lady utterly dissipating. Lin Qinghe emerged from behind Xiao Yao, capturing the attention of all present. Song Baiwei's hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched tightly, her fingers digging into her flesh. Although Song Da had prepared her for Lin Qinghe's beauty, she was utterly unprepared for such perfection. If one were to find fault, it would be in Lin Qinghe's cool demeanor, which conveyed an air of aloofness, precisely this quality rendering her exceptionally ethereal and unforgettable. Li stood frozen, her words lodged in her throat as she beheld the 13-year-old girl languidly leaning against the door, her features a harmonious blend of all the finest traits she shared with Song Da, both resembling and diverging from one another. Lin Qinghe had no intention of permitting them entry into the Maotian residence and inquired in a calm tone, "What brings you here?" "Qinghe, we have come to take you home." Song Da managed a strained smile, masking his discontent with her apparent disregard for her parents. He thought it best to coax her back home first before addressing it. He subtly nudged Li. Li regained her senses and, meeting Lin Qinghe's indifferent gaze, felt her earlier maternal affection evaporate in an instant. The coldness of Lin Qinghe unsettled her, and a trace of displeasure crept in as she struggled to articulate, "Come back to the Ho residence with us." Song Baiwei stepped forward, grasping Li's arm, looking up at Lin Qinghe with a gentle voice that brimmed with sincerity. "The reason mother and father could not come out to greet you when you returned home was that I fell ill. Upon learning that you had left, the entire Ho residence was deeply distressed. It is all my fault. I should not be so frail. I should not have made you wait at the gate for so long. Every mistake is mine, dear sister. Please, do not throw a tantrum. Come back with us." As she spoke, she coughed weakly, her body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Li's heart ached at the sight, and she turned to Lin Qinghe, anticipating a flicker of compassion. Instead, she was met with a blank expression. Frustration welled up within Li as she suppressed her anger, stating, "Your sister did not intend any harm. As the elder sister, you ought to be magnanimous." Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Those who understood her recognized this as a sign of her rising ire. "What a delightful day, what an innocent white lotus," a mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. Everyone looked up to see a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years perched upon a tree branch that extended from the neighboring Maotian residence. His features were strikingly handsome, as if crafted by divine hands, with each aspect of his visage exquisitely sculpted, delicate brows, captivating eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, adorned with a red beauty mark at the corner of his eye, rendering his smile extraordinarily radiant. His words were infuriating, yet his eyes were crystal clear. When Lin Qinghe met his gaze, he playfully winked at her. "What a charming presence," Lin Qinghe mused, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. He radiated an aura of golden light, his demeanor captivating, both carefree and vibrant. He seemed to be a soul reincarnated with a life of privilege, destined to enjoy the fruits of fortune. In him, there was no trace of darkness, and Lin Qinghe averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of envy. And the next moment, a brilliant peony blossomed in her eyes. "Do not feel aggrieved. They are not worth your tears." The boy leaped down from the tree, offering her a flower, his voice melodious and clear. "I am new here, residing right next door, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. You are truly beautiful, the most exquisite lady I have ever encountered. Are those your parents and your sister? They are so hypocritical. Do not heed their words." He spoke to Lin Qinghe as if oblivious to others, his eyes brimming with admiration for her. Lin Qinghe found herself momentarily at a loss, captivated by his genuine concern for her, reflected in his untainted gaze. She nodded, "All right. Who are you to speak so recklessly?" Song Da's eyes widened. He had no recollection of this individual and concluded he could not possibly be of noble birth, thus his tone was far from cordial. The boy shot him a glance. "Why should I be accountable to you?" Song Da frowned. Song Baiwei cast a quick glance at the boy, noticing his unique regard for Lin Qinghe, and jealousy began to bubble within her. Lin Qinghe chuckled lightly, turning to Song Baiwei, "Since you are aware that you have taken my place, why do you still linger in the Ho residence?" Li's expression shifted dramatically. Song Baiwei bit her lip, looking all the more pitiful. Indeed, Song Baiwei was a person capable of retreating or advancing, willing to endure hardship, when suddenly she crumpled to her knees, her eyes glistening red, saying, "As long as sister returns to the residence, I will leave immediately." Baiwei. Li's patience was thin, glaring at Lin Qinghe as if to say, "Aren't you done yet? How long do you intend to make this a spectacle?" TSK, Lin Qinghe clapped her hands. From the very beginning, she had failed to see through Song Baiwei's guise. Her innocent face and gentle words concealed a dagger hidden within the silk, winning everyone's allegiance with her weak demeanor. It seemed that everyone possessed empathy for the weak while fearing and relying on the strong. It dawned on her that she had lost to such a hypocritical individual in her past life. Yet, they all adored her. A sudden wave of sadness washed over her, rendering the situation rather tedious. Lin Qinghe's discontent grew more palpable, a sense of world weariness etched upon her face. No wonder the whole residence is in decline and struggling. The boy positioned himself before Lin Qinghe, gazing down at the kneeling Song Baiwei, then looked at Songda. To be so easily deceived by such a clumsy performance from a 13-year-old girl, the position of the legitimate daughter of the whole residence rightfully belongs to her. What is all this wailing about? Who has wronged you? Your legs are your own. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so, yet here you are, putting on airs in front of the rightful owner, merely pretending to be pitiful and reluctant to depart. How contrived. It is truly ugly. Song Baiwei froze, her face flushed with embarrassment. Truly feeling faint, she shook her head vigorously, her emotions running high, for he had struck a chord within her. Lin Qinghe regarded the boy, who towered over her, and he suddenly turned, grinning with crescent-shaped eyes. "She is not worthy of comparison to you. The whole residence does not deserve you. He is so charming." Lin Qinghe smiled in return, responding affirmatively. Xiaoyao found the boy to be quite agreeable and eagerly fetched a chair for him, saying, "This young master, please take a seat, do not tire yourself." The entourage from the whole residence, who had been left standing at the door, could only stare in disbelief. Lin Qinghe pondered. The ties of kinship with the whole residence felt tenuous. Her expression faltered slightly as she turned to Song Baiwei, who appeared even more rigid. Lin Qinghe stepped closer to her. "Very well, I shall return." Songda sighed in relief. "Very well, let us hasten to the carriage. However, I have a condition." Lin Qinghe glanced back at the onlookers, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 15. Entering the marquis' mansion. "These years have been hard on you," Lady Song remarked as she appraised Lin Qinghe, who had returned to the marquis' residence. To her surprise, there was no trace of commonness in Lin Qinghe. Instead, she exuded an air of nobility and displayed a graceful stature that even Song Baiwei, who had been raised according to the standards of a noble lady, could not surpass. A sense of satisfaction welled up in Lady Song's heart as she contemplated her plans. Lin Qinghe remained silent. Lady Song, unfazed, continued, "I have heard that you intend to participate in the Flower Goddess Festival." A flicker of movement crossed Lin Qinghe's brow as she cast a glance at Song Baiwei, seemingly understanding the reason behind the marquis' visit. She chose not to respond, leading those present to believe she was too shy to admit it. Songda chuckled. "Participating in the Flower Goddess Festival is a splendid opportunity. Coincidentally, your sister will also be attending. The residence has instructors available. With a few days left, you should take advantage of this to learn more." Song Baiwei immediately chimed in. "Yes, sister, I shall teach you diligently." She stepped forward eagerly. Lin Qinghe took a step back, directing her gaze toward Lady Song. "I recall discussing the conditions for my return to the residence." Song Baiwei's expression stiffened, her palm clenched tightly. She was effectively being cast out of the household. Lisha, unable to conceal her anger, quickly approached Lady Song, observing her composed demeanor, which made her heart sink. Nevertheless, she spoke up. "One should temper their mercy. Baiwei has not obstructed you in any way." Tears streamed down Song Baiwei's cheeks as she called out, "Mother." It was a poignant scene of maternal affection and filial piety, yet it felt somewhat disconcerting. The members of the marquis' household could not help but gaze at Lin Qinghe, the true young lady, whose beauty and grace were utterly unlike that of a girl raised in the wilderness. In contrast, they saw Song Baiwei, her head bowed in tears. While she had once appeared delicate and charming, she now seemed somewhat contrived. But of course, the genuine young lady had returned, leaving the false daughter with an uncertain future. Lady Song nodded. "It is only right. You are the true bloodline of the marquis' residence." Song Baiwei's face turned ashen in an instant. Songda remained silent. Upon hearing this, Lisha turned anxiously to Lady Song. "Mother, what do you mean by this?" "Literally what I said," Lady Song replied coolly, fixing her with a piercing gaze that elicited a scoff. "Do you not know who the true bloodline of the marquis' residence is?" Are you still hoping to elevate Bai Wei to the status of a legitimate daughter? Lisha fell silent, aware of the truth, yet she glanced at Lin Qinghe, who maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with it all, and her heart ached. Then she looked at Song Bai Wei, whom she had raised with her own hands, and thought of the predicament she would face upon losing her position as the legitimate daughter, feeling as if her heart were being torn asunder. The atmosphere in the marquis' residence grew unbearably oppressive. No one dared to utter a word. It was eerily silent. Lady Song, her expression devoid of emotion, declared, "Let us choose an auspicious day for Qinghe to acknowledge her ancestry." After a brief pause, she turned to Lin Qinghe. "As for Bai Wei, I learned from my inquiries that your adoptive parents passed away 8 years ago. As a solitary girl in this world, she cannot survive alone. You are a kind-hearted child. Let her remain in the marquis' residence as an adopted daughter. Rest assured, with your grandmother here, your position as the legitimate daughter will not be threatened." "Lady Song," Lin Qinghe interjected, "if the marquis' residence wishes to keep Song Bai Wei, then so be it. I have no objections." Upon hearing her address, Lady Song's brow furrowed deeply, and she presented Lin Qinghe with a prepared gift. A wine shop, a tailor's shop, and 3,000 taels of silver. She initiated the offering, and Songda and Lisha followed suit. Even Song Bai Wei timidly presented 100 taels and a fine bracelet, her expression anxious as she handed it to Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe accepted it without a change in her countenance. After all, who would refuse money? Her reasons for returning to the marquis' residence were twofold. First, she sensed that the ties of kinship had not yet been completely severed, and second, the marquis' residence was vast and prosperous, and she was entitled to her share. Why not claim what was rightfully hers? If the marquis' residence was unwilling to relinquish Song Bai Wei, then all the better. She sought to experience this bloody and brutal reality firsthand, ultimately severing all ties of kinship and undergoing a rebirth. Lin Qinghe settled into the western wing of the marquis' residence, a choice she made herself, accompanied by too many individuals, Fan Niao Niao, Xiao Yao, and the persistent young man who insisted on following them. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan insisted on joining the excitement, while Hong Lian was, of course, included. Even the silent and perpetually resentful female spirit, filled with hatred, had come along. The western wing of the marquis' residence was bustling with activity. "What is your name, young sir?" Xiao Yao inquired with a smile. The young man, his gaze fixed on Lin Qinghe, instinctively replied, "Jing Yan." Lin Qinghe, who had been lost in thought by the window, turned her head. She recognized him. He was the one who had garnered immense favor, achieving military accolades at the tender age of 10, and at 13, commanded 10,000 troops to annihilate an enemy force of 100,000. His military prowess was indeed formidable. His birth mother was the sister of the current emperor, who had married the northern border king, giving birth to Jing Yan, who bore his mother's surname. Lin Qinghe had crossed swords with Jing Yan before. He was a formidable opponent. Had he not succumbed to illness, the world might not have seen the rise of King Jinghong. As Lin Qinghe scrutinized Jing Yan, she found it hard to believe that he would meet his demise at the tender age of 17. "Am I handsome?" Jing Yan leaned closer, a smile gracing his lips, his deep-set, peach-blossom eyes seemingly reserved solely for Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe's lips twitched. Though they had clashed in the past, they had never truly met. Who could have imagined that the fearsome General Jing Yan, who struck terror into the hearts of enemy forces, would possess such a charming demeanor? "You're smiling. Are you awestruck by my breathtaking beauty? You are quite lovely yourself. If we were to marry and have children, they would undoubtedly be stunning, the most beautiful in the world." Such self-adoration was rather delusional, Lin Qinghe thought to herself. His exquisitely crafted face radiated a certain purity, and he spoke earnestly, displaying a hint of arrogance. Had he possessed a tail, it would have wagged exuberantly before Lin Qinghe. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yao coughed violently, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Jing Yan. What on earth was he saying? Xiao Qingjun, standing beside Fan Niao Niao, pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. "I find that quite fitting. Fawning over everything will only bring you harm." The female spirit floated beside her, her voice hauntingly hollow. "Men are the most treacherous and repugnant creatures in this world." Zhao Qingjun felt a chill run down her spine at the words and turned around, nearly stumbling backward. The woman's eyes were hollowed out, and 2 streams of blood trickled down her skeletal face, with a scar slicing from her lips to her cheekbone. Having seen the true visage of the female spirit for the first time, Zhao Qingjun instinctively reached to cover Fan Niao Niao's eyes. "What's wrong?" Fan Niao Niao inquired, feeling a sudden chill brush against her eyes as she looked up at Zhao Qingjun. Zhao Qingjun shook her head. Nothing at all." The malevolence emanating from the female spirit was so intense that it left everyone feeling uneasy. Lin Qinghe focused on calming her mind, observing the female spirit. The spirit approached the window, her eyes blazing with hatred, a ghastly aura surrounding her. Following her gaze, Lin Qinghe looked toward the northern pavilion. Jin Yan, with his arms crossed, murmured, "Why has it suddenly become so cold?" Noticing Lin Qinghe's contemplative expression, he added with a smile, "Do you also think our children would be exceptionally beautiful?" Lin Qinghe, as they spoke, the female spirit suddenly leaped out of the window, heading straight for the northern pavilion. Seeing that she had not responded, Jin Yan leaned forward, but Lin Qinghe pushed him aside, saying, "Excuse me." Chapter 16, Is He the Heartless Man? At this moment, the air in the west chamber seemed to come to a standstill. Jin Yan awkwardly rubbed his forehead, while Shui Lin Qinghe maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Can we pretend we didn't hear that?" Xiao Yao could no longer suppress her laughter. They proceeded through the corridor into a courtyard dense with bamboo, stepping through an arched door to reveal a house hidden among the bamboo. The surroundings were profoundly tranquil, even the sound of cicadas felt intrusive, when no maid was in sight. With the arrival of the female spirit, the door suddenly swung open. A chilling breeze rushed toward the bed, and Lin Qinghe's gaze fell upon a man lying there, his face pale, features chiseled and strikingly handsome even in illness. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. To be precise, their eyes bore a resemblance. The resentment emanating from the female spirit intensified, and recalling her earlier behavior, Lin Qinghe hesitantly inquired, "Is that heartless man him?" The third son of the Ho family, Song Chongting. The female spirit emitted a ghastly chuckle. She had previously concealed her visage with a cloth, ensuring that no one in the Miao Mountain house could glimpse her face. She had just unveiled it in the west chamber, tears of blood streaming down. It was both eerie and terrifying. Lin Qinghe scrutinized her face, her heart unperturbed. The female spirit smirked, her expression more sinister, when coldly remarked, "Did you not already suspect that my grievances are tied to the Ho family? You wanted me to stay in the Miao Mountain house to keep me under surveillance. You are the daughter of the Ho family. Whether in life or death, there is an insurmountable chasm between us. Nevertheless, I am not afraid of you." Lin Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. "Grievances have their origins, and deaths have their masters. I shall not interfere." The female spirit paused, rendered speechless, and extended her skeletal hand toward Song Chongting's neck, gradually applying pressure with increasing force. Song Chongting lay as still as a corpse, devoid of any reaction. Just as he was about to gasp his last, the female spirit abruptly withdrew her hand and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. This time, the tears were not tinged with blood, they shimmered with a lustrous glow. Catching a tear in her hand, Lin Qinghe brought it closer for inspection, exclaiming, "These are tears of genuine emotion, quite precious indeed. Especially when dealing with a malevolent spirit, these tears are akin to boiling oil, scorching the adversary until they howl in agony." She rummaged through her possessions for a while. "No need for that. Spirits do not require handkerchiefs." The moment the female spirit finished speaking, the lid of a porcelain vial flew open before her. The female spirit choked, her sorrow abruptly ceasing, her expression a mixture of disbelief and twitching. "Do not waste it," Lin Qinghe said with an awkward smile, noticing her tears had stopped, and made to reclaim the vial. The female spirit grasped it tightly, squeezing out 2 more tears with her eyes shut, turning her head away in disdain. "Consider this a repayment for your kindness in sheltering me." Lin Qinghe acknowledged with a murmur, preparing to inquire about the tumultuous love-hate relationship between her and Song Chongting when a hurried sound of footsteps approached. In the next moment, the room was illuminated. Lady Li assisted the old matriarch of the Song family into the room, sharp gazes piercing towards Lin Qinghe. "What are you doing here?" Lady Li reprimanded, "This is not a place for you." The old matriarch first glanced at Song Chongting on the bed, noticing a faint bruise around his neck, her pupils dilating in shock as she trembled. "What happened?" The maidservants tending to Song Chongting gasped collectively, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. "We don't know, madam, it wasn't us." Song Chongting lay like a living corpse, and the maidservants in the bamboo courtyard had initially been reluctant. Over time, however, they had grown accustomed to it. A corpse was easier to manage than a living person. Merely changing the bedding morning and evening, a wash here and there, and feeding him ginseng water and soup at mealtimes left them with ample leisure. After nightfall, they would leave the bamboo courtyard, some to rendezvous with lovers, others to take a nap. This routine had persisted for years, unnoticed. Who could have predicted that today, the old matriarch would suddenly come to visit Song Chongting at night? "Mother, I doubt they would dare." Lady Li supported the old matriarch. "The urgent matter now is to summon a doctor to examine Chongting." The old matriarch tightened her grip on her cane, nodding gravely, "Indeed." Lin Qinghe cast a glance at the man on the bed, swiftly calculating an omen, foreseeing great calamity. She wished to avoid involvement with the Ho family and prepared to leave. Stop. Lady Li commanded, what are you doing here? The old matriarch was beginning to falter. Sitting down, she did not suspect Lin Qinghe was responsible, as there was no motive, thinking she had merely wandered here after returning to the Ho residence. Lin Qinghe replied with a half-smile, if the Lady Ho wishes to imply that I am the one who harmed him, she could simply say so, there is no need for oblique insinuations. What am I doing here? That is a question for you regarding what you did 3 years ago. People act, and heaven observes, it is not that there is no retribution, but that the time has not yet come. I believe today is that moment. The old matriarch's expression changed, her gaze turning sharp as she glared at Lin Qinghe, chastising in a low voice, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qinghe feigned surprise, then turned to Lady Li, I foresee a calamity of blood for you. 100 taels, I shall help you avert it. Madwoman. Lady Li glared at her, dismissing her words. The atmosphere grew still. Moments ago, the crowd had felt no sense of unease, but suddenly they became acutely aware of the chilling cold in the room, an eerie, oppressive cold. Thunder rumbled. Just as the old matriarch finished speaking, a flash of lightning illuminated the faces of those present, rendering them ghostly pale. With a crack, the tile fell from above, striking Lady Li on the forehead, blood oozing forth instantly. Drip, drop, it began to rain, the wind howling outside. The occupants of the room stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. The sound of footsteps echoed in their ears, accompanied by a chilling breeze brushing against them. Lady Li stood paralyzed, her heart lodged in her throat, her breath held captive as the cold wind approached, terror-stricken, tears streaming down her face, hair standing on end, her nerves taut to the breaking point. Ling ling ling. Lin Qinghe produced a handbell, ringing it softly. The female spirit was summoned into the vial, and she glanced outside. The wind and rain had ceased, the moon climbing high in the sky, illuminating the earth, the surroundings enveloped in profound tranquility. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Lin Qinghe yawned and departed from the bamboo courtyard. Just as she stepped out, a piercing, terror-stricken scream erupted behind her. A ghost. Be quiet. There is no such thing in this world. That night, the whole residence was thrown into chaos, with no one able to sleep. Only the west chamber remained utterly serene, where Lin Qinghe enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening, Xiao Yao was brimming with energy, gleefully announcing, Miss, your blind, crooked-hearted stepmother has suffered a disfigurement. They say she has fallen ill, and a doctor came to the residence early this morning. Her eyes were narrowed in delight. Lin Qinghe gently tapped her forehead, mind your words. Xiao Yao chuckled in agreement, adding, serves her right. Lin Qinghe prepared to take Fan Niao Niao to class. After all, she had been brought back to the whole residence at great expense as a tutor, and it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. To avoid alarming anyone, Fan Niao Niao disguised herself, and the whole residence believed she was merely a maidservant attending to Lin Qinghe. Upon arrival, Lin Qinghe was somewhat surprised to find Song Baiwei absent. She nodded to the tutor, let us begin. The piano tutor, trembling with trepidation, commenced teaching the piano, anticipating dissonant sounds. As Lin Qinghe casually strummed the strings, a melodious sound akin to a flowing spring filled the air, enchanting and clear. The tutor stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, Song Baiwei, having hurried from performing filial piety before Lady Li, positioned himself outside the door, hands clenched tightly. Zhu Yun could not help but exclaim, that sounds wonderful. As soon as the words left her mouth, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving Zhu Yun stunned. Meeting Song Baiwei's stormy expression, she instinctively opened her lips to explain. Song Baiwei gently caressed her face, murmuring, is it pleasing to the ear? My apologies, did I hurt you? Chapter 17. The marquis' residence invites. A Taoist priest. Zhu Yun covered her face and shook her head. The people you trust the most know what should be said and what should not. Song Baiwei's face revealed a hint of regret as she softly said, please go to the kitchen and fetch 2 boiled eggs to soothe your face. It will be quick. Zhu Yun complied, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. The two were physically close, resembling a pair of exceptionally close sisters, despite one of them displaying a swollen visage. Taking a deep breath, Song Baiwei entered. Lin Qinghe languidly sat in a chair sipping tea, while Fan Niao Niao played the zither, guided by the instructor beside her. Upon seeing Song Baiwei enter, the instructor smiled and greeted her, Second Mississippi. Hearing this title pierced Song Baiwei's heart, but she felt a surge of joy at the sight of Fan Niao Niao, not Lin Qinghe. At the zither, Song Baiwei tentatively inquired, sister, do you wish for this maid to replace you at the flower festival? At her words, Fan Niao Niao paused, causing the music to falter. Lin Qinghe furrowed her brow. Continue. Yes, Fan Naoneo replied, regaining her composure, and the melodious strains of the zither resumed. Song Baiwei observed their interaction, a smile curling at her lips as she covertly glanced at Fan Naoneo. The fact that it was Fan Naoneo playing meant no threat to her. Using a peach to replace a plum, this wild girl from the mountains truly possessed remarkable boldness. Nonetheless, she found herself rather fond of her. In the days that followed, whatever they learned was accompanied by Linqingha's presence, who would leisurely sip tea and play chess, while Fan Naoneo and Song Baiwei diligently followed the instructor to refine their skills in music and dance. Although Fan Naoneo was already quite adept in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, excelling even above Song Baiwei, her learning was methodical and proper as befitted a young lady of status. Under the instructor's guidance, her progress was meteoric. Despite knowing she was merely a substitute, Song Baiwei felt a deep sense of frustration. After class, taking advantage of Linqingha's absence, Song Baiwei sought to engage Fan Naoneo, hoping to persuade her to join her side. However, Fan Naoneo offered no such opportunity, merely acknowledging her with a detached before turning to leave. Instantly, Song Baiwei's expression darkened. Linqingha had always treated her with indifference, a slight she had accepted, but how dare the maid beside her treat her with such disdain? She grasped Fan Naoneo's wrist, intending to thrust her against a nearby pillar, yet, before she could act, a sudden chill coursed through her, rendering her motionless as a cold wind struck her face. Song Baiwei watched in disbelief as Fan Naoneo effortlessly extricated herself, her unremarkable eyes calmly fixed on her. Slap, slap. Despite Fan Naoneo's hands remaining still, Song Baiwei felt a sharp pain on her cheek, as if struck by an unseen force. Who was it? Her heart raced, constricted in her throat, dry and parched. Recalling the recent rumors of hauntings within the marquis' residence, she shivered, helplessly watching as Fan Naoneo strode away. Toying with others violates the ethics of ghosts, Linqingha remarked while severing the osmanthus cake brought back by Jing Yan, just as Zhao Qingjun entered. Zhao Qingjun, feeling a pang of guilt, rubbed her nose and grumbled, "But if I hadn't intervened, Naoneo would have been punished. Song Baiwei is too petty." Fan Naoneo felt a sense of worry for her. The two exchanged tender glances, nearly entwined in their affection. Linqingha, observing them, felt her teeth ache. When one errs, one must go outside and do good deeds to atone. Zhao Qingjun immediately understood, playfully pinching Fan Naoneo's cheek before fleeting off to perform good deeds. Overnight, several peculiar occurrences began circulating through the capital. The scholar in the East Alley had recently fractured his leg. With an elderly mother and a wailing infant at home, his life had become exceedingly inconvenient. Just as he was preparing to hobble back and forth to fetch water, he discovered the water jar was full, with a few coins left at his doorstep. In the West Alley, an elderly woman, intending to sew by lamplight, found her eyesight failing her. After pricking her fingers multiple times, she ultimately gave up, waiting for dawn. To her astonishment, when the sun rose, her garments were mended. Then there was Uncle In from the North Alley, who, while repairing a beam, stepped off his ladder yet did not fall. Instead, he returned safely to the ground. He claimed that a force had lifted him at the moment of his fall, gently placing him back on solid ground. All these individuals shared a commonality: they were known to be kind-hearted people praised by their neighbors. As the tales spread, they morphed into legends of celestial beings occasionally descending to assist the common folk. People believed that good deeds would yield good fortune, and Xiaoyao recounted the rumors in the West Chamber, laughing uncontrollably. What celestial beings? Clearly, it's just a wandering soul. Fan Naoneo couldn't find amusement in the tales, or had Zhao Qingjun lived, she would undoubtedly have been a benevolent official, bringing immeasurable benefits to the people. Yet now, she had become an unwelcome presence in this world. Fan Naoneo quickly lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. A gentle breeze caressed the corners of her eyes, wrapping her fingers in its soft embrace. "I am here." As the rumors outside grew louder, the atmosphere within the marquis' residence became increasingly tense. The disturbance in the bamboo grove must have been the work of a ghostly spirit. The maids who once served Song Chongting were now filled with trepidation, unwilling to approach. The old matriarch of the Song family instructed Steward Wang to invite a Taoist priest to exorcise the malevolent spirit. Steward Wang promptly accepted the task and hurriedly prepared to leave the residence. As he passed by Song Baiwei's courtyard, he was halted by Zhu Yun. "Miss Zhu Yun," Steward Wang paused, looking at her in confusion, his expression slightly anxious, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation. Zhu Yun stated, "My lady has something to discuss with Steward Wang." Steward Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Wait for my return." Before he could finish, Zhu Yun interjected, "It concerns the eldest lady." Steward Wang's expression shifted slightly, and he quickened his pace to catch up. Upon entering, Song Baiwei poured a cup of tea for Steward Wang, and they sat facing each other. Though no words were exchanged, Zhu Yun felt a palpable tension in the air. I recall you once said that my sister is not particularly pleasing to the eye. Were those words spoken in earnest? Song Baiwei took a deliberate sip of tea, her smile masking the unsettling effect her words had on Steward Wang. Steward Wang set down his cup. Second Miss, if you have something to say, please be direct. What if my sister were to learn of what you said back then? How do you think she would respond? Song Baiwei teased, scrutinizing Steward Wang. So, would you like to collaborate with me? Steward Wang regarded Song Baiwei, suddenly realizing he had never seen beyond the facade of this seemingly innocent and pitiable young woman. After noon, the entire marquis' residence buzzed with activity. The old Taoist priest that Steward Wang had summoned was somewhat skilled. Upon entering the residence, he headed straight for the bamboo grove, claiming there was an unclean entity present. The residents nodded in agreement, recognizing the ominous aura emanating from the bamboo grove. Even from the entrance, they had privately speculated whether the impending death of Song Changting had summoned the malevolent spirit. Now, with the master arriving, there was hope. Just as the old priest was about to step into the bamboo grove, he suddenly felt a weight in his pocket. Looking down, he met Steward Wang's ingratiating smile and frowned. What is this? Master, you may not be aware, but besides the bamboo grove, there is another area causing unrest throughout the entire marquis' residence. Would you care to accompany me to investigate? Steward Wang proposed. The old priest, Yuan Miao, had been following Lin Qinghe, having transformed from a mere novice into a competent practitioner. He lifted his gaze towards the west chamber and immediately noticed something unusual. Weighing the silver in his pocket, he thought, my, how generous, at least 50 or 60 taels. Yuan Miao coolly responded, let us go. Steward Wang's expression brightened, and he quickly led the way. Behind him, Yuan Miao found himself puzzled. Wasn't his exceptionally clever and skilled master supposed to return to the marquis' residence? Why was he still seeking out other Taoists? Chapter 18. Earning money is quite easy, miss, isn't it peculiar? It is said that the steward of the residence has invited a master from outside today. Can you guess the name of this master? Xiaoyao murmured, her face awash with disbelief. Xuanhu, Lin Qinghe replied. Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she hurriedly clung to her arm, playfully protesting, miss, you wouldn't have permitted that fraud from outside, would you? Lin Qinghe nodded in affirmation. She had come to the Ho residence with the intent to continue earning money, instructing Yuan Miao to remain in the Motion house. Anyone seeking assistance could approach him. If he was unable to help, they would come to her instead. Perhaps due to the illustrious title of Xuanhu, Yuan Miao was studying diligently, showing a semblance of talent. After all, a master may guide one to the door, but one's path is determined by individual effort. It was indeed surprising for Lin Qinghe that Yuan Miao was the one summoned to the Ho residence. Xiaoyao let out a chuckle. Now this is getting amusing. No sooner had she spoken than Steward Wang entered the west wing with Yuan Miao in tow, announcing, Master, we have arrived. Please see if there is anything amiss. Lin Qinghe sat at the tea table, sipping her tea, while Xiaoyao leaned against the back of her chair. Yuan Miao revealed his face from behind Steward Wang, and Yuan Shen and Yuan Chan floated over, exclaiming with delight, Grandpa Yuan Miao, are you here to visit us? The whole residence is so dull, not nearly as entertaining as the Motion house. Yuan Miao was momentarily rendered speechless. Goodness, so Steward Wang had bribed him to come here merely to frame his master as that malevolent spirit. Alas, he was merely an impostor, not daring to misbehave in front of the real deal. The atmosphere grew exceptionally quiet. Steward Wang hesitantly turned back. Master. Oh, so this is the west wing of your esteemed residence. I wonder who resides here. Upon entering, I find myself invigorated. Yuan Miao feigned ignorance of Lin Qinghe, striding over to her side for a moment of inspection, then mused, judging by your appearance, you are certainly no ordinary individual. With such a valued person in the whole residence, prosperity is surely on the horizon. Is that true? Song Da exclaimed, overjoyed. He was accompanied by Song Baiwei and Lisha. Upon hearing Yuan Miao's words, Song Baiwei looked utterly bewildered, swiftly directing a questioning glance at Steward Wang. What was going on? Wasn't the intention to lead Lin Qinghe towards a sinister reputation? Why was she being praised instead? Steward Wang felt a pang of anxiety within, mustering the courage to ask, Master, are you certain you have not made a mistake? Bang! Yuan Miao slammed his palm on the table, causing his beard to tremble slightly. If you doubt me, feel free to expel me. Song Da shot a fierce glare at Steward Wang, stepping forward with a humble demeanor towards Yuan Miao, his heart racing with excitement. This was the esteemed Xuanhu whom the aristocracy of the capital longed to meet, exuding an ethereal aura, and he had indeed been invited to the Ho residence. Did this not signify that the Ho family was destined for greatness? It is merely a lack of understanding on the part of my household. Please do not take offense, Master. Songda personally poured tea for Yuan Miao after Lin Qinghe's arrival in the West Wing. This was his first visit, and the air was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. "Are you unwell?" Songda inquired, startled, as he hastily questioned Lin Qinghe. With the Flower God festival approaching, it was imperative that she remain in good health. Lin Qinghe glanced at the elixir simmering in the stove, contemplating her dwindling pulse. She coughed a few times, lowering her gaze to meet Yuan Miao's eyes. Songda immediately declared, "Someone, fetch a doctor." Yuan Miao pretended to be profound as he stroked his beard. Songda looked at him, hesitantly asking, "Master, do you possess medical knowledge?" Realizing his error, he quickly added, "Forgive me, of course, you are the esteemed Xuanhu." The renowned physician nodded, slightly lifting his chin. He examined Lin Qinghe's pulse, his expression grave, remaining silent. Raising his eyes to meet Lin Qinghe's, he conveyed with his gaze, "I cannot diagnose." Lin Qinghe responded, "Just make something up." The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity, causing Songda to frown, yet he dared not interrupt. After a moment, Yuan Miao sighed, "Miss, you suffer from a congenital ailment requiring the nourishment of a century-old ginseng, deer antler, and the rare snow lotus found in the snowy mountains." Upon hearing this, Lisha froze, instinctively glancing at Lin Qinghe. "That is the price." Yuan Miao paused, looking at Songda. To leave a favorable impression and establish a connection, Songda promptly agreed, "That is acceptable." Without hesitation, Yuan Miao extended a single finger. 100 taels, Steward Wang, provide it. Songda boomed with vigor. Yuan Miao wiggled his index finger. 1,000 taels. The finger remained still. Songda's voice faltered slightly, 10,000 taels. Lisha turned pale with shock. 10,000 taels, why not just rob a bank? Yuan Miao leisurely lowered his finger, maintaining his silence, calmly reciting incantations. Cough, cough. Lin Qinghe weakly coughed twice, her once beautiful and aloof visage now revealing a hint of frailty. There was a certain sickly beauty about her that rendered one unable to look away. Songda promptly agreed, "Very well." Exiting the West Wing, Yuan Miao made his way to the Bamboo Grove courtyard, where he encountered the female spirit once more. Yet another familiar face. Yuan Miao suddenly felt that making money in the Hu residence was quite effortless. The female spirit lingered beside Song Chongting, sensing Yuan Miao's presence without even bothering to raise her head. "Yuan Miao, master, is there any malevolent spirit in this room?" Songda asked quietly at the entrance, too fearful to step inside. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had accrued a debt of 10,000 taels, causing Lisha's heart to race and her breath to quicken. Upon reaching the Bamboo Grove, the terror from that day resurfaced. The wound on her forehead had yet to heal, and she stood resolutely outside the courtyard, refusing to take a single step forward. Yuan Miao wore a pained expression, casting a pleading glance at Lin Qinghe. This young lady, though still in her youth, possessed an overwhelming spirit. Either she had consumed many vengeful spirits or possessed extraordinary fortune. To say they had an acquaintance was an understatement. Had they not known each other, he would have fled at the mere sight of such a formidable presence. Lin Qinghe looked towards the bed where Song Chongting lay. His face had already taken on a deathly pallor, indicating he was on the verge of awakening. The female spirit also gazed at him, speaking, "Tell old Madame Song that I am Sangji." Yuan Miao exchanged glances with Lin Qinghe, and upon her nod, he hesitated to speak to Song Chongting. "Master has something to say." Song Chongting, feeling uneasy, urged, "Please speak plainly. What is the relationship between Sangji and the Hu residence?" As soon as Yuan Miao's words fell, Song Chongting staggered back a few steps, fear washing over him as he scanned the room in panic, his voice trembling. She is," Yuan Miao asserted, "she wishes to see old Madame Song." Song Chongting instantly froze, suddenly taking on a masculine demeanor as he declared, "If she seeks something, she can come to me." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling female laugh echoed, audible both inside and outside the room. Terror engulfed him, a frigid sensation coursing through his legs, rendering him utterly immobile. Song Chongting swallowed hard, his entire being trembling violently. "Sangji, it was not my mother who harmed you." He felt a gust of cold wind enveloping him, suffocating him. "Old Madam is here." Xiaoyao shouted, and the few individuals paralyzed with fear snapped back to reality, watching helplessly as old Madame Song entered the Bamboo Grove courtyard. Lin Qinghe sighed inwardly, impressed by the elderly woman who had survived for decades, knowingly treading into danger. Out of filial piety, Lisha wanted to follow her inside, but her fear was overwhelming. Before she could lift her leg, she collapsed to the ground. Old Madame Song entered the room with a composed demeanor, observing Song Chongting's complexion draining of color, his lips turning blue. Rushing forward with urgency, she called out, "Chongting. As she approached, Sang-ji bared her teeth, lunging at old Madame Song with sharp nails poised to pierce her throat when a golden light repelled her back. Sang-ji glared fiercely at lynching her, her voice icy. You promised not to interfere. Chapter 19 The agony of living undead. He is on the brink of death, lynching her sighed. You too should not live a wretched existence. Upon entering the netherworld, you must reflect upon your deeds. Do not leave sins upon the hands of those unworthy. Sang-ji, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced towards Song Changting, her expression fraught with confusion. Nonsense. Lady Song's pupils constricted as she trembled and rushed forward. Changting, my son. She quivered as she reached to caress Song Changting's face, feeling warmth beneath her fingers, then she wept with overwhelming joy. The people of the capital had long whispered that she had gone mad, summoning doctors daily, nurturing a living corpse. To her, Song Changting was her child, flesh of her flesh. Mother, Song Changting called with a smile, awakening with an air of gentle refinement, his countenance strikingly handsome. No wonder Sang-ji was so fixated. Lynching her observed the expressions of those present. Song Changting's gaze drifted past Lady Song, lost in thought as tears welled in his eyes, his lips trembling. Lady Song, bewildered, looked around but saw nothing, her mind recalling the eerie occurrences at Julin Courtyard. She passed her lips. Changting. Sang-ji, Song Changting said as he rose, but Lady Song grasped his wrist firmly, her eyes demanding certainty. He instinctively recoiled but then resolutely pushed her hand aside. Mother, I wish to be with Sang-ji. Lady Song felt a lump rise in her throat, nearly choking on it as she frowned. Humans and ghosts are on different paths. Changting, you must come to your senses. Song Changting's complexion paled further as he murmured, humans and ghosts are on different paths. Suddenly, he bolted upright from the bed and strode towards Sang-ji. They stood face to face, yet words eluded them. Lynching her raised her finger, casting her gaze upon the individuals present, revealing the woman before them who could no longer be called human. Songda's legs trembled uncontrollably, his head bowed in fear. Lady Song stared at Sang-ji in shock, her body frozen as if nailed to the ground. Sang-ji, how have you come to this? Who did this to you? Song Changting wept, clutching Sang-ji's hand tightly, the sincerity in his eyes unmistakable. Sang-ji scoffed, my downfall is entirely your doing. Song Changting froze, slowly turning to face Lady Song. Mother. In his memories, he had been on a quest for love, and the past 3 years felt like a mere day. Yet, as he beheld his mother, visibly aged, and the lost love who had become a vengeful spirit, the truth tangled in his mind, causing a throbbing pain. Lady Song took a deep breath. You and Sang-ji are ill-matched. I have always opposed your union. Sang-ji's father was a gambler, and the night before you sought her out, he sold her daughter. I had no inkling she would die, nor could I foresee your fall from the carriage the very next day, resulting in a 3-year slumber. Sang-ji laughed bitterly. Lady Song pressed her lips into a thin line. Sang-ji fixed her with a glare, an ocean of hatred swirling in her eyes. Your machinations led my father to the gambling den. You orchestrated his addiction, all for my sake, did you not? That day, I adorned myself, brimming with affection to meet Song Changting, only to be met with those from the brothel. They humiliated and abused me, and when I resisted, I was stabbed in the chest, and yet they still found amusement in my suffering. Sang-ji advanced step by step toward Lady Song. Lady Song's face flashed with indignation as she glanced toward Yuan Miao for help. What was Sang-ji planning? Sang-ji halted before Lady Song, severing her fear, her voice dripping with malice. Being a ghost has its merits. Once high and mighty, those nobles who held dominion over us commoners now tremble in cold sweat. Do you know the agony of having a blade thrust into your eye, of having your eyeball gouged out? Do you comprehend the torment of having your flesh sliced open, only to have salt poured into the wound? Do you understand the sensation of having your bones shattered, enduring pain that teeters between life and death? Lady Song gritted her teeth, managing to utter, I am sorry. I did not foresee they would treat you thus. That is of no consequence. Sang-ji leaned closer to Lady Song's ear. Your most beloved son has kept you in dread for 3 years after his fall, and now he is on the verge of death. This is your retribution, relish your living hell. Lady Song felt a chill wash over her, immobilized as she watched Sang-ji extend her hand towards Song Changting. Will you come with me? If we cannot be together in life, let us be fated lovers in death. Without hesitation, Song Changting grasped her hand. Yes. Lady Song's blood surged, and she choked, fainting completely. Old madam. Third master. Chaos erupted in Julin Courtyard. Quick, fetch a doctor. Yuan Mao raised his hand quietly. I am here. He cast a subtle glance at Lin Qinghe, the true healer present, awaiting her willingness to intervene. The onlookers were swiftly dismissed. Lin Qinghe pried open Lady Song's eyelids, assessing her condition before pinching her limbs. Insufficient young energy, weakness in the extremities, aversion to cold, scattered chi, pre-stroke symptoms. Yuan Miao relayed her words to Songda and Li Sha. Both men felt their legs give way, stumbling backward. If Lady Song were to become paralyzed, as her son and daughter-in-law, they would be bound by filial duty to tend to her, particularly Li Sha, who could not escape. Li Sha instinctively thought that if Lady Song were to pass just like this, it would be for the best. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she shook her head vigorously, secretly pinching her thigh. How could she harbor such treacherous thoughts? Song Chongting faded into unconsciousness at the moment he loved Sangji most. I in this world, unfulfilled love and the anguish of being unable to unite are the most bitter of fates. When an opportunity arises, infatuated souls often grasp it at any cost. Sangji donned a bridal gown, while Song Chongting wore a crimson robe. They toasted with mingled cups and lay quietly upon the bed. It was a night of celebration, yet also a journey to the underworld. When Lady Song awoke, there was adorned with white lanterns. Song Chongting had perished. Lady Song's breath faltered, and she fainted once more, awakening to find the left side of her face drooping. Overwhelmed with grief from the loss of her son, she was struck like lightning upon realizing her own condition, her entire being numbed, her mind icy cold. Living was worse than death. At that moment, Li Sha entered, instinctively glancing at her legs, softly calling, "Mother. Get out." Lady Song, sensitive to her emotions, felt her irritation flare upon sensing Li Sha's gaze. Then she held the pillow in her direction. Li Sha, accustomed to luxury, felt tears welling in her eyes, bowing and murmuring an apology before hastily turning to leave, her footsteps quickening. Lady Song narrowed her eyes. "Come back." Li Sha froze, her face ashen as she hesitantly turned back. "Yes." Lady Song's gaze shifted to the beams of the room, recalling Lin Qinghe, who had remained in Julin courtyard. She turned her head. Li Sha trembled. "Mother. Call for Qinghe." Chapter 20. A young lady. Upon returning to the Mao Mountain residence, Lin Qinghe was reciting the rebirth incantation to send off Sangji and Song Chongting on their journey. "Qinghe, it is the whole residence that has wronged you. There are many rare treasures in my courtyard, and I shall bestow them upon you as a token of my regard as your uncle." Upon learning of the entanglements between Lin Qinghe and the whole family, Song Chongting quickly grasped the crux of the matter. From the very beginning, his elder brother and sister-in-law had treated the child poorly, regarding her with cold indifference and leaving her to languish alone. Such foolishness. Song Chongting gazed at Lin Qinghe with a heart full of remorse and sympathy. She was the first person from the whole residence to show her genuine kindness. Lin Qinghe's eyes flickered, and she ultimately replied softly, "Thank you." Sangji and Song Chongting held each other's hands tightly. She smiled at Lin Qinghe and said, "I shall shamelessly claim to be your aunt. I possess no wealth, but I sincerely wish for your life to be filled with profound love and everlasting joy. May the years be filled with peace and prosperity. In this life, may there be a true and devoted partner who loves and protects you. And also, thank you." A single crystalline tear slipped from her eye, soaring towards Lin Qinghe. At the moment Lin Qinghe caught it, the enigmatic duo of Yin and Yang appeared at the Mao Mountain residence, bowed to her, and swiftly escorted the two hand in hand into the void. Lin Qinghe fell silent, adding numerous golden ingots to the burning paper money. Even the underworld required wealth to pave the way. As the spectral figures of Yin and Yang entered the realm of the dead, the aroma of incense wafted into their nostrils, prompting a shared glance that softened their demeanor towards Sangji and Song Chongting. Their journey was uneventful, and they turned a blind eye to the marks left by the couple's agreement to be reborn together. Their leniency was predicated on the fact that the two had not committed any wrongdoing. After her death, Sangji had not harmed anyone. Her formidable ghostly powers stemmed from her fortuitous escape from the clutches of Yin and Yang, lingering in the mortal realm awaiting Song Chongting. Song Chongting, with his gentle and refined disposition, had always acted with honor and had performed many good deeds prior to his illness. A few strands of merit seamlessly merged into Lin Qinghe's being. She understood that their lives had truly concluded, and they were preparing to traverse the bridge of helplessness. Farewell. Has she left? Lady Li's brow twitched upon hearing that Lin Qinghe had surreptitiously crafted a back door from the west wing and slipped out of the whole residence, her displeasure mounting. I told you. The west wing is a guest room. How could Lin Qinghe choose it? She was simply waiting here. Truly, the boorish and rude young lady, Song Baiwei, alerted by the commotion, rushed over and, seeing her troubled expression, approached to rub her temples. Mother, what troubles you? Unable to contain her grievances, Lady Li lamented, her words laced with complaints about the old matriarch's demanding nature and lynching her's cold demeanor. Song Baiwei listened quietly, pouring her a cup of tea. "Mother, I am willing to attend to grandmother during her illness on your behalf." A warmth filled Lady Li's heart as she gazed lovingly at Song Baiwei. This was indeed her daughter, how could she not be her own flesh and blood? Unbeknownst to them, the old matriarch was causing quite the stir, leaving both Lady Li and Song Baiwei weary and haggard. Exiting the room, they exchanged glances. "Mayor. Mother." They rushed towards each other but instinctively halted, the faint odor of urine emanating from the other, which was quite unpleasant. The atmosphere grew awkward. "Perhaps we should return and freshen up first," Lady Li suggested, her expression strained. Song Baiwei nodded, her pace unhurried as she walked back, a shadow of gloom in her eyes. She had not missed the look of disdain that flickered in her mother's gaze as she nearly rushed into her embrace. Wasn't she supposed to be her most beloved daughter? Inside, the old matriarch's eyes sparkled with clarity, a hint of mockery crossing her features. The agony of being unable to move her left side was excruciating. After just one day of lying down, her spine and hips ached painfully. "Chui mama, I have aged and am of no use anymore," the old matriarch murmured, the phrase better off dead swelling ominously in her mind. Chui mama, who had been by her side since the matriarch's youth, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Gently massaging her legs, she reassured, "Madam, the heavens favor the righteous. You shall surely recover. In my view, the young lady possesses a kind heart. She has specifically instructed me to massage you daily to prevent the muscles from atrophying." Upon finishing, she noticed the old matriarch's indifferent expression and decided to remain silent. "The best delicacy at the Xinhua Tower is the cloud cake, and the candied hawthorn from the old man in East Alley is unparalleled. You enjoy tea. Suzhou's biluakan is fragrant and exquisite, with a subtle floral and fruity aroma, though it is quite rare to procure." Jin Yan presented a veritable feast before lynching her, his hands piled high with treats, urging her to indulge. Lynching her regarded him with calm eyes. "I am not a child. Yet you are but a 13-year-old young lady, and I am a few years your senior. It is only right that I look after you." Jin Yan's clear, sincere gaze held no trace of insincerity. Lynching her averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such unconditional kindness. In human interactions, self-interest reigns supreme. Undeterred, Jin Yan continued to present the candied hawthorn before her. "Please, do try." Lynching her accepted it. Each hawthorn was encased in crystal-clear sugar. She lifted one, gazing through it at the dazzling Jin Yan, who resembled a radiant gem. Taking a bite, she was met with a delightful sweetness mingled with a hint of tartness, a truly rich experience. Jin Yan watched her eagerly. "How is it?" Lynching her nodded. "Delicious." "Then you must try the cloud cake. My tea skills are quite refined. Shall we return so I can brew you some?" Jin Yan trailed closely behind her like a devoted shadow, purchasing every delightful morsel along their path to present to her. "What a clamor!" Lynching her strode ahead with determination. Noticing the distance between them widening, she slowed her pace, and once he caught up, she resumed her brisk stride, the corners of her lips subtly rising. From a tavern, two figures overlooked the scene below. Clad in dark robes was none other than the crown prince himself. "Is that Jin Yan? When did he return to the capital?" The crown prince expressed surprise. His confidant swiftly approached to whisper a few words. Accompanying the crown prince out of the palace, King Jinghang observed silently, his gaze unyielding. The crown prince, deep in thought, turned his attention to the figure closely following Jin Yan. "And who is that young lady?" King Jinghang followed suit, his eyes landing on the azure-clad figure fluttering in the breeze, as if a celestial being preparing to ascend. Sensing their scrutiny, the young lady halted and turned, her gaze locking onto them with precision. Bang! The crown prince's confidant reacted swiftly, shutting the window with urgency. What an astute young lady! Both the crown prince and King Jinghang were momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable visage, beautifully radiant, yet devoid of any mundane charm. Her eyes were as clear as ice, imbued with a hint of sharpness. When had such an exquisite young lady appeared in the capital? Could she be someone Jin Yan had brought back from the northern frontier? "What troubles you?" Jin Yan inquired, puzzled, as lynching her came to a halt. His pupils reflected confusion, pure and untainted. Lynching her withdrew her gaze, scrutinizing Jin Yan's face inch by inch, her eyes almost invasive. Jin Yan leaned closer. "I am not too bad looking, am I? In the northern frontier, they all call me the jade-faced young master." "Acceptable." Jin Yan, incredulous, raised his voice. "Acceptable." Growing impatient, he pursued, lynching her. "Then who have you seen that is more handsome than me?" Lin Qinghe chuckled as she made her way back to the Hu residence, surrounded by peonies that twirled around her. She leaped up, exclaiming, "Something feels off." Chapter 21. A host of lackeys. Lin Qinghe was perplexed. "You used to smile only at me," Xiaoyao mumbled, holding Wang Kai and gazing at her with a sense of grievance. "Do you have another dog outside?" Lin Qinghe responded with silence. It was only Xiaoyao who could pose such absurd questions that she patiently explained, "No. I am not a dog, I am a human." As Lin Qinghe spoke, Jin Yan stepped over the threshold, laden with packages. Xiaoyao's eyes widened, darting between the two, and just as Lin Qinghe thought she would continue her relentless questioning, Xiaoyao's expression turned peculiar as she went about her tasks in silence. Something felt amiss. Lin Qinghe noticed Zhao Qinjun thoughtfully stroking her chin and imitated her gesture. "Miss, the old lady requests your presence." Chui Mama entered from the west chamber. Everyone in the room turned to look at her, and oh, there was also a ghost. Chui Mama felt an inexplicable chill enveloping her, swallowing nervously. "Mississippi. Let's go. Surely the old lady does not intend to reprimand little Yan Wang. Come on, let us go." Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan pulled Zhao Qinjun along, but before they could convince her, Lin Qinghe shot a glance back. Instantly, Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan dared not move. Lin Qinghe conveyed silently, "Behave yourself. The old lady, already frail, would surely be further weakened if she followed. The marquis' residence would once again hang white lanterns in mourning the following day." "What is it that you seek from me?" Lin Qinghe inquired as she settled beside the couch, seemingly oblivious to the strange odor in the room. The old lady's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes upon Lin Qinghe. "You have concealed your talents." Bored to tears while lying in bed, she replayed scenes from the bamboo grove in her mind, uncovering a troubling realization. There were both spirits and the dying in the room. As the marquis, Songda, trembled in fear, unable to approach, Wiley and others dared not step inside, hiding outside. A 13-year-old girl, unfazed, remained in the bamboo grove, exerting control over everything. Sang Ji clearly harbored fear of her, so how had her granddaughter grown over the years? The old lady scrutinized Lin Qinghe, her wrist grasped tightly. "Do not move." Lin Qinghe took her pulse and then glanced up at her. "Your heart's fire is overly vigorous. You struggle to sleep at night, do you not? If you wish to prolong your life, lie flat and think of nothing." The old lady closed her eyes. "I would rather die." "Suit yourself." Lin Qinghe remained unfazed by her declaration, producing a porcelain jar from her bosom and handing it to Chui Mama. "This is a tonic for the heart and body. Take it after breakfast, 1 pill per day." Chui Mama accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, Mississippi." The old lady's expression grew complex. Why? Illness had sharpened her mind. Both the living and the spirits around her were now evident. Lin Qinghe replied, "You may choose to decline." The old lady was momentarily speechless. Seeing her silence, Lin Qinghe stood to leave. She had no time to linger. "Qinghe, if one day calamity befalls the marquis' residence, will you lend your assistance?" Just as Lin Qinghe was about to step over the threshold, the old lady's voice called out from behind. She paused, leaving behind a remark. "To hesitate is to invite chaos." After a long moment, a soft sigh echoed within the room. Was it truly a mistake to leave Weya behind? Chui Mama dared not respond, feeling deep down that it was indeed an error. Both the marquis and the old lady had handled this matter rather disgracefully. Their biological daughter had endured 13 years of hardship outside, while the adopted daughter enjoyed 13 years of luxury. In any case, Lin Qinghe's kin had wronged her. The responsibility of raising her was theirs, and neglecting that duty was a failure. Song Baiwei could be deemed innocent. She was but a child, and could have been raised nearby, yet boundaries must be maintained. Lin Qinghe was the sole legitimate daughter of the marquis' residence, the eldest young lady, deserving of all resources and affection. But how had the marquis' residence acted? Chui Mama sighed, her heart clear yet her lips sealed. Surely the masters were aware, merely blinded by self-deception. Upon returning to the west chamber, Lin Qinghe found Honglian circling Jin Yan. "What a handsome young lord, how old are you this year? Are you married?" Honglian's admiration was evident. Her willingness to follow Lin Qinghe was largely due to that striking visage. Now, encountering a young lord who could rival Lin Qinghe, her gaze became fixated, her excitement uncontainable, only to hurriedly suppress it, fearing Jin Yan would notice. Jin Yan hesitated, feeling a discomfort at her forwardness. He found Lin Qinghe's self-admiration equally shameless. Jin Yan averted his gaze and distanced himself, clearing his throat. "You carry a scent reminiscent of a fox," Honglian exclaimed. She quickly raised her hands, even inspecting her armpits, bewildered. No, do I not smell of plum blossoms? Noticing Jin Yan's demeanor of avoidance, Hong Lian pouted in grievance. She adored beauty, and this remark had dampened her spirits, leaving her little inclination to appreciate the handsome man before her. Why are you like Qinghe, with such a keen nose? Just as she finished, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Qinghe, and her expression transformed into a sycophantic smile. Qinghe, before she could reach Lin Qinghe, a force pushed her aside. Have some tea. Did the old lady give you a hard time? Jin Yan stepped forward, offering a cup of tea to Lin Qinghe. Wang Kai burst forth from behind the screen, spinning around Lin Qinghe and wagging his tail furiously. Master, hold me. Why were there so many lackeys around? Hong Lian sensed a palpable threat and hurriedly followed Lin Qinghe, speaking rapidly. A very peculiar incident has occurred at Yachen Tower recently. Lin Qinghe took a sip of tea, the delightful floral and fruity aroma refreshing her senses, and she relaxed her brow, raising an eyebrow. Do elaborate. Liu Rumiai has lost her voice, yet her singing repertoire remains fixed. Just when Mama Du was nearly frantic, guess what happened? Hong Lian teased, building suspense. Without hesitation, Lin Qinghe replied, a person has emerged to take Liu Rumiai's place. Hong Lian gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. How did you know? Lin Qinghe shrugged. It was all too apparent. Hong Lian continued, that person is Yu Xunro. They were once friends. One is skilled in singing, and the other in dancing, unlike me, who excels in both. As she spoke, she couldn't help but indulge in some self-praise. Lin Qinghe feigned interest. Impressive, and then? What else truly bizarre is this? Liu Rumiai lost her voice overnight, and Yu Xunro appeared out of nowhere to offer herself, yet she had hardly any singing skills before, but when she performed, her voice was both soft and beautiful. It is said the song was composed for her by a scholar, perfectly complementing each other, and Yu Xunro rose to fame with a single performance, pushing Liu Rumiai aside. Hong Lian continued to murmur. There are even discussions about her qualifications to become a courtesan. How could she possibly be as beautiful as me? Suddenly, she noticed the space before her emptying, and exclaimed in surprise, where are you going? Yachen Tower. Chapter 22. I can help you. Lu Rameng leaned against the window, her eyes devoid of spirit, as the melodious and crisp voices from below enchanted the listeners, yet she could hardly conceal the bitterness within her heart. She joined in the singing, but her voice emerged hoarse and grating, utterly unbearable. Covering her mouth, Lu Rameng wept silently, perplexed by the sudden change in her vocal quality. As long as her voice remained unrecovered, there would always be someone to take her place. She never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly, nor could she have imagined that the usurper would be a close friend. She had become a discarded pawn, her provisions significantly reduced. Lu Rameng felt utterly lost. A strange sound interrupted her thoughts, and she turned, astonished to see several individuals enter the room. Miss Lu, Lin Qinghe remarked, her gaze flickering as she noticed the marks of sorcery on Lu Rumeng's body. Dressed in male attire, she was followed by Hong Lian. Lu Rumeng's expression shifted, biting her lip in despair. She muttered, is Sister Hong Lian here to mock me? Hong Lian was taken aback. How could that be? I am here to assist you. Lu Rameng regarded her with a mixture of skepticism. Hong Lian was exceedingly alluring, her figure captivating. Every smile and frown had a bewitching quality that rendered men mad for her, even without song or dance. She was the pinnacle of the courtesans of Yachen Tower, an object of envy, yet utterly unattainable. I can help you regain your voice, but you must offer something in return, Lin Qinghe stated, tapping her index finger rhythmically on the table. The heavy scent of cosmetics in Yachen Tower was overwhelming for her, and her brows furrowed slightly. Blood surged in Lu Rumeng's veins, her throat tightened, and after a long pause, she finally managed to ask, what must I give? Nothing comes for free in this world. What could it be? Money? Lu Rameng doubted that, as Lin Qinghe's demeanor was too pure and untainted, not the type to revel in the smoky haze of pleasure. Lost in thought, she felt her chin grasped firmly. Lin Qinghe's finger traced from the table to her face, inching upwards until it rested at the corner of Lu Rumeng's eye. Lu Rumeng's throat tightened, paralyzed with anxiety, her breath caught in her chest. I want your tears, Lin Qinghe declared. Lu Rameng was taken aback. Tears? Indeed, Lin Qinghe affirmed, her implication clear. These tears must not be mere droplets, they should be genuine, the kind shed from a heart wounded by a faithless lover. Lu Rameng froze. You have a beloved, Lin Qinghe asserted. Lu Rameng abruptly stood and flung the door open. Leave. Lin Qinghe rose calmly, think it over and come find me at the Maoshan house. Silence enveloped the room once more. Lu Rumang's breath was unsteady. She did indeed have a beloved, and the mere thought of his smile made her heart lift. She firmly believed he would never betray her. Will she come to find you? Hong Lian followed Lin Qinghe closely, displeased by Lu Rumang's sudden change in demeanor. It was merely a man, was it really worth such distress? Lin Qinghe's gaze fell upon the enchanting Yu Xinro, who was singing on stage. Listening for a moment, she noted the girl's impressive vocals, sweet and melodious, captivating the audience. How intriguing, for she too bore traces of sorcery. Lin Qinghe lowered her eyes, the flicker of darkness crossing her gaze as she responded to Hong Lian with a smirk. She will. In this world, what is love, that it demands life and death? Women are often ensnared by love, tying their futures to men, yet little do they realize how unreliable men can be. The Flower God Festival arrived as scheduled. On this day, every household in the city adorned their doorways with fresh blooms, creating a vibrant spectacle filled with floral fragrances. Delicacies like flower cakes and lip balms made from petals were in abundance. The young ladies of noble families, who usually remained indoors, stepped out to partake in the festivities. Song Baiwei rose early to knead dough, applying the white powder purchased from Yachen Tower, and sought the city's finest makeup artist, taking a total of 4 hours just to prepare. As she stepped outside, she encountered Lin Qinghe. Their eyes met briefly before they quickly averted their gazes, noticing Lin Qinghe still clad in a blue robe while her companion, Fan Naonieo, was elegantly dressed from head to toe. Song Baiwei felt a pang of mockery flash in her eyes before it vanished. "Sister," Song Baiwei greeted softly. Lin Qinghe brushed past her, exiting the residence fast. Song Baiwei's eyes glinted with fleeting scorn as she climbed into the carriage. Outside, the streets bustled with people, their shouts and laughter painting a vivid picture of contented citizens. This day had finally arrived. A heavy weight settled in Fan Naoneo's heart. After today, would they truly part ways forever? She fought back tears, gripping the flesh of her inner thigh to maintain composure. Lin Qinghe's gaze swept over her, and she inquired, "Are you nervous?" Fan Naoneo glanced at her, then at Xiao Qinjun beside her, shaking her head yet nodding simultaneously, the smile breaking through. "With you all by my side, I feel so fortunate." Xiao Qinjun ruffled her hair affectionately. "I'll be right here with you." Taking a deep breath, Fan Naoneo replied, "All right." After the literary examination and the fierce competition of women's virtues, 2 candidates have emerged for the final showdown. The outcome will be determined through their skills in music and dance. The Flower God Festival was organized by the noble families, and the speaker was a middle-aged man named Wang Cheng, an aide to the prince. Song Baiwei's expression grew complex as she noted the absence of Lin Qinghe's name. She had expected her maid to make it to the final round. In her original plan, even if the maid triumphed, the ultimate victor would still be her, as she intended to publicly expose Fan Naoneo's true identity, ensuring Lin Qinghe's debut among the noble families ended in disgrace. However, to her surprise, the maid had not won. She recalled their shared training sessions, where the maid's abilities had matched her own, if not slightly surpassed. Who was her opponent now? With her mind in turmoil, Song Baiwei ascended the stage, and upon seeing the newcomer, she froze in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be? How could it be Fan Naoneo? Her gaze fell downward, the familiar exquisite shoes serving as a reminder. The one who had trained alongside her at the marquis' estate was not merely a maid, but the genuine daughter of the prime minister's household. How had she come to associate with Lin Qinghe? Song Baiwei's thoughts were a muddled mess. Struggling to comprehend the situation below, the audience began comparing the two, and Song Baiwei's early efforts to enhance her appearance were rendered futile against Fan Naoneo's natural beauty. With her porcelain skin, ruby lips, and effortless elegance, Fan Naoneo shone without the need for embellishments, making Song Baiwei's meticulously crafted makeup appear overly contrived. The atmosphere between the two beauties elicited a sense of intrigue among the audience, their gazes darting back and forth. Fan Naoneo took a step forward, gracefully bending at the waist, and performed a courteous gesture. "Please." Chapter 23. At the first match of the Flower Festival, Songda and Lisha were both rather astonished. Had Lin Qinghe already been eliminated, it was indeed evident that she was of little worth. Lisha passed her lips, then glanced at the extraordinarily radiant Fan Niao on the stage, her grip on the teacup tightening. "The second miss? Is Song Baiwei not the eldest daughter of the marquis' household?" "You may not be aware," came the reply, "but over a decade ago, the marquis' household mistakenly swapped children. Recently, the true daughter returned to the capital, and naturally, she must make way." "Oh, so she is an adopted daughter." "An adopted daughter." The words reached the stage, and Song Baiwei's complexion turned ashen as she abruptly turned to glare at the speakers, 2 young servants engaged in whispered conversation. How dare they? The malice in Song Baiwei's eyes made the servants hastily fall silent, their heads bowed in shame. The first event commenced. Playing the zither, Song Baiwei seated herself before the instrument, closed her eyes to steady her breath, and delicately placed her slender fingers upon the strings. She must remain composed. She was no less capable than anyone else. As she plucked the strings, a clear and melodious sound emerged, easing the tension in the audience's brows. "Well done," nodded the crown prince, seated in the elegant second-floor pavilion. He was a master of the zither himself, often composing in secret. With the crown prince's approval, the surrounding audience perked up their ears. The techniques, strumming, plucking, bend sweeping, were executed with remarkable finesse, the flowing notes a testament to her skill, yet the crown prince felt something was lacking in essence. Lisha observed the crowd, noting their rapt attention, and a smile of pride crept to her lips as she gazed at the dazzling Song Baiwei on stage. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. "Excellent! Miss Song is truly talented and beautiful. She embodies the qualities befitting the flower goddess. Miss Song." The fervent cheers from below brought joy to Song Baiwei, who displayed a perfectly measured smile, executing a curtsy that showcased her beauty to its fullest extent. Seated nearby, King Jinghong narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixating on her slender, alabaster neck, which appeared so delicate. One could easily envision it snapping with the slightest pressure. Song Baiwei, sensing his scrutiny, glanced upward to meet the gaze of a man with striking features, arched brows, and a gentle demeanor, though his eyes held a hint of mischief. King Jinghong offered her a faint smile, his captivating presence momentarily distracting her. Lin Qinghe, hidden in the corner, observed their interaction, a smirk of derision tugging at her lips. How had she not noticed the inexplicable chemistry between these two in her previous life? King Jinghong, the thought of his name pierced her heart with pain, and a tide of resentment filled her eyes. His mother had risen from the ranks of palace maids, the status far too lowly amidst the noble lineage of most concubines. Despite being the most capable among the princes, his lack of support forced him to remain in the shadows, merely a sycophant trailing after the crown prince. Everyone had underestimated him. She had misjudged him as well. While she fought valiantly on the front lines against the Turks, he enjoyed the comforts of a soft embrace with Song Baiwei. She had poured her heart and soul into reform, enduring the scorn of court officials, only to see the success attributed to him. He was a madman. At this moment, Song Baiwei seemed to harbor a growing affection for King Jinghong. Without her as the strongest external force, she was eager to see how genuine the feelings were between these two lovers. "Old ate a hurry and pour me some tea. Do you not see my cup is empty?" grumbled forth Prince Su Wang. King Jinghong sensed an undeniable hostility in the air but was unable to discern its source, a feeling that left him quite unsettled. When Su Wang noticed his inaction, he slammed the table, sending teacups crashing to the ground. "Did you not hear? Are you a ghost?" As if awakening from a trance, King Jinghong turned, shoulders trembling slightly as he murmured, "I apologize, fourth brother, I was entranced by Miss Song's zither performance." Seeing him obediently pick up the shards from the floor and refill his cup, Su Wang scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Song Baiwei, a smirk playing on his lips. "You two make quite the pair." King Jinghong paused, about to caution against tarnishing her reputation when Su Wang continued, "One a false daughter, the other a discarded waste born from a shameless liaison, truly a match made in heaven." King Jinghong pressed his lips together, his expression darkening as he gripped his fingers into his palm, the pain sharpening his awareness. One day, he would make Su Wang understand the meaning of pain and fear. "Enough," interjected the crown prince, casting a disapproving glance at Su Wang. "One should show mercy when possible." As brothers, Su Wang's demeanor shifted to one of a false daughter, indeed. He gazed at Song Baiwei, who was yielding her position to Fan Niao Niao, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. They truly were kindred spirits, suffering in similar ways. As Fan Niao Niao brushed past Song Baiwei, the latter felt a chilling distance that froze her in place. Damn it, she saw Lin Qinghe's reflection in her. Song Baiwei's heart was in turmoil. Why does she not step aside? "I must say, Song Baiwei felt her face flash with heat and hurriedly stepped aside. "Zhen." The sound of the zither rang out, enchanting all present. The crown prince's eyes sparkled with delight. What was even more astonishing was that Fan Niao Niao played Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. She had lost her mind. The noble ladies were left in awe. Fan Niao Niao's gaze was solely fixed on Zhao Qingjun. This piece played for her. The mournful notes cascaded like waves, each swell revealing a tale of love. Meeting, courting, and falling in love. Suddenly, the melody rose dramatically, infused with urgency and rebellion, causing every heart in the audience to race with anticipation. The flowing music gradually softened, sorrowful and melancholic like a gentle drizzle, seeping into the very marrow of their bones, rendering even breath a source of pain. A love that had failed. A love that could not be fulfilled. Fan Niao Niao felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, the sickening taste of bitterness overshadowing her heart's anguish. She looked at her daughter. A soft sigh escaped beside Lin Qinghe, accompanied by a faint sound of weeping. She turned, surprised. Why are you crying? Tears filled the delicate peach blossom eyes, and 2 trails of sorrow marked her exquisite face, creating an impression of fragility. Jin Yan's nose turned slightly red, his eyes glistening as well, lending him a certain charm. He whispered, she loves her so much. Lin Qinghe was taken aback. You can see that. Is she not playing the zither? Jin Yan asked, confused, as he caught a glimpse of his. You are not the only one crying. The audience was still lost in the reverberations of the zither, their eyes reddened with emotion. The empathetic women wept softly, gazing at Fan Niao Niao with hearts full of compassion. Even Su Wang felt a twinge of emotion, his eyes misting over. As he regained his composure, he glanced around, noticing the collective sentiment, and felt a sense of balance in his heart. He called out to Fan Niao Niao on stage, who is your beloved, why can you not be together? Chapter 24 Worthy of praise. Upon hearing these words, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, their gazes towards Fan Niao Niao filled with admiration and curiosity. The crown prince cast a discontented glance at Wang Su. Is there no sense of decorum, to publicly inquire about the beloved of a noble lady? What difference is there from shooting an arrow at her? Fan Niao Niao's exquisite skill on the guqin astonished him, and in his heart he had already regarded her as a confidant. He feared that her delicate sensibilities might cause her to weep and leave the stage, should Wang Su's question strike too close to home. Wang Su, realizing his misstep, felt a bit awkward and was just about to speak in an attempt to remedy the situation when he saw Fan Niao Niao rise to bow and gracefully exit the stage. Except for Lin Qinghe, no one noticed that after Wang Su's inquiry, Fan Niao Niao had been gazing at Xiao Qing Jun. Is you, the one she cherishes is you. Her composure and grace rendered the audience hesitant to pry further. Perhaps her talent on the guqin was simply extraordinary. As song by Wei played, her expression shifted, and the onlookers were increasingly captivated, causing her discomfort to grow. Their musical prowess was on par, yet why did today feel different? Had she been concealing her abilities all along? Song by Wei was thrown into disarray. Now for the second item. Dance. Fan Niao Niao shall go first. The presiding official smiled warmly at Fan Niao Niao, his eyes brimming with admiration for such a beautiful and talented lady, worthy of the title of flower goddess. Listening to the praises surrounding Fan Niao Niao, Klisha felt a pang of jealousy and could not help but retort, she may excel at the guqin, but who knows if her dancing will match. The scholars, unfamiliar with her, frowned disapprovingly at her blatant dissatisfaction. You denounce her before she even begins. Are you not envious of Miss Fan's innate talent? Such narrow-mindedness is unbecoming. After all, the youth may indeed surprise us, and anything is possible. Lisha's face turned pale, trembling with anger, yet she dared not argue further, for scholars are known to be particularly pedantic. She could only stifle her rage and turn her gaze back to the stage. Fan Niao Niao lifted her leg and stepped forward, her hands rising and moving in time with the drums. The image of Lin Qinghe reflected in her mind. She had said that dancing might require one to feel with their heart, to let their body follow the music, achieving a harmony of knowing and doing. Dance with abandon, bid farewell to the identity of a noble lady cultivated over 17 years, bid farewell to her parents. She would dance her final dance for herself. After today, Xiao Qing Jun would cease to exist. After today, Fan Niao Niao would vanish from the world. Come, dance. The audience, spellbound, scarcely dared to breathe, their eyes fixed on the woman on stage. Even the wind seemed to join in the celebration, her garments billowing. Each movement set their hearts racing, their eyes unwilling to blink for fear of missing something extraordinary. What is that? Wang Su exclaimed, his eyes wide. The crown prince murmured, butterflies, she has summoned butterflies. This is truly a spectacle. A myriad of colorful butterflies flitted around Fan Niao Niao, and as she raised her delicate hand, a rare blue butterfly alighted on her fingertip. A shiver ran through the crowd. Wang Su braced himself against the table, his grip tightening as he struggled to regain his composure. King Jinghong fixed his gaze upon the dancer, suddenly surveying the surroundings. He had read about the art of summoning butterflies in books, always dismissing it as nonsense, yet here was someone who could indeed summon butterflies to dance with her. Fan Niao Niao, being the daughter of a chancellor, could not possibly have encountered such arts. So who had aided her? In a corner, Lin Qinghe had a butterfly perched in her palm. She gently blew, go to the stage. The butterfly took flight, circling her once before reluctantly heading towards the stage. Jin Yan whispered, can you teach me how to summon bees and butterflies? Meeting his clear gaze, Lin Qinghe smiled softly, such trifles are hardly worthy of mention. Graceful and powerful, her movements are truly extraordinary, the crown prince mused, lamenting that he had married too early. With Fan Niao Niao's lineage, she would never be a concubine. King Jinghong, catching the crown prince's quiet sigh, felt a surge of bitterness. Despite being equally foolish, their differing statuses doomed him to be forever distanced from the throne. He too was the emperor's son, and he possessed the capability to govern the realm, yet due to his mother's humble origins, he was forced to conceal his talents, to feign incompetence. Why should it be so? The crown prince could only see the brilliance of Fan Niao Niao's dance, failing to perceive the seething fire that fueled her movements, a clear manifestation of her anger and resentment. If only he could gain the support of the individuals behind Fan Niao Niao, would his path not be smoother? Merely contemplating this caused King Jingheng's heart to race. What a breathtakingly thrilling dance, one that compels one to dare not even blink, the scholar murmured. As the dance concluded, the venue fell silent for a moment before erupting in thunderous applause. Miss Fan, Flower Goddess. Miss Fan, Flower Goddess. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, pushing and shoving, nearly pulling Song Bai Wei off the stage. Her eyes shone with tears, yet she stood firm, unwavering in her position. She had yet to dance, she had not lost. How pitiful! King Jinghong cast a few more glances at her, then softly remarked to the crown prince, Miss Song has yet to perform. Wang Su grumbled, what more is there to dance? The victor has already been determined. But she has not yet danced, others have no right to rob her of the opportunity to participate, King Jinghong replied, his usually gentle demeanor now tinged with an icy edge as he turned to Wang Su. Wang Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this first instance of King Jingheng's rebuttal. His gaze shifted to the solitary figure of Song Bai Wei on stage, uttering a soft, very well then, let her dance. King Jinghong clenched his fists, suppressing the impulse rising in his throat, and upon opening his eyes again, his expression had returned to its usual warm and affable demeanor as he turned his attention back to Song Bai Wei. Song Bai Wei began her dance. To be fair, her skills were commendable, but next to the brilliance of Fan Niao Niao, she appeared rather ordinary. From every direction, the gazes directed at Song Bai Wei felt mocking, as if they were there merely to witness her downfall. The mounting pressure caused her to falter, leading to a fall. Oh, she has fallen, someone gasped. Aisha clutched the armrest tightly. Song Bai Wei remained on the ground for an extended period. The spectators exchanged puzzled glances, their murmurs rising in waves. With a pale face, Song Bai Wei sat weeping, her tear-filled eyes eliciting some sympathy from onlookers. It's alright to make mistakes during a dance. It happens. Indeed, Miss Fan's performance was simply too magnificent, it's only natural for there to be some impact. Better left unsaid. Song Bai Wei felt like retching with anger, yet she dared not reveal it on her face. Supported by Zhu Yun, she exited the stage, her delicate form offering a bow to the audience, her tearful gaze silencing most. Aisha assisted Song Bai Wei, arriving in a flourish but leaving with her head bowed. Fan Niao Niao was indeed the rightful flower goddess, deserving of the spotlight, yet she had vanished from sight. This year's flower festival was particularly lively. Traditionally, the flower goddess would be painted by the renowned artist Yan Liang, becoming a celebrated beauty admired throughout the realm. Yet Fan Niao Niao had declined, not making an appearance even after the festival concluded. Her phoenix seeking the phoenix, her ability to summon butterflies through dance sparked widespread discussion, while the palace, the noble circles, and the streets buzzed with chatter. An unassuming carriage quietly left the city, hastening towards the distant Baiyun monastery. Qin He. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Qin He turned, spotting Fan Niao Niao, now shorn of her hair. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "You are still beautiful." Chapter 25. Baiyun Anu disappeared. In the study of the Hamwang residence, a multitude of cloaked figures knelt on the floor. Seated in the upper position was a man, half of his face obscured by the dim flicker of candlelight, the other half lost to the shadows of the night. A chilling smile played upon his lips, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread that deterred direct gazes. Qi Ming, his trusted aide, stepped forward voluntarily. It is my failure in duty. Curiously, after the Flower God Festival, Miss Fan vanished from the capital, and even Prime Minister Fan has not sent anyone to search for her. How intriguing. King Jingheng's eyes glimmered slightly. He held no interest in Fan Niao Niao herself, rather, it was the forces behind her that piqued his curiosity. The silent disappearance of a noble lady from a prominent family, with her household remaining utterly still, could suggest only two possibilities. Either she had met her demise, or her departure was supported by the Prime Minister's residence. But why did she leave after becoming the flower god? Would not a woman desire the limelight, relishing the adoration of countless suitors? King Jingheng did not dwell on it for long. Perhaps he could uncover some clues from others. He remarked, I recall that the one who appeared at the Flower God Festival was Miss Song Er. Chiming nodded. The marquis' household has recently encountered a string of misfortunes. First, young Master Song's son, who had lain ill for years, passed away. Then, old Madame Song became bedridden, and Miss Song heir failed to be chosen as the flower god. King Jinghang pondered. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. Did these events transpire before or after the true eldest daughter of the marquis returned to the residence? Chiming replied solemnly. She has been back in the capital for some time now, but initially did not return to the marquis' residence immediately. It was after Lord Li and his wife came to invite her back. Reflecting on the timeline, he suddenly exclaimed, all these events occurred after her return. King Jinghang's brow twitched. What is her name? Lin Qinghe. Baiyun is nestled against verdant mountains, surrounded by flowing waters. In spring, the grass flourishes and the orioles sing, flowers bloom in vibrant clusters. In summer, the trees are lush and fragrant with blossoms and fruits. In autumn, leaves fall like gold, and the air is crisp. In winter, snow blankets the ground in serene silence. The temple houses 108 young girls, overseen by the elderly Abbess Huixin, along with a dozen or so impoverished women whom society has cast aside. Some are widows who have fled to avoid being buried alive with their husbands, while others have been wronged, accused of seduction after being forced into intimacy. After receiving their refuge, they chant scriptures and labor to sustain the girls, living self-sufficiently, free from the judgment of others, and supporting one another in a life of contentment. The arrival of Lin Qinghe and her entourage unsettles them. They appear beautiful and noble, starkly contrasting with their own existence, until Fan Niao Niao shaves her head and presents herself before them. Lin Qinghe sits on the ground, unfurling the books she brought to teach the girls literacy. Fan Niao Niao, clumsy yet earnest, diligently follows their lessons. Lin Qinghe generously donates 5,000 taels of silver, dispelling their apprehensions entirely. Observing the camaraderie between Fan Niao Niao and the girls, Lin Qinghe bids farewell to Abbess Huixin. Your kindness is commendable, and I hold great admiration for your benevolence. I shall certainly return when the opportunity arises. Abbess Huixin gazes at her with affection, gently patting her shoulder. A child, sometimes letting go of one's obsessions can be a form of liberation. The scenery at Baiyun is exquisite. Do come back to see it often. Lin Qinghe nodded absent-mindedly. Xiao Qingjun is buried beneath a peach tree in the courtyard of Baiyun, and she refuses to be reborn, desiring instead to accompany Fan Niao Niao in performing good deeds with her spirit. Throughout her life, she has engaged in acts beneficial to the people, and Lin Qinghe bestows upon her a fragment of merit, solidifying Xiao Qingjun's spirit and enhancing her strength, thus forging a connection with Lin Qinghe. If she performs good deeds, both of their merits will increase. If she commits wrongs, Lin Qinghe will suffer the repercussions. Xiao Yao expresses her concern. Miss, are you not afraid that Xiao Qingjun may change? What if she? Lin Qinghe shakes her head, glancing at Fan Niao Niao, who stands beneath the peach tree with a gentle smile. I am not afraid. If that day truly comes, I will personally resolve this karmic connection. Upon their return to the marquis' residence, Madame Wang, the Prime Minister's wife, pays a visit. Li Sha, taken aback, rushes to greet her. Madam Prime Minister, please come in. Even Song Da is startled, hastily arriving from the study. His concern is not for Madame Wang herself, but for the... In a court where every step is fraught with difficulty, he is eager to grasp any glimmer of hope. Disregarding propriety in his haste, Madame Wang is still grieving over Fan Niao Niao's departure, and the behavior of this couple is quite disconcerting, prompting her to suppress a grimace. Li Sha assumes she has come to see Song Baiwei, as in her eyes, although Song Baiwei did not become the flower god, she is still a paragon of talent and beauty, having placed second among the candidates. It is entirely normal to inquire about her. However, after waiting for a considerable time without hearing Madame Wang mention her, Li Sha grows anxious. After a moment's hesitation, she inquires, what brings you here today, Madam Prime Minister? Song Da, wishing to remain uninvolved in women's affairs, sips tea to the side, his ears packed up. Madame Wang takes a sip of tea, smiling faintly. I have come to see your beloved daughter. So, it is indeed about Wei Er. Li Sha's expression brightens. I shall have someone fetch her at once. Madame Wang nods. Upon hearing that the Prime Minister wishes to see her, Song Baiwei is momentarily taken aback. She instinctively recalls her interactions with Fan Niao Niao, wondering if the unresolved slap would lead to repercussions. Uneasy, she follows to the main hall. As they approach, she regains her composure. After all, Fan Niao Niao has been sharing the expensive tutor hired by the marquis' residence, so it is she who stands to lose. Wei Er pays her respects to Madam Prime Minister. Song Baiwei greets her with grace, wearing an appropriately pleasant smile, leaving no room for error. Madame Wang nods, her disappointment evident upon realizing it is not lynching her, and then her expression shifts as she suddenly glares at Lisha. She has heard whispers of the true and false daughters of the marquis' residence. Only after becoming acquainted with lynching her did she learn that she is the long-lost true daughter she claims to seek. The marquis' daughter. Lisha calls for song by way. This indicates that the marquis' residence has scarcely regarded lynching her. On the surface, she is the eldest daughter, yet in truth, the second daughter is prioritized. Lisha can understand the affection for the adopted daughter she raised, but she does not condone such behavior. One cannot favor an adopted daughter while neglecting their biological child. The most basic principle is to treat them equally. Madame Wang's heart sinks, her countenance darkening. Lisha exchanges glances with the others, puzzled by her sudden fury. Upon hearing that Madame Wang has arrived, lynching her surmises that it is to seek her out. Taking a sip of tea, she heads to the main hall. The atmosphere grows tense. Upon seeing lynching her, Lisha, fearing she might offend Madame Wang, immediately scolds, "You weren't called, what are you doing here?" Madame Wang interrupts, exclaiming, "Ali, madam." She strides quickly to lynching her side, her demeanor gentle, her face adorned with a smile. Her. Embarrassed by the public rebuke, Lisha's face flashes, and witnessing Madame Wang's warmth towards lynching her, she stares in disbelief. Song Baiwei's face also reddens, standing awkwardly in place. Lynching her ignores everyone, merely smiling at Madame Wang. "Madame Prime Minister, please follow me." Madame Wang nods, leaving the three members of the family in the hall exchanging glances as she follows lynching her toward the West Wing. Lisha, feeling as though her throat has been constricted, manages to utter, "This is intolerable." Chapter 26. Continuing to earn money. As soon as she entered the Western Chamber, Madame Wang could barely contain her eagerness and inquired, "Qinghe, about Nyonyeo." The moment the words escaped her lips, tears began to stream down her face. Just the thought of her beloved daughter, who had been so cherished, now destined to live a lonely life at Baiyun Monastery, pierced her heart with an agony akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. After lynching her handed her a silk handkerchief, she tore off a piece of paper and picked up a brush to begin painting. Madame Wang stood in a daze, wiping her tears as she watched the scene come to life under lynching her's deft strokes. Fan Nyonyeo was surrounded by a throng of young girls, the benevolent abbess, and the resilient nuns, all adorned with gentle smiles, exuding an air of tranquility. The painting was vibrant and lively. Madame Wang cradled the artwork in her hands, gazing at it repeatedly, her fingers brushing over Nyoneo's likeness. Tears mingled with laughter. Her heart ached still, yet she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She cautiously asked, "May I keep this painting?" Lynching her nodded, "Of course." Madame Wang fulfilled her promise, bestowing a reward of 10,000 taels and arranging for someone to gild the statue of the Grand Master at Qingshan Temple. Lynching her allocated 5,000 taels for bridge repairs and gave the remainder to the old Daoist, Dao Yuan. Xiaoyao, let us indulge in a splendid meal at Shanfuzi today. Shanfuzi was a renowned restaurant in the capital, famed for its masterful chefs who could whip up exquisite dishes from various regions. Lynching her had long been craving this experience. After a period of relentless work, she yearned to relish the moment. Noticing Xiaoyao's lack of movement, lynching her cast her a puzzled glance. "Miss, the money we earned previously was split, half for charity and half sent back to the temple. The 5,000 taels we painstakingly saved, poof, you generously gave it all to Baiyun Monastery, the funds just granted by Madame Wang, gone in an instant." Xiaoyao shrugged, her hands raised in exasperation. "We are still poor." Lynching her's lips twitched as she quickly calculated the figures, falling silent, yet unable to suppress a mutter. Dao Yuan should be out earning money. The Grand Master is a glutton for gold. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from the sky. Xiaoyao giggled, covering Lynching her's mouth. "Miss, the Grand Master does not wish to hear such things." Lynching her chuckled softly. At Qingshan Temple, Dao Yuan noticed that the statue of the Grand Master appeared to have darkened. After a quick calculation, he realized that his unfilial disciple had once again let her tongue run wild. Lighting incense, he said, "Grand Master, the Honshan Master is thriving. Not only has he earned substantial silver, but he has also promised to gild your statue, and it is currently en route." The Grand Master seemed to smile, the fleeting expression that was impossible to grasp. Dao Yuan continued, "May the Grand Master ensure that Huanshan's life is smooth sailing. He would willingly exchange all his Daoist skills for such a boon." With the reputation of the Wang family and the Madam of the State, the fame of Huanshan Master grew, and Lynching her found herself with endless work. Strengthening the Motion sect and uplifting Taoism required both wealth and manpower. Lin Qingha's gaze was resolute. Earn money, let the riches flow. Lisha, worn and haggard from being constantly troubled by old Madame Song, found solace in the understanding of Song Baiwei, who offered her a moment of respite. Sitting down, she couldn't help but think of Lin Qinghe as her biological granddaughter. How could she not attend to her illness? Yet every time she inquired, she was met with the same response, that Lin Qinghe was not present. Does she truly not see me as her mother? Lisha slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Song Baiwei handed her a cup of tea. Mother, please do not be angry, your health is of utmost importance. With a sigh, she continued, you have endured so much hardship, sister should be more considerate of you. I have heard that she leaves early and returns late every day. What if something were to happen? Lisha felt a swell of emotion, but her expression hardened at the latter part, leaving early and returning late. She is now a noble lady of the marquis estate, not some country girl. How can she still be so unruly? If only she had half of your understanding, Weya. Song Baiwei hastily waved her hand. Everyone has their strengths. What strengths could she possibly possess? Lisha frowned and pointed a finger at Song Baiwei's forehead. You are simply kind-hearted, no wonder she takes advantage of you. Song Baiwei remained silent, gently massaging her mother's temples. This will not do. Lisha suddenly stood. Someone, block the back door of the western chamber. As the servants sprang into action, Song Baiwei's lips curled into a faint smile, only to vanish in an instant. Lin Qinghe emerged from the vice minister's residence, having spent the past few days improving the feng shui and layout of the estate. It was light work, and the pay was generous. She had grown quite fond of this wealthy gentleman. Halfway down the road, Honglian approached, stating that Lu Rameng was looking for her. After Lu Rumeng's voice had failed her, she was swiftly replaced by Yu Shinro. From initial anxiety to eventual acceptance, she had gathered enough silver from her time at Yachan Building to redeem herself. She envisioned a life with her beloved, perhaps even starting a small business together. However, what awaited her was not her lover's offer for redemption, but a crushing blow. In despair, she contemplated taking her own life, only to be saved at the last moment by a nearby maid. The two embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Rameng felt utterly desolate, with no path forward. What was the purpose of living? In that moment, she recalled Lin Qinghe's words and made her way to the Motion residence. Upon seeing Lu Rameng, Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Though she had appeared haggard a fortnight ago, there had been a fragile beauty about her. Now, however, she seemed utterly defeated, with swollen, red-rimmed eyes, dark circles beneath them, and a sallow complexion that bore witness to her weight loss. Her cheekbones were more pronounced, and she hardly resembled the beauty she once was. Under Lin Qinghe's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Rameng felt a twinge of apprehension, tugging at her clothing. Master. Lin Qinghe responded bluntly, you look rather unattractive now. Lu Rameng was taken aback, then awkwardly managed a bitter smile. As she passed a pond, she couldn't resist glancing at her reflection, gasping at the gaunt figure staring back at her, eyes hollowed out like a spectre. I truly look dreadful. Lu Rameng instinctively touched her face, the sense of unease creeping into her heart. To become such a wretched creature for the sake of a man, what a shame, Honglian remarked disdainfully as she sauntered past, her hips swaying gracefully as she hurried after Lin Qinghe, her tone flirtatious. Qinghe, wait for me. Lu Rumeng's heart, already heavy with melancholy, felt another pang of anguish. Inside the room, a white porcelain jar sat before her, its mouth slightly oversized. Lu Rameng asked anxiously, Master. Lin Qinghe subtly nodded towards the jar. Cry. Lu Rameng was momentarily at a loss, staring intently at the jar's opening. In the days leading up to this moment, she had been able to cry at any given time, yet now, she found herself unable to shed a single tear. Embarrassed, she admitted, I can't cry. Just then, Jin Yan entered with several dishes of hot food, surprised to see so many people in the room. He glanced at Lu Rameng before striding directly towards Lin Qinghe. Here, I've ordered all the signature dishes from Shanfuzi. Hurry and eat. I've been in the palace these past few days and couldn't accompany you, so I brought this as an apology. Lin Qinghe regarded him silently. How could he know that she yearned for the delicacies of Shanfuzi? She was not a child, she had no need for his company, nor did she owe him any apologies. Under the gaze of his enchanting, sincere, and beautiful peach blossom eyes, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Jin Yan, seemingly oblivious to Lin Qinghe's unspoken inquiry, eagerly opened the food containers, the rich aroma enveloping the Motion residence. Yuan Miao and Xiao Yao's eyes lit up when a few spirits floated closer. Jin Yan, in a sudden burst of urgency, shouted, no one is allowed to touch anything. Chapter 27. The faithless man and the good sister Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan floated before Jin Yan, one on each side, embracing him. Noticing his lack of response, they attempted to reach out and touch his face. "Do not touch him," Lin Qinghe interjected firmly. The two siblings obediently withdrew and drifted behind her, their pretty faces filled with confusion as they gazed at Jin Yan. Jin Yan, amused, assumed Lin Qinghe was cautioning Xiaoyao and the others against touching him. He pulled out a large bag of pastries with a flourish. "You all can have this fast. Wait until Qinghe is satisfied before you eat." Lin Qinghe replied, "There's no need for such special treatment." Jin Yan looked at her wistfully, "But I bought them for you." Xiaoyao's gaze flitted between the two, and she cleared her throat lightly. "Miss, you eat fast. We will indulge in the pastries." Yuan Miao stroked his beard and chimed in, Yes, master uncle should eat. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures." Hong Lian shot a hostile glance at Jin Yan, her fox-like eyes glinting. Despite his striking beauty, she loathed him for vying to be Lin Qinghe's sycophant. Lin Qinghe paused and asked Lu Rameng, "Do you wish to partake?" Lu Rameng waved her hand dismissively. "Then let us begin recounting your tragic tale." Everyone turned their attention to Lu Rameng. Her cheeks flashed slightly as she noticed their gazes and lowered her head to nibble on her food, taking a deep breath before beginning her recollection. "I met Pei Lang on a rainy day. He was sheltering from the rain beneath the Yachen Tower. At that moment, I happened to lean against the window and observed him for quite some time. When he sensed my gaze, he looked up, and we locked eyes for an extended period. Then I descended the stairs to offer him an oiled paper umbrella." Hong Lian scoffed. "Why would he be out in the rain instead of staying indoors? Is he out of his mind?" Lu Rameng instinctively felt the urge to defend him. Xiaoyao voiced her agreement. "That is a valid point." Lu Rameng had no choice but to swallow her words and continued, "That night, we found a mutual affection and became each other's beloved. We also learned about one another's pasts. He hails from the eastern suburbs, comes from a humble background, yet has always been exceptionally intelligent, successfully navigating the imperial examinations to reach this day. On that initial meeting, Pei Lang donned a scholarly white robe, his stature reminiscent of a pine tree. As he turned and cast a sidelong glance, a beam of moonlight illuminated his face, smooth and radiant. Accustomed to the lecherous, corpulent nobles, this sudden flash of purity stirred her heart, igniting an uncontrollable excitement within her. She secretly vowed her affection. Jin Yan interjected, "So you financed his studies in the capital?" Lu Rameng bit her lip and nodded, "Yes, he promised he would come to marry me once he achieved success." Jin Yan exclaimed in disbelief, "You believed that? Men are often driven by self-interest. You are a songstress from Yachen Tower, and once that impoverished scholar rises to prominence, his worth will soar. There will be countless high-ranking officials eager to marry off their daughters to him. By then, will he still remember you?" Lu Rameng stood frozen, her complexion paling gradually. Lin Qinghe continued, "At that point, he will view you as a disgrace. If you are wise, you will refrain from seeking him out. Living in peace is preferable. If you pursue him, you will only invite your own ruin." Lu Rameng hugged her knees tightly, tears beginning to fall into the porcelain bottle beside her. It cannot be true. Even if his feelings were feigned, she had shown him kindness. He would not treat her thus. She wept bitterly. Lin Qinghe observed the accumulating tears in the porcelain bottle, her heart filled with satisfaction. It was good for her to see RY.IT would release the pent-up emotions within her while allowing Lu Rameng to receive what she yearned for. Suddenly, her arm was poked, and when she turned, Jin Yan looked at her earnestly. "Though many men in this world are indeed wicked, I am not one of them." Lin Qinghe averted her gaze, merely responding with a nonchalant, "Oh." After expressing his stance, Jin Yan cheerfully poured her tea. What a dull-witted sycophant he was. Couldn't he see that Qinghe had no desire to engage with him, yet he leaned in closer, truly scheming. Hong Lian felt her teeth grind in frustration. Lu Rameng, choked with emotion, lamented, but he was already with Xianro before he even passed the exams. Her words were difficult to utter, filled with sorrow yet lacking in genuine tragedy. Inside Yachen Tower, behind the red curtains, a pair of jade legs climbed up the sides of a man's legs. As the wind billowed the curtain, a curvaceous figure was revealed, clad only in a bellyband and white undergarments. "Pei Lang, how do you feel for having betrayed my sister and me in this fleeting springtime?" Yu Xianro teased, delicately grasping Pei Lang's chin and slowly pushing him down. Pei Lang's throat rolled slightly, his gaze burning as it followed her every movement. He possessed an air of refined beauty, with a hint of wickedness in his eyes, hinting at the depths of his true nature. Yu Xianro, feeling a surge of heat, her heart racing, when he attempted to embrace her waist, suddenly sprang away. Pei Lang, engulfed in desire, hoarsely inquired, "What is wrong?" Yu Xianro giggled, her gaze fixed on his face. "Answer me." Pei Lang, in a fervent haste, reached for her hand. None compared to you. Yu Xian Ro's lips curled into a smirk as she leaned down. A quarter of an hour later, Pei Lang lay contentedly in Yu Xian Ro's embrace. Only then did thoughts of Lu Rameng resurface in his mind. She, with her sincere heart and melodious voice, could support him and was undeniably beautiful. To claim he did not care for her would be a lie. However, she was far too earnest, adhering to the proprieties expected of a virtuous woman in Yachen Tower, hoping to marry him before engaging in intimate relations. I wonder where my sister has gone. She must be terribly heartbroken these past few days, Yu Xianro observed, sighing as she assessed his expression. Pei Lang, pulled from his reverie, looked down at the enchanting Yu Xianro. Her throat is likely sore. She may have gone to seek a physician. Yu Xianro acknowledged him with a hum. The two, entwined in each other's arms, each harbored their own thoughts about Lu Rameng. Lu Rumeng's voice recovered, even more melodious than before, reclaiming the title of the foremost songstress. Her rendition of a Jiangnan melody, sung in a soft, lilting tone, captivated the entire capital, compelling even the imperial consort to learn the tune. Yu Xianro fell back into obscurity, leaning against the second floor, watching the crowd below with a derisive smile. The world claimed that courtesans were devoid of emotion, yet the lecherous men who frequented this place were filled with sentiment. After finishing her song, Lu Rameng returned upstairs, only to find Yu Xianro leaning against the doorframe of her room. Lu Rameng averted her gaze, passing by without acknowledging her. Sister, Yu Xianro extended her hand to block her path. Lu Rameng halted. What is it? Yu Xianro smiled. Congratulations on the restoration of your voice. You may find me insincere, but I still wish to tell you that during your voice's decline, Pei Lang spent every night with me, using your money for our pleasures. Upon hearing this, Lu Rameng felt a pang in her heart. After being wholly replaced by Yu Xianro, she had sought to have Pei Lang redeem her, offering him all her silver. What awaited her instead was the sight of Pei Lang with Yu Xianro. One was her beloved, the other the sister she had vowed to protect upon entering Yachen Tower. Both had betrayed her simultaneously. The pain had been suffocating, and thoughts of death had crossed her mind. Now, hearing it again, the ache within her heart merely felt like a prick from a needle. Lu Rameng merely uttered an "oh" and directly entered her room. With a resounding slam of the door, Yu Xianro stood frozen, staring at the closed door. Do you truly not care, sister? When the door closed, Lu Rameng allowed 2 tears to fall. That day at Motion, lynching her had said, there is no need to place your future in the hands of a man, you can save yourself just as well. Lu Rameng raised her hand and vigorously wiped her tears away. This time, she would save herself. Chapter 28 Settling Accounts. Another worthless fool, sneered the witch of the Lucian sect, her figure cloaked in darkness, her face obscured by a grand veil. As she muttered incantations, her hands clasped in prayer, her expression became fixed. In her mind's eye, an exquisite face emerged, its features radiating an ethereal detachment. The witch chuckled softly, for she perceived a complex destiny entwined with lynching her, alongside several intriguing matters. Having lingered long in the depths of the mountains, it was time to venture into the bustling capital. Lynching her visited the Yachen Pavilion to enjoy the melodies. The restored voice of Lu Rameng filled her with delight, and upon completing her song, she hurried to welcome Lynching her, smiling as she said, if the master wishes to hear music, I shall perform for you at the Motion abode. In her heart, Lynching her was a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, and her presence in this den of indulgence felt like a desecration. Just as Lynching her was about to speak, a figure darted past her. Startled, Jing Yan swiftly shielded her with his own body. Sensing Jing Yan's fury, Pei Lang quickly apologized and bowed, then turned his gaze towards Lu Rameng, calling out with deep affection, Menga. Once sweet as honey at the sound of his voice, Lu Rameng now felt only revulsion, furrowing her brow as she replied, do not address me thus. Her demeanor was excessively cold, causing Pei Lang to falter momentarily before donning a bitter smile. You have every right to blame me. It is my fault for succumbing to the temptations of Miss You. She confessed to having long harbored jealousy towards you, wishing to claim everything that belongs to you. My intention was merely to protect you from her harm, but alas, thankfully, you are unharmed now. How shameless can you be? Lynching her arched an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips as she turned to Pei Lang. I am referring to you, a hypocritical scholar. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. Pei Lang, feeling utterly humiliated, dared not respond. Should word of this spread, his aspirations for the imperial examinations would be dashed. His gaze flitted between Lu Rameng and the boyish Lynching her, suddenly adopting a sorrowful expression as he lamented, Menga, I understand that as a scholar who has yet to achieve fame, I am incapable of affording you, but this young master is evidently still inexperienced and unworthy of you. Lu Rameng was taken aback, pointing at Pei Lang and exclaiming, "Nonsense." Yet the men who frequented the Yachon pavilion were notoriously arrogant, and to some extent, they stood united. Upon Pei Lang's utterance, they readily believed him, casting scornful and amused glances toward Lu Rameng. "Do not be disheartened, brother, it is not worth lamenting over a courtesan. What heart does a courtesan possess? All she desires is the coin from your pocket. Once she has drained you dry, she will hardly give you a second glance." Pei Lang nodded solemnly, tears streaming down his face as he said, "I understand now. Thank you, brothers, for your counsel. I shall focus on my studies and never again venture into this den of vice." His body swayed as he raised a hand to wipe his tears, making his way towards the exit. The spectators could not help but conjure a tale of a pure-hearted scholar ensnared by a courtesan's charms, only to be ridiculed after exhausting his fortune. Their gazes toward Lu Rameng and lynching her shifted dramatically. Lu Rameng trembled with rage. "You dare suggest that I am the paramour of Lu the singer?" Lynching her burst into laughter, snapping her fan open and directing her gaze toward the figure attempting to slip away. "Why flee? It is you who harbors secrets." Pei Lang froze, halting in his tracks, regretting his presence that day. Hong Lian descended from the upper floor, playfully approaching lynching her, casting flirtatious glances. "Is the young master seeking my services?" Her alluring figure and seductive eyes captivated the onlookers at the Yachon pavilion. Observing lynching her stand tall, frowning at Hong Lian's proximity, the crowd was filled with a mix of envy, confusion, and displeasure. Who was this person that could elicit such boldness from the courtesan while remaining unaffected? Lynching her grasped Hong Lian's chin, saying, "I came to listen to music, and that scholar claims Lu the maiden wronged him because of me." Hong Lian laughed heartily, tears of mirth spilling from her eyes. The crowd was bewildered. Hong Lian pointed to herself and then to Lu Rameng, asking, "Who is more beautiful, me or her?" "Naturally, it is Miss Hong Lian," the crowd responded without hesitation. A merchant, who had traversed every opulent pleasure house in the realm, stepped forward, grinning obsequiously. "Miss Hong Lian possesses a beauty that could topple nations. Her figure is flawless in every regard, deserving of the title of the foremost courtesan in the land." What he left unsaid was that Hong Lian's innate allure alone surpassed what any woman could hope to emulate. Pleased by the merchant's flattery, Hong Lian cast him a sultry glance, rendering him dizzy with admiration, causing him to collide with a pillar, yet he remained blissfully amused. "She does not even regard me," Hong Lian remarked with an inexplicable hint of melancholy, glancing at lynching her with a slight pout. The crowd's eyes turned red with indignation as they regarded lynching her with resentment. Lynching her merely shrugged, a wry smile on her lips. "I am but a humble girl, why would I covet a courtesan? I merely heard that Miss Lu's singing voice was enchanting and implored my brother to bring me here. Who would have thought I would be mistaken for her paramour?" Her startling revelation froze the atmosphere within the Yachon pavilion. She was merely a humble girl. They glanced between lynching her and Jin Yan, both strikingly beautiful, resembling a pair of celestial beings stepped straight out of a painting. The notion that they might be siblings gained some credence. Thus, it became clear that Pei Lang had been deceitful. With trembling legs, Pei Lang attempted to flee, only to be seized by a bystander. "Scholar, where are you running off to? Are you the one who emptied someone else's purse?" Lynching her turned to the speaker, a young man of 17 or 18 clad in a red robe, his demeanor that of a dandy, his eyes gleaming with approval. Clever, he had discerned the truth. He Ming, the heir of the Xian royal estate, was known in the capital for his extravagant lifestyle, devoid of any real power but abundant in wealth. Accustomed to scornful rebukes from his father and mother, he had grown weary of disappointment. However, the sudden praise sent a shiver through him, tightening his grip on Pei Lang's arm. Pei Lang, unable to escape, gazed longingly at Lu Rameng. "Menga. Bah, do not utter my name, it disgusts me." Lu Rameng had finally seen Pei Lang for what he truly was. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "I once gave you 500 silver to redeem me, and what happened? You took the money and ran, all the while flirting with other girls at the Yachon pavilion. You are a heartless scoundrel. Cease your pretenses of affection, for they make me nauseous." Lu Rameng refrained from mentioning Yushinro's name publicly, and Pei Lang shook his head vehemently. "You misunderstand. It was all you. You are unworthy of being called a scholar." Lu Rameng lunged at him, grasping his long hair, her sharp nails leaving crimson marks on his face and neck. Fueled by rage, she possessed an extraordinary strength, dragging him unsteadily, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Pei Lang gasped, attempting to retaliate, only to find his hands immobile. Fear gripped him as he turned to see a fist hurtling toward him. Bang! Pei Lang was knocked unconscious by a single blow delivered by Himing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Himing felt somewhat uneasy, letting out a cold snort. He deserves it. Since he deceived you out of your money, you ought to report him to the authorities. Chapter 29 The thoughts of Yushinro. I cannot report to the authorities. I was wrong, Menga. I shall certainly return the silver to you. Pei Lang was taken aback, his countenance paling as he knelt on the ground, refusing to leave, shedding all semblance of the cultured scholar he once appeared to be, resembling nothing more than a mangy dog. In the next moment, writing materials materialized before him. Pei Lang was momentarily stunned as Lin Qinghe lifted her chin and commanded, "Write the promissory note." He had merely intended to delay, hoping to quietly placate Lu Rameng in private while no one was watching, yet he did not expect this young woman to be so aggressive. With such thoughts, Pei Lang cast a disdainful glance in her direction. "Write it." Jin Yen delivered a swift kick to his kneecap, causing Pei Lang to lurch forward, still dazed as a pen was thrust into his hand, his gaze directed towards a sheet of paper. Reluctantly, Pei Lang began to write, his hand moving sluggishly. After pressing his seal, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yushinro leaning against the railing on the second floor. Anger surged within him, and he suddenly found himself with an abundance of strength to shout, "It was this vile woman who seduced me. Menga, all your money has been spent on her." In that instant, he awoke from his stupor, filled with both regret and fury. Lu Rameng was all-consuming in his thoughts. She had provided him with silver for his studies, gifted him with scholarly supplies, and personally prepared nourishing food for him. Aside from her refusal to engage in physical intimacy, there was nothing to criticize. As for Yushinro, she was always demanding silver, whether for rouge and powder or for new garments. Each visit to her required him to spend money just to gain entry. Pei Lang staggered back, as if struck, muttering, "All the money went to her." In a moment, Yushinro was thrust into the eye of the storm, the gazes of the onlookers filled with scorn and contempt. Witnessing the man who had shared her bed only days prior now renounce her, Yushinro chuckled softly as she descended the staircase. She was beautiful and scantily clad, while the men feigned disdain, their eyes wandered inescapably over her delicate, fair legs. Yushinro approached Pei Lang, her laughter rendering her unable to stand upright. "Young Master Pei, this is Yachen Tower. I am a courtesan, and you are a patron. Do not speak too amusingly, considering you are supposed to be a scholar." Pei Lang's lips trembled. "But you said you would marry me. And you claimed you would wed Miss Lu." Yushinro scoffed. "Whoever believes it is the fool." This farce concluded with Pei Lang signing a note to repay the debt, his reputation tarnished, and he was banned from participating in the imperial examinations. As Lin Qinghe prepared to leave, Yushinro caught up to her, looking at her with a calm expression. "What is it?" Yushinro smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "No wonder Sister Lu is so fond of you. You are indeed an amusing woman. Do you not think I am a wanton woman?" The onlookers regarded her with strange glances, yet Lin Qinghe's gaze remained serene. Most people blame women for seduction, yet fail to acknowledge that men cannot control their desires. Yushinro produced several silver notes and pressed them into Lin Qinghe's hands. "This is the silver I have saved over the years, along with what Pei Lang gave. Use it to redeem Sister Lu." Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why? Yushinro smiled at her. "I overheard your conversation with Sister Lu. You are a kind-hearted person. The surplus funds are merely compensation for your assistance." Lin Qinghe looked down, noting that there were at least 3,500 taels of silver notes in her hand. She asked, "Why do this?" "Sister Lu is inherently kind and does not relish the life of a courtesan. She has been unhappy at Yachen Tower and has been saving to live." Yushinro gazed towards the weeping willows by the lake, twirling a finger around. She harbors feelings for Pei Lang, yet remains unaware that he is not a virtuous man. Lin Qinghe stepped closer. "So you intentionally seduced Pei Lang?" Yushinro nodded. "I enjoy being pursued, revel in dancing and singing, and take pleasure in manipulating men. To put it in the words of society, I am a seductive harlot. Sister Lu yearns for a brighter future. I might as well give a little nudge from behind." Lin Qinghe understood. "What did you exchange with the witch?" Yushinro's complexion changed dramatically. "I do not know what you are speaking of." "I see witchcraft within you," Lin Qinghe stated, fixing her gaze upon her. The wind tousled their hair, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon them, rendering the scene breathtaking. Passers-by could not help but glance their way. Why? Yushinro's heart raced. Despite her youth, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Lin Qinghe. After a moment of silence, her lips moved slightly. 10 years of life. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow in astonishment, murmuring, "It seems your bond is indeed profound." Indeed, Yu Shinro sighed softly. She was 2 years younger than Lu Rameng, having met her in Suzhou, Jiangnan, when she was only 5. The region had been ravaged by floods, leaving countless citizens displaced, with many daughters sold off. Those deemed unattractive either starved to death or were consumed by others. Those days felt like a descent into hell. Yu Shinro was among those sold, journeying northward where she met Lu Rameng. Their bond deepened, and under the witness of heaven and earth, they became sworn sisters. With a vibrant personality and striking appearance, she offended many, and initially, the brothel madam disapproved of her, attempting to dull her sharp edges by withholding food and frequently punishing her. Lu Rameng, possessing a gentle yet resilient nature, often brought food to her in the woodshed, diligently practicing her music, then gradually gained a standing in Yachon Tower, with Yu Shinro emerging under her careful tutelage. As Yu Shinro reminisced about the past, the rebellious glint in her eyes softened, and she spoke in a low voice. With Sister Lu's talents, even if someone wished to redeem her, Madame Cui would never allow it unless there was someone more exceptional. Thus, I exchanged 10 years of life for a beautiful voice to take her place, only to find that Pei Lang did not redeem her. I caught him visiting another brothel. Lynching her gasped, and then you manipulated him to utterly break Lu Rumang's heart. Yu Shinro nodded. Such a touching sisterly bond. Before Xiaoyao could regain her composure, lynching her continued, you have been deceived. In addition to the 10 years of life you exchanged, Lu Rumang's voice was also taken, which is why she fell silent for a time. Yu Shinro's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, how could this be? Meeting Lynching Her's gaze, her resolve crumbled, shoulders sagging as she bowed her head, sobbing, I did not know, I did not know. A white porcelain vial appeared under her chin, followed by tears. In her deep sorrow, Yu Shinro momentarily failed to notice the surrounding silence, her sobs ringing out distinctly. Gradually, she ceased, her gaze landing vacantly on the porcelain vial, yet she paid no heed, tear-filled eyes fixed on Lynching Her. Can Sister Lu's voice be returned? I am willing to exchange with you. No need, Lynching Her replied, satisfactorily sealing the vial, contemplating its sufficiency for some time, awaiting the arrival of the spirit. Why Yu Shinro grew anxious. Why not? She has already exchanged it. Yu Shinro became even more frantic. For what? Lynching Her revealed a knowing smile, a scoundrel. On the return journey, Xiaoyao sighed, indeed, women's feelings are more sincere. Miss, should you ever find yourself in peril, I would be willing to exchange my life to save you. Lynching Her's heart skipped a bit as she placed a hand over her mouth. That day shall never come. Miss, we have arrived at the marquis' residence. Just as Xiaoyao attempted to speak again, the voice of the coachman echoed from within the carriage. Chapter 30. You block the door and depart. Ever since the day when the Li family dispatched someone to block the back door of the West Wing, Song Baiwei had been anticipating Lynching Her's uproar. Yet, days turned into weeks, and she remained absent from her patience gradually wearing thin. Upon learning of Lynching Her's return to the estate, Song Baiwei's emotions inevitably stirred. Given her temperament, it was indeed peculiar that she did not make a scene about the blocked door. A commotion would have showcased her understanding. Zhuyun, go and take a look, Song Baiwei urged, unable to contain herself any longer after a prolonged silence. Obliging, Zhuyun hurried outside and soon returned in haste, reporting, Miss, upon seeing the West Wing's back door blocked, the young lady turned on her heel and left, not even setting foot inside. Song Baiwei rose abruptly. She left? Zhuyun nodded. Pacing back and forth, Song Baiwei furrowed her brow in confusion. Did Lynching Her truly harbor no regard for while she had been scheming to stay, her counterpart acted on her whims, disregarding anyone's sentiments. Lisha was also informed of Lynching Her's departure, her expression darkening. She truly does not consider me, her mother, at all. What sin have I committed to bear such a rebellious daughter? Nurse Zhao, standing nearby, attempted to soothe her. The young lady has been unruly since childhood, lacking proper guidance, which has emboldened her. Perhaps if the madam devoted more attention to her, she might be tamed. Lisha replied sullenly, are you implying that my lack of concern has driven her to this? Not at all, Nurse Zhao quickly replied, offering her a cup of hot tea, suppressing further words of counsel. With a long sigh, Lisha rubbed her temples, a throbbing headache taking hold. The esteemed daughter of the had not returned home for days. What harm was there in her blocking the back door? She could have simply come before her to admit her mistake, and the matter would have been resolved, yet she stubbornly walked away in a fit of temper, knowing that Lynching Her and her companions were not to be trifled with. Lisha found herself at a loss for what to do. Just then, she was summoned by Nurse Cui, who served the old matriarch. Though her heart was heavy with frustration, Lisha maintained a composed facade, forcing a smile. I shall come at once. Inside the chamber of the old matriarch, the aroma of medicinal cuisine filled the air, a result of the nourishing remedies provided by Lin Qinghe, which had revitalized her spirit considerably. Despite a slight facial droop, she was able to take a few steps with the assistance of her maid. Aisha approached cautiously, dutifully administering the medicine, her tense demeanor beginning to ease. Since the old matriarch had fallen ill, her disposition had grown increasingly peculiar, often lashing out with sharp remarks. "Mother, please rest well. In no time, you shall recover," Lisha said, gently wiping the old matriarch's mouth with a handkerchief and assisting her with rinsing. The old matriarch responded with a faint grunt before suddenly fixing her gaze upon Lisha. "Mother," Lisha said, feeling a twinge of anxiety under the scrutiny. "Call that girl Qinghe here," the old matriarch commanded, plucking a candied fruit from her plate, one that Lin Qinghe had prepared, its sweet and sour flavor tinged with a hint of medicinal essence. Since her condition had started to improve with Lin Qinghe's remedies, the old matriarch had grown particularly fond of her. In her heart, Lin Qinghe was the one who could save her life. For someone with a strong-willed nature who had suddenly found herself bedridden, any glimmer of hope for recovery was something to cling to. Aisha hesitated, not daring to mention that Lin Qinghe had left after she blocked the back door. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Mother, what do you wish to see her for? You know she is a wild child, rarely at home, and I have no idea where she wanders." "Is that so?" The old matriarch saw through her deception, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Do you think I am dead and thus can be trifled with?" Lisha immediately knelt before her. "I would not dare." Nurse Chui, who had been diligently caring for the old matriarch, had not been involved in the affairs of the estate. Sensing the troubled expression, she stepped outside to inquire about what had transpired in the West Wing and returned promptly to report to the old matriarch. "Scoundrel!" The old matriarch's eyes flared with fury as she raised a trembling finger at Lisha, her body stiffening, unable to move, saliva trickling down the corner of her mouth. Lisha, frightened, burst into tears. "Quickly summon a doctor." If the old matriarch were to pass away just like that, Lisha would be the subject of scorn and ridicule, a consequence she could not bear. Just days prior, she had wished for the old matriarch's swift demise, and now she found herself praying fervently for her recovery. Nurse Chui was the first to regain her composure. "Go and fetch the young lady." With red-rimmed eyes, Lisha raised her head. "What use is there in summoning her?" "Madam." Nurse Chui looked at Lisha with exasperation, her tone earnest. "The young lady possesses a filial heart. You must set aside your prejudices and not alienate her, otherwise, you will surely regret it in the future." Lisha scoffed dismissively, her heart racing as she awaited the doctor. Nurse Chui took it upon herself to leave the estate in search of Lin Qinghe. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe, having turned her back on contemplated the tenuous ties of kinship she shared with them, sensing they were still not severed enough to discard entirely. With a blank expression, she withdrew her hand and gazed towards her eyes narrowing slightly. The old matriarch was in peril. Before completely severing ties, she needed to repay the favors owed. Lin Qinghe looked skyward, finding the situation rather amusing. Was the heavenly order orchestrating the intermingling of family, lovers, and friends? Regardless, she was determined to repay this preordained bond of kinship before decisively cutting it off. Anyone who made her uncomfortable would face her resistance. "Nurse Chui, this medicine will ensure the old matriarch's survival. Anger and stress can cause blood to rush to the head, and given her pre-existing condition, she must take care of her health," Xiaoyao said, handing the prepared medicine to Nurse Chui. "If there is a next time, even divine intervention will not save her." Gratefully accepting, Nurse Chui glanced behind Xiaoyao, noticing the emptiness of the space, and hesitantly asked, "Will the young lady not return to the..." The old matriarch specifically instructed that the young lady may do as she pleases, and the servants were sent to break down the blocked door. "Nurse Chui, please return." Lin Qinghe stepped out from the room, standing on the steps. "I do not wish to go back. I will decide when I am ready." Nurse Chui looked up at Lin Qinghe, whose eyes shone with clarity, and sighed inwardly. The cold and radiant young lady was unworthy of the... She bowed respectfully. "As you wish." Yuan Miao returned just then, nearly colliding with Nurse Chui. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Miao entered the room. Nurse Chui paused before the carriage, unable to suppress her curiosity, wondering if the young lady was a disciple of the master healer. "Master Uncle, during my recent ventures, I had something quite peculiar," Yuan Miao said, sitting down and gulping down tea, feeling refreshed after a hearty drink. Leveraging the name of the master healer, Yuan Miao had been engaging in trade, and as she spoke, she placed a handful of silver coins on the table. "Speak plainly," Lin Qinghe said, casting a sidelong glance at him while nonchalantly sweeping the coins into her own possession, leaving not a single one behind. Chapter 31 The Emperor's Mandate. Unforeseen changes. Yuan Miao gazed intently as Lin Qinghe gathered all the silver coins, and suddenly, her hand paused. A surge of vitality coursed through her, and the two exchanged glances. Yuan Miao cleared her throat, diverting her gaze, yet her peripheral vision remained fixated on the coins in Lin Qinghe's hand. Lin Qinghe retrieved a tael of silver from her bosom and placed it upon the table, sliding it toward him. "This is your private allowance." "Thank you, Master Uncle." Yuan Miao, swift of hand, feared Lin Qinghe might retract her generosity. "Even a mosquito's leg is meat." Peony, observing nearby, stifled a laugh. "Miss, you are increasingly embodying the demeanor of a sect leader." "What demeanor?" "Frugality." After securing the money, Yuan Miao remarked, "I have heard from the townsfolk that a venerable elder in Taohua village, over 100 miles away, possesses remarkable medical skills. There seems to be no ailment he cannot cure." Upon finishing, he swiftly glanced at Lin Qinghe and lowered his voice. "His reputation is beginning to overshadow yours, Master Uncle." Lin Qinghe remained unperturbed. "It is only natural that there are those more skilled than I." Yuan Miao was taken aback by her open-mindedness, exclaiming, "Master Uncle is truly magnanimous." There was in disarray upon learning that the recent stroke suffered by the matriarch was due to Li's actions. Songda, in a fit of rage, delivered a resounding slap. "With so many eyes upon that, how dare you cause trouble at such a critical moment?" Li, accustomed to a life of luxury, was struck, her fair and plump visage instantly swelling. Covering her face, she felt both wronged and embarrassed. Noticing the servants standing by in silence, with a choked voice, she commanded, "Everyone, leave." The servants trembled, bowed their heads, then swiftly exited the main hall. Li's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. The doctor had just left, declaring that the matriarch's condition was beyond salvation. She could not help but defend herself. "I never anticipated mother would suffer like this." Songda, furrowing his brow in distress, sought a solution. Spotting Granny Chui hastily passing through the hall, he called out, "Granny Chui. My lord, the eldest miss has provided a special medicine for the matriarch. I must hurry to administer it. Please forgive me." Granny Chui bowed quickly and rushed towards the matriarch's quarters. Songda stood dumbfounded. Was their hope? He hurried to follow. After taking the medicine, the matriarch's breathing gradually steadied, and she closed her eyes in slumber. Li, who had followed closely behind, let out a great sigh of relief. Grasping Granny Chui's arm, she whispered, "Was that truly her medicine?" Granny Chui affirmed, but noticing Li's disbelief, she refrained from advising her to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Qinghe. She feared that she might end up offending Lin Qinghe entirely, leaving the matriarch in a dire situation. Realizing Granny Chui's cold demeanor, Li's expression stiffened. "Mother." Song Baiwei arrived. Noticing the swelling on Li's face, his heart ached. "You have suffered." The door to the matriarch's room creaked shut. "What does this mean?" Song Baiwei frowned, his face reflecting distress. Li linked her arm with his. "Wei, let us depart. We need not linger here and attract disdain." The atmosphere within remained awkward for several days. In the Wang residence, King Jingheng paused as he listened to reports of the newly recognized legitimate daughter of the departing once more. He found it difficult to comprehend why relinquish something that rightfully belonged to her. Did she truly not care? Conversely, the usually gentle and demure Song Baiwei intrigued him. He perceived them as kindred spirits, both scheming to attain what they desired. Suddenly, the tightly shut study doors swung open, and a gust of cold wind swept into the room. "Who goes there?" King Jingheng's subordinates drew their swords, eyeing the entrance warily. The once unassuming King Jingheng, known for his gentle demeanor, reveals a surprisingly sharp edge. "You certainly know how to play the part." The enigmatic woman, shrouded in a black cloak, entered the study, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. None knew how she had infiltrated the Wang residence. Gasps filled the room as she moved gracefully. King Jingheng, however, remained composed, not even raising an eyebrow. The cloaked woman unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, nonchalantly declaring, "I am thirsty and hungry. Bring forth food and wine." Qi Ming frowned, about to speak when King Jingheng gestured for silence. The study, usually reserved for matters of state, was now filled with the aroma of food and wine. The cloaked woman devoured her meal with abandon, displaying no concern for manners. Someone's stomach audibly grumbled, prompting her to burst into laughter. "Care to join me?" No one dared to move once she had eaten her fill. King Jingheng spoke, "Your unexpected visit at this late hour, what brings you here?" The cloaked woman downed her drink in one gulp, burped contentedly, and replied with a sly smile, her snake-like eyes sending a chill down spines. "Naturally, I am here for your ambition." Ming's expression changed abruptly as he stepped forward, but King Jinghang raised his hand. Everyone, leave. The study emptied, leaving just the two of them. King Jinghang asserted, pray tell, which extraordinary kind of person are you? The cloaked woman chuckled. You are indeed clever. Coincidentally, I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. I am Chao Yao, the 38th generation descendant of the Lushan witch sect. The Lushan witch sect, long in decline, had been suppressed since the founding of the Great Jing dynasty, during which Taoism was flourishing. Taoism followed the heavenly path, promoting justice and advocating fate. The witch sect, however, teetered between good and evil, operating without rules. It was said that one could slay their parents to enhance their powers, leading to widespread resentment among the populace, deeming it sorcery. King Jinghang regarded Chao Yao, then she continued, you possess the mandate of an emperor. As the candlelight flickered, King Jinghang tensed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What makes you say that? Chao Yao rested her arms behind her head, leaning back in her chair. Believe it or not. King Jinghang took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and personally poured her a cup of tea. Is there any possibility of change? There is. Chao Yao smiled. She had come precisely for this possibility. As the candlelight extinguished, Lin Qinghe paused, her hand halted mid-throw of the copper coin. There remains a glimmer of hope, she murmured, glancing toward the customs checkpoint, her brow relaxing as she stowed away the coin, preparing to rest. Suddenly, the window was flung open, and she looked over. Jin Yan leaped in through the window, turning to face Lin Qinghe directly. He flashed her a smile and strode confidently to her side, taking a seat. Qinghe, let us go hiking tomorrow. Even in the night, he radiated the brilliance of a luminous pearl, his white brocade robe accentuating his ethereal handsomeness. Lin Qinghe regarded him. Where to? It is said there is a millennia-old apricot tree near Taohua village. I have also invited him in. As he spoke, Jin Yan magically produced a food box, revealing milk inside. He poured it into a cup and handed it to her. The frontier folk all drink this milk, it makes them tall and robust. I have already seasoned it with a hint of tea fragrance, knowing your love for tea. Lin Qinghe took a sip, indeed tasting the delicate aroma of tea. After finishing, she inquired, why are you so kind to me? Faced with her clear, expressive eyes, Jin Yan hesitated, feeling a bit uncomfortable as he turned his head slightly. I am your brother, after all. Chapter 32. The extravagant hymning. As the sun ascended, the hooves of horses trod upon the official road. Jin Yan, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, had a green jade gem embedded in his forehead ornament. The wind billowed his garments, exuding an air of audacity and flamboyance. He turned back, revealing a visage so stunning that it was impossible for anyone to resist stealing a glance. Ming was momentarily entranced, and upon regaining his composure, he hurriedly shook his head, muttering, why must a man be so extraordinarily handsome? He then glanced at Lin Qinghe, who rode alongside Jin Yan, clad in a simple azure robe, her dark hair elegantly pinned with a hairpin, exuding an aura of simplicity. One was a flower of wealth and nobility, while the other appeared as an ethereal being from the heavens. Together, they formed an inexplicable harmony, a perfect match. As they passed an inn, the trio halted to enjoy some tea. Ming, hesitant to engage Lin Qinghe in conversation, drew the attention of Jin Yan, who playfully encircled his neck and inquired, why the silence? Her demeanor is so frosty, and she gives off an enigmatic air, making me feel as though she can see right through me. I dare not linger in her presence, Ming confessed. Jin Yan shot him an exasperated glance, replying, come now, regardless of her prowess, she is but a 13-year-old girl. Ming followed behind, lost in thought. Lin Qinghe sipped her hot tea, her gaze caught by a vibrant bouquet of flowers before her. She lifted her eyes. Jin Yan grinned and remarked, flowers complement a beauty. Lin Qinghe accepted the compliment with a polite, thank you, brother. Jin Yan's face flashed, and he muttered softly, I am not your brother. Ming's eyes widened in surprise as he shifted his gaze between the two, quietly asking, Jin Yan, when did your esteemed mother give birth again? So, this is your sister, no wonder she is so beautiful. Yet, their temperaments were strikingly different. Recognizing her as his sister, Ming generously presented Lin Qinghe with 500 taels of silver in a note, saying, sister, accept this. Lin Qinghe regarded him silently, not reaching for the offering, prompting Jin Yan to snatch it from Ming's grasp and place it into her hands. Now that you've called her sister, you must protect her. Ming, a lavish spendthrift and often overlooked scion, was not to be underestimated. Despite Jin Yan's penchant for revelry in the capital, he was a bona fide young general, highly esteemed among the noble families, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Himing quickly cast aside his earlier reservations about being alone with Lin Qinghe and thumped his chest with determination, declaring, "Fear not, Jin Yan. Whoever dares to bully Sister Qinghe shall be striking me in the face." Jin Yan expressed his satisfaction, clarifying, "Qinghe is not my biological sister, do not misconstrue." Himing was taken aback upon learning that Lin Qinghe was the true daughter of the marquis. He produced 200 tael notes and a gold hairpin from his pocket, presenting them to her. "Sister Qinghe, your parents must be blind and muddled. How can they neglect their own flesh and blood while pampering a false daughter, keeping her close as a foster child? Is this not a source of distress for you?" He slammed the table in frustration, causing it to crack. As their eyes met, Himing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face reddening to rival that of a monkey's rear. They compensated the inn for the damage, filled their bellies, and continued their journey. 3 days later, they arrived at Peach Blossom Village. A carriage was stationed at the village entrance, flanked by guards. Himing exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe nobility has come to this village." Lin Qinghe sensed something amiss. Standing at the village entrance, she felt a strong aura of malevolence. She surveyed her surroundings. Peach Blossom Village was encircled by mountains, with bubbling streams, vibrant blossoms, and the sweet melodies of birds, truly befitting its name. Lin Qinghe's pupils constricted as she spotted numerous graves scattered across the hills. Faint sobs reached her ears from afar. They had arrived in the early morning, and the mist had yet to fully dissipate. Through the hazy fog appeared a pair of young couples, followed closely by an elderly couple, evidently a family. Their faces bore expressions of deep sorrow, particularly the young woman, whose lips were pale and eyes vacant, looking as if she might collapse at any moment. Lin Qinghe's gaze lingered on her womb, and she discerned that the woman had recently lost a child. "Do not weep, you are still young and can bear again," the elderly matron said, sighing heavily as she witnessed her daughter-in-law's unrelenting tears. The loss of her 5-year-old grandson was a wound that cut deep, akin to a knife slicing through her heart. "Yet, life must continue," she spoke in a hoarse voice, attempting to offer comfort. The young woman wept even more violently, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching intensity, her entire body trembling. The man beside her held her tightly, murmuring, "Yun Yang." Noticing Lin Qinghe and her companions standing at the village entrance, the elderly woman approached them and asked, "Are you here to see Dr. Gu?" Himing almost interjected to deny it, but Lin Qinghe nodded fast. "You have come at an inopportune time. Dr. Gu has a visitor today." The elderly woman attempted to smile, yet her expression was one of profound sorrow, as she choked out, "I apologize." Lin Qinghe stepped forward, offering a silk handkerchief. "It is of no consequence. What has transpired in your home?" The elderly woman sighed heavily, her voice strained. "A few days ago, my grandson ventured into the mountains to play and fell into a pit. We could not rescue him, and he perished." Tears streamed down her face, and the rest of the family bore expressions of shared anguish. When questioned, they recounted the tale repeatedly, as if doing so could alleviate their sorrow. The presence of others and gentle words of comfort helped ease their hearts, if only slightly. The deepest pain struck in the stillness of the night. Seeing their tears, Himing felt a knot tighten in his chest and could not help but ask, "Isn't Dr. Gu supposed to be quite skilled?" The young man pursed his lips, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. "You know not what you speak. Dr. Gu does not treat children under 8. When my child had his accident, our entire family knelt before him, yet he did not open the door. We had no choice but to rush him to the town's clinic, but we were too late." His tears flowed freely, his tone laced with bitterness. "The town doctor claimed my child suffered from excessive blood loss. Had we sought treatment sooner, perhaps he would have survived." Everyone praises Dr. Gu as a divine healer, yet he cannot even save the village's children. "Mind your words." The elderly man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised his head in shock, covering the young man's mouth. "You value your life so little." Chapter 33. A fateful encounter. The young man, chastised by his father, fell silent, his eyes red as if they could bleed. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling violently. Lin Qinghe exchanged glances with Jin Yan, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Himing was more direct. "As a physician, you refuse to save a child. What kind of charlatan is this so-called divine doctor? I deem him a fraud." As his words hung in the air, a fierce wind arose, and a branch above him suddenly snapped, hurtling towards his forehead. "Be careful." Jin Yan reacted swiftly, pulling him aside just in time. The branch struck the ground, sending dust flying up to half a person's height. The old man, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Indeed, such is the case. Anyone who dares to slander Dr. Gu behind his back will either suffer injury or meet their demise." Everyone claims he is a reincarnated deity. An elderly woman nodded in agreement. There is a celestial presence in Peach Blossom Village. Every household thrives, yet a curse has befallen them, for no child survives past the age of 8. Lin Qinghe crouched for a long while, intently observing the branch, but discerned nothing amiss. However, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. This Dr. Gu does not save children under 8, yet curiously, the children of Peach Blossom Village cannot live beyond that age. How peculiar! The sound of hoofbeats echoed once more as the group stood still. A carriage came to a halt, and outstepped a remarkably beautiful woman. Qinghe, Lu Rameng hurried towards Lin Qinghe, her face alight with joy. It truly is you. Noticing Lu Rameng clad in simple garments, her hair in a modest bun, Lin Qinghe understood. You intend to head south. Lu Rameng nodded vigorously, leaning in to whisper, thank you for redeeming me. My hometown is in Suzhou, Jiangnan. I plan to return and engage in some small trade. Safe travels, Lin Qinghe said, guiding her onto the carriage and handing her several talismans. Keep these on you. Lu Rameng accepted them with both hands, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, thank you, Qinghe. As Lin Qinghe bid her farewell, Jin Yan approached her side. Does she understand Yu Shinro's true intentions? Whether she knows or not is of little consequence. Cause and effect are inextricable, and those who follow the way should not overly intervene. Lin Qinghe and the others followed the family into Peach Blossom Village, as the mist dispersed, revealing the village's true visage. With azure tiles and white walls, every household adorned their doors with fences surrounding flower gardens, where butterflies flitted about. Walking through, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped her. Himing inhaled deeply. I truly wish to stay here forever. No sooner had he spoken than he encountered Lin Qinghe's bemused expression. He promptly fell silent, feeling an odd stillness in the air. Not a single shadow could be seen. He moved closer to Jin Yan, realizing he preferred the bustling life of the city. Jin Yan too sensed an eerie quality about the village. Seeing Lin Qinghe striding ahead with purpose, he grasped her arm. What is it? Lin Qinghe inquired with her eyes. Stay behind me, Jin Yan instructed, positioning her protectively as he placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword, cautiously scouting ahead. Himing felt a swell of emotion, but just as he intended to retreat, Jin Yan pulled him back. You two, take the lead, Jin Yan insisted. Himing, trembling, responded, Qinghe, you should hide behind us. In their past excursions down the mountain, it had always been Lin Qinghe leading the way, confronting various spirits and monsters, honing her skills. Now, being protected felt rather nice as she observed the figures ahead. Who goes there? A guard stationed at Dr. Gu's door turned alert, and the leader's familiar visage sent a shiver down Lin Qinghe's spine. Her eyes narrowed. Qiming, has that scoundrel from Prince Jinghang come to find Dr. Gu? How unfortunate. Recognizing Jin Yan, Qiming raised a hand, and the guards swiftly lowered their weapons, stepping back as he approached with a bow. I greet General Jin Yan and the young master. Sensing Lin Qinghe's disapproving gaze, Qiming quickly glanced up, his mind failing to recall her. Observing this exchange, Jin Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He chuckled, today I learn of the prince's considerable influence. Qiming's heart raced, he forced a smile. The concubine Ro has been afflicted with a cold for over half a month. My lord, hearing of Dr. Gu's exceptional medical skills, hastened here without delay. Himing, harboring disdain for the physician who refused to treat children, rolled his eyes. I say, Dr. Gu's skills are highly exaggerated. The true master is the wandering physician. Your lord is rather amusing, seeking help from afar when he could find it closer. A flicker of malice crossed Qiming's eyes. While Jin Yan was formidable, Himing was merely a frivolous wastrel, daring to mock his master. He vowed to seize the next opportunity to teach this arrogant scion a lesson. Lin Qinghe caught the fleeting glint of malice in Qiming's eyes, a cold smile forming within her. Those around Prince Jinghang were all venomous serpents, particularly Qiming, who had been trained from a young age as a death warrior, adept with poison and martial arts, possessing cunning rivaling that of any strategist, his right-hand man. In her previous life, he had suggested breaking her wings to trap her within the palace, or she would find a way to eliminate him. Qiming's gaze fell upon Lin Qinghe, instinctively sensing her danger. They locked eyes, and Lin Qinghe did not conceal her disdain, causing Qiming to falter momentarily as he tentatively asked, do we know each other? Lin Qinghe replied coldly, we do not. As he opened his mouth to inquire further, Prince Jinghang intervened, his eyes narrowing at Qiming. Qiming fell silent. At that moment, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing two figures at the entrance. Upon seeing Jin Yan and the others, Prince Jinghang's expression instinctively darkened before quickly reverting to a warm smile as he addressed Jin Yan, thank you, Dr. Gu. I shall not impose further, farewell. With a slight bow, Prince Jinghang offered a courteous smile to Dr. Gu. Before he could rise, Himing dashed up the steps, catching Qiming and the others off guard as he reached Dr. Gu. Himing scrutinized Dr. Gu, suddenly grasping his beard. Impudent! Qiming bellowed, drawing his sword to strike at Himing's hand, attempting to thwart his actions simultaneously. Jin Yan picked up a stone. Clang! The stone struck Qiming's wrist, causing him to wince and release his grip, the sword clattering to the ground. Qiming's expression darkened, his heart racing as he glanced at Jin Yan, aware that the latter's prowess eclipsed his own. Prince Jinghang, young Master Himing is the sole scion of the Xianwang estate. Your subordinate's audacity is rather excessive, Jin Yan remarked with a light laugh, as if he were not the one who had just intervened. You ought to discipline him. Prince Jinghang cast a sidelong glance at Qiming, who immediately knelt. I acknowledge my fault. Dr. Gu is the divine physician for miles around. Qiming acted out of concern, fearing the young master might be harmed. I hope the young master will not take offense. Prince Jinghang spoke gently, turning to Jin Yan with a smile. When did Gong Jin return to the capital? Gong Jin was Jin Yan's courtesy name. Jin Yan remained silent, while Himing, though frivolous, was not without his wits. He turned to Himing. Is there anything amiss? Himing nodded, circling around Dr. Gu, scrutinizing him closely. You give me an oddly familiar impression. Have we met somewhere before? Chapter 34. Climbing the mountain. Dr. Gu stood there with an air of composure, allowing Himing to observe him. He exuded a certain resemblance to Yuan Miao, embodying an ethereal grace tempered with a touch of nonchalance. When Himing reached out once more to tug at the beard on his face, Linqingha interjected, Young Master do refrain from being rude. Her sudden voice drew the attention of the onlookers. Himing indeed heeded her words, promptly lowering his hand and positioning himself on the steps before her. Noticing the lingering gazes of the crowd, he irritably exclaimed, What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? King Jinghang inquired, Might I ask which family this young lady hails from? She appears rather unfamiliar. Linqingha met his gaze, her eyes icy. Just as King Jinghang presumed she would remain silent, she let out a cold chuckle. What business is it of yours? His expression stiffened slightly, and an inexplicable discomfort brewed within him, leaving him feeling somewhat suffocated. Jin Yan, taken aback, turned to her. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had gradually come to understand her chilly exterior concealed a warm heart, yet, witnessing this pointed confrontation was a first for him. There exists no unfounded dislike in this world. What connection could they possibly share? Jin Yan pressed his lips together. The atmosphere grew awkward. Then Dr. Gu intervened, stating, I shall not receive any guests today. Please return tomorrow. With that, he efficiently closed the door behind him. King Jinghang snapped back to reality, realizing his mother was gravely ill and he needed to hasten back to the city. He bowed in farewell to Jin Yan and the others, showcasing his elegant demeanor. Clad in a modest blue robe, his jade-like countenance bore a gentle smile, and a faint aroma of tea wafted around him, evoking the phrase, a gentleman among men, unparalleled in the world. Jin Yan gazed at his blue attire, suddenly feeling quite irked. He and Linqingha were dressed alike, and that lingering scent of tea, was it deliberate? Did he hang tea bags on himself, knowing Linqingha adored tea, genuine tea? Indeed, Himing scoffed, what a facade. Linqingha turned to him, do you not like him? Upon hearing this, Jin Yan's lips, as lovely as petals, pressed together pensively. Not at all. He gives off an impression of insincerity. The ladies of the capital seem madly infatuated with him, enamored by his jade-like gentility and elegant demeanor. But tell me, is there truly such a perfect man in this world? If there is, he must be a charlatan. Linqingha nodded, you are quite perceptive. Himing, thick-skinned when insulted, now appeared rather bashful, his face flushing a deep crimson. Jin Yan laughed heartily. The two exchanged puzzled glances. I am simply pleased, Jin Yan declared, a smile gracing his features as he produced a handful of candy beans and placed them in Linqingha's hand. She spread her fingers, a smile dancing on her lips. The three ascended the mountain, the winding path flanked by blossoms, with springs of water every 10 paces and wild fruits growing amidst the thickets. Hunger could be quelled with wild berries, and thirst quenched by mountain springs. Himing marveled, Peach Blossom Village is truly a treasure of feng shui. However, Linqingha did not perceive it as such. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, she noticed numerous small mounds without tombstones. To an untrained eye, they would appear inconspicuous. The scorching sun eliminated any chill, and even the spirits dared not emerge. Linqingha withdrew her gaze, observing Himing, who appeared like a foolish fawn, bounding about in search of wild fruits, blissfully unaware that he was stepping on one of those small mounds. She smirked. Young master, I advise you to stick to the main path and refrain from foraging. Himing popped a purple berry into his mouth, only to find it exceedingly bitter. He spat it out, staining his mouth and teeth a vivid purple, and dusted off his hands as he returned to the trail, declaring, "Not tasty at all." Recalling Lin Qingha's earlier words, he queried, "Why should we stick to the main path? This forest is vast, and wandering about is quite entertaining." Lin Qingha regarded him with a haunting gaze. "What do you think?" Himing, perplexed, surveyed his surroundings but discerned nothing amiss. Assuming Lin Qingha was merely teasing him, he resumed his foraging. Jin Yan followed closely behind Lin Qingha, attentive and eager, resembling a devoted attendant, gathering twigs to fashion her a hut, fetching spring water for her to drink, and picking wild grapes for her enjoyment. Had it not been for Lin Qingha's intervention, he might have peeled the fruits and fed them to her himself. When Jin Yan returned with water to help her wash her hands, Lin Qingha paused momentarily and asked, "Why are you so kind to me?" Jin Yan halted, contemplating the question seriously, then shook his head. "I do not know. I simply wish to treat you well." Before they found the Mo's hang house at the marquis' residence, he had stayed next door for several days, often napping in trees. Lin Qingha's dance and music had opened his eyes, and his gaze would inevitably follow her graceful form. The atmosphere in Mo's hang house was delightful, filled with laughter until the peace was shattered by the arrival of the marquis' household. From mere snippets of conversation, Jin Yan learned of her entanglements with the marquis' family. Initially, he admired her. Later, he felt a pang of sympathy. Wanting to be kind to someone requires no justification. Not pursuing the matter further, Lin Qingha stood atop the steps, watching Jin Yan, and suddenly reached out to caress his face, scrutinizing him closely. His brow bone was exquisitely shaped. Beneath his dark and dense eyebrows lay a pair of bright, upturned peach blossom eyes, wide and clear, suppressing any sentiment, yet undeniably beautiful. His lashes were long and thick, quivering uncontrollably as she leaned closer, and his high, delicate nose paired with perfectly sculpted lips presented a visage that was impeccable from any angle. Jin Yan was taken aback by her actions, his face gradually flushing as he held his breath, remaining still. Himing, having finally tasted a delicious wild fruit, raised his hand excitedly to share the news, but upon witnessing the scene before him, his throat suddenly constricted. A man and a woman, one tilting their head back, the other slightly bowing forward, both possessed an extraordinary beauty that made Himing's heart race with a blush. "You are truly beautiful," Lin Qingha remarked, her eyes brimming with admiration. She simply wished to celebrate the beauty before her, and after speaking, she turned and continued her ascent up the mountain. Jin Yan felt a flutter in his throat as he exhaled slowly, pressing a hand to his chest, where his heart raced as if it might leap from his ribcage. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Jin Yan shook his head, dismissing the errant thoughts, and followed after her. Himing scratched his head, suddenly perceiving that these two were quite the match. After traversing the winding mountain path for 3 hours, they were nearing the summit. "There it is, the 1,000-year-old ginkgo," Himing exclaimed, gazing up at the towering ancient tree, his mouth agape in astonishment. A rustic aura enveloped them, the ground scattered with thick layers of ginkgo leaves, resembling a blanket of golden ingots. Himing promptly lay down and rolled about in delight. Jin Yan crouched down, gathering a handful of ginkgo leaves into a flower shape, which he presented to Lin Qingha. "Here." She accepted them, puzzled, and asked, "How does a general know so many ways to charm a lady?" "My mother adores flowers," Jin Yan replied with a smile. "Every day, my father would venture into the countryside to gather a bouquet to cheer her up, and I would accompany him ever since I was young." He added, "My mother always said, no woman can resist flowers." Lin Qingha was taken aback, nodding with a light smile. No wonder, children raised in a loving environment tend to be charming themselves. As the sun began to set, the once picturesque forest took on a somewhat eerie air. Himing inched closer to Lin Qingha, feeling inexplicably uneasy. "Do not tug at my sleeve," he exclaimed, startled by the sensation of someone pulling at it. Lin Qingha exchanged glances with Jin Yan, and they both raised their hands in unison. "We did not pull you." Chapter 35. Into the dream. Himing stared in bewilderment at the outstretched hands of the two, a sudden jolt of pain at his waist akin to a heavy punch causing his mind to buzz. A piercing scream reverberated through the forest, and Himing, terrified, burst into tears, exclaiming, "A ghost! Trampling on the graves by day, it's no surprise you are haunted by night," Lin Qingha observed gravely, her gaze fixed on a cluster of small souls standing not far away. She beckoned to them. The little spirits hesitated to approach, trembling, but one particularly bold soul, appearing to be around 7 years old, floated to Himing's shoulder and tugged at his hair, protesting, "You stepped on me, you wicked person." Himing, overwhelmed by fear, neglected his pain, his scalp prickling and his body shaking uncontrollably. Sister Qingha, I am frightened. Brother Jingyan, I am frightened. Jingyan could not see the apparitions, but he sensed a malevolent aura in the woods. Noticing Lin Qingha's calm demeanor, he felt a slight sense of relief, his hand cautiously resting on the hilt of his sword. Ever vigilant, Lin Qingha opened their eyes. The once muddled vision suddenly cleared, and He Ming finally beheld the little spirit clinging to him, its limbs devoid of bones, dripping with blood. What on earth is this ghastly creature? He Ming's knees buckled, and he fell forward, his gaze meeting the tear-streaked, blood-stained face of the little ghost, which grinned at him. He fainted, his eyes rolling back. Lin Qingha settled cross-legged, lighting several incense sticks. The little spirits drooled in anticipation, both drawn to and fearful of the enticing scent, inching closer. As Lin Qingha closed her eyes, just as they were about to reach for the incense, she flicked her eyelids open. The little spirits froze, their eyes darting around, and upon seeing her motionless, they dared to inch forward again. The bold spirit that had tormented He Ming moved closer, inhaling deeply. Seeing Lin Qingha offer no resistance, it beckoned to the others, "Come quickly, come quickly." A horde of starving little spirits eagerly descended upon the incense, their eyes turning red with gluttony. Lin Qingha silently lit a few more sticks. This was Jingyan's first encounter with such a scene. Observing Lin Qingha's solemn expression, he remained by her side in silence. Once the little spirits had their fill, Lin Qingha's voice rang out, grave and steady, "Who was it that stripped your bones after your death?" At her inquiry, the little spirits trembled, retreating in trepidation. All had been young children in life, and the traumatic memories of their demise brought forth tears like pearls fallen from a broken string. In the dimly lit forest, their sobs echoed hauntingly, and He Ming, in his stupor, heard their chilling cries, rolling his eyes back once more, succumbing to unconsciousness. The first little spirit to feast on the incense, Chen Nyo, glared with a fierce hatred, gritting his teeth as he recounted, "It was Dr. Gu. He would gather herbs regularly, and I often ventured into the mountains to collect them, receiving payment and sometimes sweet treats in return. A few days ago, as I was gathering herbs, I fell into a pit. When I sought his help, it was none other than Dr. Gu who appeared above me. Instead of rescuing me, he hurled stones into the pit." Jingyan's heart sank in shock. "Did Dr. Gu murder you?" Chen Yu nodded, his eyes ablaze with tears. Turning to his companions from the same village, he choked out, "Not just me. We all suffered the same fate." Lin Qingha gazed upon the small spirits, the youngest merely 3 and the eldest 7, their innocent faces contorted in sorrow. A wave of fury surged within her. Such a beast, a healer who indiscriminately took lives, unworthy of the title. Even in death, he would not spare us. After our families buried us, he would come at night to unearth our bones. Chen Yo seethed, his head bowed low. The villagers regard him as a reincarnated deity, placing their trust in him. Who would believe such claims? The other little spirits crouched on the ground, softly weeping. "Indeed, no one believes us." Lin Qingha turned to Chen Nyo, "I shall assist you." Night fell, and every household had settled into slumber. In the Chen household, the young woman, Yun Yang, lay wide awake, tossing and turning, her mind filled with thoughts of her son, Chen Nyo. Suddenly, the familiar wailing pierced the silence. "Nyoa!" Yun Yang bolted upright, scanning the surroundings. The stillness was profound, as if the sound had been a mere figment of her imagination. Her husband, Chen Deng, stirred awake, witnessing his usually gentle and serene wife transformed into a ghost of her former self, pale-lipped and disheveled. He embraced her, his heart wrenched with sorrow, gently patting her back. "This too shall pass." If Yun Yong had not heard, she would have gotten out of bed barefoot to open the window, murmuring toward the mountain, "I heard Noah crying, my child, he is crying." Chen Deng listened intently, hearing nothing, his expression shifting to one of complexity, his lips moving but no sound emerging. His wife had succumbed to hysteria after the loss of their son. Chen Deng trembled, his eyes reddened to the point of bleeding, the anguish searing his heart like hot oil, relentless and tormenting. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain rising. He attempted to soothe Yun Yong. "Sleep now, perhaps when you awaken, Noah will return." Yun Yong's eyes lit up, repeating, "He will come back, yes, Noah will come back." She climbed back onto the bed, placing her hands upon her chest, her thoughts on Chen Nyo slowly lulling her to sleep. "Mother, it hurts so much." Indeed, Yun Yang beheld Chen Nyo, but one glance shattered her heart. Her son approached, his limbs grotesquely stripped of flesh, the horrific sight nearly causing her to falter. "My child." In her dream, Yun Yang's emotions surged violently, casting Chen Nyo aside. Lin Qingha remained silent. It was her oversight. A mother witnessing her child in such a state could bear no more. Chen Nyo re-entered the dream, bounding with life as he leaped into Yun Yang's embrace. "Mother, do not cry, I am alive again." Yun Yang wept profusely, "My son, I miss you so much. Chen Nyo wept uncontrollably, recalling his mischievous nature, whether catching shrimp in the river or sneaking off to gather wild fruits and herbs. He often left his family in constant worry. Chen Deng had chastised him with thorns on multiple occasions, while Yun Yang would scold him with a blend of tenderness and concern, and he adored her for it, yet all of that was lost. Sensing his mother's sorrow, Chen Nyo clumsily attempted to wipe her tears. Do not cry, you will have other children. Yun Yang's heart ached, holding Chen Nyo tightly, but there is only one Nyoa. Chen Nyo burst into tears, all his grievances and fears released in that moment. He had endured unimaginable suffering in life and was not spared in death, trapped as a spirit in the forest, devoid of reincarnation. He was terrified, yet he found solace in knowing his mother had not forgotten him, that she still cared for him, and that was enough. Wiping his tears, he gazed into Yun Yang's eyes earnestly. Mother, the reason all the children in the village do not live past 8 years is because of Dr. Gu. Just as he finished speaking, dawn broke. Chen Nyo's spirit was ejected from Yun Yang's dream. Nyoa! Yun Yang cried out, abruptly awakening to meet Chen Deng's worried gaze. Without a moment's thought, she pushed him aside, seizing a sickle from the corner and rushing outside. Chen Deng's pupils constricted in alarm. Yun Yang. Old Chen and his wife, Fansha, stood in the courtyard in a daze. Ever since Chen Nyo's death, their first act upon waking was to gaze at one another in silence, lost in thought until they could muster the strength to resume their chores. Seeing Yun Yang storming out, sickle in hand, old Chen shouted, but it was too late. Having kept a close watch on Yun Yang's condition the night before, Chen Deng had only managed a few hours of sleep. The grief had taken its toll, and as he got up, the world spun around him, darkness engulfing his vision. Regaining his bearings, he realized with horror that Yun Yang was nowhere in sight. Panic surged through him. Chen Deng dashed after her, just in time to catch a glimpse of her fleeing figure. Stop her, he called urgently. Chapter 36 Dr. Gu, Yun Yang, exclaimed Mrs. Fan, startled as she rose, her unease growing at the murderous intent emanating from Yun Yang. She hurriedly followed behind, asking, Where are you going? Old Chen quickly intercepted the anxious Chen Deng. What is happening? Yun Yang must be having a nightmare. The three hurried after her. As they witnessed Yun Yang storming towards Dr. Gu's residence, their souls seemed to leave their bodies in shock. How could this be? Chen Deng was filled with regret, fearing that his words from the previous day, when he claimed that Dr. Gu turned a blind eye to death, might have led Yun Yang to attribute the child's death to him. He raised his hand and slapped himself, blaming his loose tongue. After all, Dr. Gu had always adhered to such rules, and it was unjust to hold him accountable. If Yun Yang dared to harm Dr. Gu, the entire village would brand her as a public enemy. Feeling his hands and feet grow cold, Chen Deng quickened his pace to follow her. Villagers who opened their doors to see a family in a flurry rushing towards Dr. Gu's home squinted in alarm, then noticed the gleaming sickle in Yun Yang's hand, reflecting the morning sun with a menacing glint. Heavens! Stop Yun Yang, she's gone mad. She actually intends to kill Dr. Gu. He Ming's mind was still reeling, yet he continued down the mountain, hastily pursuing lynching her ahead of him. Approaching Jing Yan, he hesitated before speaking. Observing the grave expressions on both Jing Yan and lynching her, he whispered, I wasn't dreaming last night, there truly are ghosts in the woods. Indeed, Jing Yan replied, nodding. Noticing He Ming's fear, he added, what is more terrifying than ghosts is the human heart. He Ming vaguely remembered hearing children lamenting while he was unconscious, calling out for Dr. Gu. I recall now. Dr. Gu is a frequent patron of Yachen Tower. Yun Yang stood before Dr. Gu's door, pounding on it with force, causing the doorframe to tremble. The septuagenarian village chief hurried over, breathless and alarmed, seeing her indeed causing a commotion at Dr. Gu's doorstep. His expression darkened. Yun Yang, what are you doing? Come down at once. Yun Yang ignored him, shouting, come out, Dr. Gu, come out. Yun Yang's fury was fueled by one conviction: the death of her ox was somehow tied to Dr. Gu. In a frenzy, she slashed at the door with her sickle. If it would not open, then she would cleave it in two. The village chief's face hardened, signaling the strong men of the village to restrain Yun Yang. At that moment, someone shouted, the Chen family is coming. Villagers near Dr. Gu's house emerged, forming a circle and casting disapproving glances at the Chen family. The three members of the Chen family were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of Yun Yang frantically attacking the door. Known for her gentle disposition, they had never seen her raise her voice in anger. Yun Yang! Chen Deng rushed up the steps, attempting to calm her, but was met with the arc of her sickle. He froze. Yun Yang, I am your husband. Yun Yong's eyes were bloodshot, her sole desire was to kill Dr. Gu, and anyone who impeded her was her enemy, including him. She screamed, "Step back." Chen Deng's throat felt dry, and tears pricked his eyes as he hoarsely implored, "Yun Yong, come here. Dr. Gu is not the one who caused our son's death, it is my fault for misleading you." A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. At the mention of the child, sorrow clouded the villagers' faces. Taohua village seemed cursed, with children seldom living past 8 years of age. "Chen Yo was a good boy, I understand your grief over losing a child, but this has nothing to do with Dr. Gu. His practices have always been this way," the village chief spoke softly, leaning on his cane as he thudded it against the ground, his expression growing stern. "Return home, and let bygones be bygones." Old Chen smiled apologetically, "My Yun Yong has been greatly disturbed. I ask for your understanding." "Yun Yong, dear child, calm down," Mrs. Fan pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "You are still young and can have more children, do not act in a moment of folly." Yun Yong gazed at the familiar, kindly faces around her, now filled with reproach, her lips pressed tightly together. "Last night, Nyo came to me. He said he was harmed by Dr. Chen, and all the children in Taohua village who met untimely deaths were due to him. Think about it, since Dr. Gu arrived in our village, have any children lived beyond the age of 8? The crowd gasped, exchanging glances, pondering Yun Yong's words. Dr. Gu was not from Taohua village, he had moved there a decade ago. At that time, Taohua village was not as it is now, the land was barren, and families struggled to make ends meet. After Dr. Gu's arrival, the soil became fertile, his remarkable medical skills saved many lives, and he taught the villagers how to engage in trade. True to its name, Taohua village was filled with peach trees, and after Dr. Gu improved the varieties, the peaches became sweet and large, both visually appealing and delicious. He also taught them how to make dried peaches and peach preserves, quickly leading the village to prosperity. The older generation never forgot Dr. Gu's kindness, believing him to be a reincarnation of a deity, with a reputation surpassing that of the village chief. Yet, since his arrival, the village's children began to suffer, seldom living past 8 years. Suddenly, someone stood up to question Dr. Gu, and confusion spread among the villagers. "Nonsense, Dr. Gu is kind-hearted and skilled. Just yesterday, a noble from the palace sought his help," the village chief exclaimed, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Yun Yong. "A person of his caliber is respected wherever he goes, enjoying both fame and fortune. How could he harm the children of our village?" The villagers snapped back to reality, feeling guilty for momentarily doubting him. Indeed, Dr. Gu is a living deity, he could never commit such acts. "Yun Yong, stop your wild imaginings and go lie down. We understand your grief, but do not harm the innocent. In my opinion, women are merely being unreasonable. Long hair but short-sighted." The villagers chimed in, their voices overlapping. Old Chen felt embarrassed, nervously urging Yun Yong, "Calm down." But Yun Yong remained unmoved, coldly laughing, "No one shall stop me today, Dr. Gu is the murderer. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill." The villagers were taken aback, their faces paling as they collectively looked to the village chief. His expression darkened. "Since you are so determined, do not blame me for being righteous in the face of kin." "Village chief." Mrs. Fan exclaimed, rushing forward to kneel before him. "Yun Yong is merely momentarily confused. Get away, you, an old woman, cannot even control your daughter-in-law. What use are you?" Before she could approach, the boisterous and selfish Lu Pozi shoved her to the ground, spitting in her face. Her daughter-in-law, just as fiery, often clashed with Mrs. Fan. While the Chen family enjoyed a harmonious relationship, seeing today's events, she thought they were no better than the rest. "Do not touch my mother-in-law," Yun Yong cried, rushing forward as she saw Mrs. Fan fall. Old Chen hurried to help Mrs. Fan, and Chen Deng quickly followed. The village chief signaled to his nephew. The tall and burly man seized the opportunity while Yun Yong was distracted by Mrs. Fan, delivering a kick to her knee, causing her pain and sending her sprawling to the ground, the sickle flying several meters away. Creak. Just then, the door to the Gu residence swung open. Dr. Gu appeared at the threshold, looking bewildered at the unfolding chaos, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What is happening here?" The village chief bowed respectfully. "We apologize for disturbing Dr. Gu, it is nothing at all. We shall take our leave." He had no intention of escalating the situation, fearing to displease Dr. Gu, and considering the Chen family were his fellow villagers. "Dr. Gu, just moments ago, Chen's daughter-in-law brandished a sickle and attempted to kill you." Lu Pozi would not miss this opportunity to stir the pot, eagerly declaring, hoping to amplify the situation. Chapter 37 The Chen family provokes public outrage. The village chief, filled with an overwhelming desire to silence Lu Pozi, hurriedly extended his apologies to Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu, it is all a misunderstanding. With a sigh, Dr. Gu descended the steps and approached them. The villagers, feeling an inexplicable tension, instinctively parted ways, their eyes fixed on Dr. as he advanced toward Yunyang. As he drew closer, Yunyang's expression turned ferocious, her teeth clenching audibly. "Return my son. I am deeply sorry, Yunyang. I regret not saving your son earlier. Upon reflection, I realize I may have erred." Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dr. bowed respectfully to Yunyang. "I should have disregarded protocol to save the child." Clad in simple garments, his face bore an expression of guilt and sincerity. "Dr. Gu." The villagers expressed their gratitude in unison. "You have already benefited the entire village by teaching us how to profit from the peach trees. The untimely deaths of the children are merely the result of a curse upon the village and have nothing to do with you." Indeed, indeed. Yunyang has lost her senses. Do not stoop to her level." The villagers clustered around him, eager to curry favor. Fearful of offending him, they disparaged Yunyang, branding her as mad, even pressing her head down to apologize on her behalf. Lu Pozi, the most brazen among them, strode over, seeing Yunyang glaring fiercely at Dr. and swung her arm to deliver a few slaps. "You have truly lost your mind. Gaze upon him again, and I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets." She spat, then turned to Dr. with a sycophantic grin. Yunyang surveyed the familiar faces of the villagers, her laughter bordering on madness and sarcasm. The villagers, taken aback, paled at her words. What nonsense about a curse! The children thrived before Dr. Gu's arrival. Now, they scarcely reach the age of 8. Can we not conclude that this curse is brought upon us by Dr. Gu himself? The village chief barked silence. Yunyang laughed heartily. "Do you truly not suspect Dr. or are you merely fearful of losing your comfortable lives? Even without descendants, you seem unconcerned." "Village chief, I have always held you in high regard, yet I must assert. Without descendants, Taohua village is destined for extinction." The village chief's face turned ashen, aghast at Yunyang's unabashed audacity. The villagers, too, were stunned into silence by her impudent remarks, their expressions darkening with indignation. "We have declared countless times that the children's deaths have nothing to do with Dr. Gu. Yunyang has lost her mind. Chen family, you must divorce her. She is unworthy of being a member of Taohua village. Ungrateful wretches, you turn the tables on us. Begone from Taohua village. You vile creature, unable to recognize kindness. No wonder you have lost a child. The Chen family is utterly despicable. They deserve to be cut off from descendants." The villagers, incensed, clamored and pointed fingers at Yunyang, while the Chen family hurled insults and stones in her direction. Elder Chen and Mrs. Fan clung to each other, their heads bowed in shame, their already stooped backs bending further. Chen Deng attempted to rescue Yunyang from the village chief's nephew, only to be obstructed by the villagers, who beat him and berated him. "You insolent wretch. A woman like her deserves to be cast aside. Why do you shield her? Kill her." At this, the crowd fell silent, then erupted anew. "Kill this wretched woman." Dr. maintained a demeanor of calm detachment, observing the chaos without intervening. The village chief, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, glanced at him, understanding his stance, and refrained from halting the villagers' outburst. Yunyang. Chen Deng, his head forced to the ground, watched helplessly as his wife was besieged, his voice rising in a desperate, tearful cry, his body trembling. Yet Yunyang continued to laugh. She mocked the villagers' ignorance and their refusal to contemplate the truth. Still, she dared to laugh. Her defiance only fueled the villagers' wrath, and their attacks grew more vicious. "Stop." Just as Yunyang seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, lynching her arrived in the village, her brow furrowed at the sight before her. Her gaze swept over the crowd, landing squarely on Dr. Gu. Without hesitation, she cast an oracle. As the divination revealed itself, lynching her's pupils constricted, and she shot a quick glance at Dr. Gu, her expression inscrutable, remaining rooted to the spot. "What cowardice is this, to bully a woman? You are all fellow villagers. How utterly cruel." He Ming scoffed. The villagers halted their actions, wary of the newcomers. The village chief, recognizing their remarkable demeanor, surmised they were noble youths from the capital. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he approached them. I apologize for the disturbance, there are some disputes among the villagers. You must be here to see Dr.Gu. Himing chuckled, eager to publicly unmask Dr.Gu, but before he could speak, Lin Qinghe interjected, indeed. Please, come inside. Dr.Gu gestured. Before entering the Gu residence, Jin Yan intervened, rescuing the Chen family from the villagers' clutches. He wore a cold expression, exuding an aura of intimidation that sent shivers through them, causing them to disperse. Return home. Lin Qinghe tossed a jar of medicinal ointment to Chen Deng. Instinctively, he caught it, staring blankly as Lin Qinghe disappeared into the Gu residence. Before hastily rushing to support Yun Yong, she bore the marks of the villagers' assault, her face swollen and bruised, her body battered. Chen Deng was consumed by a mix of rage and helplessness. The Chen family, supporting one another, made their way home, looking disheveled and pitiable. The Gu residence was a courtyard adorned with a rockery, a pond, and a trellis for grapes, beneath which stood a wooden table for tea. With winding streams and vibrant blossoms, it was evident that Dr.Gu was a man of refined taste and an appreciation for life's pleasures. Inside, the decor was equally captivating, with cabinets embedded in the walls, each housing exquisite porcelain and gemstones. Numerous fine paintings adorned the walls. The display of wealth. As Lin Qinghe entered, the thought of immense wealth surfaced in her mind. Even Himing, with his own substantial fortune, was taken aback by the lavish treasures within, casting a surprised glance at Dr. Gu. Such ostentatious wealth, coupled with an exquisite sense of style, was indeed rare. No sooner had Dr.Gu settled in and prepared to offer tea than he found himself ensnared by a tightening grip around his neck. His eyes widened in panic as he struggled. Do not move any further and I shall end your life. Lin Qinghe tightened the noose, prompting Dr.Gu to hastily raise his hands in surrender. Himing swallowed hard, his silence heavy. Jin Yan asked no questions, instead he bound Dr. Gu's hands and legs to the chair on which he sat. Lin Qinghe released her hold and took a seat opposite Dr. Gu, with Jin Yan and Himing flanking her. 3 pairs of eyes bore into him intently. Dr.Gu, sensing defeat, asked, what is the meaning of this? We bear no enmity. Why have you disguised yourself, masquerading as a doctor in Taohua village? Lin Qinghe inquired. Dr.Gu shook his head. I do not understand what you are saying. Do not feign ignorance. Do you believe that by donning a false beard I would not recognize you, Guzheng? Himing leaned forward, tearing away the disguise to reveal a face that was unexpectedly handsome, appearing a decade younger in an instant. A flicker of regret crossed Dr. Gu's eyes. Young master, you still remember me? Himing's tone dripped with sarcasm. The Gu who squandered thousands of silver at Yachen Tower over the past 6 months. Oh no, the divine Dr. Gu, who does not know of you? Chapter 38. The otherworldly being Gu Zheng remained unperturbed, responding with a nonchalant, so what, my medical skills are genuine. Do you consider yourself worthy of being a physician? Lin Qinghe slammed her palm down on the table, producing a thunderous noise. Himing trembled in fear, silenced by Lin Qinghe's solemn expression. Jin Yan remained silent, willing to stand guard by her side no matter her actions. Gu Zheng assessed her, a smirk tugging at his lips. The young lady is quite lovely. With a few more years, she could become a beauty that captivates nations. Being so beautiful, you ought to refrain from anger, lest you invite wrinkles. Do not utter words that ought not to be spoken. Be silent. Jin Yan struck the table, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Gu Zheng. The fierce intensity in his eyes reminded Gu Zheng of the wolves roaming the woods at night. His gaze flitted between the two, and he promptly sealed his lips. They were all quite intimidating. Himing trembled in fright. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Qinghe inquired, did you kill the children of the village to extract their bones? Why? Himing remained tight-lipped. Speak. Lin Qinghe drew a dagger from her possession, pressing it against his throat. Gu Zheng glanced at Jin Yan with a cold smile. Jin Yan raised his blade to Gu Zheng's chest, commanding, speak. Gu Zheng's expression shifted repeatedly as he looked at Lin Qinghe. I will only speak to you. That is unacceptable. Very well. Lin Qinghe and Jin Yan exchanged a determined gaze. Whoosh! Jin Yan swiftly sheathed his sword, and as he was about to leave the room, he couldn't help but advise, I will be right outside, call for me at the slightest hint of trouble. Lin Qinghe nodded. Once the two exited, she redirected her attention to Gu Zheng. Is that your ideal partner? He is indeed quite handsome. The children you two bear would surely be beautiful. Gu Zheng gestured, completely disregarding the weapon poised at his throat. Lin Qinghe maintained a cold demeanor, her silence heavy. She sensed an air of indifference to life emanating from Gu Zheng, and her grip on the dagger tightened progressively. Gu Zheng winced. "You are indeed serious." The blade grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The sharp pain contorted his features into a grimace. Lin Qinghe stared at him. "You are a being from another world." Gu Zheng's expression sobered, revealing a hint of earnestness. "And what about you, young lady?" "Kuan Dao," Lin Qinghe replied. "A Daoist, I see. No wonder, my ancestors did not deceive me. Before a Daoist, there truly are no secrets." Gu Zheng expressed with a hint of enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lin Qinghe. "Might I have the honor of becoming your disciple?" His thoughts were too erratic for Lin Qinghe to follow. She directly queried, "You hail from another world, does Taoism exist there as well?" Gu Zheng nodded, "Indeed, but it has fallen into decline. In those times, materialism reigned supreme. Oh, you would not understand if I elaborated. In simpler terms, it means there are neither ghosts nor deities in this world. Everything must be supported by reason and evidence, with cause and effect." Lin Qinghe listened intently. "You believe your status as an otherworldly being grants you the liberty to disregard human life?" Gu Zheng remained non-committal. "That is the act of a beast." Lin Qinghe rose abruptly, slamming her hand on the table, her eyes ablaze with fury. Under her fierce gaze, Gu Zheng felt parched and stammered, "I have saved many lives." Lin Qinghe struggled for composure, stepping back to create distance. "Your motives for saving lives are merely to earn silver, to indulge in debauchery." She took a few strides, surveying the room filled with priceless treasures. "It is all for the sake of enjoying wealth and luxury." Gu Zheng observed her, his eyes downcast. "The path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, is it not?" Receiving no reply, he smiled slowly. "They say after enduring hardship comes sweetness. Once you master the Tao, the world will both fear and seek you. Wealth and fame would be at your fingertips. Are you not tempted? Young lady, when you mature and reach that position, you will understand that human nature cannot resist temptation." Lin Qinghe's expression remained placid. "Should that day arrive, I will never forsake my humanity nor disregard life in my pursuits. The Tao is also about cultivating one's own path. If everyone were to act as you suggest, this world would descend into chaos." Gu Zheng appeared somewhat disheartened. They were simply not of the same ilk. "You may leave. You cannot kill me," he declared, "and if you doubt it, you may attempt it." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside. The door burst open. The villagers of Taohua were reporting to the authorities. The county magistrate, having heard of Gu Zheng's troubles, personally led a group to investigate. "Who disturbs the peace here?" "Magistrate," he bellowed upon entering, his presence imposing without anger. "Seize the villain." 10 guards formed 2 teams, then circling Jin Yan and He Ming. He Ming was bewildered. What was happening? How did he become the villain? He turned to Jin Yan. "Brother Jin Yan, what should we do?" Jin Yan remained unflappable, scrutinizing Magistrate He from a superior position. Though only 16, he stood tall, nearly 8 feet, his physique honed from years of martial training. After all, he was a general capable of leading troops into battle. Even in a youthful visage, his serious demeanor was enough to intimidate adversaries. Magistrate He halted, appraising Jin Yan. "A mere physician can prompt an official of this stature to intervene. It seems this good doctor indeed possesses considerable influence." Jin Yan spoke fast. "How fortuitous, I too wish to report a matter." Magistrate He sensed the hostility in the air and urged, "Speak." "I wish to accuse Gu Zheng, the physician of Taohua village, of disregarding human life and brutally murdering children," Jin Yan proclaimed loudly. "According to the laws of our dynasty, this man deserves execution." Magistrate He, would you agree? Magistrate He's gaze shot towards the closed door. Alarmed, the guards exchanged bewildered glances, unable to hide their astonishment. Gu Zheng was a renowned divine doctor. Why would he commit such heinous acts? Such absurd claims. The village elder, leaning on his cane, entered Gu's residence, each step accompanied by a resounding thud. He saluted Magistrate He, declaring with righteous indignation, "Dr. Gu is a benefactor to Taohua village. He would never commit such a heinous act. These outsiders arrived yesterday, sneaking up the mountain. I suspect they wish to ruin Dr. Gu's reputation." Magistrate He nodded. "Your words hold merit. Seize them. I dare anyone to try." Jin Yan brandished his insignia, placing it forward. "Seeing this token is akin to seeing the emperor himself. Kneel before it." Magistrate He focused, recognizing the imperial decree bestowed upon Jin Yan, which bore the 4 characters, General of the Nation. The General of the Nation. He is, magistrate. His eyes widened in astonishment and respect, quickly dropping to his knees, prompting others to follow suit. Your subordinate greets General Jing Yan. The villagers who had come to witness were startled by the scene, all hastily kneeling. Those within the room overheard the commotion outside. Gu Zheng's expression morphed into one of surprise and regret as he recognized Jing Yan's identity. He is the one known for his agile military tactics, a king on the battlefield, yet cast by fate with a short life. Chapter 39 Confrontation. Lin Qinghe narrowed her eyes, a bold hypothesis forming in her mind. She leaned closer and inquired, who will be the next emperor, and how long has the Jing dynasty persisted? Gu Zheng regarded her with a wry smile. Aren't you a Taoist? Why not calculate it yourself? He shrugged, frowning. He added. Lin Qinghe pressed on with her questioning, what is the true purpose behind your collection of children's bones? Her persistence was relentless. Perhaps Gu Zheng was overly confident that she could not harm him, as he revealed a meaning-laden smile. Come closer, and I shall tell you. Lin Qinghe flicked her eyelids, remaining motionless. Gu Zheng, sensing the lack of interest, fell silent for a moment before stating, in truth, I possess no medical skills. I was previously a forensic examiner. It can be understood as a coroner, Lin Qinghe replied, her brow twitching. Gu Zheng continued, my family has a secret remedy. The bones of children, untouched by the afflictions of illness, are the purest and can be ground into powder to cure myriad ailments. Oh, it is not limited to children's bones. The bones of foxes and wolves can also serve as effective remedies. Lin Qinghe's expression tightened at his brazen words, oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in her gaze. How utterly deranged, how selfish. Gripping her dagger, she fixated on his hand, contemplating how a single strike would be too lenient. If that hand were rendered useless, he could no longer dissect corpses or strip bones. What are you planning to do? Gu Zheng's eyes met hers, filled with an icy depth, and he finally felt fear creeping in, struggling to retreat. He was the chosen one, he was the protagonist of this world. A harrowing scream pierced the air, jolting those kneeling outside into alarm as they sprang up to pound on the door. Dr. Gu. The village chief, blood rushing to his head, struggled to maintain his grip on his cane as he stumbled towards the door. If something were to happen to Dr. Gu, what would become of Taohua village? The door was soon forced open, revealing a scene that sent chills through everyone present, suppressing their inner screams. Lin Qinghe's long hair billowed behind her like a dark cloud as she placed a foot on the table, her right hand thrusting the dagger into Dr. Gu's palm. He writhed in agony, eyes rolling back. Moreover, how had Dr. Gu aged so significantly? Stripped of his facade, his eyes were sunken, his face marred with pockmarks, a clear testament to a life of excess, devoid of the ethereal grace he once possessed. The village chief, thoroughly shaken by the sight, trembled all over, his eyes rolling back as he fell. His advanced age rendered him vulnerable. Should he fall, his life would be in peril. To prevent any further incidents, Ming, quick on his feet, caught him and laid him gently onto a spacious chaise in the room. Release him at once. County magistrate, he barked, raising his hand as the guards readied their swords, aimed at Lin Qinghe. Jing Yan stepped forward, sword raised protectively before her, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. The guards halted, retreating in fear. Magistrate, he urged, General, there are laws of the land. Even if Dr. Gu is indeed guilty, we cannot resort to extrajudicial killings. Jing Yan remained still and silent. Magistrate, he turned his attention to Lin Qinghe, Mississippi. Lin Qinghe withdrew the dagger with a swift motion. Dr. Gu, in excruciating pain, felt as if his very soul trembled. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Qinghe, hatred flaring within him. Jing Yan's sword pivoted, aimed at Gu Zheng. Do not act impulsively, magistrate, he sighed, feeling overwhelmed. He dared not provoke anyone. Lin Qinghe articulated clearly, Dr. Gu has harmed 36 children of Taohua village, committing heinous acts against heaven and morality. I implore you, magistrate, to apprehend him immediately, announce his crimes to the world, and execute him publicly in 3 days. After all, who held authority here, the magistrate or herself? Though displeased, magistrate, he dared not show it, especially under Jing Yan's watchful eye. He murmured his agreement. The Chen family, having tightly secured their door, was in a state of alarm. Chen Deng and Yun Nyong were both injured, with the elderly couple caring for each other. When they heard hurried footsteps at the door, the family's expressions changed drastically. Old Chen was the first to regain his composure. Stay inside. He ventured out, met with an astonished expression upon his return. Dr. Gu has been taken by the authorities. The villagers are furious and have followed to demand an explanation. Yun Nyong, filled with fervor, exclaimed, surely, his filthy deeds have been uncovered. Such a person deserves death. My poor son, she cried, alternating between laughter and tears. The Chen family, having witnessed Gu Zheng's indifference and endured the villagers' ostracism, felt a numbness settle in their hearts. Once suspicion arose, it spread like wildfire. The arrest of Dr. Gu sent shockwaves not only through Taohua village but also reached the capital, 100 miles away. Arrested. Upon returning from the palace, King Jinghang halted in his tracks upon hearing the news. Concubine Ro, having improved after taking the medicine prescribed by Dr. Gu, experienced a reduction in her cough and an increase in appetite. The palace's concubines buzzed with anticipation, eager to meet Dr. Gu. Even Emperor Jingwu expressed a desire to see him. Those with power often become increasingly fearful for their lives. Quickly, go to Qingshui County, we must ensure Dr. Gu's safety. In no time, various factions surged out of the city. The Qingshui County government, Gu Zheng was not confined to a dungeon but rather found himself in a tastefully decorated room where a magistrate he had summoned a physician to tend to his hand. The sight of the gruesome wound made the doctor wince in horror. Each breath Gu Zheng took was a reminder of his pain, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he gasped, "Fetch the porcelain vial from my pocket. Hurry, pour it on my wound." The doctor, not daring to delay, promptly complied, sprinkling the powdered medicine onto his hand and administering his own concoction. And the next moment, the doctor's eyes widened in disbelief. The wound visibly began to heal before him. Rubbing his eyes in astonishment, he could hardly comprehend what he witnessed. The doctor, overwhelmed with admiration, looked at Gu Zheng with awe, his breath quickening. Dr. Gu is indeed a divine healer. Gu Zheng felt a significant relief from his pain, and observing the elderly physician's infatuated gaze, an idea flashed through his mind. Would you like to learn? The doctor nodded vigorously, eager beyond measure. Gu Zheng beckoned him closer, and the doctor, filled with anticipation yet trepidation, leaned in, only to be met with words that left him both astonished and indignant. He solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, divine Dr. Gu, I shall comply." Much obliged. Watching the doctor depart, a flicker of derision crossed Gu Zheng's eyes. What a fool. Thoughts of lynching her, the source of his suffering, began to gnaw at him. How could he, the chosen one, suffer such a grievous setback at the hands of a mere girl? He desired her death. In just a day, Qingshui County was inundated with visitors. Even the carefree Himing sensed something amiss and hurried back to the inn to find Lin Qinghe. "Sister Qinghe, a multitude has arrived at the county. I observed closely and noted that some hail from the palace." He lowered his voice. They couldn't possibly be here to rescue that scoundrel Gu Zheng, could they? Seeing Lin Qinghe's face darken, he lamented, "Indeed, what shall we do now?" Lin Qinghe pressed her lips together. She could end his life right now, but that would be too merciful. With people coming to his aid, she would summon the spirits to demand retribution. Chapter 40. Returned to the city. Upon seeing the individuals seated in the main hall, county magistrate, he experienced a moment of dizziness. He felt he could not provoke any of them. "Lord, I am here under the orders of my master to escort Dr. Gu," announced the envoy from the Eastern Palace, brandishing a command token. The others in the room turned their gazes, and silence fell. Rising to his feet, county magistrate, he hesitated, saying, "Dr. Gu is the one captured by General Jinyan under my jurisdiction." The envoy from the Eastern Palace was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Zheng was entangled with so many prominent figures. "The Crown Prince has decreed that Dr. Gu must be taken today." County magistrate, he, already instructed by Prince Jinghang to keep a close watch on Gu Zheng, recognized that the formidable presence of Lin Qinghe signified peril for him. Thus, he acquiesced, nodding, "Very well." Himing had just pushed open the window of the inn when he spotted the carriage below. A sudden gust of wind lifted the curtain, revealing the face of the occupant inside. With a snap, the window was closed. Once he steadied himself, Himing hurried to find Lin Qinghe. "This is bad, this is bad." He burst into Lin Qinghe's room, where he found her standing by the window alongside Jinyan. They did not turn at the sound of his frantic exclamations. Inside the carriage, Gu Zheng lifted the curtain, meeting Lin Qinghe's gaze with a taunting smile. Soon after, the curtain fell, obscuring all sight. Jinyan looked at Lin Qinghe with concern. "Qinghe." Watching Gu Zheng being taken away by the envoy from the Eastern Palace, Lin Qinghe remained motionless, her heart stilled for the inevitable. "We shall return to the city," she declared. Before departing, Lin Qinghe specifically went to Teotihuacan to bring the Chen family to town. They had drawn the ire of many, becoming pariahs in the village. Himing generously purchased a modest residence for them and provided 50 taels of silver. He had initially intended to offer 100 but was stopped by Lin Qinghe. "It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish," she remarked, casting a glance at the resilient yet delicate Yunyang. "Live well. Kindness begets kindness, and evil begets evil. Everything will come in due time." The Chen family understood her meaning and bowed deeply in gratitude. Yes. After ensuring the Chen family was settled, the three of them set off on their journey back to the city. Lady Li was nearly frantic in her search for lynching her. The usually shrewd and assertive matron had suffered another stroke, and upon awakening, she exhibited tendencies of dementia, often forgetting people and behaving childishly. Yet, she still remembered lynching her and insisted on seeing her daughter. If a day passed without her sight, she would find ways to torment Lady Li, demanding massages or herbal remedies, leaving Lady Li utterly exhausted and visibly diminished. She sent people repeatedly to the Motion residence to summon lynching her, but to no avail. Taking matters into her own hands, she had the back door of the West Wing forcibly reopened and even constructed a small door, impatiently leading others to search for lynching her at the Motion residence. She had indeed endured enough, even though old Madame Song was well attended to, with her clothes frequently changed and no foul odors in her room. The oppressive atmosphere made it unbearable. The odor of old age and illness surrounding the matron grew increasingly potent, driving a once privileged lady nearly to madness. She had to bring lynching her back. I have said it countless times, my master is not at home. Peony, informed by Yuan Chan that members of the whole residence had come again, was beside herself. Irritably, she opened the door, only to find Lady Li standing there, which elicited a mocking expression from her. Oh, isn't this the lady of the Ho? Lady Li held a deep disdain for Peony's sharp tongue and biting remarks. In her heart, Peony was merely a lowly servant. Now that she needed something from her, Lady Li swallowed her pride. I am here to find Ching He. Her grandmother wishes to see her. Peony replied with a dismissive tone, when my master returns, I will certainly inform her. Please leave. Lady Li's expression changed, and after much restraint, she could no longer hold back. As her maid, shouldn't you care for her? Offending me will bring you no benefit. Peony gasped suddenly and burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubling over until tears streamed down her face. Her blatant disrespect infuriated Lady Li. What are you laughing at? Do you think you are worthy of being a mother? Peony retorted, her words as sharp as ever. You cherish the impostor while being cold towards your own flesh and blood. You come seeking my master only out of your own desires. Let me remind you, my master has yet to acknowledge her heritage. She is not one of your whole family, thus, she may come and go as she pleases, without needing to regard your whims. Lady Li staggered back, the words striking her like daggers. She had not yet acknowledged her heritage. Suddenly, her eyes stung with tears, and she bowed her head, struggling against the guilt rising within her, but Peony would not grant her the opportunity to finish. With a resounding slam, she closed the door. Lady Li stood at the entrance of the Motion residence for quite some time, fatigue washing over her. Let us return, she finally murmured. As the carriage rolled out of the street, lynching her, riding on horseback, headed towards the Motion residence. Lost in her own thoughts, Lady Li did not look outside. They passed each other, mere inches apart. Upon returning to the whole residence, Song Baiwei greeted her mother. Lady Li gazed at the beautiful girl before her, her brows furrowed with concern, wanting to speak yet hesitating. Sensing her turmoil, Song Baiwei cautiously inquired, does mother have something to say to me? Her daughter was still so understanding. How could she not be her flesh and blood? A pang of sorrow filled Lady Li's heart as she raised her hand to cover her face. Daughter. Song Baiwei hurriedly attempted to wipe away her tears. Lady Li choked on her words, I am afraid I have caused you distress, my Baiwei. In time, your sister will formally acknowledge her heritage, and then Lady Li could not bear to continue. At that moment, she would truly become a foster daughter. Song Baiwei silently echoed her unfinished thoughts, her heart sinking deeper. With a bitter smile, she forced herself to muster some spirit. It is all right, mother. As long as you are not troubled, I will do anything. I just wish to stay by your side, no matter the title. Tears streamed down Lady Li's face. My child, my poor child. Who cares about returning to the whole residence? Upon lynching her's arrival, Peony immediately updated her on the recent visits from the whole residence, spitting in indignation. Before coming to the capital, Peony had imagined that lynching her would receive affection from her parents. Upon returning to the whole residence, with her beauty and talents, she would surely find a worthy husband and live a life of luxury. However, upon her arrival, she discovered the whole family favored the pretentious Song Baiwei. In the capital, those of high status prized power above all. Beauty and ability were but fleeting illusions when faced with family lineage. Peony began to feel lost, thinking that no one was worthy of her master. Only General Jingyan seemed to hold her interest. After all, he was perceptive enough to recognize quality. Establishing an independent household was advantageous. It afforded freedom and audacity, and Peony's heart and mind were wholly devoted to lynching her. Miss, I believe we are quite well off staying at the Motion residence, she suggested. Her master was capable, with a wealth flowing in. Recently, the Prime Minister's residence and the Duke of Zhongguo's household had sent gifts of paintings, fine teas, and fruits to curry favor. Their little lives were indeed flourishing. Lin Qinghe smiled. We shall not return. Peony was overjoyed, her smile stretching wide. The Prime Minister's wife sent over a leg of lamb a few days ago. I've been waiting for your return to stew it today. We shall have lamb stew. Having traveled with Lin Qinghe far and wide, Peony had honed her culinary skills. Yuan Miao's eyes sparkled with desire. She longed to join them in the kitchen, but Lin Qinghe called out to her, come with me. Chapter 41. Opening the inroad. Gu Zheng had been welcomed into the Eastern Palace, yet he had not encountered the Crown Prince. Instead, he found himself settled in a tranquil garden. As he strolled through the courtyard, he noticed a palace maid approaching with food. He called out to her, I wish to see the Crown Prince. I would be grateful if you could convey my request. The maid, taken aback, hurriedly acknowledged his request before departing. Ji Yuzheng watched her retreating figure, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression reflecting a tangle of emotions. Lin Qinghe instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. He needed to find a new shield of protection. The Crown Prince, engrossed in his reading, paused upon hearing the maid's request. You may leave, he instructed, having no intention of meeting Gu Zheng. To him, despite the legendary reputation of the esteemed physician, Gu Zheng was merely a doctor, his entry into the Eastern Palace merely a matter of the Emperor Jingwu's curiosity. As Gu Zheng waited and waited, the Crown Prince never appeared, prompting him to curse the lack of discernment. With the Crown Prince unavailable, whom could he turn to? A wave of fear began to wash over him. As a forensic expert, he had been willing to provide false testimony for the right price. Perhaps his past misdeeds had caught up with him, leading to his untimely death by vengeance. Upon awakening, he found himself in the body of a young scholar, one who had failed to achieve academic distinction and was mired in a fruitless pursuit of knowledge. Convinced he was the chosen one, the protagonist destined for greatness, Gu Zheng yearned for a reversal of fortune. Yet, the daunting task of composing a classical essay seemed insurmountable. The intricate ancient texts gave him a headache, prompting him to abandon scholarly pursuits altogether. He absconded with the funds allocated for his education and fled to Peach Blossom Village. There, a flicker of ambition ignited within him. By utilizing excrement to enrich the soil and employing grafting techniques, he sought to alleviate the village's plight, ultimately becoming a figure of reverence in the community. Yet, his ambition extended towards children, as he embarked on an endeavor he had never dared attempt in his previous life. Once he took the first step, there was no turning back. Gu Zheng shook his head, casting aside his inner turmoil. He was the protagonist, he would never succumb to defeat. Is the master planning to summon restless spirits to confront their debtors? Yuan Miao, incredulous after hearing Lin Qinghe's plan, could hardly believe his ears. Could it truly be possible to summon souls from 100 miles away? Indeed, Lin Qinghe affirmed. I will open the inroad, you merely need to assist in bringing them back. Open the inroad. Yuan Miao's pupils dilated, and his breath quickened. He had only read about this technique in ancient texts. Lin Qinghe was merely 13 yet possessed the ability to open the inroad. Such innate talent was terrifying. Yuan Miao felt a mix of envy and excitement. He had yet to traverse the inroad himself. Observing Lin Qinghe's expectant expression, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. The lamb stew was delicious, and Yuan Miao devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Noticing Lin Qinghe's repeated glances in his direction, he paused mid-bite. What is it, master? Nothing, just eat a little less, Lin Qinghe advised. Yuan Miao looked at her in confusion. The chef's culinary skills were simply too exceptional, and he found himself unable to resist, his belly now round and full as he sipped tea. Master, we can depart now, he stated. As soon as he spoke, a loud belch escaped him. Lin Qinghe urged again, take it easy. No need, Yuan Miao waved dismissively. He had never traversed the inroad before and was eager to set off now that he was satiated. Seeing his determination, Lin Qinghe raised her hands, pulling at the air until she forcibly tore open a path to the inroad. The chilling aura and malevolent energy that rushed toward them made Yuan Miao tremble involuntarily, his heart racing as he struggled to breathe. Lin Qinghe stepped into the inroad and turned back upon noticing his discomfort. Realizing he would struggle to adapt given his current abilities, she produced a handful of talismans from her pocket and tossed a few his way. Instantly, Yuan Miao felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. He focused intently on the talismans, each one a masterwork he could never hope to replicate. Such formidable talisman-making skills were truly enviable. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away, he followed Lin Qinghe into the inn road. Lin Qinghe walked ahead with unwavering focus, while Yuan Miao glanced around, the surroundings shrouded in a hazy black mist, devoid of any tangible ground beneath his feet, as if he were walking on clouds. Turning his head, he was confronted by a face with one eye gouged out, blood and tears congealed on its visage. An unsettling encounter. Yuan Miao's heart leaped into his throat, and he screamed in terror, abandoning all semblance of composure. "Master," he called out to Lin Qinghe. "Step aside," she commanded sharply, halting her stride. The eyeless spectre, upon recognizing her, trembled in fear and swiftly fled, muttering an explanation. "Little Yama, I was mistaken. I did not know that old man was under your command. I will take my leave now." The eyeless ghost curled into a ball and rolled away. Yuan Miao was left in awe, his heart racing, his expression still tense. He observed Lin Qinghe, calm and collected, continuing to walk forward. Yuan Miao, still reeling from the encounter, hastily caught up with her, only to be met with the sight of a horde of ghosts advancing towards him. How astonishing that a living person has entered the inn road. How delectable. Let us devour them. Let us consume them. The horde of ghosts clamored, their claws outstretched as they drifted closer to the pair. Overwhelmed by fear, Yuan Miao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Now he understood why Lin Qinghe had advised him to eat less. Overindulgence would lead to discomfort. The headless ghost was still oozing blood from its neck, while the intestines of the intestines ghost trailed behind it. The grotesque sight indeed. Ugh. As the ghostly horde drew nearer, Yuan Miao could no longer suppress his queasiness, retching violently and splattering the nearest ghost with his meal. Such audacity from a living person. Has the living learned to use their vomit as a weapon against us? Silence, you are unbearable. Lin Qinghe seized one ghost with each hand, deftly entwining them together before casting them aside. Dizzying, the headless ghost struggled with the tongueless ghost. After much wrangling, they finally separated. Upon recognizing Lin Qinghe's face, their wrathful expressions morphed into ingratiating smiles. "Ah, it is the little Yama." "Little Yama, which little Yama?" The intestines ghost, sensing Lin Qinghe's formidable spiritual presence, retreated while inquiring, "Which temple do you hail from?" "Qingshan Temple, the junior master." Gasp. The horde of ghosts collectively inhaled sharply, retreating a step. They understood now, she was the junior master whose formidable power was enough to crush them without effort, a force to be reckoned with. The capacity she displayed at merely 8 years of age had surely only increased with her growth. For them, she represented the little Yama they could not afford to provoke. "Please, junior master, proceed. Rest assured, we shall guard the inn road you have opened, ensuring that no mischievous spirits disturb you." Lin Qinghe acknowledged with a simple tossing some paper offerings to them. They stood motionless until she departed, at which point they scrambled for the gifts. "Are you frightened?" Lin Qinghe inquired, glancing at Yuan Miao. Yuan Miao had emptied his stomach, his complexion pale. He pressed his lips together but then smiled. "I was terrified enough to vomit, yet witnessing the ghost's fear you fills me with immense pride for having such a master." He patted his chest, reveling in the extraordinary sights he had witnessed. Oh, not sights, but ghostly encounters. As a half-baked Taoist, this journey was truly worthwhile. Lin Qinghe chuckled softly, gazing ahead. "We have arrived, prepare to guide the souls." Chapter 42. The graves are empty. Before Yuan Miao's eyes lay a series of small mounds, causing his heart to race and his lips to press tightly together. Surely, not all of those buried here could be children. He dared not inquire of Lin Qinghe, setting down the incense altar to assist her in summoning the souls. Lin Qinghe twirled the bell in her hand, murmuring incantations, and soon, small heads began to emerge from the graves. Yuan Miao felt a heaviness in his heart. What was wrong with their hands and legs? Chen Nyo led the children of Taohua village before Lin Qinghe, exclaiming, "Sister, you are here again." "Yes," Lin Qinghe replied with a nod, gazing at their youthful faces. "I will take you to seek vengeance, if that is agreeable." Vengeance. The eldest among them was scarcely 7 years old, their minds unformed at the time of their demise, buried here on the mountain, never daring to show themselves for fear of startling the villagers. Guzheng was their nightmare. Even in death, they feared him. In an instant, the spirits of the children responded in unison. Yuan Miao was taken aback. Lin Qinghe beckoned them with incense, and the famished little spirits devoured it eagerly. Chen Nyo, while inhaling, glanced at Lin Qinghe with curiosity, ultimately unable to restrain himself from asking, "Sister, are my parents and my grandparents all right?" After he spoke, he quickly lowered his head, nervously wringing his hands. Their distress pained him, or if they suffered, he suffered. Chen Nyo felt shame for harboring such thoughts, sinking despondently to the ground. Suddenly, a hand gently stroked his head. The long-awaited gesture made Chen Nyo feel a pang of emotion, causing him to burst into tears. When he cried, the other little spirits followed suit, and soon, the sound of their weeping echoed throughout the mountain. In Taohua village, the villagers heard the commotion. "Village chief, did you hear the crying?" "Chief, is that the sound of children's wails coming from the mountain where they are buried?" Terrified, the villagers huddled together, their faces pale and their legs trembling as they questioned. The village chief, leaning on his cane, emerged from his dwelling. Having heard the sounds ever since he had collapsed that day, he had been consumed by gloom, troubled by the fate of the village's children who seldom lived beyond 8 years. Was it due to human malice or a curse? He dared not ponder too deeply. Faced with the frightened faces surrounding him, his cane struck the ground with a thud. "Return to your homes and sleep. Tomorrow, I shall consult a Taoist priest." "Yes, village chief," the villagers murmured as they departed. Fearful, they dared not venture into the mountains and resolved to endure until dawn. Once they left, the village chief's back sagged further, his complexion paler than before as he trembled, gazing towards the mountain. "I bear guilt. Do not cry," Lin Qingha said, producing a handful of candy beans to offer them. Indeed, they remained children at heart. As they savored the sweets, their tears gradually ceased. Chen Nyo, sniffling, stuffed the candy into his mouth, but in his haste, he swallowed one whole. His ghostly eyes widened in shock. He had not even tasted it yet. Panic surged within him, threatening another bout of tears. Lin Qingha, quick-witted, provided him with another. The little spirits quieted, and Lin Qingha exhaled in relief, grateful that Jin Yan treated her like a little girl, often providing her with snacks, which now came in handy. "Chen Nyo, your parents are still grieving deeply." Lin Qingha patted his shoulder. "Do not be saddened. You can be reborn into your mother's womb, allowing you to be mother and son once more." Chen Nyo perked up. "Is that true?" Lin Qingha nodded. "However, you must tell me, as long as I can be my mother's son again, I will do anything." Chen Nyo wiped away his tears, his eyes regaining their sparkle. The other little spirits hung their heads in sorrow, hesitant to seek Lin Qingha's help. Lin Qingha continued, "It's quite simple, you only need to do one thing." The little spirits perked up, glancing at one another, excitement igniting within them. Chen Nyo waved his hand. "Brothers and sisters, let us follow Sister Qingha. Wherever she directs us to strike, we shall go without hesitation. If she says one, we shall not say two. Do you understand?" "Understood. So, what shall we do?" "Seek vengeance." "Excellent, a natural leader." Lin Qingha was quite pleased with Chen Nyo and rewarded him with 2 extra candy beans. The following day, as the sun rose, the villagers of Taohua, led by the village chief and accompanied by the Taoist priest summoned at dawn, ascended the mountain in a grand procession. The Taoist, holding a compass, gesticulated while reciting incantations, pacing back and forth until he suddenly halted. The villagers' hearts raced, but they soon sensed something was amiss. The tension gripped the air. When the Taoist stopped before the village chief, he extended his hand. The crowd was puzzled. The Taoist sighed. "The children are not faring well in the underworld. They are eager to be reborn, but they lack the means." With a clap of his hands, he produced a resounding pop. "Oh!" In that moment, the villagers understood, and before the village chief could retrieve his money, they eagerly offered their silver coins into his hands. The Taoist, the expressionless, pocketed the coins, feigning mystery for a while before declaring, "All right, the children have received the funds. They will not cry tonight. Everyone, please return home." "Thank you, master, we shall sleep peacefully tonight." "Indeed, I could not sleep a wink last night." "Children, go forth and be reborn." As the villagers made their way back, chatting amiably, one suddenly stumbled and inadvertently stepped upon a grave mound. Having already been shaken by the events of the previous night, the villager turned pale, trembling in fear and unable to move. Terrified that he might wet himself, he cautiously opened his eyes to look. Oh heavens, the grave is empty. Empty. The village chief, leaning on his cane, hurriedly stepped forward, the dust swirling into his nose and throat, causing him to cough violently. Once he regained his composure, the villagers formed a circle around the vacant graves. They soon realized that the children's graves were all empty. The graves had been dug up. Had the Taoist priest not noticed, was he merely deceiving them with tales of money for rebirth? By the time they came to their senses, the Taoist had long since fled. The graves were excavated. They had been deceived. The villagers of Taohua exchanged glances, unsure of where to direct their grief. Yuan Miao, having dug graves throughout the night, returned via the spirit path, arriving at the destination in just 2 hours. Xiao Yao had already followed Lin Qinghe's instructions and ordered numerous small coffins from the undertaker, dozens of which were placed in the backyard of the Maoshan residence. The remains of the children from Taohua village were laid to rest in the small coffins, while Lin Qinghe and Yuan Miao chanted sutras for them. Xiao Yao burned incense and offered the children's favorite snacks. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan, upon learning of their plight, were moved to tears and assisted in the preparations. In the Hengwang residence, Xiao Yao perched atop the eaves, her deep-set eyes fixed on the direction of the Maoshan residence, where an overwhelming aura of spirits lingered. Miss Xiao Yao, King Jinghong called from below, I have procured fine wine and delicacies. Please come down and partake. In the next moment, Xiao Yao descended gracefully and entered the room. After indulging in the feast to her heart's content, she lazily lifted her eyelids. You wish to inquire about the fluctuations in your imperial destiny, do you not? King Jinghong nodded. Indeed, I implore you to enlighten me. Chapter 43. Dr. Gu, long time no see. Xiao Yao chuckled softly. Why should I tell you? King Jinghong caressed the teacup with his fingers, also smiling. Whatever Miss Xiao Yao wishes to accomplish, I shall assist you. Their gazes locked, and Xiao Yao raised an eyebrow. Within a year, I require you to find 48 women of pure yin to aid me in enhancing my power. Very well. King Jinghong nodded without a moment's hesitation. In this world, bustling with life, all are driven by profit. In this land, all are motivated by gain. He understood this principle well. Xiao Yao lowered her head to sip her wine, a mocking smile curving at her lips. This was the resolve of one destined for kingship. Your variables lie not in circumstances, but in individuals, Xiao Yao stated, her eyes fixed upon him, each word deliberate. Previously, I discerned who that person was, then recently, another has emerged who can assist you in ascending to the throne. Acquire one of these two, and your fate as an emperor shall be sealed. King Jinghong's heart skipped a beat, the flicker of shadow crossing his eyes. He relished the sensation of control, yet now someone had revealed that his destiny was intertwined with others. How absurd. King Jinghong poured her more wine. Who are these two? Xiao Yao dipped her finger in the wine and inscribed 3 characters on the table. Lin Qinghe. King Jinghong narrowed his eyes, mentally recalling the information gathered by Qi Ming, heir to a noble house, recently returned to the capital. A 13-year-old girl. Xiao Yao continued to write, and his gaze followed her hand's movements, a stroke and a dot, the second name emerging on the surface. Gu Zhang. Upon seeing this name, King Jinghong raised an eyebrow in surprise. I met him just a few days ago. He is an exceptionally skilled doctor. He had been accompanying Consort Ro in the palace and was unaware of the recent events surrounding Gu Zhang. Qi Ming knocked on the study door, the scent of wine wafting in before he entered. The regulations of the king's manor were strict. King Jinghong abstained from alcohol, and those in the manor did not indulge either. Only the sorceress Xiao Yao could drink in the study. She exuded an aura both mysterious and eerie. Enter. Upon hearing King Jinghong's voice, Qi Ming pushed the door open and bowed to report, My lord, Dr. Gu is currently in the East Palace. King Jinghong furrowed his brow. What is he doing in the East Palace? Qi Ming glanced at Xiao Yao. Speak freely. King Jinghong waved his hand, and Qi Ming complied, informing him of the actions of Lin Qinghe and Jin Yan after they departed from Taohua village. King Jinghong's gaze fell upon the names on the table, a striking coincidence. One desired the other's demise. Xiao Yao found it amusing, clicking her tongue. Which one do you wish to claim? Qi Ming was perplexed, quickly lowering his eyelids. King Jinghong countered, Is it not possible to have both? Xiao Yao paused, then burst into laughter. To desire both, you are indeed greedy. Beware lest your efforts yield not. A flicker of hostility crossed King Jinghong's face. As you say, acquiring one may grant me the destiny of an emperor. Can it not also mean that if another obtains it, my fate will change? Xiao Yao's brows twitched slightly, and she nodded. That can be understood. Then let them contend first. Only the strong deserve to accompany me. King Jinghong tightened his grip on the cup, dark currents glimmering in his eyes. Xiao Yao shot him a sidelong glance, her tone surprisingly bold. That night, Gu Zhang found himself unable to sleep, residing in this secluded courtyard. Not even a mosquito dared to intrude. In an effort to capture the crown prince's attention, he had composed verses inspired by the great poets and sent them through a palace maid. The maid dared not comply. The palace was heavily guarded, and every individual served their master with utmost caution. Those assigned to this quiet courtyard were of lowly status, lacking connections, and remaining inconspicuous. They feared offending Gu Zhang and, having accepted the poems, only dared to read them in secret, never presenting them. While Gu Zhang awaited news of a meeting with the crown prince, he was unexpectedly approached by a maid who admired his poetry. Dr. Gu, your poetry is truly remarkable. The maid quickly glanced at him, then lowered her head, her cheeks flashing. Before entering the palace, her father had been a scholar, and she possessed some understanding of literature. Upon reading Gu Zheng's poetry, she felt it was nothing short of extraordinary, thus, she summoned the courage to express her admiration. Gu Zheng, who sought pleasure, had frequented establishments of ill repute since arriving in Jingchao. Accustomed to women of striking beauty and alluring gazes, before him stood a maid, delicate and blushing, and he found her captivating, pulling her into his embrace. "Thank you for your appreciation, my lady." The maid gasped as his lips brushed against her earlobe, her face instantly aflame, and she panicked, attempting to push him away. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were my destined one. When I meet the crown prince, I shall certainly seek your hand in marriage, making you my legitimate wife." Gu Zheng halted his advances, creating distance between them, and courteously clasped his hands in a bow. "I am Gu Zheng, a physician with no parents. I possess an old residence in Taohua village and have purchased a courtyard in the city. Should you not find it unworthy?" The inexperienced maid was no match for him and quickly softened her stance, lost in his sweet words and grand promises. Gu Zheng, emboldened, drew her towards the bed while kissing her, murmuring, "My darling." The maid's heart raced, and she buried her face in his embrace. Suddenly, the door and windows burst open with a fierce gale, icy wind rushing in and causing them both to shudder. Gu Zheng frowned, releasing the maid onto the bed, and smiled as he caressed her face. "Wait for me." Why had the wind risen so suddenly at this hour? Gu Zheng stood at the door, peering around suspiciously. Nothing appeared amiss. He exhaled in relief and shut the door. As he moved to close the window, he had just placed his hand on it when, clatter, 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 the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously in his ears, and he swallowed hard, daring to glance around. The area was empty, shrouded in darkness. The footsteps abruptly ceased, and the night fell into a deathly silence. He could distinctly hear his own breath quickening. "Who is there, playing tricks? Show yourself." Gu Zheng's instinct told him something was amiss, prompting him to fling the door open and shout into the corridor. The only response was the howling wind. Gu Zheng sighed, preparing to return indoors, but before he could take a step, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, and a hand rested on his shoulder. Fear surged from his heart, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He suddenly heard the laughter of children, his pupils constricting in terror as he hesitantly turned to look behind him. "Dr. Gu, long time no see." At the moment Gu Zheng turned, Chen Nyo detached his own head and presented it to him, their eyes meeting. "I have come to reclaim my bones. Dr. Gu, my hands and legs ache terribly." "Are you not a physician? Since you were the one who extracted our bones, come down and restore them." From all directions, the children he had harmed began to materialize, advancing toward him step by step. Gu Zheng's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an enormous hand, waves of dread surging within him, threatening to make him faint. "No. Do not come closer." Chapter 44. Getting ahead. In Gu Zheng's vision, he was surrounded by the countless children he had harmed, their overwhelming hatred surging forth like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. They lunged at him, clawing at his face, biting his arms, tearing at his flesh, while some plunged daggers into him mercilessly, again and again, causing him to grimace in pain. They tormented him, flaying his skin, just as he had done to them, extracting their bones. Gu Zheng died a painful death, plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness. With a sudden gasp, Gu Zheng awoke, drenched in sweat, his heart racing as he frantically scanned his surroundings. The palace maids and the children of Peach Blossom Village were nowhere to be seen. He looked down at his intact limbs, taking deep breaths. Was it merely a dream? It felt far too vivid. "Dr. Gu, breakfast is ready," announced a palace maid who had coaxed him to bed the previous night, entering with his morning meal. Gu Zheng stared at her in a daze, then abruptly seized her wrist. "Did you see anything last night?" The maid looked up at him in surprise, shaking her head. "No, not at all." Her gaze towards him was utterly indifferent. Doubt began to creep into Gu Zheng's mind. They couldn't have been mere figments of his imagination. He reached out, encircling her waist, softly calling her name, Luji. "Dr. Gu, please conduct yourself with decorum. Just because you are a favored guest of the crown prince does not give you the right to act inappropriately." Luji struggled, causing the breakfast she was holding to spill onto the ground, hot soup splattering onto both their hands. Gu Zheng hastily released her, noticing her face flush with anger. After apologizing, he cautiously inquired, "Did you read the poem I wrote?" "Poem? What poem?" Luji glared at him, tidying up before promptly leaving, sending another maid to deliver his meal anew. Gu Zheng sat at the table, his complexion gradually paling. This was wrong. Ghosts could be illusions, but people could not be. "I demand to see the crown prince. I demand to see the crown prince." Inform the crown prince that I possess the knowledge of papermaking, weaponry, and explosives, all of which could greatly aid him in leading the Jin kingdom towards prosperity. Gu Zheng shouted passionately at the door. Quiet down. Liu Ji returned with others to silence him. Dr. Gu has lost his mind. Everyone, keep a close watch and make sure he does not offend any noble. Yes, Sister Liu Ji. Gu Zheng was dragged back into the room, this time with the door locked tight. He banged on the door, shouting until his voice was hoarse, yet no one responded. Yuan Chan and Yuan Zhen, who were guarding outside, heard his cries and hurried back to inform Lin Qinghe. Papermaking, the explosives. Lin Qinghe's eyes glinted as she swiftly rose, her expression serious, to the East Palace. Sister Liu Ji, why have you locked up Dr. Gu? A round-faced, seemingly naive palace maid named Boyun inquired, looking up at Liu Ji. Upon hearing this, Liu Ji's face flickered with disdain. He's gone mad. The other maids chimed in. He claims to possess great treasures, knows how to make paper and create weapons. He shamelessly asserts that he can lead our nation to prosperity. Is this not the ravings of a madman? Surely, even the Prime Minister would not dare to speak such words. Boyun nodded in agreement. Noticing the conversation lingered, she discreetly slipped away to the restroom. Upon her return, a girl with dark spots on her face and a slight limp followed her towards the vegetable cart. Ying Shui, buy more meat today, the crown prince loves your meatballs, the girl said. Ying Shui replied affirmatively, and upon exiting the East Palace, the servants dispersed to buy their goods. She turned into a narrow alley, changing her appearance before entering the residence of the king of Heng. Did he truly say such things? King Jingheng inquired, gazing at the kneeling Boyun, his expression shifting rapidly. He rose to assist her. You have worked hard to remain hidden in the East Palace. Boyun, trained as an assassin by the Han royal family, excelled in disguise, though her martial skills were mediocre. In the East Palace, she posed as a lowly maid, while her second identity was that of Ying Shui, the kitchen steward's niece. The original Ying Shui, self-conscious due to her dark spots, often kept her head down, making it difficult for others to discern her features. This greatly facilitated Boyun's plans. She seized the opportunity to kill Ying Shui and assumed her identity without anyone noticing. Receiving praise from King Jingheng, Boyun smiled, then nodded earnestly. After the crown prince brought Dr. Gu to the East Palace, he has been ignoring him. He likely intends to present him to the emperor during the mid-autumn banquet. It is unclear what prompted Dr. Gu's outburst this morning. If Gu Zheng spoke the truth, a surge of emotions flooded King Jingheng's heart, especially in light of what Zhao Yao had mentioned. He needed to bring Gu Zheng back immediately. In the East Palace, secluded courtyard. I demand to see the crown prince. Gu Zheng's voice gradually lost its strength, yet he remained unwilling to surrender. A strong sense of unease gnawed at him. Incompetent, the thought of the crown prince's prolonged absence ignited a wave of resentment within him. It was no wonder he could not ascend to the throne. A sudden realization struck Gu Zheng, who ultimately became emperor. He racked his brain, recalling historical texts. The name seemed to be Jing. What was it? He had never cared much for history books, and the only Jing he was familiar with was King Jingheng. Yes, it must be King Jingheng. Gu Zheng's throat felt parched as he suddenly recognized that he had been mistaken from the very beginning. Why toil as a physician for wealth when he could simply align himself with the right person and emerge victorious? How can I get in touch with King Heng? Gu Zheng muttered to himself. Suddenly, the door lock rattled. He sprang to his feet, his excitement turning to panic upon seeing the visitor. Dr. Gu, long time no see. Lin Qinghe stepped into the room. That familiar phrase sent alarm bells ringing in Gu Zheng's mind, and he attempted to flee. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Qinghe seized his collar and effortlessly tossed him towards the table. Gu Zheng's forehead collided with the table leg, pain shooting through him, yet he couldn't afford to wail. Having experienced Lin Qinghe's formidable prowess, he felt a sense of dread. Please, spare me. Whatever you want me to do, I will comply, Gu Zheng implored, desperate to survive. As long as he lived, there would always be hope. Lin Qinghe chuckled lightly, tapping her finger on the table. Then it depends on your sincerity. I possess numerous exquisite recipes. You could open a restaurant, and in no time, you would become the wealthiest person in the Jin kingdom. Seeing no flicker of interest in Lin Qinghe's expression, Gu Zheng swallowed hard. I can discern how a person died with just a glance. This skill I can teach you. Lin Qinghe replied, how coincidental, I can do that as well. Gu Zheng was left speechless, racking his brain, pondering what else might captivate her interest. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Lin Qinghe suddenly lifted her eyelids, tearing open a dark passage, pulling Gu Zheng inside. What on earth? Gu Zheng's heart raced, his pupils dilating in terror as he found himself swallowed by a swirling darkness. Was he entering the gates of hell? King Jinghong personally arrived at the East Palace to demonstrate his sincerity in retrieving Gu Zheng. Master, it's right here. A maid named Bo Shui guided King Jinghong to the East Palace courtyard. King Jinghong nodded, surveying the surroundings, his expression laced with derision. His crown prince brother remained as foolish as ever. Dr. Gu, Bo Shui called out. No response. The two exchanged glances, hastening to push the door open, only to find the room empty, save for an overturned stool lying on the floor. Bo Shui gasped, looking helplessly at King Jinghong. Master. Such. Chapter 45. Soul-shattered. Lin Qinghe brought Gu Zheng back to the Maoshan residence. Gu Zheng, still in a daze, felt as though the transition from the Eastern Palace to this place had occurred in the blink of an eye. His legs felt weak beneath him, and an overwhelming sense of unreality engulfed him. The depths of his fear had reached a pinnacle. He had underestimated Lin Qinghe. I can make rouge and powder to enhance your beauty, Gu Zheng eagerly proclaimed, desperate to prove his worth. Lin Qinghe smiled. The way of Kuan does not require beauty. Gu Zheng gazed at her unadorned face, which was striking enough to captivate anyone who beheld it. Struggling to comprehend her needs, he felt a growing sense of panic within. Lin Qinghe advanced, and Gu Zheng retreated step by step, exclaiming, What do you want? I've heard you possess the art of papermaking and bombs, Lin Qinghe stated. Gu Zheng's pupils dilated in shock. How could she possibly know what he had mentioned in the Eastern Palace? Alongside his astonishment, a sense of weariness toward her deepened, and he whispered, What would a lady like you desire such things for? His words, once spoken, revealed his incredulity. Do you intend to rebel and become a female emperor, like Wu Zhao? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Who is Wu Zhao? Gu Zheng hurriedly explained. Lin Qinghe's eyes sparkled with admiration, her gaze ablaze with intensity as she remarked, What an admirable woman. It seems a woman can indeed live with such ambition. She was intrigued. Gu Zheng's complexion turned pale, realizing she had not taken the direction he feared. He spoke earnestly. In truth, a woman should marry a good husband to enjoy a life of wealth and comfort, free from worry. Wu Zhao has a notorious reputation in history for indulging in male favorites, leaving a legacy of debauchery, ultimately ending up with an unmarked grave. Lin Qinghe responded, That sounds quite good. She enjoyed life while she could. Relying on a man is less desirable than being self-sufficient. Look at me, I have my own capabilities, and now you must seek my assistance. Gu Zheng choked, and paper and ink appeared before him. Enough idle chatter, right? Xiao Yao commanded, seeing him dawdle, and promptly smacked the back of his head. Gu Zheng winced in pain and obediently wrote down the method. Lin Qinghe quickly tucked it away. Gu Zheng then looked at her. Now can you let me go? Lin Qinghe nodded. I can, but I still need to ask your creditor for permission. As her words fell, Gu Zheng felt a chill, for Lin Qinghe had opened his eyes to a dreadful reality. Dr. Gu, return my life. Chen Yo elongated his tongue to wrap around Gu Zheng's neck. Brothers and sisters, attack. The little spirits pounced on Gu Zheng. Help. Gu Zheng cried out in horror, trying to escape, but found himself ensnared by the little spirits, unable to move. The sensation of suffocation widened his eyes, forcing him to relive the torment of the previous night. It was not a dream. Gu Zheng, tormented to the brink of death, whispered, If last night was not a dream, then why did that green branch? Lin Qinghe chuckled lightly. It appears that men in later generations are quite arrogant, looking down on women. Once Miss Green Branch learned of your true nature, she naturally aligned with me. Last night, upon seeing Gu Zheng flee, Green Branch hastily followed. Lin Qinghe had opened her eyes to the truth, and she witnessed the little spirits besieging Gu Zheng. Upon grasping the situation, her burgeoning affection vanished in an instant. Who could possibly love a butcher? Gu Zheng suddenly burst into mad laughter. I am the protagonist, the chosen one. Even if I die, I will return. What can you do to me? And you, merely a neglected little lady, lacking a family background. In this rigidly stratified era, what fate do you think awaits you? He was utterly convinced that death would merely lead him back to his former self. His overconfidence blinded him to a fatal flaw. To provoke a Taoist was to court death itself. Lin Qinghe fixed her gaze upon him. Oh, is that so? Then let us shatter your soul. Without your spirit, can you still return? Gu Zheng froze, struggling against his fate. No, I am the chosen one. What you are doing defies the heavenly order. You are an existence that the heavenly order cannot tolerate. As Lin Qinghe's words fell, the bolt of lightning struck, cleaving Gu Zheng in two. His spirit was wrenched from his charred body, desperate to flee. Lin Qingha's expression remained impassive as she swiftly grasped his soul. I must correct your words. I require no family background, I am my own foundation. I need not parental affection, I can love and cherish myself. My future is destined to be bright, while your end shall be nothingness. A ball of purging fire flickered at her fingertips. It hurt, the agony was excruciating, but torment worse than death. Gu Zheng's soul was ensnared within the purging flames, enduring immense suffering, gradually fading into oblivion. The little spirits, frightened by the flames, retreated to a distance, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement as they observed. The villain had finally met his end, revenge was served. Brother Chen Yo, Dr. Gu is dead too. Many of the children had been born after Chen Yo, yet had died younger, retaining their youthful forms in the afterlife, hence referring to him as brother. Chen Yo nodded emphatically. Yes, not only is he dead, but his soul has also been shattered. Wonderful. My mother often says that evil begets evil and good begets good. It is not that retribution is absent, but rather that the time has yet to come. It seems to be true. Lin Qingha listened to their animated chatter, a smile gracing her lips as she beckoned them closer. Sister. The little spirits joyfully rushed to her side. Xiao Yao presented an array of dishes favored by children, sweetened fruits, and incense. Delicious. The little spirits cheered in unison. Xiao Yao watched with a hint of envy, quickly wiping her eyes. Chen Yo, gnawing on a large chicken leg, noticed Lin Qingha's gentle demeanor as she observed them and quietly asked, Sister, once we finish eating, will we have to depart and descend into hell? Lin Qingha turned to him, gently ruffling his hair. It is not good for you to linger in the mortal realm for too long. Do not fear going to hell, you are all children, and soon you will be reincarnated. Tears streamed down Chen Yo's cheeks as he lamented, but after reincarnation, I won't be my parents' child anymore. Lin Qingha paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. With sincerity, anything is possible. Once they had eaten their fill, their souls returned to their corporeal forms, lying in their coffins, their eyes rolling around until they caught Lin Qingha's gaze and smiled at her, obediently. I am ready. Lin Qingha felt a lump in her throat as she recited the purification incantation. The heart is like a clear mirror, unblemished and untarnished. The power of the spell is like the sea, washing away all. Seal the coffin. Dozens of coffin lids flew up from the ground, uniting to cover them. Lin Qingha began to chant the rebirth spell. An hour later, she lit incense to summon the black and white impermanence. Two ethereal figures materialized within the room. Black and white impermanence smiled at Lin Qingha, young observer. Upon seeing the dozens of small coffins, they were taken aback. Lin Qingha sighed. It appears that souls from later generations have come here to wreak havoc. I must trouble you both to investigate the one named Gu Zheng thoroughly. Black and white impermanence's expressions turned serious, and they hurriedly prepared to descend. Black impermanence stated, Young observer, we will first take these children below. Chapter 46 Collusion in Misery. Thank you. Lin Qingha offered a substantial heap of gold ingots to the black and white impermanence. The corners of their mouths involuntarily lifted. It was indeed more pleasant to deal with astute individuals. It is my duty. A multitude of child souls lined up behind the black and white impermanence. After taking a few steps, they turned back to Lin Qingha, smiling and waving, a touch reluctant to part. Lin Qingha gently encouraged, Go forth, be reborn, and may your journey be smooth. The black and white impermanence gazed at the innocent children with a hint of envy. Blessed by a virtuous cultivator, their next lives would surely be auspicious. Yet, recalling the miseries they had endured in this life, they shook their heads. One must endure hardships to appreciate the sweetness of life. As the black and white impermanence led them through the gates of hell, dozens of golden lights surged towards Lin Qingha, enveloping her. Just as she rose, a commotion sounded from outside. Xiao Yao entered, her face a mask of confusion. My lady, Prince Jinghang has arrived, seeking you. What struck her as peculiar was that Prince Jinghang referred specifically to Miss Lin Qingha of the Ho residence, rather than to the apothecary. What mischief had the Ho residence stirred to attract a prince's attention? Lin Qingha, however, mused that this scoundrel, Prince Jinghang, had acquired news rather swiftly. He must be here to seek Gu Zheng. Alas, he is no longer among the living. Qingha, my sister. Upon seeing Lin Qingha emerge, Prince Jinghang rose, nodding at her with a smile, his tone gentle. What a refined gentleman he was. Xiao Yao couldn't help but gaze at him a moment longer, only to hear her mistress's sardonic voice, We share no kinship. What folly is this? Do not claim familial ties so recklessly. Her animosity was palpable, prompting Xiao Yao to quickly conceal her admiration for Prince Jinghang. Scrutinizing him anew, he seemed rather pretentious. Prince Jinghong paused, perplexed by Lin Qinghe's aversion. Miss Qinghe, is there some misunderstanding between us? There is none, Lin Qinghe retorted with a cold scoff. State your purpose for seeking me, and if there is nothing of import, kindly take your leave. Qi Ming could no longer restrain himself. Miss Lin, my master is the prince. Lin Qinghe chuckled derisively, oh, merely a disregarded prince with no real power. Must I grovel before you? Qi Ming, incensed, reached for his sword, but his wrist was seized by Prince Jinghong. I apologize for the intrusion, I shall take my leave. With a bow, he exited the Maoshan residence slowly. Qi Ming hurried after him, casting a glare at Lin Qinghe before departing, his disdain evident. What are you glaring at, who cannot do so? A face suddenly appeared before him, Xiaoyao, hands on her hips, eyes wide, obstructed his view. Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, Xiaoyao spat disdainfully. Qi Ming. Hearing Prince Jinghong's voice, Qi Ming hastily turned to leave. Xiaoyao rushed to Lin Qinghe, asking, my lady, what does Prince Jinghong seek you for? Lin Qinghe replied, he previously sought Gu Zheng for medicine. Ah, I see, Xiaoyao nodded, then shook her head in confusion. No, wait. Gu Zheng was brought back from the Eastern Palace by you. In such a short time, if he were to seek someone, it should be from the Eastern Palace. How could Prince Jinghong arrive so swiftly? She looked at Lin Qinghe with eager anticipation, seeking answers. Lin Qinghe yawned, I'm quite tired, I shall rest. Seeing her fatigue, Xiaoyao quickly refrained from further questioning, saying with concern, my lady, please rest a while. Ma'am. Lin Qinghe nodded. Once Xiaoyao exited, the malice in Lin Qinghe's eyes fully emerged as she toyed with the chess piece in her hand, crushing it into powder. She sensed the aura of the witch faction emanating from Prince Jinghong. Not only him but those around him as well were they colluding with the witch faction. Lin Qinghe pressed her lips together. This was indeed dire news. Upon returning to the royal residence, Prince Jinghong shed his facade, entering the study with a dark expression. Xiaoyao had been waiting there. As soon as he stepped in, she stated, Gu Zheng has perished. Prince Jinghong halted, surprise etched on his face. He is dead. Indeed, he has died. There is no need for further contemplation. Xiaoyao slid a note bearing Lin Qinghe's name towards him. What you must do next is to win her over. Their gazes locked, and after a moment of silence, Prince Jinghong remarked, she seems to harbor a strong dislike for me. The methods a man employs to win over a woman are surely well within your understanding, Xiaoyao replied with a knowing smile. How can one conquer the world without first winning a single heart? Prince Jinghong's breath quickened. You speak true. That same day, Song Baiwei received an invitation from Prince Jinghong to a tea house. Upon learning of this, Song Da felt conflicted and summoned Song Baiwei. My child, although the prince is of royal blood, he wields no real power. Song Baiwei paused, her expression faltering. Her current status was somewhat precarious. Once Lin Qinghe acknowledged her heritage, her situation would become even more challenging, with the noblewomen of the gentry completely dismissing her as a candidate for marriage. The olive branch extended by Prince Jinghong filled her with joy. In her eyes, regardless of his lack of power, he was still a prince, and moreover, he was handsome, his demeanor gentle as jade, the most striking man in the capital. She bit her lip and said, Father, until the situation is settled, anyone has the potential. Song Da's eyes brightened. There was merit to her words. He sighed, very well, go, but exercise caution. Song Baiwei nodded. She found a kindred spirit in Prince Jinghong. Their interactions grew increasingly harmonious, leading to daily encounters. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, they met at Desheng restaurant. After sharing a cup of tea, Song Baiwei shyly stole a glance at him. Prince Jinghong smiled gently. If you have something to say, Baiwei, please speak freely. Nothing much, I merely marvel at how a man as refined as you exists in this world, Song Baiwei said, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with innocent admiration. Even the scheming Prince Jinghong felt his heart soften under the gaze of such a lovely lady. You flatter me. Baiwei is also a rare gem, incredibly understanding. Blushing like a peach blossom, Song Baiwei lowered her head. She then heard Prince Jinghong inquire, why does your sister not return to the Ho residence, why does she still reside elsewhere? Song Baiwei's heart skipped a beat. Why bring up Lin Qinghe? Had he encountered her? Her grip on the teacup tightened. Lin Qinghe possessed such exquisite beauty, and she was the legitimate daughter of the Ho residence. Song Baiwei bit her lip, carefully choosing her words. Sister finds it difficult to adapt to the Ho residence, and the prince may not be aware that she has yet to acknowledge her heritage. A flicker of something unusual crossed Prince Jinghong's eyes. So that is the case. Seeing he no longer pressed on lynching her, Song Baiwei felt relieved. Prince Jinghang continued, I wish to take you as my wife, but Song Baiwei looked up. Prince Jinghang grasped her hand. You must be the legitimate daughter of the Ho family. Song Baiwei felt a moment of confusion, murmuring, but my sister is the true blood of the Ho family. With her presence, Prince Jinghang employed a strong persuasion. Baiwei, my ambitions extend beyond merely being a prince. He embraced Song Baiwei, and after a tender moment, they parted, each harboring divergent thoughts. Upon his return to the residence, Zhao Yao asked, do you wish for lynching her to face betrayal and abandonment, only for you to appear and rescue her, thus securing her loyalty? Then why are you currently entangled with that pretender? Chapter 47. The bond of kinship is on the verge of breaking. King Jinghang's expression darkened. The term impostor was particularly jarring to his ears. Where is innocent in this matter? Xiao Yao cast him a glance filled with unutterable sentiments, for the first time doubting whether the divination she had seen was indeed accurate. You are truly insatiable. Even that bland little girl can consume such fare. Zhao Yao scoffed. King Jinghang stiffened momentarily. I am not a man to be driven by impatience. Zhao Yao merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," without sparing him a glance. The king, left with no choice, continued to elucidate, do not underestimate the delicate ladies confined within their boudoirs. The more the marquis household values Song Baiwei, the more lynching her will oppose her. In this world, a woman without a familial background, when at odds with her parents, will inevitably be the target of scorn. At that juncture, I shall choose her, allowing her to emerge victorious. Xiao Yao comprehended. So, you intend to make Song Baiwei fall in love with you, only to abandon her later and select lynching her instead? She found it perplexing how he could be so certain that lynching her would remain utterly devoted to him. King Jinghang nodded. Women are fond of such theatrics. Much like the 3,000 beauties of the palace, akin to countless women in the inner chambers, who exhaust themselves vying for favor, all for the sake of a single man. He had resolved to become lynching her's instrument of revenge against Song Baiwei, and King Jinghang felt he was making a significant sacrifice. Observing Zhao Yao's increasingly grim countenance, he remarked, Miss Zhao, you are no ordinary woman, and thus, you are exempt from this. Zhao Yao shot him a sardonic glance. In her view, lynching her was not someone to be easily manipulated. If he employed such tactics, he might end up shooting himself in the foot. She chose not to issue a warning. If a fool insists on being foolish, then let him be foolish. Princes are not in short supply. On her way back, Song Baiwei was filled with excitement. The closer she drew to the marquis residence, the tighter her grip became on her lower lip. Lady Li awaited her in the courtyard. Mother. Upon seeing her, Song Baiwei hurriedly ran over, affectionately linking her arm with her mother's. Lady Li smiled as she embraced her. You've grown yet still indulge in childishness. Before you, I can never help but be so. Song Baiwei looked up, her eyes brimming with adoration. Yet in the next moment, they glistened with unshed tears. Lady Li inquired, what troubles you? Song Baiwei lowered her head in silence. Beside them, Zhu Yun spoke, Madam, on the way back, I overheard the townsfolk gossiping, saying. Lady Li's expression darkened. What did they say? They claim the young lady is merely a foster daughter, shamelessly clinging to the marquis household, and when the eldest young lady acknowledges her lineage, where will the young lady's position be in the marquis residence? Zhu Yun knelt on the ground, weeping openly. Madam, 13 years ago, the young lady was but a child. You are the most doting mother I have ever seen. It is a pity that fate has been unkind, causing both you and the young lady to suffer. Lady Li gazed at the tear-streaked face of Song Baiwei, her heart aching. My child. Song Baiwei gently replied, it's all right, mother. Lady Li shook her head. No, you cannot become a foster daughter. You are the legitimate daughter of the marquis household. Song Baiwei looked up in shock. Mother, what about my sister? Fear not, if the heavens were to fall, I shall bear the weight for you. Lady Li patted her shoulder. Mother. Song Baiwei called out with heartfelt sincerity, silently vowing that once she wed King Jinghang, she would surely support the marquis household. As for lynching her, she had no desire to return to the marquis residence. It mattered not. Once she entered the royal family, she would also compensate for her share of wealth. Lady Li sought counsel from Song Da, earnestly stating that child Qinghe is utterly unpredictable. Look at her. Since returning to the capital, she has not spent a single day properly in the residence. She is nothing short of a wild child. Song Da regarded her, discerning the deeper meaning in her words. What do you propose, madam? Lady Li sighed. I understand you find Qinghe beautiful, and she may marry into a family of greater power than ours, but with her temperament, she may not heed our words. Her beauty would hold no value for the marquis household, whereas Wea is different. She is virtuous, gentle, graceful, and possesses a beauty that many young gentlemen would admire. Songda recalled Song Baiwe's delicate features and her pitiable visage. Although she may not rival Lin Qinghe in beauty, she certainly possessed an allure that could evoke compassion from any man. He nodded in agreement. Lady Li then shifted her tone. However, if she becomes a foster daughter, she will no longer be eligible for selection by the noble families. Songda looked at her. Are you implying Wea cannot become a foster daughter? She must remain the legitimate daughter. Thus, the role of the foster daughter would fall to Lin Qinghe. Allow me to ponder this. Soon, Songda arrived at a decision, dispatching someone to the Motion residence, and it was none other than Steward Wang. He stood at the entrance to Motion, his face a mask of perplexity, unsure how to broach the subject. Upon seeing him hesitating at the door, Xiaoyao opened it with a cold expression. Come in. Steward Wang nodded, trailing behind her with his head bowed. Upon first beholding the exterior of Motion, he sensed it was extraordinary. Now, within its confines, he marveled at the intricate design, with gardens within gardens, secretly astonished. I have come to pay my respects to the young lady. Upon entering, Steward Wang knelt in greeting. Meeting Lin Qinghe's frosty gaze, he felt as though she could see through him, causing his cheeks to flush. Lin Qinghe acknowledged him with a curt Steward Wang has come with matters to discuss, has he not? She regarded him, for it is said that one does not visit the Three Treasure Hall without reason. Steward Wang found it hard to articulate his message. After much hesitation he finally spoke. The marquis has stated that if you do not return to the marquis residence, you may as well forgo acknowledging your lineage and become a foster daughter of the household. As the words hung in the air, Xiaoyao's eyes filled with fury. This is an affront. Under her murderous gaze, Steward Wang felt a surge of panic. Lin Qinghe formed a hand gesture, observing the fraying bond of kinship in the void. A gentle smile graced her lips. Splendid, the time is ripe. As Steward Wang held his breath in trepidation, he heard Lin Qinghe declare, I understand. You may return and inform the marquis and his lady that I shall neither accept the title of legitimate daughter nor stoop to being a foster daughter. Let this bond be severed. Steward Wang looked up in shock, truly astonished that someone would prefer to be an orphan than to be the daughter of the marquis. As he departed Motion, he felt utterly dazed. Did she truly say that? Upon hearing Steward Wang's recounting, Songda sprang up from his seat in disbelief, shouting incredulously. Steward Wang, head bowed, could only laugh through his tears. I swear it's the absolute truth. I did not embellish a single word. Songda, both angry and amused, exclaimed, Good, good, very good. I shall see how long she can remain in the capital without the marquis support. Steward Wang hesitated before reminding him, My lord, what about the mid-autumn banquet? Songda snorted derisively, the emperor values familial ties above all. A willful daughter who refuses to return to the marquis residence and acts contrary to propriety will surely fall out of favor. She need not attend the mid-autumn banquet. A girl raised in the countryside knows nothing of the rare opportunity to meet the emperor. If she chooses to sully her name, she may never have another chance. Steward Wang nodded in agreement, though unease lingered in his heart. It was peculiar. Lin Qinghe exuded an air of being beyond the ordinary. The mid-autumn banquet was but 2 days away, when Gu Zheng suddenly vanished from the East Palace. The crown prince dispatched individuals in search of him for several days, yet to no avail. Observing the crown prince's growing agitation, one of his aides ventured a suggestion. Your Highness, there is a renowned divine physician in the capital, perhaps you could invite him to the palace for the mid-autumn banquet. Chapter 48. The dissolution of Taohua village. The Chen couple arrived at the Motion residence, with Chen Deng carrying a basket filled with mountain goods, including mushrooms, wild chickens, wild boar meat, and wild grapes. He felt a twinge of apprehension as he knocked on the door alongside Yun Yang. Coming, replied Xiaoyao, who opened the door to find a modestly dressed couple with kind expression standing at the threshold. Please, come in, she invited with a smile. Yun Yang, blushing slightly, said, Thank you, Miss. Is this the residence of the young master of Qingshan Temple? Xiaoyao was intrigued. It was the first time she encountered someone in the capital seeking the young master. Indeed, have you been to Qingshan Temple? Chen Deng nodded, stating, the young master had previously visited Taohua village and informed us before his departure that if we found ourselves in need of guidance, we could pay a visit to Qingshan Temple. You have indeed come to the right place. Our temple is a treasure trove, Xiaoyao exclaimed with a smile, leading them inside. Once inside, the Chen couple knelt down. Lin Qinghe, taken aback, asked, What is this for? Xiaoyao quickly assisted them to their feet, saying, Our young master does not adhere to such formalities. Please, rise and speak. Yun Young let out a soft sound, wiping away her tears. The family settled in the town, and their lives gradually improved, yet Yun Young remained troubled, her heart heavy with sorrow. When news spread through the village that the graves of the children on the mountain had been excavated, she became overwhelmed with emotion, her blood surging as she fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a carriage. Chen Deng, being quite astute, made inquiries near the village to ascertain the situation and, with a cold snort, deemed it retribution. He promptly took Yun Yang on the road to Qingshan Temple. This decision would prove to be profoundly correct for Chen Deng. Decades later, Qingshan Temple was undergoing renovations. Though it appeared somewhat dilapidated, it was not devoid of charm, and the sparse visitors momentarily lifted their spirits. They learned from Dao Yuan that Lin Qingha was the young master of Qingshan Temple. The couple donated all the money they had earned during their stay as offerings for incense, sincerely paying their respects before the ancestral master. They hoped to conceive another child, preferably a son. Lin Qingha smiled and said, "Your sincere intentions will surely be rewarded, good souls." "Thank you, young master," Chen Deng replied, his grip on the bamboo basket tightening, feeling somewhat intimidated by the refinement of the Maoshan residents. Suddenly, he felt unworthy of presenting his mountain goods. Lin Qingha, catching his unease from the corner of her eye, remarked, "Mushrooms make the best soup when paired with a hen." Chen Deng's confidence returned, and he presented the bamboo basket, saying, "Young master, these are the mountain goods I gathered. I wish to offer them to you, though they may seem rather humble." Before he could finish, Lin Qingha accepted the basket, saying, "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Chen Deng's anxiety dissipated entirely, a smile breaking through on his darkened face. Observing this, Yun Yang took out a pair of insoles she had been holding onto for quite some time and gently said, "These are insoles I made, I hope they will suit your feet." The insoles bore the mark of meticulous craftsmanship, made from quality materials, with flowers intricately embroidered on each stitch. Lin Qingha received them with both hands, saying, "How thoughtful." Encouraged by Lin Qingha's warm demeanor, Yun Yang gathered her courage to ask, "Young master, are you aware of the incident concerning the graves of the village children being excavated?" Lin Qingha nodded and pointed to Yuan Miao. He was responsible for that. Yuan Miao, who had been lost in thought about the mushroom hen soup, suddenly straightened up. "Master, this is not something to speak of lightly." Fortunately, Lin Qingha clarified, "I instructed him to do so." Yuan Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking half-truths could lead to dire consequences. Chen Deng and Yun Yang paused for a moment, acknowledging, "You must have your reasons for taking such actions." Yuan Miao looked at them in astonishment. Their unwavering trust in Lin Qingha was evident. "Gu Zheng has died," Lin Qingha stated, frightened to death by the children. The couple was filled with mixed emotions, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Taohua village has indeed attracted the butcher's wrath," Lin Qingha lamented. "Poor children." Lin Qingha sighed, reflecting on how the allure of fame and fortune often leads people astray. She was certain that Gu Zheng must have slipped up at some point, yet it seemed he had been shielded by bias. In Taohua village, the village head fell ill, having consulted numerous doctors who all declared his condition beyond remedy. The village's peach trees suddenly began to wither en masse, inciting panic among the villagers. They sought out Gu Zheng, only to learn he had gone to the capital. The villagers pulled together enough funds for the village head's nephew to travel to find him. However, the nephew could not locate Gu Zheng, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. The villagers had become overly reliant on him, and his absence caused widespread panic, exacerbated by the news of the children's graves being disturbed and the village head's worsening condition. Each event seemed steeped in mystery, prompting them to consult an experienced elder. The elder proclaimed, "Children represent the continuation of hope. Taohua village has prematurely drawn upon the lifeblood of its children over the decades of prosperity, and now it faces retribution. There is no salvation for anyone." The villagers wailed in despair, laying blame on Gu Zheng and accusing the village head of failing to expel him. Unable to sustain their lives in the village any longer, the villagers began to pack their belongings and leave. The village head lay in bed, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the ceiling beams, tears of murky sorrow trickling from the corners of his eyes upon hearing the commotion outside. He had endured suffering from his illness, tormented by the villagers' curses and reproaches. "Retribution, retribution," the village head murmured. In the void, he seemed to see the village children, each smiling and embracing him, calling, "Grandfather village head." In the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically. They were being cruelly slaughtered by Gu Zheng, their bones ruthlessly extracted. Watching in horror, his first thought was whether the discovery of Gu Zheng's heinous acts would lead to the cessation of Taohua village's prosperity. "Grandfather village head, why didn't you save us? Why? Without us, Taohua village will cease to exist." The village head gasped for breath, realizing his mistakes too late. Choking on his words, he opened his eyes wide, grasping at the air, and ultimately fell silent. The villagers who left Taohua village did not fare any better. Old Lu fell ill on the way and passed away. Arriving in another village, they were treated as outsiders, facing exclusion, and when their silver was stolen, they could only endure their suffering in silence. Lin Qingha returned to Taohua village with dozens of coffins, and Chen Deng dug graves for the children's remains to be reinterred. The wind rose, and the leaves fell mournfully. Chen Deng stood before the graves for a long while, sorrow etched on his face, lamenting that as parents, they had failed to protect their children. Lin Qingha spoke, karma cycles, destinies intertwined. All beings are bound by fate, as shadows follow, accumulate virtue and goodness to seek inner peace. Chen Deng nodded solemnly, etching her words into his heart. Lin Qingha returned home in low spirits, finding numerous guards stationed at the entrance of the Maoshan residence. Yuan Miao was surrounded, and before him stood the prince, who spoke kindly, Master Xuanhu, I would like to invite you to the palace for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet tomorrow. Yuan Miao trembled slightly. He was not truly a master of medicine and feared the consequences of accepting, as it would be tantamount to deceiving the emperor. The prince was not someone to be trifled with, leaving him in a dilemma. In that moment, he caught sight of Lin Qingha returning, and his heart surged with emotion, prompting him to rush toward her. Master, you have finally returned. The prince turned to Lin Qingha, his gaze lingering momentarily on the young man in a Daoist robe who bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman he had seen beside Jin Yan that day. Chapter 49 The Letter of Disavowal, Sign It. Yuan Miao followed closely beside Lin Qingha, smiling as she addressed the crown prince, Your Highness, you are mistaken, I am not the one with the healing pot. It is my master uncle who is. You are the one with the healing pot, the crown prince exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qingha nodded, Your Highness, it is as you say. Not only was Lin Qingha a healer, but she also possessed the charm of a young lady, leaving the crown prince somewhat dazed. She truly challenged his perceptions of women. Upon learning her name, he remarked, So you are the legitimate daughter recently recognized by the marquis household. It seems fortuitous that we shall enter the palace together for the banquet. The marquis must be delighted to have such a capable daughter, the crown prince thought. Lin Qingha replied, Your Highness may not be aware, but I have severed ties with the marquis household. The crown prince was taken aback, recalling certain rumors, and he chuckled, Lord Song truly is blind. In that case, I once again extend my invitation for you to attend the banquet as the healer. Would that be agreeable? Lin Qingha nodded, As you wish, Your Highness. After the crown prince departed, Lin Qingha made her way to the marquis residence, carrying with her the freshly penned letter of disavowal. Upon her arrival, Steward Wang hastily reported to the marquis. Songda smirked with satisfaction. She couldn't resist returning. It seems she is reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to enter the palace and meet the emperor. Lisha also entered the main hall, and upon hearing this, she snorted coldly. This time, she must be taught to adhere to the rules. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Qingha stepped into the hall. What brings you here? Lisha scoffed. Did you not claim to disdain being the adopted daughter of the marquis household, nor did you desire the position of legitimate daughter? What, have you changed your mind? Lin Qingha remained steadfast in her demeanor, choosing not to engage with Lisha's provocations. Lisha, having reached her limit, resolved to temper Lin Qingha's arrogance. Children should heed their parents' words, yet Lin Qingha did not. The mere thought of it made Lisha's heart race with frustration. Regret, not in the slightest, Lin Qingha retorted with a cold smile. How could a lady of such standing utter such crude words? Truly, she was a country girl. Disdain flickered in Lisha's eyes. Xiaoyao observed the scene and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Unable to contain herself, she erupted, Madam, what do you mean? A son does not despise his mother's looks, yet you, as a mother, express disdain. You are utterly absurd. You are unworthy of motherhood. Indeed, you neglected your daughter, treating her with cold indifference upon her return, and yet you cater to the adopted daughter. How lowly you are. Xiaoyao's angry outburst reverberated throughout the marquis residence. What on earth was happening? The household staff rushed to the main hall, and at that moment, Li Baiwei entered, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Qingha. Sister, is this how you view mother? How dare a mere maid reprimand her? What right did she have? Lisha trembled with rage, feeling faint. Songda scolded, Why do you not discipline your maid? Look at what state she has brought your mother to. That is your mother, not mine, Lin Qingha remarked, casting a glance at Song Baiwei before turning her gaze back to Songda. Xiaoyao is not my maid. She is my family. A maid is her family, then what are they? Songda's expression darkened. This woman was far too arrogant and dismissive. Lin Qingha produced a sheet of paper and slapped it onto the table. The letter of disavowal. Sign it. The black ink on the white paper clearly stated that Lin Qinghe had no ties to the marquis household, severing all familial connections. The marquis and his wife have only given me life, not nurture. Previously, I saved the old lady, that debt has been repaid. We are now even, and it is best for us to part ways amicably. Lin Qinghe articulated each word with clarity, ensuring all present heard her distinctly. Did she truly wish to cut all ties with the marquis household? Did she genuinely disdain the position of legitimate daughter? It was unfathomable. The main hall of the marquis residence fell into a deathly silence, all eyes fixed on the composed young lady clad in blue. The servants were so intimidated by the oppressive atmosphere that they scarcely dared to breathe. Songda glared at her. What did you say? Lin Qinghe met his gaze. I said, sign the letter of disavowal. If we are to sever ties, let it be done cleanly. Upon finishing, she glanced mockingly at him and Lisha. What, are you reluctant to part with me? Li Baiwei's heart sank. She stepped forward to gaze at Lin Qinghe. Sister, is it my presence that makes you uncomfortable? Lin Qinghe looked at her and smiled. What are you that I should find you worthy of my attention? Do not be so self-absorbed. Indeed, do you think my lady is like you, with such limited thoughts? Li Baiwei laughed, gesturing with her hands to indicate a small size. Li Baiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sign it then. Songda, enraged, picked up the pen and hastily signed. Lisha, with a stiff face, followed suit. Press your thumbprint. Lin Qinghe presented a box of red ink. Songda, embarrassed and furious, retorted, do you think I would renege on my word? Lin Qinghe remained non-committal. Very well, once signed, she would be a solitary woman. What resources did she possess to survive in the capital? Songda laughed in anger, forcefully pressing his finger onto the paper. Lin Qinghe, satisfied, turned her attention to Lisha. Lisha, provoked by her demeanor, felt as if she might spit blood. Hastily pressing her thumbprint, Lin Qinghe collected the letter of disavowal. 2 copies. I shall keep this one. Farewell. As Lin Qinghe exited the marquis residence, Granny Cui hurriedly approached, calling out, Miss. Lin Qinghe turned to her, pausing. You may call me Qinghe. Miss Qinghe, the old lady's condition is deteriorating. She cannot make decisions for herself, Granny Cui said, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at her. You have suffered. There was truly no suffering to speak of. For every kindness received, there exists a corresponding debt. All must be repaid. She was grateful that her ties with Songda and Lisha were not deep, allowing her to sever all connections swiftly. Lin Qinghe shook her head. Granny, please return. Granny Cui sighed and quickly dabbed at her eyes, then swiftly produced a small bundle from her pocket, pressing it into Lin Qinghe's arms. This is a small token from this old servant. As you establish your own household, you will need funds. Consider it my way of offering some comfort to the old lady. I wish you a life of ease and success. With that, she turned and departed in haste. Lin Qinghe looked down to find a few gold ornaments and 100 taels of silver within the bundle. It must have been a significant portion of Granny Cui's savings. Lin Qinghe sighed. Xiaoyao, please convey a message to Granny Cui. Should the old lady pass, she may come to me. Xiaoyao was taken aback but soon understood. Her master had always been this way, reluctant to owe anyone a debt, and would find a way to repay any such debt incurred. Granny Cui returned to the old lady's chamber, and upon turning around, she was startled to see Xiaoyao. After hearing Xiaoyao's words, she could not help but shed tears. Thank you, Miss Qinghe, for your concern. I understand. Lin Qinghe's words carried another meaning. The old lady of the Song family would not have long to live. The following day, the officials and their wives entered the palace. Following the events of the previous day, the marquis family appeared somewhat somber, yet they felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of introducing Song Baiwei into the palace for opportunities. It's so congested, Song Baiwei remarked, observing the tightly packed procession of carriages with a hint of fatigue. The marquis' status was not high, placing them at the back of the line. Suddenly, a carriage appeared on the adjacent wide avenue, moving freely, quickly disappearing from her view. Song Baiwei enviously inquired, who could be inside that carriage, to travel alone along that path? Songda glanced over, a hint of envy in his tone. That must be a prince. Not even the chancellor has the privilege to traverse that route. Song Baiwei passed her lips, feeling a longing as she recalled Lin Qinghe, who lacked the qualification to enter the palace, her spirits lifting once more. Miss, we have entered the palace. Xiaoyao announced, lifting a corner of the curtain and catching sight of the lengthy procession opposite them. She exclaimed, thank goodness we are not taking that route. Chapter 50. Audience with the emperor. As the ministers queued to enter the palace, Lin Qinghe stood before the imperial study, ready to meet the emperor. A 13-year-old girl, was she a Taoist? The Emperor Jingwu gazed at Lin Qinghe, noting her upright posture and clear expression as she performed her greeting. He inquired, "Are you not afraid of me? Your Majesty is the father and mother of all subjects. Why should I harbor fear?" Lin Qinghe replied with neither civility nor arrogance. Jingwu chuckled, "This little girl is quite intriguing. I have heard that you have severed ties with the marquis' household. How can there exist a child who does not cherish their parents? Those who enter the path of Tao find their familial bonds thin, for the Tao embraces all. Kinship is but a fragment of the vastness." Lin Qinghe responded, then shifted her tone, "Though your Majesty reigns as the sovereign, the affection bestowed upon your children encompasses both the grace of life and the nurturing love. They must honor you as their revered kin." Upon hearing that Lin Qinghe had an audience, the crown prince hurried over, exclaiming, "Father, do not underestimate this young physician. Her skills are exceptional, and the common folk regard her as a divine healer. I have invited her to the palace to prescribe a tonic for your well-being." Jingwu's demeanor softened, a smile deepening upon his face. During his youth as a prince, he had fought fiercely, sacrificing brothers and cousins alike to carve a path to victory. Thus, as the emperor, he placed great importance on familial affection, honoring the eldest while fostering the prestige and authority of the crown prince, all without being harsh on the other princes, ensuring they willingly played the part of good younger brothers. Under his guidance, the crown prince had grown graceful and kind, revering his parents while protecting his siblings. Aside from his overly gentle disposition, Jingwu was quite pleased. "The crown prince is thoughtful," Jingwu remarked with a smile, extending his hand, "Then let the divine healer examine me. Please, take a seat." Lin Qinghe bowed in gratitude and composedly sat down to take the emperor's pulse. "Your pulse is wiry and slippery, indicative of phlegm and dampness within. Your Majesty, do you often experience coughing accompanied by a sensation of tightness in the chest?" Jingwu nodded. Such a diagnosis could be made by any physician in the palace, and he remained unconvinced. "Your Majesty has been subjected to sorcery, causing you unrest in slumber, as if a weight presses upon you from above. This is known as being pressed by a ghost. Awakening in a cold sweat, you feel utterly fatigued. Over time, your constitution will weaken, leaving you breathless after but a few steps." Jingwu's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon her. Lin Qinghe met his steady gaze with calmness. The crown prince grew anxious, exclaiming, "Who dares to cast sorcery upon my father?" Jingwu understood all too well that Lin Qinghe's words resonated with his own experiences. Lately, he had felt unusually fatigued, attending court with little energy, while the palace physicians had failed to identify any ailment despite numerous examinations. Who would dare to harm him? The first name that flashed in his mind was that of Prince Rong, the only brother he had spared. As his thoughts swirled, Jingwu's face revealed none of his inner turmoil as he looked at Lin Qinghe. "Can you break this spell?" Lin Qinghe nodded, "Indeed." Rising, she clasped her hands together, summoning an invisible light that others could not perceive. Though she was merely 13, her presence exuded a towering grandeur. Dressed in simple garments rather than a Taoist robe, lacking a wooden sword or compass, she stood alone. Both the emperor and the crown prince watched her every move intently. With a solemn countenance, the girl quickly performed hand gestures, reciting incantations. "By the laws of the cosmos, I now command, banish the malevolent spirits, disperse them swiftly, appear, appear, appear." Jingwu's breathing quickened, his complexion paling. The crown prince sensed something amiss and exclaimed in alarm, "Father." The imperial guard remained poised, their sights fixated on Lin Qinghe, ready to spring into action at a command from the emperor. Jingwu raised a hand to signal that all was well, feeling a heavy energy gradually withdrawing from his being. Golden light radiates, banishing evil without trace, swift as the command. "Break, break, break." Suddenly, Jingwu leaned back, his body faltering. "Father." "Your Majesty." Quickly summon the physician. The imperial guard surrounded Lin Qinghe protectively. The crown prince's eyes turned red with urgency, his throat constricting with anxiety. If anything were to happen to Jingwu due to his invitation to Lin Qinghe, he would never forgive himself. "Your Highness, do not panic." Observe the emperor's complexion. Lin Qinghe stood composed and steady. The crown prince scrutinized closely, and indeed, Jingwu's complexion had regained its color. He was merely asleep. He quickly instructed the imperial guard to stand down. The physician arrived in haste, surprised to find the crown prince beside Jingwu, smiling at Lin Qinghe. The physician was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly inquiring, "Your Highness." The crown prince waved his hand dismissively, "It is nothing. You may return, for we have the divine healer here." The divine healer, the one whose reputation had surged through the capital, renowned for miraculous feats, where was she? The physician scanned the room, realizing there were only the crown prince and Lin Qinghe present. His gaze landed on Lin Qinghe. Could it be, this 13-year-old girl is the divine healer, with graying temples? The physician, now over 50, hesitated before asking, "May I inquire, young lady, are you indeed the divine healer?" Before Lin Qinghe could respond, the crown prince interjected, "Indeed, she is." "Ah, how remarkably young." The physician, who had traveled far and wide in his youth, did not question Lin Qinghe's age, for the world is vast, and talent comes in many forms. He stroked his beard and boldly stated, "Divine healer, I have encountered some perplexing ailments, might you enlighten me?" Estimating that Jingwu would awaken in about a quarter of an hour, Lin Qinghe nodded, "Very well." The two engaged in a lively discussion, the physician occasionally furrowing his brow, at other times marveling, as Lin Qinghe's explanations illuminated his understanding. He bowed deeply to her. "Hearing your insights is worth more than a decade of study. Today, I have greatly profited." Lin Qinghe returned the gesture with a smile. Physician Wen, the head of the Imperial Medical Office, typically reserved for the emperor's ailments, had never attended to other concubines or princes, yet here he was, humbly bowing before a 13-year-old girl. The crown prince observed this scene with increasing respect for Lin Qinghe. Before Jingwu regained consciousness, Physician Wen departed the imperial study. "How long have I slept?" "A quarter of an hour." Jingwu awoke promptly, seeing the crown prince by his side, feeling warmth in his heart as he silently inquired. The crown prince exhaled in relief, offering warm water. "Father, precisely a quarter of an hour." In that moment of awakening, a refreshing energy enveloped him, and Jingwu felt invigorated, his gaze returning to Lin Qinghe. She was still reciting her incantations. "Boundless as the universe, dispelling disasters and difficulties, may you find peace, free from calamities and illness." Noticing Jingwu's gaze, Lin Qinghe opened her eyes. "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" Jingwu laughed heartily. "Excellent. Which sect do you hail from?" "In response to Your Majesty, I am a disciple of the Motion sect of Taoism, from the Qing Mountain Temple, under Master Dao Yuan," Lin Qinghe replied. "Taoism, such is the power of the Dao." "Excellent. I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of gold and grant a plaque to the Qing Mountain Temple." Jingwu declared, "Having severed ties with the marquis' household, I shall further reward you with a residence, which shall be named Qing Mountain Mansion." Lin Qinghe bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She exited the imperial study fast. Upon seeing her emerge, Xiaoyao and the others exhaled deeply, exchanging glances that silently inquired about her well-being. Lin Qinghe shook her head just as she stepped out. A palace attendant approached. "Divine healer, please follow me." The attendant led them to the grand hall where the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet was being held. The hall was already filled with ministers, all seated and engaged in quiet conversation, waiting for the emperor's arrival. Upon hearing footsteps, they straightened in their seats, their gazes turning towards the entrance. Chapter 51 The Mid-Autumn Banquet. The Mid-Autumn Banquet within the palace convened all civil and military officials, with tables adorned with a splendid array of delicacies, the fragrance of tea wafting through the air, complemented by numerous chrysanthemums that set. Previously, only the marquis had the privilege to attend such royal feasts. This marked Song Baiwei's inaugural entry into the palace, and today she donned a pink Aru skirt that accentuated her already fair complexion, rendering her skin even more porcelain-like. With a light touch of makeup gracing her features, she maintained an air of composure from the moment she entered the hall. Amidst a multitude of vividly colored skirts, she stood out with an exceptional freshness and elegance, capturing the attention of numerous young lords. Song Baiwei offered a gentle smile, her charming demeanor eliciting admiration from those lords who found her delightful and alluring. Stealing glances in her direction, the daughters of noble families exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disdain. Indeed, a foster daughter is merely a foster daughter, resorting to all manner of tactics to attract the lord's attention. How utterly disgraceful. Indeed, dressed in such a delicate pink, one might mistake her for a mere 5-year-old child. Why such scorn directed at me, merely due to my noble lineage? In terms of beauty and talent, I am not inferior to anyone. Li Baiwei clenched her fists tightly, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip, appearing woefully pitiful in the eyes of the onlookers. "What a FARD, the noble lady scoffed. Many young lords came to her defense. "Miss Song did not intend any offense, let us show mercy, for we are all ladies here, and there is no need for such sharp tongues." Lisha then clarified, "Wea is not a foster daughter. She is the legitimate daughter of our marquis' household, my own flesh and blood." The noble lady's expressions shifted to one of embarrassment, tinged with disbelief. Could it be that the marquis' household truly disregarded blood relations and had chosen to recognize Song Baiwei? The noble ladies observed a subtle change in Song Baiwei's demeanor, realizing that this seemingly meek sister possessed some shrewdness. The marquis's household was indeed intriguing, though one could not help but pity the true young lady who had such oblivious parents. Lisha's public defense solidified the fact that even if she were not of the marquis's bloodline, she would still be regarded as a legitimate daughter. Song Baiwei felt a surge of joy. Sensing a star at the entrance, she followed the gazes of the crowd. Upon recognizing the familiar figure in azure, Song Baiwei froze. Lisha, too, was taken aback, her pupils contracting in shock as she glanced at Songda. How could Lin Qinghe possibly be present at the mid-autumn banquet? Whose daughter is this? She is exceptionally beautiful. Which tailor crafted her azure attire? It appears ethereal. It seems she has not adorned herself with makeup. The noble ladies whispered amongst themselves, unable to tear their eyes away from Lin Qinghe. The young lords were equally transfixed. Her dark pupils seemed to penetrate the souls of those she gazed upon, exuding an air of indifference that reminded one of a lotus, emerging unstained from the mud, pure and untainted. Jin Yan smiled upon seeing Lin Qinghe, gesturing toward the half-empty cloud cake before him, indicating its delectable nature. While others remained unmoved, he indulged heartily. Lin Qinghe's lips curled into a smile as she swiftly took a seat. Songda watched in disbelief as she settled into the position beneath the crown prince. Impudent! Songda exclaimed sharply. The sudden outburst startled everyone, their gazes shifting toward Lin Qinghe in unison. Songda swiftly approached her. How did you manage to infiltrate? Stand up at once, that seat is reserved for the chancellor. Lin Qinghe took a sip of tea, too disinterested to even glance at him, remaining utterly still. Pfft! Jin Yan chuckled, regarding Songda with a bemused expression. Since the marquis is aware that entry to the palace is not so easily granted, why then question Qinghe's presence? Surely, she was brought in by a grand carriage. How could this be? She is merely a wild girl from the countryside. Songda could not comprehend, feeling embarrassed as a junior openly confronted him. Aware of Jin Yan's status, he dared not offend him, and could only glare at Lin Qinghe, demanding, come with me at once. Marquis, who is she? A bold noble lady inquired aloud. All eyes flitted between Songda and Lin Qinghe. Before Songda could respond, Song Baiwei approached Lin Qinghe, grasping her hand. Sister, do not cause a scene. If you wish to enter the palace, simply accompany us today. Why did you act as if you had severed ties with our parents yesterday and sneak in? It is far too reckless. Lin Qinghe shrugged off her hand, raising an eyebrow. Be quiet. Since you are aware of the severed ties, why call me sister? Do not put on airs before me, I fear you may weep. Songda, losing his temper at her lack of decorum, insisted any matters should be discussed at home. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Family disgrace should not be aired in public. Who claims we are family, Marquis? Lin Qinghe retorted with a cold laugh, brandishing the severance document she had just produced. It is written in black and white. Do not misappropriate kinship, Marquis. A severance document. Curious onlookers craned their necks to behold it, their expressions morphing into astonishment and disbelief. My goodness, has the marquis's household truly gone mad, or has Lin Qinghe lost her wits? One forsaking her own flesh and blood for a foster daughter, the other relinquishing wealth and status for freedom. Who carries a severance document on their person? Songda was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Baiwei choked back tears. Sister Qinghe, please put it away, do not let others ridicule us. Lin Qinghe, feeling exasperated, found her companion utterly unyielding. When Song Baiwei reached out to take it, Lin Qinghe swiftly slapped her hand away. Song Baiwei gasped, stumbling backward. Stand upright. Xiaoyao exclaimed, her patience wearing thin. This maid is quite fierce, she is certainly formidable, the noble ladies remarked, clearly disapproving of Song Baiwei's actions, deeming them unworthy of a proper family. Such antics were hardly respectable. Lisha stepped forward to support Song Baiwei, directing her gaze toward Lin Qinghe. What exactly do you wish to achieve? His Majesty has arrived. The crowd suddenly snapped to attention, ceasing their revelry and hastily kneeling. Emperor Jingwudi strode into the grand hall, his spirit vibrant as he noticed Lisha standing tearfully at the center, his brow furrowing. What has transpired? Your Majesty, it is merely a family matter, Songda interjected nervously with a forced smile. Emperor Jingwudi turned his attention to Lin Qinghe. Jin Yan chimed in, Uncle, upon my return to the capital, I witnessed quite the spectacle. It seems the Marquis and Marquis consort harbor grievances against your esteemed guest. He then addressed the Crown Prince, a cousin. They even dared to slap your face by claiming that Sister Qinghe had intruded and insisted on her removal. This family is intent on pushing one to the brink. What did he say? Lin Qingha was invited into the palace by the crown prince, or was she a distinguished guest of His Majesty? Song Da found himself in a daze. Song Bai Wei turned to Lin Qingha in shock, her initial astonishment swiftly giving way to deep resentment. Why did she deserve such an opportunity? Lin Qingha met her gaze, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Song Bai Wei tightened her hands at her side. To bear children yet neglect them, how dare you call yourselves parents? Emperor Jingwudi's gaze toward Song Da turned frigid. Do not disgrace yourself here. Return home. Song Da's lips moved, filled with embarrassment, and he could only murmur his compliance. He could not fathom how Lin Qingha had entered the palace in such a capacity. Chancellor Fan, having rushed to the banquet after addressing a pressing matter, nearly collided with the marquis family as they exited the hall. Spotting Lin Qingha, he exclaimed with delight, Divine Healer, you have come as well. Upon hearing his words, Song Da and Lisha's expressions shifted abruptly, both turning in unison. Chapter 52. 13 years ago, who in the capital city was unaware of the renowned physician known as the Wandering Healer? Particularly within the circle of noble families, they wished nothing more than to keep such a skilled healer in their own homes. The more power one possessed, the more they feared for their own lives. Yet, how could the Wandering Healer be a woman, and so young at that? The words came from Prime Minister Fan, adding an air of credibility, prompting furtive glances among the onlookers. Impossible. In the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, Song Da vehemently denied it. If Lin Qingha were truly the Wandering Healer, then his recent efforts to lower his status and seek assistance would be nothing short of a farce. With a divine physician at home, he could easily elevate the status of the marquis. Having severed ties just yesterday, now being told that Lin Qingha was the Wandering Healer was unacceptable to him. I previously invited the Wandering Healer to my residence, and he was clearly an elderly man. Similarly, other officials who had also invited Yuan Miao to their homes nodded in agreement, casting Lin Qingha glances imbued with suspicion. Such audacity to impersonate the Wandering Healer was a grave offense against the emperor. Fortunate was he to have ended ties with her, as he observed the varied expressions of the surrounding courtiers, bringing him some measure of comfort. Prime Minister Fan turned his gaze towards Lin Qingha, then glanced at his colleagues, pondering aloud, could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? He and his wife visited Bayun Temple each month to see Fan Naonieo, who appeared content, allowing him to gradually release the obsession of wishing for her return. Furthermore, the fact that they could still see her was a source of great satisfaction. Through Fan Naoneo's words, Prime Minister Fan had gained a deeper understanding of Lin Qingha, choosing to place his trust in her. The crown prince frowned. What nonsense is this? She was personally summoned into the palace by me. Can it be a deception, Your Highness? I fear you may be deceived by her. Song Da desperately struggled. Unbeknownst to you, this girl has been raised in the countryside, her temperament is unruly, and she is capable of anything. What did you say? Jin Yan's expression darkened like a winter's frost, as he leaped from his seat, pointing at Song Da. Uncle, how dare this scoundrel slander her? He doesn't even regard you with any respect. Why does he always defend Lin Qingha? Song Da's expression changed dramatically. He fell to his knees. I dare not. The noble ladies and their mothers present were equally grim expressions. How could they forget that Lin Qingha was the true blood of the marquis? Even if ties had been severed, they could not push her down a path of despair. The marquis was truly inhumane. Lady Li felt uneasy, wishing to explain, but before she could utter a word, the derisive laugh echoed through the hall. She turned her gaze past the crowd towards Lin Qingha, who sat expressionless at the center of the grand hall, her cold gaze sending a shiver down Lady Li's spine. Lin Qingha fixed her gaze on both Lady Li and Song Da, slowly stating, 13 years ago, the marquis's wife gave birth at the city god temple, where another pregnant woman was also in labor. The two of them delivered almost simultaneously. The marquis's wife, faint from weakness, collapsed, and this woman, who lived by selling tofu, saw her adorned in fine garments and gold hairpins, and conceived the idea of switching me with Song Bai Wei. The hall fell into a profound silence before erupting into chaos. This was akin to a tale of a cat swapping a prince, such a taboo within the noble circles. No one wished to see their hard-earned wealth and prestige handed over to an illegitimate child devoid of any blood ties. Heavens, the marquis is raising a child for their enemy. It's utterly absurd. A false daughter enjoys riches and honor, while the true daughter becomes a mere village girl. What a stark contrast. No wonder she severed ties with the marquis. Lady Li's lips trembled violently as she regarded Lin Qingha with a complicated expression. I didn't know it was intentional. You have now acquired skills. They must not have treated you harshly. Having spoken, Lin Qingha decided to lay all the facts bare. Song Bai Wei's biological parents, surnamed Duan, were a selfish couple. They had a son who consumed all the meat and eggs while I did the work. At 3, I swept and stopped the fire. At 4, I gathered herbs in the mountains, and at 5, when a fire broke out in the village, they abandoned me in the house to escape. Jin Yan gazed at Lin Qinghe, feeling both sorrowful and distressed. Lin Qinghe smiled with a sense of relief. Evil deeds beget evil retribution. They met with a landslide while escaping, and the entire family perished, while I managed to escape and encountered my master. Many of the esteemed ladies may not know of my background. I was a disciple of the Maoshan sect at the Qingshan temple, and my master bestowed upon me the name Wandering Healer. Some of the elders you previously invited were my junior disciple, Yuan Miao, who possesses profound skills and can resolve the issues within your households. Due to my youth, everyone often mistakes him for me. The crown prince nodded. Indeed, I initially mistook Yuan Miao for the Wandering Healer as well. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This woman is utterly malicious. Lady Wang, the official's wife, exclaimed in anger as she stood beside Lin Qinghe. Child, do not be afraid. You have suffered unjustly. Your biological parents are blind and foolish. I have taken a liking to you. Be my goddaughter. The Duchess of Zhongguo quickly chimed in. I also admire the Wandering Healer. Become my daughter. Their genuine affection prompted others to follow suit, eager to adopt Lin Qinghe as their goddaughter. After all, she was a divine physician. Songda and Lady Li found themselves destabilized. Their estranged daughter was being fought over by the officials, a blatant slap in the face, suggesting their lack of discernment. Father, mother, Song Baiwei called softly to them. Lost in a daze, neither Songda nor Lady Li had her. How could things change so swiftly? Song Baiwei bit her lip, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. This time, no one came to support her. What to do? Why did Lin Qinghe have to reveal these matters during the mid-autumn banquet? She had entirely severed her path. Feigning unconsciousness, Song Baiwei felt a deep sense of despair. Jing Wudi's face darkened. Songda, you are utterly despicable. Since the blood ties have been severed, from now on, do not approach the Wandering Healer. I loathe those who can abandon their own kin. Do not enter the palace again, Your Majesty. I was wrong. The consequences of the Emperor's disdain were unimaginable to Songda, who collapsed to the ground in tears. Leave. The guards surrounded the three of them. Before the banquet had even commenced, the officials were still relishing the spectacle. Lin Qinghe indulged in her meal and drink, completely unfazed by the turmoil around her. Miss Lin, suddenly, King Jingheng appeared beside her, his face filled with sympathy as he gazed at her. You have suffered injustice. Lin Qinghe stared at him. Are you unwell? King Su laughed heartily at her response, noticing her wary expression towards King Jingheng, which only deepened his amusement. You do not like him? Lin Qinghe nodded. I find him quite pretentious. King Su could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. I think so too, he replied. King Jingheng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly resumed his gentle demeanor, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Lin Qinghe turned away from him. King Su grinned. I quite like you. Lin Qinghe shot him a glance. In her previous life, the one who constantly provoked King Jingheng met a tragic end, suffering not only the severing of tendons but also shattered bones. Even in death, he remained sharp-tongued, accusing King Jingheng of being a hypocrite. Those who opposed King Jingheng were of great interest to her, and she raised her cup towards King Su. What a coincidence, so do I. King Su, with a playful expression, circled around Lin Qinghe. Then you shall be my brother. I will protect you in the capital. Lin Qinghe nodded. King Su cheerfully extended his hand towards her. Why not give me a pulse diagnosis first? Lin Qinghe glanced at him. You have a kidney deficiency. Chapter 53. The arrival of wealthy patrons at Qingshan Temple. I can charm 8 women in a night. How could I possibly be deficient in vigor? The Prince of Su was flustered, rising to vehemently contest, but upon meeting Lin Qinghe's enigmatic smile, he inexplicably felt a pang of insecurity and awkwardly touched his nose, muttering, I truly am not lacking. Jin Yan shoved him aside, retorting with irritation, what nonsense are you spouting? Go away. My cousin, upon returning to the capital, doesn't even wish to play with me. The Prince of Su flashed him a broad grin, nearly colliding with Prince Jingheng as he was pushed. Upon seeing him, the Prince of Su's expression instantly turned tense. Get lost. Jin Yan regarded him silently. The Prince of Su raised his hand in surrender, then, after setting it down, bumped into Prince Jingheng. The latter, unfazed, smiled at Jin Yan before departing. Once both had left, Jin Yan seamlessly settled beside Lin Qinghe, extending his palm to reveal a luminous pearl, a gift for you, a mid-autumn present. Lin Qinghe shot him a sidelong glance, remaining unmoved. Jin Yan let out a soft exclamation and directly pressed it into her hand, whispering, Don't let my emperor uncle see it, he is quite jealous at his age. Lin Qinghe accepted it. Jin Yan poured her tea and peeled grapes for her, his attentiveness palpable. Why is General Jing so kind to her? A young lady remarked, her jealousy aroused as her gaze fell upon Jin Yan's striking profile, quickly averting her eyes, her cheeks blooming with a blush. Jin Yan rarely returned to the capital, spending much of his time at the frontier. His return had jolted the noble ladies into realizing that there existed men even more exquisite than themselves. With a visage akin to fine jade and a tall, commanding stature, he exuded an air of confidence and nonchalance that was absent in the young men of the capital. Even the renowned Prince Jinghong, acclaimed as the most handsome man, paled in comparison before him. After encountering Jin Yan, many young ladies found themselves lost in reverie. As the Prince of Su approached Lin Qinghe, seemingly trying to ingratiate himself to her, even their envisioned ideal suitors beamed radiantly in her presence. The bitterness within them threatened to bubble over. Princess Yurong clenched the whip in her hand, her gaze icy as she fixated on Lin Qinghe, sneering at the surrounding expressions of envy. They must pity her. No sooner had she spoken than her ear was pinched. That scoundrel dared to twist her ear. Princess Yurong looked up. You insolent girl, show some respect to Lin Qinghe. She is not like you frivolous young ladies fretting over attire. The Prince of Su grinned broadly, revealing a row of white teeth. What if I were to cast a curse upon you? Care to guess what would happen? The noble ladies exchanged glances, and upon seeing their usually austere fathers approaching Lin Qinghe to curry favor, they fell silent. Lin Qinghe was undoubtedly different from them. Princess Yurong dared not provoke the unpredictable Prince of Su, her frustration mounting, and her gaze toward Lin Qinghe grew increasingly hostile. Noticing this, Lin Qinghe raised her eyes, and Princess Yurong, head held high, braced for a response. To her surprise, Lin Qinghe merely grabbed a handful of seeds, cracking and spitting them with gusto, severing the treat. It was as though she had struck a blow against cotton. Princess Yurong choked back her indignation, angrily turning away. Lin Qinghe had undeniably emerged as the biggest winner of the mid-autumn banquet, not only making an impression before the officials and the emperor but also bringing Qingshan Temple back into the court's discourse after a century's absence. She even received a remark from Emperor Jingwu, suggesting a visit to Qingshan Temple in the spring. Regardless of the truth behind his words, the temple's future was assured for the latter half of the year. Upon leaving the palace, Lin Qinghe was all smiles. However, her mirth dissipated instantly upon encountering Prince Jinghong. His mood was equally complex. Lin Qinghe had indeed distanced herself from yet she was not without allies. The Crown Prince, the Prince of Su, and Jin Yan were all drawing near, extending olive branches. Lin Qinghe treated each of them warmly, yet her demeanor toward him was frigid. Why, was she merely another woman swayed by self-interest? Prince Jinghong struggled to suppress the rising bitterness within him. As her carriage approached, he managed to conjure a suitably amiable smile. Lin Qinghe, however, remained unyielding. I wish to request the services of the renowned physician to attend to my mother. Before she could pass, Prince Jinghong hastily interjected. Lin Qinghe responded with a nonchalant, I'm not available today, consult my junior apprentice. With that, she strode away, leaving Prince Jinghong standing there, swallowing dust in frustration. He composed himself and summoned a spy, investigate her background, as well as that of Qingshan Temple. Lin Qinghe's suspicions proved correct. Qingshan Temple had welcomed a plethora of worshippers, most of whom were court officials. They had come to scout in advance, perhaps anticipating the emperor's visit next year. Furthermore, they were all affluent patrons, generously donating considerable sums for incense offerings. Officials traversed great distances to come, and nearby officials, wealthy merchants, and common folk flocked there as well. Dao Yuan, the elder priest, was so busy that he scarcely had time to drink a sip of water, laboring tirelessly yet joyfully. Even the revered ancestor's spirit seemed to be smiling more broadly. Elder Dao wrote Lin Qinghe a succinct note. Disciple, the temple is overwhelmed, recruit more disciples, the ancestor misses you, return swiftly. Xiao Yao, picking at Lin Qinghe's side, read the note and cackled with glee. When idle, one grows restless. When busy, one toils like a dog, haha. Lin Qinghe blinked, retorting, what do you mean by missing me? He clearly wants me back to work. She glanced toward Yuan Miao, who was meditating in the outer room. Does the master wish for him to return to Qingshan Temple? Xiao Yao inquired. Lin Qinghe shook her head. He cannot leave yet, the Maoshan sect needs him as well. Let the old man toil a while longer. Xiao Yao discerned the implication. Are you planning to venture out again? Lin Qinghe felt a heaviness in her heart. She had cast a divination regarding the southern regions last night. The omens indicated calamity and great misfortune. She had to head south. Besides personal vendettas, there were more pressing matters at hand, saving the common people. The following day, an urgent memorial from the magistrate of Jiangnan, reporting a rampant plague, appeared before Emperor Jingwu. The populace was in chaos, the infection spreading rapidly, with thousands infected in just a few days. Emperor Jingwu's mood plummeted. Who can take on this daunting task, journeying to Jiangnan to quell the plague and soothe the people? This was a highly contagious disease, one misstep could cost them their lives. The officials bowed their heads, hesitant to speak. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Emperor Jingwu slammed the table, his gaze sweeping the room like fire. Good, good, so I have raised a pack of idle wastrels. When faced with a crisis, you all retreat like tortoises, not even daring to show your heads. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. All the officials knelt. None of you dare to step forward. What is there to come? Emperor Jingwu laughed in exasperation. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Prime Minister Fan stood up. Your Majesty, I am willing to journey to Jiangnan to combat the plague. Others were taken aback. He held a high position and had no need to risk himself for advancement. Did he hope to secure his legacy in history, even if it cost him his life? Those who typically looked down upon Prime Minister Fan scoffed. Emperor Jingwu nodded. Very well. After the court session, Prime Minister Fan returned to his residence to prepare for immediate departure. Mrs. Wang nearly fainted upon hearing the news. Her daughter had gone to Baiyun Monastery to become a Taoist priestess, and her son was studying abroad. Now Prime Minister Fan was to tackle the plague. If he were to contract it, what would become of him? She dared not ponder the possibilities. Mrs. Wang clutched the sleeve of Prime Minister Fan, her childhood sweetheart and husband, filled with both reluctance and fear. The people of Jiangnan need me. As long as I serve as an official, I must protect the people and act for their benefit. Prime Minister Fan called her by her maiden name, Runyang. Wait for my return. Resolutely, Prime Minister Fan turned and boarded the carriage. Mrs. Wang's tears streamed down like beads from a broken string as she hurried after him. Prime Minister Fan, I shall accompany you southward. Lin Qinghe appeared at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, slipping into the carriage. Chapter 54 The Four Prominent Families of Yaozong. The journey southward is bound to be fraught with peril. As for you, esteemed divine doctor, your youth holds great potential. This matter ought to be handled by an old man like me, who has one foot in the grave. Lin Qinghe's unexpected appearance left Prime Minister Fan momentarily bewildered, evoking a lament in his heart as he recalled the unwillingness of his colleagues to step forward at court. They were even less capable than a 13-year-old girl. The Prime Minister has referred to me as a divine doctor. How could a healer refrain from stepping up? Lin Qinghe replied with a smile. Prime Minister Fan bowed slightly, acknowledging, it is I who am narrow-minded. There are those who wish to save the people and those who seek personal gain. Between the capital and Jiangnan lies Jincheng, a town thriving on medicinal herbs, where a pharmacy can be found every 3 steps, earning it the name Yaozong. Surrounded by mountains, the land is fertile, the climate temperate, making it a flourishing area for the cultivation of herbs. 60% of the medicinal products in the grand market originate from here. The city is governed by 4 prominent families, the Wang, Jiang, Zhang, and Xia families, with the Xia family at the helm, led by the 16-year-old scion, Xia Rafeng, following the sudden demise of the previous head, Xia Lin, who passed away from illness at the age of 38. Xia Rafeng had barely been in charge for a month when an epidemic struck Jiangnan, making Yaozong a pivotal location. The Wang and Zhang families conspired to inflate prices, and Xia Rafeng was currently refuting them in the main hall. Esteemed uncles, with the rampant plague in Jiangnan, reports indicate that this epidemic is aggressive and highly contagious. If we do not act swiftly, within half a month, we shall face total devastation. Xia Rafeng stood resolutely before the other family heads, asserting, as merchants of medicine, it is our duty to extend a helping hand and lower our prices. No sooner had he finished speaking than the head of the Wang family burst into laughter. Young Rafeng, are you engaging in charity? You have learned nothing of the cunning of that old fox, Xia Lin. The head of the Zhang family chimed in, this just goes to show that one generation is weaker than the last. The head of the Jiang family, the least influential among the 4 families, maintained a neutral stance, often swaying with the prevailing winds, aligning himself with whichever side appeared stronger. Faced with their derision, Xia Rafeng stood tall, betraying no emotion, and calmly stated, my father often warned me with the words of our ancestors. The head of the Wang family regarded him with disdain. Oh, to worry for the troubles of the world before one's own, and to rejoice in the happiness of the world after one's own. As merchants of medicine, we must keep the well-being of the people in our hearts. As soon as Xia Rafeng finished speaking, the heads of the Wang and Zhang families exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Dear nephew, if you don't engage in unscrupulous business, how can you expect to make a profit? Don't tell me that the Xia family has risen to prominence through honest means. The head of the Wang family scoffed, if you wish to embrace lofty ideals, do so, but do not obstruct our path to profit, lest you find us merciless. Xia Rufang's expression darkened. If the Wang and Zhang families truly united against the Xie family, he found himself utterly defenseless. Xie Lin had passed away at a young age, and although Xie Rafeng had some experience in managing the family business, he had spent more time studying and foraging for herbs than in practical governance. No matter how composed he appeared, he was forced to mature prematurely, his wits insufficient against these seasoned foxes. The head of the Jiang family sighed, "Gentlemen, let us not press too hard." The head of the Wang family shot him a glance but granted this fence-sitter a modicum of respect by remaining silent. The head of the Zhang family took on the role of peacemaker. "Dear nephew, simply learn from us and adapt. A wise person knows when to yield. Securing profits is the true path. To exploit a national crisis for personal gain, and to speak so grandiloquently about it, truly an eye-opener." A sudden sarcastic remark caused the expressions of the family heads in the hall to shift as they turned towards the entrance. Lin Qinghe strode into the hall, followed by the solemn-faced Prime Minister Fan. The head of the Wang family, uncertain, watched as Lin Qinghe confidently took her seat and even pulled a chair for her elderly companion. Her demeanor exuded an extraordinary presence. Lin Qinghe was utterly unreserved. She poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to Prime Minister Fan while finishing her own in a single gulp before pouring another. The more audacious her actions, the more the family heads hesitated to dismiss her, exchanging glances laden with curiosity about her identity. The head of the Wang family inquired with a smile, "Might I ask who you are, esteemed guest?" Prime Minister Fan remained silent, sipping his tea. "Just a humble physician. My master and I planned to journey south, passing through the renowned Yaozong, and we aimed to procure some herbs, but to our surprise, Lin Qinghe slammed a piece of paper listing herbs and their prices onto the table. Ephedra at 1 tael of silver, cinnamon twig at 1 tael, poria at 2 taels, white atractalodes at 2 taels, to charge exorbitant prices for herbs that usually cost mere coins. Are you robbing us? Have you no fear of divine retribution for such unscrupulous profiteering?" Lin Qinghe was genuinely incensed. Rising from her seat in outrage, the family heads were taken aback by her father. The head of the Wang family, maintaining his composure, initially suspected her to be an envoy from the court, but upon realizing she was merely a physician, felt no need to fear. He glared at Lin Qinghe. "What manner of wretch dares to make a ruckus here, Xie Xiansheng? Do you not see fit to expel them?" The main hall was the domain of the Xie family. Xie Rafeng, feeling utterly cornered, was suddenly invigorated by the outburst of this strikingly handsome youth. He smiled and replied, "I believe he speaks the truth. A promising talent yet to be corrupted." Lin Qinghe cast a look of approval in his direction. Prime Minister Fan slowly interjected, "Esteemed family heads, our immediate concern is to unite and assist Jiangnan in overcoming this crisis. We must not take advantage of the chaos." The head of the Wang family, infuriated by Lin Qinghe's words, retorted, "I conduct business based on my own abilities. What concern is it of yours?" His gaze fell upon Prime Minister Fan, whose composed demeanor seemed ill-suited for conflict, and he could not help but vent his frustration. Prime Minister Fan slammed his palm on the table, sending tea splattering everywhere, his eyes blazing with fury as he berated the family heads. "You wretched merchants, devoid of loyalty and humanity, inflating prices and disrupting the market, heedless of lives lost, solely for your selfish gain, beasts. How lamentable, indeed, that you have forsaken your humanity." Spittle flew from his mouth, striking the face of the head of the Wang family, while the head of the Zhang family, sitting closest, was not spared either. He was proclaiming that even rats have their skins, yet they, as humans, have no shame. "I might as well perish." The head of the Wang family gasped for breath. "You insolent whelp, Xie Xiansheng." "Present," Xie Rafeng replied, invigorated by the tirade. "I oppose the inflated prices for herbs. All medicinal materials shall be sold at a 30% reduction, and my family shall willingly provide 500 pounds of necessary herbs to Jiangnan, to be delivered tomorrow. If any of you have objections, return tomorrow to discuss it." Perhaps emboldened by the presence of Lin Qinghe and Prime Minister Fan, Xie Rafeng spoke forcefully, gesturing for them to leave. "Humph!" The head of the Wang family brushed off his sleeves, departing in a huff, followed by the others. As they exited, Lin Qinghe kindly cautioned, "Wang family head, I observe that your brow is darkening. In the coming 3 days, you may face a calamity. And your marital palace bears a tint of green. Perhaps you should reconsider your eagerness to inflate prices and first return home to investigate." Chapter 55. The green of panic. The couple's palace bore a tinge of green. Whether he had indeed been cuckolded was unknown to Xie Rafeng and the others, but the current countenance of the Wang family head was distinctly green. "Nonsense." The head of the Wang family spat and hurried away. The main hall of the Xie family fell into a hush. Lin Qinghe cast a glance at Prime Minister Fan, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. Prime Minister Fan waved his hand dismissively and leaned forward to inquire in a hushed tone, was he truly cuckolded? I couldn't tell. You seem to have a penchant for gossip, Lynching her replied with a smile. One's appearance does not deceive. After leaving the Sear family, the head of the Wang family was rather sullen, clearly distressed, as he exhaled his pent-up frustration. Master, we've arrived, came the voice of the coachman from within the carriage. The Wang family head replied with an affirmative grunt, adding, do not announce my return just yet. Lynching Her's words had evidently left a mark on his heart. Upon entering the estate, he made a beeline for the main residence, his hurried demeanor causing the servants to panic, stifling their greetings. What could be amiss? The servants exchanged puzzled glances. The Wang family had circled into the backyard of the main house, where a window provided a view into the interior. Enough, I don't want any more. A familiar voice, yet one he had not heard in ages, spoke with a petulant tone, causing the Wang family head to startle, his eyes reddening as he peered through the crack of the window. Isn't the master already unable? Indeed, I wish he would spend every day in the concubines' quarters. The Wang family head felt as though struck by lightning, his mind exploding with fury. You wretched woman. He stormed around to the front door, bursting inside to seize the middle-aged concubine, May, and slapped her several times, leaving her dazed and starry-eyed. The one she had been unfaithful with was the estate's steward's son, Telly, the robust figure whose very name implied strength. Even the Wang family head had to look up at him. Telly fled the scene the moment the Wang family head struck May, vanishing before he could regain his composure. You shameless harlot, I shall divorce you. The Wang family head's chest heaved with rage, clearly agitated. And that bastard. Summon 30 of the household servants to hunt him down, I want him dead. May collapsed to the ground, repeatedly banging her head, pleading, Master, I was in the wrong, I shall never dare again, please spare me. You disgraceful wretch. If he dies, you too shall be drowned in a pig cage. The Wang family head kicked May over, then changed his mind, shouting, bring me a pig cage. May, in a panic, was violently stuffed into the cage by several servants, who then hoisted it away toward the river. Unable to escape, she glared with fury, cursing, you will pay for this, you are the one who forced me into marriage, breaking my father's leg and even plotting against my sister to make me comply. Less than 3 months into our marriage, you grew tired of me, you impotent old fool. Is it my fault for seeking solace elsewhere? I refrained from speaking out before for your sake, but since death is imminent, let me reveal the truth. Not only are you impotent, but you are also a coward. Her words stirred a tempest of outrage. The Wang family servants wished they could cover their ears. This was not something they should be privy to. Knowing their master's condition, would they be silenced? Wretched woman, die, go to your death. The Wang family head, in a fit of rage, smashed items around him, his anger overwhelming him until his vision darkened and he collapsed. His forehead struck the shards on the ground, blood gushing forth. Not good, the master has fainted and is bleeding profusely. Today, the bustling medicinal city was abuzz with gossip. The head of the Wang family had been cuckolded and had fainted from rage. He learned from his wife's words that he was incapable. His wife, May, was to be drowned in a pig cage. Telly hid among the crowd, observing the procession carrying the pig cage to the river. In despair, May caught sight of him, her eyes lighting up as she wished to call out, but fear of implicating him held her back, leaving her hesitant. Telly met her gaze, his eyes evasive, and he fled. The light in May's eyes dimmed instantly. She chuckled bitterly to herself. Men, regardless of age, were all worthless. The Wang family head had a first wife who had passed away 2 years prior due to illness. May was the second wife, having just turned 30 this year. The head's son was merely 2 years younger than her, placing May in a precarious position within the Wang household, lacking power and respect, and certainly not expecting to bear a son to secure her standing. Life in the inner quarters was dull and lonely. Telly had initiated advances towards her, and after a series of back-and-forth encounters, she eventually succumbed. Initially, she had believed him to be sincere, but when trouble arose, he was the first to flee. The wanton woman who forsakes her marital duties, consorting with a servant, let her be drowned. Drown her. Wretch, truly a disgrace to womanhood. Deservedly so, may you perish. Most of the jeers from the show came from women, while men stood with arms crossed, their eyes gleaming with mockery, gazing down upon her as if she were mere entertainment. Why should it be so? Why should men be allowed multiple wives while women were condemned to remain chaste in empty chambers, relegated to serve their husbands' whims? May was swallowed by the river, her bitterness dragging her down to the depths. As the onlookers dispersed, the river's surface returned to tranquility, only for the pig cage to suddenly surface from the depths. Is this hell? May opened her eyes, coughing up water. She stared at the rafters above, not bad looking. Wait, why was it so soft beneath her? May grasped with her fingers and bolted upright. Beside her, seated at a tea table, was a youth clad in a blue robe. May squinted her eyes. It was a girl. After a moment of silence, she ventured, "Did you save me?" Lin Qinghe nodded. "You do not find me filthy, nor do you see me as a harlot?" May asked, a hint of agitation in her voice, searching Lin Qinghe's expression for answers. Lin Qinghe replied, "With cause comes effect. Your affair was revealed due to my unintentional remark, which created the cause, and your life was not destined for an end. Thus, I saved you, and that is the effect." May, half comprehending, forced a smile. The Wang family wields immense power in the medicinal city. "If I do not perish today, I shall surely meet my end tomorrow." When he forced me into marriage, he intended to lay hands on my sister, leaving my father no choice but to marry her off far away. After my father's leg was broken, he fell again while climbing the mountain, and the wound became infected. I lost my mother at a young age, and now my father is gone. Without a home, where am I to go? Lin Qinghe observed her, an oval face, high cheekbones suggesting a strong character, and a prominent nose indicating wealth, and ears set higher than her brows, signifying intelligence and an extraordinary fate. The only blemish was the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, hinting at romantic entanglements with her parents' palace in disarray. Having lost her mother at 2, and her father's declining health, May's circumstances were dire. Her incisors were slightly receded, indicating she was prone to overthinking and internal conflict. Overall, aside from her parental issues, May was a person capable of great accomplishments. Lin Qinghe glanced at her once more, raising an eyebrow. May's couple's palace had undergone a change, now appearing dark and sunken. "Congratulations," Lin Qinghe stated. May, bewildered, asked, "What is there to celebrate? Have you heard of promotions and wealth coming at the cost of the first wife?" May gasped, momentarily stunned. Before she could respond, Xie Rafeng knocked at the door. "Enter." Xie Rafeng pushed the door open, momentarily taken aback upon seeing May, his lips moving as if to speak but hesitating. Lin Qinghe urged, "Speak plainly." Xie Rafeng cast a lingering glance at May before declaring, "The head of the Wang family has suffered a sudden illness. He is said to be on the brink of death." Chapter 56. The matriarch May turned abruptly to Lin Qinghe, her heart racing furiously. What could she possibly mean? Lin Qinghe nodded at her, affirming, "You are the matriarch of the Wang family." Xie Rafeng was taken aback. If he understood correctly, this meant May intended to return and claim her rights. The situation had escalated dramatically. The Wang family was in disarray when Wang Dong, the son of the family head, hurried back. He was somewhat plump, with large ears and a round face, fair-skinned, and everyone remarked that he bore the look of prosperity. Upon entering, Wang Dong wailed, "Father, what shall I do if you have passed away?" The head of the Zhang family rushed in, nearly stumbling at the sound of those words. "Your father is not dead yet, you foolish boy." A flicker of derision crossed Zhang's gaze, quickly supplanted by a facade of compassion as he said, "Calm down, my dear nephew. Let the doctor examine him first." Seeing the head of the Zhang family, Wang Dong felt a glimmer of hope and choked out, "All right." The Wang family summoned all the skilled physicians from the medicinal city, but the prognosis was uniformly grim. "Your mother's blood is surging upwards, blocked and unyielding. It is an incurable condition. You should prepare for her passing and grieve accordingly." "Father." Wang Dong collapsed to the ground, sobbing, his mind a blank slate, bitterly at a loss. The head of the Zhang family observed the old man, who had been lively just hours before, now lying motionless on the couch. A bittersweet sorrow washed over him as his mind raced. Was it not time for him to ascend as the head of the 4 great families? He approached Wang Dong and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "My dear nephew, your immediate concern should be to protect the family estate. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind, and many covet what you possess. With the current plague in Jiangnan, many eyes are upon the Wang family. You must stand tall." Perhaps the Wang family head was truly incapable. With numerous concubines yet few offspring, Wang Dong was his only legitimate son, alongside 2 illegitimate daughters. He doted on Wang Dong, who was indulgent in pleasures, spending his days either in brothels or taverns, devoid of ambition and exceedingly mediocre. Wang Dong was stunned, looking pitifully at the head of the Zhang family. "Uncle Zhang, what should I do?" The head of the Zhang family had been waiting for this very question. He pondered, "If you would trust my guidance, I can assist you in managing affairs." Wang Dong, tears welling in his eyes, replied, "Uncle Zhang, you truly are a good man. The family head may have died, but I am still here." May entered through the main door, flanked by Lin Qinghe and Prime Minister Fan. Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You shameless woman, how dare you return?" Slap, May struck him across the face. You wretched boy, I am your mother, have you forgotten your manners, showing such disrespect to your elders? All the virtuous teachings you have received have gone to waste. The head of the Zhang family glared at her. You have committed adultery, violating the 7 transgressions. A household with a wanton woman is destined for chaos. Do you believe you are worthy of being the matriarch of the Wang family? Mei chuckled coldly. Worthy, as if you, an outsider, hold any claim. I have committed adultery. Where is your evidence? Who among you has witnessed it? Oh, dear husband, why not wake him and ask him? The servants lowered their heads, afraid to speak. They had only witnessed the family head angrily berating Mei, but had seen no evidence of her alleged lover. Moreover, with the family head incapacitated, their lives were now in Mei's hands. Little did they expect her to have survived such a predicament. The person who should have perished remained alive, leaving many questions unanswered. The head of the Zhang family was momentarily speechless, glancing at Lin Qinghe behind her, gradually regaining his composure. He scoffed, sharp-tongued, be wary of being used by outsiders. I shall observe how a mere woman like you intends to uphold the Wang family. He strode away. Wang Dong, pale and shaken, was at a loss for words as he was rendered speechless by Mei's audacity. Mei discovered the key to the medicinal storehouse hidden by the Wang family head and directly offered it to Lin Qinghe. Take as much medicine as you desire. Lin Qinghe shook her head. We came to the medicinal city indeed to seek medicine, not to steal. If you are truly sincere, why not follow in the footsteps of the Xia family and donate 500 pounds of the medicine I require to be sent to Jiangnan? Very well. Mei gazed at Lin Qinghe and suddenly knelt. Thank you, my lady, for saving my life. In just half a day, her fortunes had swung dramatically, each experienced a new flavor of life, but the most exhilarating and terrifying was the taste of power. How splendid it felt to be in control, no wonder everyone coveted it. Lin Qinghe noted the change in Mei's demeanor. Where there had once been a hint of timidity, there now gleamed the sharp glint of an eagle's eye. She was a formidable woman. Perhaps she truly could seize the Wang family's legacy. To step into the realm of men, one must possess both wit and strength. When I return to the capital, I hope you will have fully seized control, Lin Qinghe advised, favoring Mei over the morally bankrupt family head who profited from national calamities. Mei nodded solemnly in agreement. The Wang and Xia families reached a consensus, reducing prices for medicine, and their philanthropic actions sparked fervent discussions among the populace, garnering widespread admiration. The opportunistic Zhang family quickly aligned themselves with this initiative, leaving the remaining Zhang family no choice but to comply, much to the chagrin of their head, who could barely stomach his meals. He had intended to profit handsomely but found himself at a loss. The Wang family had remained unconscious for 3 days, and on the day Lin Qinghe departed from the medicinal city, he finally breathed his last. Xie Rafeng saw Lin Qinghe and Prime Minister Fan off at the city gates. Once we leave, the 4 great families will surely clash, Prime Minister Fan remarked. Do you think Mei can manage? She is but a frail woman facing a pack of wolves eager to devour her. With the Wang family head deceased, the other 3 families would not hesitate to strike. Even the Wang family's uncles would be sufficient to overwhelm Mei. Lin Qinghe replied, those who achieve greatness must navigate through trials and tribulations. If she cannot handle it, then she is unworthy of the position of family head. The business world is akin to a battlefield, where bloodless struggles are commonplace. Many underestimate women, believing them weak, yet they overlook a critical point. To underestimate one's opponent is to invite ruin. What do you think, Prime Minister Fan? Prime Minister Fan recalled Zhao Qingjun, a woman who performed the duties expected of a statesman, only to meet a tragic end. His emotions wavered as he remarked with a bitter smile, the officials in court are so well fed that they have forgotten their original intentions. Even the death of Qingjun cannot awaken them. Who says women are inferior to men? It is the men who have denied women their opportunities. Lin Qinghe gazed intently at him. Prime Minister Fan, your wisdom is profound. Looking out at the sprawling landscape, Prime Minister Fan, as a high-ranking official, understood all too well that the grand facade of the realm was merely a veneer of peace, beneath which decay had long set in. It awaited the day of reckoning, and when that day came, the ones who would suffer the most would be the innocent commoners. Tears welled in his eyes as he softly murmured, for the sake of the world, we must stand firm. For the sake of the people, we must act. Lin Qinghe raised her voice to join him. To carry on the teachings of the ancients, to usher in an era of peace for all. Their eyes met, and Lin Qinghe's gaze burned with a fierce intensity akin to a raging fire that could consume all. Prime Minister Fan felt a surge of passionate resolve welling within him, his throat tightening. He found a familiar sense of purpose in Lin Qinghe. She produced 2 jars of wine from seemingly thin air and offered one to him. Here, let us toast. For the sake of the world, we must stand firm. For the sake of the people, we must act to carry on the teachings of the ancients, to usher in an era of peace for all. Prime Minister Fan raised his jar and shouted with vigor. Cheers! In the midst of corruption, they sought out integrity, rising amidst the slumbering masses. Until that moment, Prime Minister Fan had felt utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse, yet today he saw a glimmer of hope, a path forward. Chingha, you are truly remarkable, he declared before succumbing to drunkenness. Lin Chingha covered him with a blanket and, as she pulled back the carriage curtain to catch a breath of fresh air, her eyes narrowed as she spotted a throng of wandering souls heading north. Halt! Do not move. Chapter 57 The hardships of ghostly existence. In the hazy twilight, dim lights flickered. Who is speaking? Can she see us? She tells us to stop, how arrogant. The restless spirits, feeling a surge of excitement, were invigorated by the encounter with such an audacious soul. In the solitude of their ghostly existence, they relished the opportunity to tease someone so bold. However, upon drawing nearer and catching a glimpse of Lin Chingha's face, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The little Yama of the human realm ran. Hold your ground, Lin Chingha commanded. The spirits straightened up, trembling as they turned to flee, recalling the rumors that Lin Chingha favored the comely. In unison, they directed their gazes towards the male spirit named Zhuohua, collectively thrusting him forward. Do not approach, revered exalted one. This is Zhuohua, who has admired you for a long time. For his sincere affection, please spare us. I merely enjoy toying with people, I have never harmed anyone, the spirits chimed in. Zhuohua, having been shoved forward, struggled to maintain his composure, his already pallid hue turning even more as he heard their incessant chatter. He quivered and bowed towards Lin Chingha. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed exalted one. Lin Chingha glanced at him. Lift your head. The spirits rejoiced. Their gamble had paid off. Zhuohua hesitantly raised his head. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Lin Chingha nodded, recognizing that even in his ghostly form, it was evident that he had been a striking figure in life. With a graceful demeanor, a slender waist, and remarkably deep and exquisite features, his personality, however, seemed at odds with his appearance. Seeing Zhuohua trembling uncontrollably, Lin Chingha shifted her gaze to the spirits behind him. What brings you all here in a cluster? The ploy of beauty had failed. The rumors must have been false. The spirits instantly drooped, but upon realizing that Lin Chingha had not yet taken action to capture them, they summoned their courage to respond. Revered exalted one, you are unaware that a malevolent spirit has recently emerged in the ghost realm, claiming to be the king of the southern underworld, continuously devouring souls to augment his ghostly power. Lin Chingha's expression changed abruptly, her demeanor darkening. Is this truly the case? Absolutely, many have perished from the plague in Jiangnan. The recently departed souls are unstable, and before the officials could arrive to collect them, they were consumed. We were left with no choice but to flee northward. Zhuohua, who had remained silent, stepped forward and suddenly knelt. I beseech the exalted one to take action. The spirits, awakening to the realization, thought. Indeed, Lin Chingha was a talisman-wielding priestess. Surely they would not be devoured if she intervened. There was hope. We implore you, exalted one, save us and capture that malevolent spirit. Lin Chingha fell silent and remarked, you are spirits as well. Why not let me capture you first? The spirits recoiled in fear. Lin Chingha raised her hand, calculating that it would take half a month to reach Jiangnan. She instructed the coachman to escort Prime Minister Fan southward while she resolved to confront the ghost king mentioned by the spirits. The coachman was already paralyzed with fright. He could see nothing, only feeling the chilling aura surrounding Lin Chingha as her lips moved. Upon hearing that she intended to remain behind, the coachman stammered, revered healer, do not be afraid. Lin Chingha produced 2 talismans, one for purification and one for safety, and handed them to the coachman. You and Prime Minister Fan shall each take one. You will safely reach Jiangnan. I shall pursue you shortly. The coachman nodded, his voice trembling, revered healer, please take care. Very well. After watching the coachman depart, Lin Chingha turned to the quaking spirits. Stand straight. I shall escort you to the underworld. Those who committed no wrongdoing in life shall be the first to reincarnate. The spirits rejoiced and hurried forward. Thank you, exalted one. Reincarnation in the underworld requires queuing, when some must wait for several years or even decades. Thus, some spirits preferred to linger in the mortal realm, at least to catch a glimpse of their families from afar. The emergence of the southern underworld king disturbed their ghostly existence. Should they be consumed, they would lose even the chance for reincarnation. Their souls utterly extinguished. Lin Chingha lit incense, forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Ghostly officers, heed my summons, present yourselves. Exalted One, it has been a long time, came the reply, not from the black and white impermanence but from the ox-headed and horse-faced officers. The spirits quivered in fear at their sight, huddling together, unwilling to move. Linchingha lit candles and burned gold ingots, and soon a dozen or so golden ingots appeared in the hands of the ox-headed and horse-faced officers. It has been a while, esteemed officers, Linchingha greeted with a smile. The ox-headed and horse-faced officers gazed upon the golden ingots, grinning from ear to ear as they looked at the spirits the Exalted One summoned us. Is it for them? Linchingha nodded. I would appreciate it if you could escort them to the underworld. Additionally, what is the situation with the Southern Underworld King? The ox-headed officer sighed. The tale begins a fortnight ago. A plague claimed many lives in the mortal realm. My colleague and I, along with the black and white impermanence, sought to gather souls, only to find there were none to collect. The horse-faced officer continued. As we searched, we discovered a malevolent spirit on Wuchio Mountain. He evaded capture with great agility. My colleague and I returned to the underworld to report to Yama, while the black and white impermanence pursued him. A few days later, the black and white impermanence returned injured, and this malevolent spirit proclaimed himself the Southern Underworld King. Linchingha was taken aback. Such power. The ox-headed and horse-faced officers exchanged glances, nodding solemnly. Due to the emergence of the Southern Underworld King, the black and white impermanence had suffered injuries, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to cope. If this continued, chaos would surely ensue in the underworld, and Yama would face reprimands from the heavenly realm, leaving them with no way to escape. The ox-headed officer looked hopefully at Linchingha. Exalted One, might you lend your strength to the underworld in capturing this ghost king? Linchingha nodded. Naturally, it is my duty. The ox-headed and horse-faced officers rejoiced and bowed to her. We are grateful for your assistance. They then turned to the spirits, their expressions turning serious. Spirits, heed our command and follow us. Zhuohua edged closer to Linchingha. I do not wish to reincarnate just yet. May I accompany you? The spirits had obediently fallen in line behind the ox-headed and horse-faced officers, and upon hearing his words, they couldn't help but glance sideways. Zhuohua, you sly one. The Exalted One surely would not acquiesce. She is not swayed by beauty. Very well, Linchingha replied with a nod. The spirits' hearts shattered as they cast envious glances at Zhuohua before vanishing into thin air. Linchingha turned to Zhuohua beside her. Do you harbor feelings for me? Zhuohua's face flashed, and he murmured, they are speaking nonsense. Seeing his bashful demeanor, Linchingha's lips quaked. So timid yet following me. What do you seek? Zhuohua pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The atmosphere between them fell into a comfortable silence. Suddenly, a flock of cawing black crows swirled overhead, emitting harsh, mocking cries as they flew southward. That is Wuchio Mountain, Zhuohua remarked. Linchingha glanced in that direction before setting off. Zhuohua, somewhat taken aback, hurriedly floated over. Are we heading to Wuchio Mountain now? Shouldn't we rest a moment first? I wish to pay a visit to a senior. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Fan awakened, finding Linchingha absent. He hastily drew back the curtain. You are awake, my lord. The coachman smiled at him, quickly understanding that he was searching for Linchingha. He handed over a letter. This was entrusted to you by the revered healer. Prime Minister Fan unfolded the letter, reading it intently, then slowly folded it away. Let us set off. At Zion Temple, 50 li from Wuchio Mountain, several large villages lay nearby. From a distance, one could behold the green roofs and white walls, a grand structure. Linchingha stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up, feeling a twinge of envy. Zion Temple is indeed a magnificent place. Just as Zhuohua was about to echo her admiration for Zion Temple, he heard her next remark. Sooner or later, my Qingshan Temple will surpass it, making it a junior. Chapter 58. The disciple of Master Shunyuan. Oh, my young friend with the medicinal pot, it has been quite a while. Master Shunyuan of Zion Temple, with his kind and gentle features, appeared venerable as he had surpassed 70 years of age, his hair a crown of white, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Not at all surprised by Linchingha's arrival, he smiled warmly and cast a glance at the small drum at her waist. In an instant, Zhuohua, attached to the drum, felt an overwhelming pressure. Following his gaze, Linchingha smirked. It seems nothing escapes your notice, Master Shunyuan. There is a rather handsome male ghost inside. Would you like to take a look? Master Shunyuan let out a hearty laugh. How fares your master's constitution? Very well, as they say, calamities bequeath a long legacy. Linchingha took a sip of tea and inquired, are you aware of the South Nether Ghost King from Wuchio Mountain? Master Shunyuan nodded. I dispatched Xianji and San Bua to capture the Ghost King. They have been gone for 3 days. I am uncertain of their progress. Why is Wuchio Mountain so dark? I see a multitude of crows have arrived. San Bua mumbled, her lively eyes darting around. The darkness was profound and unending. Xianji grasped the eager San Bua, cautioning, "Junior sister, it's best to be prudent." San Bua pouted, her fearless nature prevailing, "Brother, we are here to apprehend the Ghost King. We should press on with determination and capture this malevolent spirit." Xianji sighed, "It's not as simple as you think." He followed closely behind San Bua, remaining vigilant. The ghost that could claim the title of Ghost King was no trifling adversary. As they moved unimpeded, San Bua proclaimed triumphantly, "I told you, there is nothing to worry about." No sooner had she spoken, a surge of ghostly energy enveloped them, followed by a piercing scream as they vanished into the darkness, restoring silence. "This is bad." Master Shanyuan's expression changed, and he hurried towards the lamp. Lin Qinghe glanced over to see that it was the life lantern of Xianji and San Bua, now flickering ominously as the candlelight dimmed. She had seen Xianji and San Bua when she was 8 years old. They were 5 years her senior. San Bua, with her exuberant and brash personality, was indeed formidable. Xianji, as the senior disciple of Xun Temple, was calm and exceptionally skilled. Lin Qinghe's expression darkened as she rose. "Master Shanyuan, I must set off immediately for Wuqiu Mountain to confront the South Nether Ghost King. I take my leave." Concerned for his 2 disciples and alarmed by the prowess of the South Nether Ghost King, Master Shanyuan replied, "The South Nether Ghost King is not to be trifled with. You must exercise caution. Should you encounter my 2 incompetent disciples, I would be grateful for your assistance." Lin Qinghe nodded, "Of course." The situation was dire and left no room for delay. Lin Qinghe opened the path to the underworld and vanished in an instant. Master Shanyuan stared blankly for a moment before regaining his senses. Opening the path to the underworld was a skill he had only mastered in his 50s, requiring a significant expenditure of energy. He would never employ it unless in a dire situation, yet here was Lin Qinghe, merely 13 years of age, utilizing it as effortlessly as drinking water. Master Shanyuan's emotions were complex. How could such a gifted disciple, favored by the ancestors, not belong to him? What a day of envy and jealousy it was. For Zhuohua, the path to the underworld was a realm of comfort. He swiftly led the way, and in less than a quarter of an hour, Wuqiu Mountain loomed ahead. Zhuohua exclaimed, "So many crows." The sky was darkened by a dense swarm of crows, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lin Qinghe looked up. What appeared to be merely crows was, in fact, an illusion designed to obscure vision. A glint of resolve flashed in her eyes as she chanted incantations, "Golden light in myriad ways, dispel evil and purify the filth, swiftly and surely, I command. Break. Break, break." The crows, as thick as a net, vanished into thin air, the darkness receding to reveal 2 figures at the foot of the mountain, Xianji and San Bua. Lin Qinghe tossed 2 vials of medicine to Zhuohua. "Administer this to them." Zhuohua complied without hesitation. Upon taking the medicine, Xianji coughed a few times and awakened, his eyes widening as he sprang up. "Junior sister." San Bua opened her eyes at the sound of his call, her gaze landing on Zhuohua's face. Her expression turned grim as she grasped his neck. "Die." A force surged from her hands, seizing Zhuohua away. Who is with this male ghost?" Zhuohua was yanked back by Lin Qinghe, who shielded him with an icy demeanor. San Bua caught sight of the blue shadow and looked up. This face was eerily familiar. "Xuanhu?" Xianji ventured cautiously. Lin Qinghe acknowledged with a sound. San Bua, filled with excitement, approached Lin Qinghe, inspecting her closely. "Xuanhu, is that really you? You've grown even more beautiful." Meeting Lin Qinghe's indifferent gaze, she turned to Zhuohua. San Bua scratched her head. "So this is your ghost? I misjudged the situation, my apologies." "It's nothing," Lin Qinghe replied, turning to Xianji. "What transpired? Did you engage the South Nether Ghost King?" Zhuohua chuckled wryly. "Not at all, we merely followed the path into the mountain when a wave of malevolent ghostly energy struck us. I must confess, at that moment, I was utterly powerless. And as you can see, the results were unfortunate." San Bua's face turned pale. She could only recall being engulfed by darkness, with no other sensations. She had thought they had entered Wuqiu Mountain, but it seemed they were merely circling at its base. The Ghost King employed an illusion and cast prohibitive spells around Wuqiu Mountain. "You must have trespassed into a forbidden zone, resulting in backlash." Lin Qinghe proceeded deeper. "My fellow Taoists, I shall advance alone." Unable to restrain herself, San Bua interjected, "Perhaps we should return and consult with my master before proceeding." Before she could finish, Lin Qinghe swiftly formed a hand sign, her entire being radiating with resplendent golden light, dazzling and intense. "Break the earth and dispel the obstacles, all prohibitions retreat, the righteous energy of heaven and earth, converge. By my command, open." Bang! They watched in astonishment as the mountain shifted apart, revealing a passage in the center. San Bua, dumbfounded, swallowed hard. What formidable power was this? I just left Zion Temple a mere 15 minutes ago, Linqingha stated, stepping forward. San Bua and Xianji exchanged glances and hurried to follow. As they all entered, the mountain sealed tightly behind them. San Bua was utterly dazed. It had taken her and Xianji 3 days to reach Wuqiu Mountain, while Linqingha arrived in a mere quarter of an hour. How did she achieve this? Could it be? Xianji inquired. Xuanhu, do you possess the ability to open the path to the underworld? His master had once taught him that opening the path required tearing through space, a task of great difficulty, demanding both Taoist skill and immense spiritual strength. He had pondered for 3 years without even grasping the threshold. Linqingha nodded in response. You cannot. Xianji felt a pang of inadequacy, recalling his master's comforting words. It was only at 50 that I learned. The path of cultivation is long, and there will come a day when you will master it. Yet here was Linqingha, having mastered it at 13. What a prodigious talent! Admiration and envy filled Xianji's gaze. In the face of absolute power, the two obediently followed in Linqingha's wake. They encountered no anomalies until they reached a grove where every path led in circles, confounding their efforts to escape. An illusion. Linqingha halted, realizing they were ensnared in a fog, battle alone. She cautiously took a few steps forward when suddenly, a weight settled on her shoulder. Qingha. Linqingha turned to see a familiar face, her pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 59. The illusionary encounter with the scoundrel couple. Qingha, I miss you so much. I will never do anything to hurt you again. King Jinghang's face radiated joy as he stepped forward, attempting to embrace her. Behind him stood another person, Song Baiwei, her eyes shimmering with resentment and anguish, fixated on Linqingha. As King Jinghang lunged towards her, Linqingha grasped his throat, her expression devoid of emotion as she watched him gasp for breath, his eyes rolling back in suffocation. Qingha. King Jinghang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Song Baiwei, desperate to intervene, found herself unable to approach Linqingha. She screamed, You lunatic, do you have any idea what he sacrificed to bring you back to life? You resent us for betraying you, but do you realize that while I received him, you, having died, have captured his heart? Linqingha, I am so envious of you. Are you out of your mind, to utter such nonsensical words for a man? I see you are truly starved for attention. After all, one cannot find 2 types of people in a single bed. Linqingha mocked, forcefully kicking King Jinghang to the ground, drawing forth a dagger with precision and ruthlessness, plunging it into his heart. She withdrew it only to stab again, relishing the sight of his body convulsing in pain, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Since this was merely an illusion, she was free to indulge her desires. Oh, and you, Linqingha turned her gaze to Song Baiwei, a mindless fool. With a swift motion, she pulled Song Baiwei closer. Please let me go. Song Baiwei trembled violently, tears and snot marring her face. Linqingha scoffed, in the face of life and death, it seems you too can feel fear. No more pretense. If you wish to live, then deliver him another blow. King Jinghang, still clinging to life on the ground, felt his pupils constrict at her words, struggling to draw breath. Song Baiwei froze, hesitantly glancing at King Jinghang, before shakily picking up the dagger and approaching him. She wanted to live, she did not wish to die. King Jinghang's eyes widened with fury. As she bent down, he summoned all his strength to grasp her wrist, flipping the direction and forcefully thrusting the dagger inside her. Blood splattered, staining both their faces in a bizarre and enchanting manner, and in an instant, the two vanished into thin air, the mist dissipating. In the face of life and death, affection meant little. Linqingha revealed a sardonic smile, regaining her composure as she glanced at her fellow disciples still entrapped in the illusion. But where was Shuahua? Linqingha focused her energy to track him, her fingers halting as she found no trace, utterly silent and elusive. Father, mother! San Bua cried, tears streaming down her face as she rushed forward, nearing the edge of the cliff at Wuqiu Mountain, seemingly oblivious as she lifted her leg to leap. Junior sister! Xianji shattered the illusion, his eyes widening as he witnessed the scene, exclaiming as he rushed to intervene. Linqingha was swifter. At the moment San Bua was about to fall, she yanked her back, noticing the vacant, tear-filled gaze in her eyes. Catching a glimpse of Xianji approaching, Linqingha pushed San Bua towards him. Xianji hurriedly caught her, lightly tapping her forehead and uttering a spell, break. San Bua regained clarity, her expression still dazed, her eyes red-rimmed as she followed closely behind. The illusion evoked the deepest obsessions within one's heart, revealing the most authentic inner thoughts, some of love, some of hatred, and some of infatuation, each unique to the individual. For a moment, the trio walked forward in silence. Upon traversing another thicket, an ancient residence emerged before them, its entrance adorned with numerous flowers, all in shades of black. Lin Qinghe stepped into the courtyard, with San Bua and Xianji closely trailing behind. As they approached the door, it creaked open. In the center of the room sat a figure, not quite a person, but rather a ghost, draped in a red robe, his skin as pale as snow. Just from the silhouette, one could sense that he had once been an exquisite man in life. Was he the ghost king of Nanming? Under Lin Qinghe's scrutinizing gaze, the ghostly figure slowly turned, revealing a face that was indeed handsome yet strikingly familiar. "It's you!" San Bua exclaimed, instinctively glancing at Lin Qinghe, whose expression had darkened. She fell silent. Lin Qinghe pulled out a chair and seated herself before him. "Should I call you the ghost king of Nanming, or Zhuohua?" A hint of displeasure crossed her face. She was irked that she had not sensed a trace of ghostly power from Zhuohua earlier. Her master had spoken truly. The more beautiful the man, the more deceptive he could be. Sensing her fury, Zhuohua explained, "That was but a fragment of my being. To be precise, it was the kindest part of my soul in life. I searched for it for a long time and did not expect it to accompany you." Lin Qinghe scoffed. "You, kind. Allow me to share a story," Zhuohua began. "Who has the time to listen to your tales? You devour souls to enhance your ghostly power, plunging the ghost realm into chaos." San Bua interjected. Junior sister, Xianji grasped her arm, shaking his head at her. San Bua sat down, disgruntled. Zhuohua suddenly began to chant a nursery rhyme. The crow caws loudly, an ominous sign appears. The virtuous sage is praised above, fearing those with great accomplishments wishing to kill him. His voice was crystal clear, pleasant to the ear. Upon closer inspection, every word was sharp and incisive. Lin Qinghe turned her gaze to him. "Did you serve in the court during your lifetime?" "Indeed," Zhuohua nodded. "My father is Zhuo Ying." "Who is that?" San Bua wondered, casting a worried glance at Lin Qinghe, who wore a grave expression. She turned to Xianji, seeking answers with her eyes. Xianji shook his head in response. After the decline of Taoism, the temples had mostly retreated from the world, leaving them ignorant of court affairs. Lin Qinghe, however, recognized Zhuo Ying as a military general stationed at Jiaguan, who had perished in battle 5 years ago yet received no appropriate burial, instead being defamed as a traitor. As Zhuohua mentioned Zhuo Ying, a wave of dark, malevolent energy enveloped him, so intense that San Bua felt uncomfortable, her heart racing. If they were to confront him, could the three of them overpower him? Nor could Lin Qinghe contend with him. "Does the Zhuo family bear grievances?" Lin Qinghe inquired, an incredible thought surfacing in her mind. Zhuohua's heart ached fiercely, his teeth clenched. 5 years ago, the Zhuo residence was the current Duke of the State's residence. His remarkable accomplishments incited the emperor's jealousy, wishing to eliminate him swiftly, all to solidify his pathetic claim to the throne. Without the generals, how can one stabilize the realm? San Bua and Xianji broke out in a cold sweat. His resentment was directed at the emperor. Could it be that his consumption of souls to enhance his ghostly power was an act of vengeance against the emperor? If so, they must ensure he was killed today. If the emperor was slain by a ghost, what would become of Taoism's reputation? The world would surely descend into chaos. San Bua's heart raced, her throat dry, her gaze fixed intently on Zhuohua, seeking an opportunity to strike. Zhuohua, seemingly oblivious to the suddenly tense atmosphere, focused solely on Lin Qinghe, blood streaming from his eyes. "Is such a ruler truly worthy of adoration? A sovereign and his subjects should not betray one another. If the sovereign betrays, what worth is the loyalty of the subjects?" Lin Qinghe replied. Zhuohua's gaze remained locked on her, a slow smile spreading across his face. "You are indeed different. No wonder you are the one my soul clings to so desperately. Enough of your nonsense." Upon hearing Lin Qinghe's alignment with Zhuohua, San Bua could no longer contain herself, drawing out her pitchwood sword, and with a cold sneer directed at Lin Qinghe, proclaimed, "If the friend of the Taoist cannot distinguish right from wrong, then let my Xiun temple take action and capture this vile ghost." Chapter 60. The injustice of the Zhuo family. "Do you trust me, junior sister? Please remain calm." Xianji furrowed his brow, tugging at San Bua's sleeve in an attempt to coax her into sitting down. San Bua, however, was beside herself, staring at him in disbelief. "Senior brother, do you truly believe that Xian Hu is in the right? She is shielding that wretched fiend. Ghosts and Taoists have been adversaries since time immemorial. I find it hard to align with your views." Xianji sighed in exasperation. "You must first calm yourself," Lin Qinghe observed San Bua with a dispassionate gaze. "You are indeed righteous." San Bua was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though she was being taunted. You want to strike, will you? Very well, I shall. With a suppressed breath, she lunged at Chuohua with her pitchwood sword, yet, before she could close the distance, she was repelled by a surge of ghostly energy, crashing heavily against the wall and collapsing to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Fool, Chuohua remarked, casting not even a glance in her direction. San Bua was shocked at her swift defeat, feeling a mix of shame and fury. Xianji sighed again, stepping forward to assist her. Zhuohua's gaze remained fixated on lynching her. From her, he sensed no trace of pretense or insincerity. Unexpectedly, he felt a flicker of joy. At last, someone acknowledged him. Even his mother, upon learning of his thoughts, had scolded him for his audacity, repeatedly urging him to abandon all hatred. He had listened, and what followed, the Zhuo family was exiled southward. The women in his family took up embroidery work, toiling day and night to create embroidered pieces, while he sought a position in a study, transcribing texts. The surviving members of the Zhuo family struggled to exist in a painful limbo, yet they were still not spared from persecution. He could never forget that day. After a day of transcribing, he returned home with his wages, having purchased 2 pounds of meat, for it had been half a month since they had tasted anything savory. Imagining his obedient niece and nephew gathering around him, calling him uncle, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Outside his home hung crimson silk, which, from a distance, possessed an eerie yet vibrant beauty. Memories stirred the most profound anguish within his soul, and Zhuohua buried his face in his hands, tears of blood cascading down. At that moment, he resembled a lost child, forlorn and helpless. Lynching her had believed in the words he spoke. He once possessed a glimmer of kindness within his soul. As he wept, laughter erupted from him, and then sorrow overcame him once more. He rose, frantically smashing objects in a fit of rage. Lynching her's gaze remained steadfast upon him. They are beasts, beasts. My home has been marked as a brothel. My mother, sisters, and nieces have all been violated. My 5-year-old nephew and niece were drowned alive in a water vat. When I returned, they had all hanged themselves. I opened the door to witness the familiar faces of my beloved kin dangling from the rafters. They were driven to death by this cruel world. What wrong did we commit? My mother taught me to remain loyal to the throne until death, yet what became of the 58 members of the Zhuo family who were loyal? They endured humiliation and died without dignity. Zhuohua trembled all over, leaning weakly against the wall. Tell me, is it wrong for me to seek vengeance? San Bua stood frozen, tears brimming in her eyes, her teeth grinding in distress. She felt lost. Should she side with Zhuohua? Yet, he was a ghost. Lynching her's heart sank to the depths as she approached Zhuohua step by step. Zhuohua stood unmoving, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury. He thought that if lynching her were to strike, he would kill her without hesitation. No one could deter him from his quest for revenge. To his surprise, lynching her rose on tiptoe to gently ruffle his hair. Being a ghost must be quite arduous, is it not? Zhuohua was taken aback, blood tears sliding down his cheeks, which lynching her tenderly wiped away. In that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon her. His mind was a blank slate. If she chose to end his existence now, he would accept it. Yet she did not. Instead, she embraced him and softly inquired, "Do you trust me?" Zhuohua clenched his teeth, closing his eyes before nodding. I will seek justice for the Zhuo family, but you should not remain in this world, lynching her stated. I sense many malevolent souls within you. The ones you have consumed were undoubtedly those who committed heinous acts in life, including those who harmed your female kin. This is your karmic retribution, and I shall not interfere. Zhuohua's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon her. How can I trust you? Lynching her replied, You may choose not to believe me. San Bua has a point. Ghosts and Taoists are indeed adversaries, and there are rules in this world, as well as in the realm of ghosts. As a human, I wish to assist you. As a Taoist, I must extinguish you. Their eyes locked, then suddenly, Zhuohua laughed, raising his hand towards lynching. Be careful, Shenji exclaimed in alarm. San Bua tensed, watching the scene unfold. Zhuohua placed his hand in lynching her's palm. Very well, I trust you, Shenji, and San Bua exhaled in relief, though a weight still lingered in their hearts. But I have one request. Speak. May I leave a fragment of my soul by your side? I wish to witness how my enemies receive their retribution. Agreed. Upon departing Wuke Mountain and facing the prospect of parting ways, San Bua glanced at lynching her, hesitating to speak, but ultimately breaking through her defenses. I apologize, I was too reckless, hastily judging you. Once she began, her voice wavered with emotion. She did not understand why she felt so sorrowful and lost. Lynching her discerned her thoughts and stepped forward to embrace San Bua. Though our stances differ, so too do our methods. In our pursuit of the Tao, we must also cultivate our hearts. Let us strive to act without regret. The road ahead is long and arduous. Let us encourage one another. San Bua nodded earnestly. I understand. Take care on your journey. Shenji stood beside her, his gaze following lynching her until she vanished from sight. He turned to find San Bua's expression dull and weary and gently patted her head. Why do you strike me, senior brother? San Bua protested, her spirits lifting slightly. Shenji chuckled. You're back to your senses. Let us return and practice diligently. One day, we shall fight alongside our friend Xian Hu, rather than standing idly by, helpless. San Bua replied earnestly, all right. The journey to Wukei Mountain had profoundly impacted both of them, reinstilling a sense of reflection and defeat, yet it was not in vain. The master of Shonyuan observed this scene from the void, nodding in satisfaction. Reflecting on Lin Qinghe's actions, he felt a surge of pride and sent a message to Dao Yuan. This child is truly loyal. News of Lin Qinghe's defeat of the King of Ghosts spread through the ghost realm, further amplifying her reputation as a minor Yama in the mortal world, instilling fear among the ghosts. Upon hearing the news, Dao Yuan's spirits soared as he unearthed a jar of peach blossom wine buried beneath the peach tree. As he sipped, he sighed once more. Lin Qinghe had accepted Shuohua's fragment of a soul, and given her understanding of him, she must have sensed the stories he carried. Leaning against the peach tree, Dao Yuan, slightly inebriated, shook his head in a mix of exasperation and pride, calling out, "My foolish disciple, having gone too far, your master shall catch you." Lin Qinghe hastily descended from Wukei Mountain, racing southward in pursuit of Prime Minister Fan. Just as she was closing the distance, Prime Minister Fan arrived fast, only to be surrounded before he could reach the door, blades drawn in confrontation. Chapter 61. The unmasking of King Jingheng. Minister Fan emerged from the carriage, his gaze fixed upon the obstructing figures before him, clad in vibrant hues, their skin a deep shade of ebony, their expressions fierce and menacing. They bore no resemblance to the officials of the court, but rather appeared as bandits. Shielding the trembling coachman behind him, he stepped forward and called out, "I am a minister of the court, here to quell the plague. I implore you to allow us passage without delay." At the forefront of the group, a man with a scarred face burst into laughter, his eyes glinting with malice as he retorted, "We have been waiting for you, you dog of the court." He emphasized the latter two words, prompting his companions to join in raucous laughter. The accompanying guards, their expressions shifting to one of alarm, drew their swords, the atmosphere thickening with tension. To Fan's shock, it became evident that they were targeting him. He fixed his gaze on the scarred man and demanded, "Do you hold a grudge against me?" "Not at all. Someone has offered a bounty of 10,000 taels for your life," the scarred man declared, raising his large blade high above his head. "Brothers, kill him and enjoy the spoils." The notion that someone would pay for his demise sent a flurry of names through Fan's mind, all political adversaries. Yet, amidst the fear, a deeper sense of desolation enveloped him. The assailants were skilled and ruthless, dispatching the guards with alarming ease. Once the guards lay defeated, the scarred man sneered, "The court's guards are nothing to speak of. To claim the head of Minister Fan is indeed a stroke of fortune. Sir, flee." At that moment, the coachman pushed Fan aside, placing himself in harm's way. The wicked blade pierced his chest, his eyes bulging as blood spattered forth. Stumbling from the force of the push, Fan steadied himself only to witness the coachman collapse forward, lifeless. He had no time for sorrow, his instincts urging him to escape. He could not let their sacrifice be in vain. "Ha ha ha, do you think you can escape?" The scarred man mounted his horse and pursued, his blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight as it descended towards Fan's head. Suddenly, the scarred man found himself frozen, his body rigid, the blade suspended in midair, confusion flickering in his eyes. Believing his fate was sealed, Fan closed his eyes at the moment the blade was to strike, fleeting images of his wife, children, and Lin Qinghe flashing through his mind. There was no pain. When he opened his eyes, his pupils constricted as a wave of relief washed over him. The divine healer. The scarred man and his companions stood in stunned silence as Lin Qinghe, clad in flowing green robes, approached on horseback, her beauty ethereal and otherworldly. "I have arrived late," she declared, kicking the scarred man off his horse, her distant gaze fixed upon him. "To whom do you pledge your loyalty?" "That little vixen has some skill," the scarred man remarked, mingling with disdain as he sized up Lin Qinghe. With a foot planted on his chest, the scarred man felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering him breathless. His blade clattered to the ground as he was unceremoniously dismounted. Panic surged among the other bandits. "Release our leader." In the next instant, the blade on the ground soared into the air, landing deftly in Lin Qinghe's grasp. The bandits froze, disbelief etched across their faces. "Was this sorcery? Will you speak?" Lin Qinghe demanded, the blade poised perilously close to his throat, ready to pierce his flesh. The scarred man felt an overwhelming weight upon him, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he struggled to respond. Leader, the bandits cried in alarm, their eyes now filled with fear as they beheld Lin Qinghe, no longer a healer but a harbinger of death. With great effort, the scarred man raised his hand. I will speak. Fan's eyes narrowed, fixated on the man's lips. It is King Jinghang, he confessed. A look of horror crossed Fan's face. He had considered many names, but the composed and principled King Jinghang had not crossed his mind. The king had harbored such cunning for all these years, and the implications were now painfully clear. Fan's heart sank. Lin Qinghe had the bandits imprisoned, intending to use them as evidence to undermine King Jinghang. However, much to her dismay, they all committed suicide that very night. Lin Qinghe surveyed the room filled with corpses, a bitter smile creeping upon her lips. Such was the king's method. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Qinghe glanced at the coachman lying on the bed. She had dressed his wounds earlier and brought him back, but his spirit had already departed from his body. After casting a divination, she found a glimmer of hope. His life force had not yet expired. Qinghe, is there still a chance for him? Minister Fan inquired, having sought her out and noticing her administering medicine to the coachman, his face alight with hope. Lin Qinghe nodded. He has not sustained fatal injuries to the heart. He should awaken by tomorrow, though he will need time to recuperate. She sprinkled healing powder over the wound just as an attendant knocked on the door, the scent of blood wafting into the hall, causing him to lower his head in trepidation. Esteemed guests, here is the tea you ordered. The attendant placed it on the table, retreating hastily. Wait, Fan called gently. The attendant trembled. Do you have further instructions? Are you aware of the situation regarding the plague in the city? Fan queried. The attendant quickly met his gaze, taken aback by his imposing presence and virtuous demeanor, before kneeling before him. You must be a high-ranking official sent from above. I beseech you to save the people of Jiangnan. Rise and speak. From the attendant's account, Lin Qinghe and Minister Fan gleaned the severity of the plague in Jiangnan. The death toll had reached into the thousands, and the spread was rapid, causing widespread panic. The county magistrate had summoned all the physicians in the city to devise a strategy. Led by He Ting, the doctors had concocted more than a dozen prescriptions, all of which had proven ineffective, leaving them in a state of distress, their brows furrowed in worry. County Magistrate Shen Lian welcomed Minister Fan and Lin Qinghe, turning to inquire, esteemed official, who is this? This is the divine healer, highly skilled in medicine, who has come to assist in combating the plague, Fan replied. Shen Lian sensed the weight of Fan's words and did not dare to be dismissive. As it happens, all the physicians are currently discussing remedies at the magistrate's office. Would you care to join us? Seeing Lin Qinghe nod, Fan agreed. Shen Lian was astounded, curiosity piquing regarding Lin Qinghe's capabilities. As Shen Lian entered, the assembled physicians rose and bowed in respect. He waved his hand dismissively, introducing them. The presence of the minister instilled a sense of urgency among the physicians, who vowed to develop a remedy for the plague. Lin Qinghe examined the prescriptions laid out on the table. Agestac, to dispel miasma and improve appetite, is unsuitable for plague afflictions. This ingredient must be omitted. The physicians turned their attention to her, their expressions tinged with impatience, for they were already vexed by the situation, and now a mere girl dared to offer her opinions. This prescription had been penned by He Ting, and his apprentice, Ji Feng, retorted sharply, What would you know, girl? Who are you to speak here? Ji Feng, do not be disrespectful, He Ting admonished calmly. The other physicians chimed in, their pride wounded. Indeed, what do you understand? Are you a physician? A girl studying medicine, surely you have merely perused a few texts to speak so boldly. Lin Qinghe chuckled softly. Is this the level of confidence among the physicians of Jiangnan? No wonder a month has passed without a single breakthrough. Perhaps it is time for you all to reflect on your lack of skill. Chapter 62. Allow me to showcase my skills and earn your respect. Within the main hall, the expression of every physician shifted in trepidation, while He Ting's demeanor turned frigid under the piercing gazes of the assembly. Lin Qinghe remained composed and unperturbed. Shen Lian, feeling overwhelmed, leaned in to quietly inquire of Prime Minister Fan, My lord, shall we intervene? Prime Minister Fan shook his head. Talented individuals possess their own temperaments. As outsiders, it is prudent that we refrain from interference. Shen Lian's lips twitched slightly, as his concern lay in the potential unraveling of the situation if left unchecked. Indeed, in the next moment, the elderly physician, known for his fiery temperament, removed his shoes and began to pound the table. Bang, 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 each strike echoed louder than the last. You audacious girl, could you perform any better in your place? He trembled violently, his anger surging to the point of fainting. Old physician Chiu. In a flurry of activity, the physicians turned their anxious gazes towards He Ting. He, maintaining a calm facade, approached old physician Chiu to administer acupuncture. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chiu regained consciousness, his face tinged with embarrassment. My constitution is rather frail. The acupuncture skills of divine He are truly exceptional, Jifeng remarked, casting a pointed glance at Lin Qinghe, a hint of derision in his tone. Unlike certain unruly women who merely watch from the sidelines. A woman's role is to support her husband and raise the children. She should seek a suitable match and refrain from causing a stir in the domain of men. Prime Minister Fan's expression darkened, ready to speak, but Lin Qinghe retorted directly, medical practice relies on exceptional skills, not on sycophantic flattery or pandering to colleagues. What you regard as divine He's extraordinary acupuncture appears rather ordinary to me. With her words, an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere. He looked up at Lin Qinghe, intrigued. Oh, by what merit do you proclaim such a judgment? At 36, He was among the younger physicians present, yet his reputation soared far above the others, bolstered by his mastery of acupuncture. Lin Qinghe approached old physician Chiu, retrieving her personal acupuncture kit. The physician's eyes brightened, their expressions shifting to a complex mixture of curiosity and respect, recognizing her as a true practitioner. Would you permit me to demonstrate? Lin Qinghe inquired of old physician Chiu, preferring to persuade through her abilities. Under the watchful eyes of all, old physician Chiu nodded in acquiescence. You often suffer from headaches, don't you? When anger rises, you experience fainting spells, indicative of vascular congestion within. If left untreated, it could herald a stroke, Lin Qinghe stated matter-of-factly as she felt his pulse. Old physician Chiu's expression stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he lifted his eyelids to scrutinize her. Observing his reaction, the gathered crowd understood that Lin Qinghe's assertions were likely grounded in truth. Lin Qinghe located the Hoshi acupoint and deftly inserted the needle to a depth of 0.3 inches, skillfully twisting it as she advanced. Her technique was both precise and swift. As she continued to manipulate the needle, cold sweat began to bead on the forehead of the esteemed Dr. Chiu. Oblivious to his discomfort, Lin Qinghe remained tireless, having already administered a dense array of 180 needles. All the physicians present, including He, gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Her execution was so effortless that not a single bead of perspiration graced her brow. Overwhelmed by pain, Dr. Chiu fainted, only to awaken surrounded by a circle of his peers. In bewilderment, he inquired, what has happened? Old Chiu, how do you feel? His friend could not help but ask, rising to his feet. Dr. Chiu felt significantly lighter. He stepped forward to take his pulse, his expression a complex mix of emotions, and remarked, your previously obstructed vessels have been cleared. Cleared, exclaimed the assembled physicians in unison, turning their astonished gazes toward Lin Qinghe, their scalps prickling with apprehension. Simultaneously, a wave of embarrassment washed over them. Having lived for many years, they felt dwarfed by the prowess of a mere young woman. Lin Qinghe shrugged, do not compare yourselves to me. My master has proclaimed me a genius. Prime Minister Fan smiled indulgently. He bowed to her, acknowledging, in the face of such skill, I must concede my own limitations. His admission prompted a chorus of red-faced bows from the other physicians, their initial hostility dissipated. Lin Qinghe nodded, please, let us take our seats and deliberate on the medicinal formula. Following this remarkable episode, she had undeniably emerged as the new linchpin of the group. Jifeng, still somewhat unconvinced, sat down with a pout. Once everyone was settled, Lin Qinghe began, upon my arrival in Zhongnan, I conducted an investigation and discovered that the majority of those afflicted by the plague are elderly or children. This indicates that the pestilence preys upon the weak, thus, we must exclude Guangwaksang from our remedies. This time, they refrained from immediate rebuttals. He inquired, what do you propose for the medicinal formulation? Lin Qinghe swiftly took up a pen and began to write, prompting the others to lean in with curiosity. 9 grams of ephedra, 9 grams of cinnamon twig, 6 grams of licorice, 10 grams of apricot kernel, 2 slices of ginger, 6 dates, and a piece of gypsum the size of an egg. Dr. Chiu's wife read the written ingredients aloud, noting that these herbs were quite common and inexpensive. If effective, could this mean the salvation of the entire city's populace? His excitement was palpable. Jifeng scoffed, just because you wrote it does not guarantee its efficacy. Lin Qinghe turned to Shen Lian, whether it works or not will be revealed through trial. Being associated with Prime Minister Fan, Shen Lian felt a sense of obligation. He glanced at the physicians around him and then at Lin Qinghe, finally speaking with difficulty, let Dr. He and the physician from Xianchuan each prepare a bowl of their concoction for those suffering from the plague, to observe the results. Prime Minister Fan nodded, that is a sound approach. However, who will serve as the test subject? Shen Lian replied, I will seek one. Lin Qinghe further suggested, given the high contagion of the plague, everyone should cover their mouths and noses with cloth, exposing only their eyes, to prevent the spread of infection. He Ting looked at Lin Qinghe with admiration. Young friend from Xianchuan, your foresight is commendable. Shen Lian, known for his decisive nature, promptly set the plan in motion. He Ting then stopped Lin Qinghe to inquire, such a talented young friend, would you be interested in apprenticing under me? Ji Feng glared at her, his eyes filled with hostility. Lin Qinghe shook her head, I already have a master. He Ting pressed on, and who might that be? Dao Yuan of the Qingshan Guan. Dao Yuan sneezed, rubbing his nose, wondering if his wayward disciple was thinking of him. Lin Qinghe chuckled, sensing someone was vying for your disciple's attention. Dao Yuan fumed, who dares to covet his precious apprentice? In the capital, within the study of Prince Jingheng, the prince sat motionless in the enveloping darkness. Moonlight crept through the window, illuminating his face, revealing a countenance fraught with confusion. He was dreaming. In this dream, he ascended to the throne, marrying Song by way, yet he remained discontent, often sneaking away to a forbidden chamber to see another. This person, with an air of proud defiance, would refuse to remain by his side, even when he had broken her body. She loathed him, calling him repulsive. For several consecutive days, he could only glimpse a hazy silhouette, unable to discern her features. Each time he attempted to see her clearly, he would awaken, but tonight, he beheld her face. That face, aloof as a goddess, was filled with vehement hatred. It was she, Lin Qinghe. In that moment, his heart raced, pain coursing through him. He yearned to touch her, yet everything dissolved into nothingness, and he awoke. Prince Jingheng pressed his hand to his chest, turning his head in discomfort. This intense emotion was unmistakably sorrow. Master, the chess piece from Longhu Mountain in Zhongnan is dead, Qiming announced as he entered the study, pausing momentarily before continuing. Lin Qinghe has also gone to Zhongnan. What a coincidence. Since fate had decreed that he would be entwined with Lin Qinghe in this life, he might as well seize the opportunity to keep her close, by any means necessary. The mere thought filled him with excitement, and a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. I shall head south, entrust the capital to a puppet, and ensure its proper governance. Understood. Chapter 63. The medicinal soup arrives at the palace. Behind Emperor Jingwu, Jingyan kneaded his shoulders, saying, Uncle, I wish to travel to Zhongnan to assist in treating the plague. The emperor, feeling quite comfortable under his ministrations, lifted his eyelids and replied, after finally returning, why would you not enjoy your time in the capital but instead rush off to Zhongnan? If you were to contract the plague, how would I explain it to your mother? At the mention of Jingyan's mother, Princess Xiaoyue, the flicker of guilt passed through the emperor's eyes. Jingyan poured tea for him, his exquisitely delicate face adorned with a charming smile. Precisely because it is so rare for me to return, I must visit Zhongnan. I am robust and healthy, so I shall not fall ill. Observing the emperor's expression soften, he continued to call uncle. With a resigned sigh, the emperor acquiesced, as you wish. As he watched Jingyan leave with a joyful gait, the emperor gathered his thoughts and inquired of Guo Maoxue, the eunuch who had served him for many years, how long has Xiaoyue been in the northern frontier? Your Majesty, it has been 15 years, Guo Maoxue replied. The emperor's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Indeed, Jingyan is already 15 years old. He has only returned to the capital twice, once at 13 when he recaptured Beishan City, and now for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you think I have wronged their family too much? Guo Maoxue sucked in a breath, hesitant to respond. Standing with his head bowed, the emperor's expression grew distant as he reminisced about the past. When he was a prince, he was never favored by the late emperor, while his sister, Xiaoyue, with her rosy lips and white teeth, was as enchanting as a celestial maiden. Her carefree and proud nature endeared her to the late emperor, improving his own circumstances considerably. Later, he exploited Xiaoyue to fulfill his own ambitions, causing the late emperor to fall gravely ill, which strained their sibling relationship. When he dethroned the crown prince and eliminated his brothers, Xiaoyue remained by the late emperor's side until his final moments. She was the emperor's most cherished child and genuinely devoted to his care, leaving behind an edict before his death, which contained 3 stipulations. First, even if Princess Xiaoyue committed the gravest of sins, her life would be spared. Second, she would choose her own husband without interference. Third, she was entitled to half of the national treasury. Xiaoyue chose to marry the northern frontier king, taking only a small portion of the treasury and leaving the rest for him. The northern frontier king's ancestors were renowned founding heroes, and he himself was no ordinary figure, wielding both military and civil prowess. After marrying the northern frontier king, Xiaoyue, perhaps to reassure him, vowed that apart from his sermons, their family would not set foot in the capital. She had always been a woman of deep affection, and her son mirrored her charm, radiant, generous, and possessing a pure heart. King Jinghang sighed heavily, lamenting that the boy was not his son. Once out of the palace, Jingyan immediately headed south. Upon learning from Xiaoyao that Lin Qinghe had gone to Jiangnan, he could no longer contain himself. He was determined to find her. In the Jiangnan government office, after He Ting's prescription was administered to the plague test subject, the patient's condition worsened, becoming even more feverish. Shen Lian was uncertain, fearing that Lin Qinghe's concoction might lead to fatalities. Lin Qinghe, after a moment of contemplation, instructed, every 4 hours, boil 7 bowls of water with 1 dose of medicine to yield 1 bowl for him to consume. The doctors gathered around the stove to brew the medicine, their expressions grave. Should this formula fail, they would have to start their research anew. Several older physicians, weary yet steadfast, refused to leave, while He Ting's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the stove. The atmosphere grew tense. As the 4 hours elapsed, Shen Lian personally administered the medicine to the test subject. The waiting proved agonizing, and the doctors' hearts raced, their throats dry with anxiety. Lin Qinghe smiled, drawing everyone's attention as she proclaimed, if this doesn't work, we will devise another method. It is merely a plague. If 2 doses fail, we shall prepare 20 or even 200. Surely, we shall stumble upon success eventually. As the Taoists say, do not falter in the face of adversity, seize the moment. The doctors, inspired by her confidence, exchanged smiles, their spirits lifted. The young physician is right. It is merely a plague. We shall prevail. We shall prevail. They shared smiles, dispelling the gloom. The atmosphere was invigorating, and even Prime Minister Fan, observing from the side, felt a surge of enthusiasm he had not experienced in quite some time. Shen Lian hurried back, and upon seeing He Ting's anxious demeanor, though he had just been uplifted, the gravity of failure cast a shadow over their faces. It worked, it worked. Shen Lian rushed to Lin Qinghe, his cheeks flushed, rubbing his hands in excitement. Young physician, you are truly a miracle worker. It worked. Old Dr. Chiu leaped with joy, overwhelmed with elation, his head spinning slightly. Hey, hey, hey. The crowd hurried to support him. Old Chiu, take it easy. The young physician has just given you acupuncture, allow yourself a moment to rest. Old Dr. Chiu steadied himself, merely experiencing a momentary dizzy spell, and retorted, you cunning old foxes, you only wish for the young physician to treat you. Physicians, to varying degrees, harbored their own ailments, and having finally encountered an exceptional junior, each of them sought her expertise. Surrounded by them, Lin Qinghe smiled gently. Jifeng, pushed outside by the crowd, felt both envious and admiring, his emotions in turmoil. Before her arrival, he had been the youngest disciple, favored and cared for as He Ting's apprentice. Now, all eyes were on Lin Qinghe. This stark contrast left Jifeng feeling disheartened and disillusioned, prompting him to leave in distress. He Ting looked up, sighed, and shook his head, realizing that his disciple's temperament remained unstable. The next day, large vats filled with medicinal soup were placed at the government office's entrance, with Shen Lian overseeing the distribution, announcing that the physicians had developed a remedy against the plague. Those who were healthy could receive a bowl, while the afflicted would have medicine delivered by government officials. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and Prime Minister Fan observed Shen Lian's efforts with great admiration. The people were fortunate to have such an official. Initially, he had anticipated a grueling battle in Jiangnan, yet the resolution had come so effortlessly. He remarked to Lin Qinghe, thanks to your presence, this silent war has concluded so triumphantly. Lin Qinghe glanced at the doctors treating patients on every street, declaring, unity in purpose yields immeasurable strength. Meanwhile, Jifeng returned to the Ji family, feeling unjustly wronged, prompting his family to rally around him. The Ji family was in the herbal medicine business, and being the youngest son, endowed with a measure of wisdom, he was cherished by all. They had never seen him so aggrieved before, and Mr. Ji's anger flared, son, who has wronged you, speak, then I shall avenge you. Jifeng, quick of tongue, retorted, Lin Qinghe, that young lady from the capital, since her arrival, I have lost my standing in the medical community. Those old geezers, blind to her merits, choose to support her, an outsider, rather than help one of their own. It is utterly intolerable. Mr. Ji furrowed his brows, troubled. His herbal business nearly monopolized Jiangnan. Even if he had developed a remedy for the plague, without herbs, it would be worthless. He resolved to vindicate Jifeng, ensuring the doctors and citizens recognized his son as the pivotal figure. 3 days later, the entire city would be able to access the medicinal soup. Shen Lian was in high spirits as he prepared to return when his assistant hurried to find him. Not good, sir. The G family's pharmacy has closed its doors, refusing to sell herbs, unless what nonsense is this? Shen Lian, displeased, asked with a stern expression, unless what? Chapter 64 No longer master and apprentice, unless the esteemed sir proclaims to the entire city that the recipe for the medicinal concoction was penned by the young Dr. G, and furthermore, relinquishes the renowned physician, the steward hastily articulated, feeling an intense gaze upon him that made him inexplicably anxious. Shen Lian could hardly believe his ears. You mean the young Dr. G refers to Ji Feng? Precisely. Shen Lian swiftly turned his gaze toward He Ting. He Ting's expression darkened like a stormy sky as he immediately rose to head towards the Ji residence. The physicians exchanged glances, too intimidated to utter a word. Minister Fan chuckled with a hint of malice, pulling Lin Qinghe along. We shall also attend. I am keen to witness the audacity of the Ji family in making such assertions. With his superior departing, Shen Lian felt compelled to follow. His mind was in turmoil. Word had it that the officials dispatched by the court had arrived, and Lord Ji presumed they were there to placate him, especially considering the plague in Jiangnan was closely tied to their political performance. Lord Ji, unperturbed, sipped his tea, a sense of pride swelling within him as he relished the thought that even the court officials sought his favor. My lord, doctor, he has arrived, and slapped young Master Ji. A maid rushed in, her face etched with panic. Lord Ji sprang to his feet, aghast. How could He Ting strike his son Ji Feng, regardless of his medical prowess or status as a mentor? Such an act was intolerable. He, as a father, had never laid a hand on Ji Feng. At that very moment, Ji Feng was dazed by the slap. 1817, he had been raised in luxury and privilege, constantly praised as a prodigy. His arrogance, fueled by a modicum of intelligence, led him to look down upon others. The usually stern and guiding He Ting, whom he regarded as a father figure, had struck him the moment he entered. Ji Feng's heart swelled with resentment and profound grievance, directing all his frustrations at Lin Qinghe. It was she who had incited this transformation in everyone. Noticing the defiance in Ji Feng's gaze, He Ting expressed his disappointment. Do you not recognize your faults? Ji Feng's mind raced. He still needed He Ting's renown. Coming to a realization, he fell to his knees. Disciple acknowledges his wrongdoing. The esteemed physician's remarkable skills have garnered admiration from my master and uncles alike, leaving me envious. I returned to my father to express my grievances, not anticipating his fierce reaction. Master, I shall persuade my father forthwith. His words were earnest, and tears welled in his eyes. Upon Lord Ji's arrival, he found his precious son kneeling in a pitiful state, his heart aching. Before he could speak, Lin Qinghe and others arrived. Minister Fan wasted no time. Is it your intention to have your son take his place? His gaze was piercing, emanating authority without anger, causing Lord Ji's legs to tremble, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lin Qinghe turned to Ji Feng, her voice icy. You are unworthy of being a physician. He Ting's expression shifted, remaining silent. Ji Feng looked up at Lin Qinghe, hatred flaring within him. He had already admitted his fault, and with his master wavering, how dared she utter such audacious words? Preposterous. Lord Ji, unable to confront Minister Fan, noted Lin Qinghe's status as merely a woman and surmised she was the renowned physician. In the face of the Jiangnan plague, where the common folk suffer immeasurably, a remedy has finally surfaced. Yet, as a physician yourself, your competitive and petty nature prompts your father to vindicate you. You disdain me for being a mere woman, yet you, as a man, exhibit such wretchedness, prioritizing your selfish desires over the lives of the populace. True medicine places the sanctity of life above all else. With such a disposition, you are unfit to be a physician. It would be wise for you to seek another vocation. Lin Qinghe spoke rapidly, each word piercing through the air, resonating clearly with all present. He Ting's eyes glistened with tears as he proclaimed, well said, the art of healing, the virtue of a master, the physician's benevolence, and the aspiration to aid the world, these are the true pursuits of a healer. Ji Feng, when you place your reputation above all else, you have forsaken your original intent. Ji Feng's face turned ashen as he anxiously sought He Ting's expression, only to find it cold as ice. In a panic, he stammered, I did not. You did, He Ting retorted sternly. From this day forth, we are no longer master and apprentice. Ji Feng was left in shock. Lord Ji was equally stunned. He had merely intended to manipulate the situation to achieve his goals, yet the unfolding events spiraled beyond his control. Desperation seized him as he exclaimed, a misunderstanding, it is all a misunderstanding. I own a medicinal herbs shop. No, I will provide the herbs for free. Dr. He, do not be angry, my son is a rare talent, please do not act in haste. I have no need for your herbs. After today, your shop shall close its doors for good, Lin Qinghe stated decisively. Take care of yourself, farewell. Ji Feng watched helplessly as He Ting departed alongside her, crying out, "Master, Master, I was wrong, please forgive me." What was the meaning of this? Lord Ji's expression turned anxious. He quickly learned that the medicinal herbs donated by the 4 prominent families of the medicinal city were arriving in abundance. Under Shen Lian's guidance, the Xie and Wang families had settled in Zhongnan, offering a threefold benefit to the government, leaving the Li family with no relevance. Ji Feng made several attempts to seek out He Ting but was met with closed doors. He returned to the Ji residence in a daze, unleashing his fury upon Lord Ji. It was all his father's fault, he was the true villain. He Ting occasionally caught snippets of gossip regarding the Ji family and could not help but feel disheartened. A man who could not even muster the courage to acknowledge his own mistakes had proven to be a grave misjudgment on his part. With a bitter smile, He Ting poured all his energy into healing the sick, resolving to never take on a disciple again. As the situation surrounding the Zhongnan plague stabilized, the first citizens to receive the medicinal concoction had recovered, showing no signs of relapse. Lin Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the inn to rest. Upon entering her room, her eyes flickered as she raised her leg to kick. "Qinghe, it is I, Prince Jingheng." At the sight of her, Prince Jingheng immediately sought to embrace her, but Lin Qinghe, quick as a flash, nearly struck him in a vital area, prompting him to step back and gaze at her with an insatiable hunger, taking in every inch of her. Lin Qinghe frowned, scrutinizing Prince Jingheng with a cold smile. "Look again, and I shall pluck out your eyes." It was indeed her, that same arrogance and disdain from her dreams. His eyes, elongated and narrow, usually concealed, now revealed a depth of darkness that seemed bottomless, his previously gentle demeanor morphing into something sinister. With a hint of sickly obsession on his face, he declared, "You are mine." Lin Qinghe, keenly perceptive, immediately sensed something amiss. Had he also been reborn? Her expression remained frosty as she discreetly observed his every nuance. Prince Jingheng stepped closer, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "I had a dream in which you and I were a destined pair. Since it is fate, why not unite sooner?" Lin Qinghe regarded the feigned affection on his lips with revulsion. No performance could mask the ambition lacking in his eyes. Destined, it was merely a pretext for him to possess her, aiding him in seizing the throne, only to later clip her wings and bind her to him. She yearned to tear away his Fade, casting him into the mire from which he could never rise, eternally out of reach of the throne, reduced to a mere commoner. But the time was not yet ripe. Lin Qinghe took a deep breath, and under his covetous gaze, she silently recited a spell, pointing her finger. Prince Jingheng's expression froze, locked in place as if struck by an unseen force. Then suddenly, pain shot through his face as if someone was slapping him, though he could see no one. Boom! Thunder roared, a divine warning against the use of magic upon mortals. Lin Qinghe remained unfazed, raising her gaze defiantly, thinking, "I merely wish to strike him. If you wish to strike me down, then do so." Chapter 65. Who is the old flame? Who is the new love? As Dao Yuan was lighting incense, he sensed that the Grandmaster seemed displeased. He looked up and, indeed, the Grandmaster's lips were tightly pursed. Dao Yuan tentatively inquired, "Has a rebellious disciple angered the Grandmaster?" The incense extinguished. Understanding the implication, Dao Yuan quickly reignited it, gestured with his fingers, and conjured an image in the air of Lin Qinghe delivering a slap to King Jingheng. How did this scoundrel end up in Zhongnan? Dao Yuan furrowed his brow, inwardly commending the well-deserved blow. As the incense threatened to extinguish again, he hurriedly coaxed, "Grandmaster, do look at your golden body, its resplendence is truly captivating." The Grandmaster's mouth twitched slightly. "Thanks to the spirit of the healing pot, behold, the temple is revitalized, and you have incense offerings daily. It is only natural for the child to possess great abilities and a mischievous disposition, wouldn't you agree?" The incense resumed its normal burn, and Dao Yuan wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, glancing again at the void, his pupils trembling slightly. "Good heavens, both the old flame and the new love are gathered here." Jin Yan, having learned of Lin Qinghe's lodging, stood before the inn, his striking eyes flashing with a hint of nervousness. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling, "Qinghe, it is I, Jin Yan." "How did he come here too?" King Jingheng's expression darkened. Instinctively, he wanted to evade, but his body remained utterly immobile. This feeling of losing control was deeply unsettling, and Lin Qinghe's abilities surpassed his expectations. With his eyes burning crimson, he stared at Lin Qinghe with a crazed intensity, demanding, "Release me." Lin Qinghe chuckled. The more he wished to avoid attention, the more she acted contrary. She directly opened the door, hid behind Jin Yan, and pointed her finger at King Jingheng, exclaiming, "He is trying to molest me." Lin Qinghe's nose brushed against Jin Yan's chin, the warm sensation causing his breath to quicken, his throat to constrict, and his mind to momentarily go blank. He looked down at her hair, unable to suppress a smile. Upon regaining his composure, he glanced at King Jinghang, his expression suddenly turning frosty. Suppressing the fluttering in his heart, he lunged forward, throwing a punch that connected with the bridge of King Jinghang's nose. Blood gushed forth instantly, yet he was unable to retaliate, and Lin Qinghe's closeness to Jin Yan only served to harden his fists. Jin Yan noticed something was amiss. He couldn't move. Tilting his head with a mischievous grin, he kicked King Jinghang down, saying, "Apologies, it seems I slipped." Pressed against the ground, the impact sent pain reverberating through his organs, yet he managed to push himself up. King Jinghang sprang to his feet, launching a fierce wind with his palm towards Jin Yan. Jin Yan raised an eyebrow and whistled, "So you know martial arts? No wonder I always thought you were putting on an act and hiding it so deeply." He dodged left and right, as if playfully teasing a dog, with a mocking tat-tat-tat. Lin Qinghe found his antics amusing. It was the first time she had seen King Jinghang in such a disheveled and furious state. Consumed by rage, King Jinghang drew his sword, but before he could strike, a jolt of pain shot through his wrist, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Jin Yan sneered, "Did you think I was merely idling on the battlefield?" He began practicing as soon as he could stand, for the young general who could wield a sword to annihilate 100,000 troops at the age of 13 was no mere boast. Despite his handsome appearance, when it came to wielding blades, he was second to none. Having subdued King Jinghang, Jin Yan bound him to a chair, resting his right leg atop him, and turned to Lin Qinghe, saying, "Qinghe, you should render his hand useless." Lin Qinghe gazed at the spirited Jin Yan. At that moment, he resembled an eager little dog, his tail wagging behind him, his eyes, strikingly clear and beautiful, held only her reflection. Unable to resist, her heart softened, and she smirked, "Do not harm him." Jin Yan's shoulders drooped in disappointment. "Be good." Lin Qinghe found his demeanor amusing and waved him over. Jin Yan immediately brightened, dashing to stand behind her. "Since King Jinghang fancies this room, it shall be yours." Lin Qinghe promptly shut the door, departing with Jin Yan. King Jinghang was nearly driven to laughter by his anger, his eyes glinting ominously as he harbored deep resentment towards the two. Qiming arrived a moment later, and upon seeing his master's swollen face, he froze for a while before rushing forward to untie him. "My lord, what happened? In the past, even when the Prince of Su bullied his master, he never dared to act with true malice, merely engaging in verbal jabs." Before he could finish, King Jinghang swung a hand at him, causing Qiming to cover his face in fear. Kneeling on the ground, "It is my fault for being late. I deserve to die." King Jinghang turned his wrist, chuckling softly, "Find 10 women with pure in characters in Jiangnan, sedate them, and bring them back to the capital. There must be no mistakes." Though he appeared to be laughing, it sent chills down Qiming's spine as he respectfully replied, "Yes." With just 10 more to gather the numbers desired by Cao Yao, he would soon be free of this oppression, stepping into the light of power. The humiliation of today would be repaid to Lin Qinghe 100-fold in the future, and as for Jin Yan, the young general, once he has his tendons severed and limbs broken, will he still be a hero? King Jinghang gritted his teeth, a frenzied bloodlust flickering in his eyes. He could hardly wait for that day to arrive. Lin Qinghe switched to another inn, intercepting Prime Minister Fan along the way. After a brief discussion, they set off for the capital. The following day, Jiangnan was filled with silks and exquisite garments, as well as sweet delicacies absent from the capital. Jin Yan had only stayed a day, yet he returned laden with packages. In contrast, Lin Qinghe remained all alone. Observing Jin Yan's exhaustion, she questioned in confusion, "What have you bought?" Jin Yan opened one of the packages, revealing a collection of pale green, light blue, deep blue, and dark green silk skirts of exceptional quality. He opened another, showcasing a variety of jade hairpins and bracelets in shades of green. Lin Qinghe's eyes twitched. The green was almost glowing. She scrutinized him from head to toe, wondering what had spurred this behavior. Prime Minister Fan, glancing at Lin Qinghe's blue robe, stroked his beard with a knowing expression before stepping into the carriage. Everyone was well aware of Sima Zhao's intentions. Only the parties involved remained somewhat bewildered, Lin Qinghe's cool eyes flashing with confusion. Jin Yan smiled, "You like green, don't you? All of these are for you, you can change every day." Lin Qinghe rarely displayed a dazed expression, looking down at the pile of vibrant greens, then raising her hand to examine her blue robe, suddenly finding it unappealing. The reason she wore the blue robe was that she thought it resistant to dirt and refreshingly unique, fitting her Taoist demeanor. Little did she expect to be misinterpreted as someone who favored it. Not wishing to strike a smiling face, Lin Qinghe took a deep breath. "Thank you." Jin Yan leaned closer, and Lin Qinghe, overwhelmed by his magnified beauty, momentarily lost her senses, their gazes locking. Thump, thump. "My heart is racing so fast. Am I unwell? Qinghe, quickly check my pulse." Jin Yan suddenly felt breathless, hastily closing his eyes, his long, curled lashes trembling. Prime Minister Fan, eavesdropping against the carriage wall, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This fool, is it true that all martial generals are brawny but simple-minded? He drew back the curtain, catching sight of Jin Yan's handsome face, pausing for a moment as the phrase foolish beauty crossed his mind. The young man's affections were sincere yet clumsy, so evident that even he himself was oblivious. Lin Qinghe smiled gently, brushing past him as she prepared to enter the carriage. Before her hand could reach his wrist, Jin Yan discreetly opened one eye, only catching a glimpse of her retreating figure. Feeling a pang of disappointment, he quickly brightened and chased after her. Thud, thud, the sound of hooves echoed behind them. The group looked up, then Jin Yan's alarm bells rang. What was that wretched King Jinghang pursuing them for? Chapter 66. A song by Wei has arrived. The trio transformed into a quartet, and Jin Yan's expression was as frigid as ice. Lin Qinghe harbored no fondness for King Jinghang either, her demeanor equally frosty. However, Prime Minister Fan's response was less overt. He bowed to King Jinghang, his words laden with implication. Your Highness's presence in Zhongnan City comes as a surprise to me. King Jinghang smiled at him, then turned his gaze to Lin Qinghe. I have come for a certain individual. At his words, Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes, retorting bluntly, you have come for your own ambitions. Spare me the pretense, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from striking you. King Jinghang was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He had never encountered a woman so impervious to flattery. Jin Yan's lips curved in a faint smirk. Prime Minister Fan, seeking to alleviate the tension, was about to speak when a carriage from the capital drew near, heading directly towards them. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a young woman emerged from the carriage. Upon seeing her, several individuals instinctively glanced towards Lin Qinghe. However, Lin Qinghe discreetly cast a sidelong glance at King Jinghang, deducing that the newcomer was not there to seek her out. Song Baiwei appeared somewhat haggard and pale from her long journey. Spotting King Jinghang among them, she gasped in surprise and hurriedly retreated into the carriage. When she reemerged, she had applied some lip color, which lent her a semblance of vitality. Song Baiwei performed her greetings with poise, her head raised, exuding an aura of pitiful charm. This was a carefully crafted angle, the demeanor she had practiced countless times, convinced that she understood men well. While Lin Qinghe possessed beauty, she radiated a chill that made her seem ethereal and distant, deterring any approach. In contrast, Song Baiwei was enchanting and evoked a sense of protectiveness, and feeling the collective gaze upon her, she proudly straightened her posture. Jin Yan's eyes flashed with disdain. He found her affected demeanor grating. Prime Minister Fan averted his gaze, pondering why Song Baiwei, despite being a well-bred young lady, consistently presented herself in such a submissive manner. Perhaps, in King Jinghang's eyes, she was merely a pitiful creature. As their eyes met, King Jinghang nodded gently at her, prompting a smile of delight from Song Baiwei. Yet, recalling the purpose of her visit, she quickly composed herself and approached Lin Qinghe, a sister. Surprised by her approach, Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow and distanced herself. How many times must I tell you not to claim kinship recklessly? What relation do you bear to me? If you wish to assert that you are the favored concubine of King Jinghang, then I might believe you. Song Baiwei's heart trembled slightly, and she instinctively glanced at King Jinghang. King Jinghang, still eager to win Lin Qinghe's favor, dared not acknowledge it. He spoke softly, Miss Lin, please refrain from sowing discord. Instantly, Song Baiwei's expression turned pitiful, tears welling in her eyes. Jin Yan let out a scoff, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lin Qinghe, unable to endure Song Baiwei's propensity for tears, asked, what brings you here? Grandmother has been rambling for days, insisting on seeing you. The doctor has said she has little time left. Song Baiwei finally recollected the matter at hand, glancing cautiously at Lin Qinghe. You should return to the marquis' residence to see her. Apart from the grave condition of the old matriarch, another pressing issue loomed. Since the mid-autumn banquet, after Song Da had fallen out of favor with Emperor Jingwu, the court officials had distanced themselves from the marquis' residence. Song Da's rank had been repeatedly diminished, rendering him merely an idle marquis. Unwilling to accept this fate, he sought assistance, bribing those in power, but all his efforts were met with refusal. In desperation, he resorted to dubious means, discovering that Lin Qinghe's fate was of considerable value. If he could exchange his destiny for hers, his fortunes in office would surely flourish. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Da rushed to Maoshan to seek someone, only to be expelled by Xiao Yao. Upon his return, he was in disarray, having been beaten multiple times by Wang Kai. Lin Qinghe's maid is insufferable, even the dog she raises is vicious. Clearly, she takes after her mistress. Unable to locate Lin Qinghe, he inquired for some time before learning she had gone to Zhongnan. Anxious about his official career, Songda eagerly awaited Lin Qingha's return to the capital, his anxiety manifesting as a rush. As Song old madam's condition worsened, her daily bouts of unconsciousness lengthened, and upon regaining consciousness, she would call for Lin Qingha. Songda, increasingly irritated, could no longer contain himself and shouted at her that granddaughter of yours is a heartless wretch, forsaking her benefactor and severing ties with the marquis' residence. In her muddled state, Song old madam resembled a child, and after being scolded, she was left in tears. Nurse Chui, pained for her mistress, recalled how Song old madam had once been a radiant and formidable woman, now reduced to a state of paralysis and confusion. Better to be muddled than to live in such torment of clarity. Nurse Chui, appalled by Songda's disrespectful behavior towards his mother, threatened him and cast him out, shutting the door behind him as tears streamed down her face. Awakening from his stupor, Songda regretted his harsh words and had a sudden epiphany. He could leverage Song old madam's condition to summon Lin Qingha back to the marquis' residence. If she returned, he could exchange destinies. He could not wait another moment and instructed Song Baiwei to find her. Given that his grandmother was gravely ill, it was only fitting that she return for a visit. Regardless of their estrangement, Lin Qingha scrutinized Song Baiwei for a moment, catching a fleeting glimpse of guilt on her face. As Song Baiwei felt the weight of Lin Qingha's gaze upon her, her confidence waned. She timidly suggested, "You should return to see grandmother." Lin Qingha chuckled softly, suddenly leaning in to grasp her chin, compelling her to meet her gaze. "What wicked scheme are you concocting? Speak up, perhaps I might indulge you in your little game." Startled by Lin Qingha's perceptiveness, Song Baiwei's eyes instinctively darted away, fearing further interrogation. She adamantly widened her eyes. How could there be anything? Lin Qingha released her, casting a divination for Song old madam. 3 days remain until her passing. Continue our journey, Lin Qingha commanded. Song Baiwei felt a surge of anxiety. She found it difficult to fathom Lin Qingha's intentions. Witnessing King Jinghang's repeated gestures of goodwill towards her only fueled her jealousy. She sought out King Jinghang's carriage, and upon entering, tears streamed down her face before she could utter a word. "What troubles you?" King Jinghang gently wiped away her tears. Song Baiwei choked. "Do you have feelings for Lin Qingha?" King Jinghang paused, realizing her jealousy, and replied, "She is of assistance to me." Song Baiwei lowered her head, biting her lip. Her father had also remarked on Lin Qingha's usefulness. With both her beloved and her father echoing the same sentiments, she seethed with resentment. "Lin Qingha, why do you not perish?" Darkness flickered in her eyes, but when she raised her gaze again, her expression transformed into one of innocent charm. "Very well." This was the behavior of a sensible woman, and King Jinghang's interest was piqued as he drew her close, finding her to his liking. Suddenly, the carriage erupted with a loud crash, debris scattering everywhere. The two in an embrace were momentarily stunned as Lin Qingha and the others gathered around them. Jin Yan exclaimed, "Cousin, is this what you meant by not sowing discord? How did you end up in each other's arms? Was it an accident? Miss Song, did you inadvertently enter his carriage and then fall into his embrace? What a coincidence." Song Baiwei dared not lift her head, her forehead pressed against King Jinghang's chest. He looked towards Lin Qingha, feeling the heat of her amused gaze, and struggled to explain, "Let me clarify." Lin Qingha smirked with amusement. "Why should I concern myself with this?" Chapter 67. The elderly lady Song approaches her end. King Jinghang's countenance bore a hint of distress as Song Baiwei clutched at his garments, unable to push him away. Regret washed over him. He lamented having provoked Song Baiwei in the first place. On the third day, the group hurried back to the capital. Upon entering the city, Song Baiwei, feeling somewhat anxious, attempted to halt Lin Qingha's carriage, saying, "Miss Lin, shall we return to the marquis' residence together to see grandmother?" Lin Qingha gazed at her with a knowing look and replied, "Certainly." A sigh of relief escaped Song Baiwei, her smile becoming more genuine. Jin Yan intended to follow, but was stopped by Prime Minister Fan, who remarked, "I trust Qingha can manage. She is not one to be easily trifled with." At the marquis' residence, the elderly lady Song was in a state of breathlessness, her eyes barely open as she struggled to search for someone. "Mother, I am here," Songda cried, kneeling by her bed and placing his hand in hers. "Not you," the elderly lady's lips moved, her words indecipherable. Chui Mama had already dissolved into tears, wiping her eyes and leaning closer to listen. "Qingha, I want to see Qingha." Songda fixed a penetrating gaze on Chui Mama, demanding, "What did she say? Is mother looking for Weya?" Before she could respond, Lisha interjected, "It must be so." Chui Mama regarded them with a complex expression, stating, "The lady wishes to see Miss Qingha. Miss Song is merely a foster daughter of the household. What need has she of her?" Lisha, act by this, raised her hand as if to strike Chui Mama, but before she could, the elderly lady Song suddenly became agitated, her eyes wide as she glared at Lisha, her throat rasping, "You dare." Lisha could not comprehend her words, yet the fierce stare from a dying woman sent chills down her spine, causing her to lower her hand. Chui Mama, however, understood clearly. She sobbed, kneeling before the elderly lady, "Old madam." The elderly lady Song gazed at her, tears streaming from her cloudy eyes as she stared at the beams of the room, repeatedly murmuring, "Chingha. Oh, dear sister, I regret it. I should not have kept Song by way, Chingha, my Chingha will never forgive this old woman." Chui Mama choked back tears, she surely will. Yet uncertainty lingered in her heart. Would the young lady return to see the elderly lady one last time? "Miss has returned," cried the servants. Songda sprang to his feet, anxious to rush outside, wondering if Wea had brought Lin Chingha back. After a few steps, he realized his reaction was overly dramatic and knelt once more. Chui Mama's eyes flickered with doubt. Aisha's expression darkened. She understood what truly mattered to Songda. Amidst their varying thoughts, Song Bai Wei entered the room, taken aback by the scene, and cried out, "Grandmother." Songda and Lisha turned to look behind her, their faces lighting up with joy. Lin Chingha had arrived. As she drew nearer, Songda's breathing grew more rapid, a glint of something akin to greed in his eyes. The life force, he desired her life force. Lin Chingha, seemingly indifferent to them, strode directly to the bed, observing the elderly lady Song, who was ravaged by illness, unrecognizable. She sat in silence. The elderly lady Song's murky eyes sparkled momentarily, her trembling hand reaching out to touch Lin Chingha. "Is it you, Chingha, who has returned?" Chui Mama looked at Lin Chingha with pleading eyes. Lin Chingha leaned closer and affirmed, "Yes." A look of joy illuminated the elderly lady Song's face as she caressed Lin Chingha's visage, her words emerging slowly, "Good child, it is I who has wronged you, failing to protect you. The entire marquis residence has failed you. The marquis residence is unworthy of you. The inner chambers cannot confine your aspirations. Chingha, you are remarkable, I take pride in you," the elderly lady Song declared, her voice imbued with a hint of pride, "just like your grandfather." Her words, though slow, were clear enough for all present to comprehend. Songda and Lisha felt as if they had received an invisible slap across their faces, while Song Baiwei's expression darkened further, her eyes filled with animosity. That dying old hag, even in death, continued to stir trouble. "She deserves to be paralyzed." Lin Chingha cast a sharp glance in Song Baiwei's direction, causing her to quickly avert her gaze. Unable to meet Lin Chingha's eyes, the elderly lady Song shook her head gently, both laughing and crying. The late marquis was a man of iron will, intolerant of injustice, deeply loyal, aiding the impoverished, unafraid of power, earning the emperor's commendation that led to his elevation to marquis. And now, Songda, lacking any genuine ability, merely sought to curry favor with the powerful, resorting to underhanded methods. The once respected marquis' residence, now decayed. Lin Chingha placed a pill in the elderly lady's mouth. Instantly, the elderly lady Song felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her previously pallid complexion regained a hint of color. Moments ago, she had struggled to breathe, yet now she could sit upright. Songda and Lisha's expressions shifted dramatically. Was she recovering? Their faces bore no joy, only terror, especially Lisha, who had been on the brink of madness, having merely come to check on her daily, administering medicine while leaving the rest to Chui Mama and the maidservants. She wished for the elderly lady Song to depart this world sooner. How could she still be alive? Song Baiwei felt similarly disappointed. Her survival meant incessant talk of Lin Chingha, and death would be preferable. The elderly lady Song observed their expressions, unfazed. She understood that Lin Chingha sought to help her depart without suffering, and this was merely a fleeting moment of clarity. "Chui Mama, I bequeath all my properties, contracts, jewelry, and silver to Chingha as her dowry," the elderly lady Song declared suddenly. Lisha's countenance shifted abruptly, her fingers clenching tightly. The elderly lady's family was immensely wealthy, and her own business acumen had largely supported the marquis' residence. Would they now be left to fend for themselves? Songda's face contorted momentarily, but the thought of exchanging life forces with Lin Chingha brought him back to balance. After all, it would ultimately belong to him. Song Baiwei, well aware of the household situation, fixed her gaze on the elderly lady Song and suddenly sprang up, challenging, "Grandmother, you previously stated you would provide me with a dowry. Now you have given it all to Lin Chingha. What am I to do? Do you intend to become a woman of broken promises?" The elderly lady Song regarded her steadily, her expression calm. "You are not of my marquis lineage." Song Baiwei's emotions flared as she pointed at Lin Chingha, laughing maniacally. "I am not. Do you think your precious granddaughter is?" She coerced my father and mother into signing a severance agreement and publicly displayed it in court, leading to my father's disgrace before the emperor. Today, the marquis' residence has fallen into such disarray, all thanks to her. I may not be of your bloodline, but I have remained steadfast. Grandmother, you are paralyzed, not blind, why can you not show me a modicum of compassion? Even if one were to keep a dog, it should be well cared for, she cried, her voice raw, appearing to have suffered a great injustice, her eyes reddening. The elderly lady Song turned to Chue Mama, help me up. Chue Mama, filled with concern, replied, old madam, your health, help me up. The elderly lady Song insisted. Lin Qingha extended her hand to assist her, while Chue Mama hurriedly supported her from the other side. Under the gaze of all present, the elderly lady Song approached Song Baiwei, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap. Chapter 68. Venting anger, the matriarch departed. You are even inferior to a beast. At least a dog knows how to observe its master. With a resounding slap, Song Baiwei was sent reeling, her fair complexion instantly turning swollen and red. Her eyes were rimmed with crimson, yet she stood defiantly, glaring at the matriarch of the Song family. She was not in the wrong, the matriarch was undeniably biased. Another slap resounded, knocking her to the ground, ringing in her ears and causing her eardrums to scream in agony. The matriarch grasped Lin Qingha's hand and gently spoke, Qingha, the favoritism and protection I failed to grant you in life, I shall compensate for before I depart. Lin Qingha initially wished to decline, but upon meeting the matriarch's sincere gaze, her heart felt as if it were being constricted. The matriarch patted her own chest and admonished Song Baiwei, your birth mother has stolen the bloodline of our marquis and has bestowed upon you a life of luxury and comfort. The child of a thief is forever lowly and will never acknowledge their wrongdoing. Everything that belongs to the marquis should be rightfully yours. Qingha, yes, I was blind, then so were you, Songda and Li. From the very beginning, this wretched creature should have been expelled, and Qingha welcomed back. I admit my mistakes, will you acknowledge yours? Each word resonated like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. After speaking, the matriarch could no longer sustain herself and collapsed backward, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Qingha caught her. The matriarch grasped her hand tightly, her eyes filled with profound hope. Qingha, before I leave this world, could you call me grandmother? Lin Qingha felt a pang in her heart. Grandmother. Ah! The matriarch beamed with joy, patting her hand. My Qingha, your life will surely be smooth, and all who have harmed you shall meet a wretched end. Such a wretched old woman. Even in death, she uttered venomous words. Song Baiwei bit her lip fiercely, meeting Songda's gaze, who shook his head and muttered, fate. Yes, Lin Qingha's fate. Once the matriarch passed, Lin Qingha's destiny would be transferred to her father. She, the eldest daughter of the marquis, would secure her position and enjoy wealth and honor for a lifetime. Except for Granny Cui, everyone else, leave. Lin Qingha commanded with a cold expression. Songda dared not provoke her at this critical moment, hastily rising to lead the others away. The matriarch lay on the bed, while Granny Cui attended to her, wiping her down, changing her garments, and applying a touch of makeup. Meeting the matriarch's serene gaze, Granny Cui's tears overflowed. Old madam. The matriarch smiled faintly. Why cry? Choose the brightest rouge for me. Even in death, I wish to present myself beautifully before the old marquis. Lin Qingha sat nearby, chanting sutras. The matriarch looked at her, her expression one of contentment. Qingha, I must go now. Lin Qingha opened her eyes. May you journey well, grandmother. The matriarch smiled at her, slowly closing her eyes, departing in peace. Granny Cui fell to the ground, weeping in despair. Hearing her cries, Songda and the others outside trembled. The matriarch had passed. The marquis hung white lanterns. In death, the matriarch realized the existence of hell. She gazed at the spectral figures of the black and white impermanence come to collect her soul, then turned her gaze to Lin Qingha standing at a distance, filled with reluctance. She regretted not awakening sooner, for then she could have made amends in life. Believing the matriarch was frightened, Lin Qingha stepped forward. Do not fear, below, there will be a mirror of merits, showcasing all the good and bad deeds you have done in this life. By performing good deeds, you may erase transgressions and prepare for rebirth. At the moment the matriarch breathed her last, her entire life flashed before Lin Qingha's eyes, except for her wrongs against Sangji. Influenced by the old marquis, the matriarch had indeed committed many virtuous acts, and the consequences of Sangji's actions fell upon Song Chongting, as well as her own suffering in old age, bedridden and plagued by illness. She had paid her dues upon her descent. She would not endure any suffering but would be reborn. The black and white impermanence glanced at the matriarch and inquired of Lin Qingha, is this your grandmother? Lin Qingha nodded. Understanding dawned upon the impermanence, who bowed to Lin Qingha. We must express our gratitude to the esteemed healer for her significant assistance regarding the king of the netherworld. The underworld has been much more peaceful of late. Since she is your grandmother, we shall take good care of her. Lin Qinghe smiled and said, proceed according to the rules. She burned a considerable amount of gold ingots for the matriarch, reminding her, below, like in the mortal realm, having wealth makes matters easier. The matriarch had not anticipated receiving Lin Qinghe's blessings even in death. She expressed her gratitude with a soft exclamation and followed the impermanence, vanishing in an instant. Lin Qinghe closed her eyes and resumed her chanting. Granny Cui could only see Lin Qinghe murmuring to the air, her heart filled with speculation. After Lin Qinghe completed her recitation, she softly asked, Miss Qinghe, if one has a soul after death, must they still descend into hell? Lin Qinghe looked at her and nodded, there is no need for alarm. Do good deeds in life, and you shall not suffer after death. Granny Cui was taken aback by the answer, her voice faltering as she wished to inquire further about the matriarch's fate, her eyes reddening at the mere thought. A loyal servant, Lin Qinghe took note of her concern. In her previous life, Song Chongting had passed away before she could return to the capital, as had the matriarch, yet this time, there were some changes. Grandmother accumulated virtue during her life. She will be reborn soon. Granny Cui sighed in relief, that was good news. If so, perhaps death was indeed a release, far better than living without dignity. She knelt once more, her expression slightly anxious. Miss Qinghe, may this old servant follow you? My servitude contract is with the old madam, and she provided for me a residence for my old age. I have no children of my own, and I wish to accompany you. Of course, I previously mentioned that after grandmother's departure, you could seek me out, Lin Qinghe replied, assisting her to her feet. Granny Cui produced the servitude contract and handed it to Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe accepted it and promptly cast it into the fire. Granny Cui gasped in shock, Miss, what are you doing? I have no servants by my side, only cherished friends who are dearer than family, Lin Qinghe declared earnestly. Granny Cui's previously restrained emotions surged forth anew, her voice choked with emotion as she replied affirmatively, tears glistening in her eyes as she seemed to glimpse the matriarch's spirit. Old madam, the young lady is truly wonderful. I shall love her well on your behalf. The prominent families grew weary of Songda, yet still held a measure of respect for the matriarch. Upon hearing that Lin Qinghe had returned to the marquis to observe mourning, they came in succession to pay their respects. Songda beamed with delight, increasingly convinced that Lin Qinghe's fate would prosper him. Merely imagining the possibilities sent waves of excitement through him. His superficial sorrow was easily discerned by the visiting courtiers, particularly the glimmer of mirth in his eyes, truly a despicable sight. His own mother had passed, yet he reveled in joy, as the marquis's Li was nowhere to be found. It was Lin Qinghe, who had severed ties, who took charge of the matriarch's funeral arrangements with solemnity and decorum, embodying the true essence of a legitimate daughter. After the condolences were expressed, they could hardly bear to linger, deeming this family, which exhibited such a lack of respect for the elderly and filial piety, unworthy of association. Meanwhile, Ali was comforting Song Baiwei, do not listen to that old wretch, you will forever be the young lady of the marquis. A tempest of resentment churned within Song Baiwei's eyes as she lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Grandmother has already passed. Father can now take action to change the fate. Chapter 69. Deceived. Lisha hesitated, the change of fate shouldn't affect her, right? Song Baiwei abruptly raised her head to gaze at her, her voice laced with grievance. Mother, do you, like grandmother, believe that bloodline is of utmost importance? Of course not, Lisha quickly refuted. As the mother and daughter conversed, Zhu Yun hurriedly entered, her footsteps in disarray. Madam, Miss, the eldest young lady is causing a commotion and is determined to leave the residence with the marquis. The two exchanged glances. Lisha was the first to step outside, but paused after a few strides to look back at Song Baiwei. Mayor, you stay here for now. Watching Lisha depart, Song Baiwei's expression hardened, her silence casting a cold gaze upon Zhu Yun. Miss, Zhu Yun felt a chill run down her spine under the intense scrutiny, timidly calling out. The moment the words left her lips, a resounding slap struck her face, and Zhu Yun instinctively covered her cheek. There is but one eldest young lady in the marquis' residence, do you understand? Song Baiwei grasped her chin, lifting her gaze, her eyes glimmering with a fervent madness. As their eyes locked, Zhu Yan's pupils constricted, her body trembling. Eldest young lady. Song Baiwei lingered for a moment before proceeding to the main hall. She was determined to witness Lin Qinghe undergo the change of fate, to see her in her most wretched state. Song Marquis, what do you mean by this? Lin Qinghe frowned at the encirclement of guards outside. What on earth is happening? Songda chuckled lightly. Qinghe, it brings me great comfort that you can return to see your grandmother off on her final journey. Let bygones be bygones, why not return to the marquis' residence? We are still a family. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Qinghe, feeling a surge of excitement. His daughter was truly a stunning beauty, exuding an air of noble grace, her features exquisite to the last detail, fit to enter the palace as a consort, her allure unmatched. Once her fate was altered, he would certainly make amends, finding her a worthy husband. A woman ought to focus on supporting her husband and raising children. Do not flatter yourself, step aside, I intend to leave. Lin Qinghe felt disgusted by his gaze, unwilling to engage further, as she lifted her leg to stride forward. If she wished to depart, who could stop her? Songda moved to block her path, raising his voice, I am your father, a paternal elder has offered you an apology, yet you persist in your defiance. Are you attempting to drive me to my grave? Step aside. Lin Qinghe shouted. Songda remained unmoving before her, the two-faced of. A sense of triumph swelled within Songda. Lin Qinghe, if you have the ability, then kill me. Lin Qinghe, do you dare to commit patricide? If not, then obediently remain within the marquis' residence, at my disposal. I shall say this once more, step aside, Lin Qinghe declared, yet Songda still did not budge. With a sharp clang, the blade of chilling energy pressed against Songda's throat, and he stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, his voice caught in his throat as cold sweat broke out across his body. It was at this moment that Lisha arrived at the main hall. Seeing this scene, she panicked and screamed, Lin Qinghe, what are you doing? This is your father. Do you truly intend to commit patricide? Lin Qinghe's face remained cold, not sparing her a glance. Will you let him go or not? Songda's throat constricted, nervously swallowing, and suddenly looked upward, shouting, Mistress Witch, will you not intervene? Lin Qinghe looked up to see a woman clad in black robes perched upon the rafters, her face obscured, save for a pair of eyes that glinted with mockery as they regarded her. Mistress Witch, please save him. Lisha cried out, her composure shattered upon seeing Chao Yao appear, as if she had grasped onto a lifeline. Father! Song Baiwei rushed into the main hall, kneeling with a thud upon the ground. Miss Lin, I understand your grievances against your father and mother, but they are your biological parents after all. Do not act impulsively. If you wish to kill me, then spare my father. Her tears flowed like loose pearls, presenting a truly pitiful sight, brimming with sincerity. The witch, a strand of golden light emerged from Lin Qinghe's fingertips, shooting directly towards Chao Yao, yet before it could enter, the golden light was repelled. Interesting, Lin Qinghe mused, observing the returning golden light, her pupils shifting slightly. The essence of this witchcraft felt so familiar. You've discovered my ploy, Chao Yao laughed heartily. A few months ago, you disrupted my sorcery, and I became quite curious about you, never expecting you to be merely 13 years old. Her tone carried a note of admiration. Lin Qinghe replied with a nonchalant, so today was your trap to ensnare me. Astute as ever, Chao Yao nodded. The two exchanged words, entirely disregarding the Song family. Tears still lingered at the corners of Song Baiwei's eyes, and the lack of an audience for her performance left her feeling awkward and humiliated, her hands gradually clenching into fists. Songda finally sensed something was amiss, his body stiffened, his complexion shifting from pale to purple and back again. So the witch was merely using him as bait to lure Lin Qinghe back, and did not intend to grant him a change of fate. Chao Yao stepped closer to Lin Qinghe, directing her gaze towards the terrified Songda, her lips curling into a smirk. At last, the marquis shows a glimmer of intelligence. How foolish you are to think you could exchange her fate for your own. What a pity. You deceived me. Songda shrieked, advancing in agitation, only for the sharp sword to swiftly slice a gash across his neck, blood oozing forth. His body bristled with fear, and he dared not move further. His heart seethed with hatred, gritting his teeth. This woman, this wretched creature, he should never have trusted her. Now, he had thoroughly offended Lin Qinghe. Did he have any hope of rising again? Chao Yao leaned in closer to Lin Qinghe, her voice dripping with seduction. Your Taoist teachings emphasize cause and effect, but adhering to the heavenly way, they are far too restrictive. We witches, however, take a different approach. If we detest someone, we simply eliminate them. You should join the witchcraft sect. Look at this family of heartless individuals, all wanting your life. Come, I can teach you witchcraft. Let poisonous creatures enter their bodies, seize their hearts, claw at their livers, and devour their hearts. Day and night, every moment, let them suffer excruciating pain until they die from blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Seeing Lin Qinghe remain unmoved, Chao Yao added, otherwise, I can kill them for you. I possess a technique that allows me to breathe fire, burning them alive in the flames. With each word, Songda trembled. Elisha's face turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat, her body seemingly nailed to the spot, unable to move. Song Baiwei fared little better, trembling all over. The sensation of being at the mercy of others was utterly humiliating. No need, you conspired with them, both as despicable as each other, Lin Qinghe declared, retracting her sword. Seeing Song Da release a breath of relief, she raised her leg and kicked him to the ground before striding towards Song Baiwei. Lin Qinghe, what are you planning to do? Song Baiwei's heart raced, fear evident in her eyes. And the next moment, Lin Qinghe's grip tightened painfully around her face. Song Baiwei felt as if her head might burst from the pressure. The pain contorted her features, and she cried out in desperation, spare me, it hurts so much. You just attempted to provoke me into killing Song Da with a single stroke. Truly, you are a good daughter to him. A little lesson in return for him is not too much to ask, is it, Song Da? Lin Qinghe glanced at Song Da, noticing his expression shifting, her mood lifting slightly. I find your entire family repugnant. From now on, avoid me, or I shall strike each time we cross paths. With that, Lin Qinghe directly made her way outside. The guards, already terrified, hastily parted to create a path for her. As she stepped over the threshold, she paused, turning back. Today, I spare you from violence out of respect for the old matriarch. A Taoist does not let familial ties bind them, understand? If you do not understand, feel free to test my patience next time. As she departed, Song Da cast a venomous glare at Song Baiwei. Father, she is sowing discord. Song Baiwei retreated step by step, crying out in desperation. Chapter 70 Dog bites dog. Beast, how dare you contemplate my demise? Song Da approached Song Baiwei and dealt her a resounding slap, sending her staggering several paces before collapsing to the ground. Where? Lisha exclaimed in alarm, hastening to shield Song Baiwei. It must be a misunderstanding. Wei has always been kind-hearted and filial, and it is evidently Lin Qinghe who is sowing discord. She is our only daughter. Lisha declared loudly, her words laden with implication. The rules of the whole residence stipulate that lechery is forbidden, thus Song Da's concubines are few. Apart from Lisha, there is but one other maid. He had suffered an injury to his loins while riding in his youth, making it difficult for him to sire offspring. With his biological daughter severed from relations, he could truly rely only on Song Baiwei. Contemplating this, Song Da swallowed his indignation and departed with a cold snort, his sleeves swelling. Zhao Yao's target was Lin Qinghe. Having left, she had long since vanished from the scene, disinterested in the spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Having failed to dissuade Lin Qinghe, she returned to the Wang residence in a foul mood. Prince Jinghang approached her. Did you succeed? He inquired. Zhao Yao shot a frosty glare at him. You are utterly useless, you cannot even catch a mere girl, she scoffed. Prince Jinghang's expression darkened instantly, while Qiming, standing beside him, could no longer tolerate such disrespect towards his master and retorted sarcastically, look at you. It seems you too have failed. Zhao Yao's piercing gaze swept over him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do not provoke a witch, lest you meet a most miserable fate. Upon uttering this, Zhao Yao began to chant incantations. Heaven's end, earth's demise, 5 poisons arise, summon my essence, emerge. Itch. An unbearable itch. Qiming felt as though his flesh was being clawed from his bones. Every inch of his body was engulfed in an insatiable itch, a sensation more excruciating than death itself. Tears streamed from his eyes as he knelt, collapsing onto the ground and writhing. Prince Jinghang was utterly astounded. Zhao Yao was far more formidable than he had imagined. He bowed deeply to her. Miss Zhao Yao, the pure young women you desired are almost gathered. Qiming may lack merit but has toiled diligently, I implore you to show mercy. Zhao Yao chuckled softly, since the prince has spoken, I shall spare him. With that, she tossed a bamboo tube to the ground. Numerous poisonous insects poured from his ears, nose, and mouth, hastening toward the tube. Qiming, drenched in sweat, fainted dead away. Prince Jinghang raised his hand, and immediately someone assisted Qiming back indoors. He wished to say something to Zhao Yao, but she brushed past him, I am weary and wish to rest. Prince Jinghang observed her retreating figure, his expression complex. He lowered his head, spreading his palms, determined to grasp everything within his control. Miss, you have finally returned. Upon learning that Lin Qinghe had gone to the whole residence, Zhao Yao had grown anxious, sitting at the door of the Maoshan house, eagerly awaiting her return. As dusk fell, she finally spotted the familiar silhouette, and before Lin Qinghe could rise, her joyous exclamation had already reached her ears. Woof, woof. Wang Kai was even quicker, bounding towards Lin Qinghe on its short legs, circling her in ecstatic delight. Lin Qinghe looked down, paused for a moment, and then lifted it into her arms. Lick, lick, my master. Wang Kai, an exceedingly affectionate little creature, began to lick her face as soon as she embraced it. The next moment, it was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Woof, woof. Wang Kai sat on the ground, its head drooping, gazing up at Lin Qinghe with a woeful expression. No licking, Lin Qinghe said, striding forward. Wang Kai wagged its tail and followed closely. Miss, they did not mistreat you, did they? Xiao Yao inquired as Lin Qinghe drew near. No, how could your master be wronged? Lin Qinghe smiled at her. Has Granny Cui made the necessary arrangements? From now on, she will be part of our family. Xiao Yao nodded. Granny Cui resides in the room next to mine. She knows a great deal and can prepare many delicious dishes. Moonlight climbed the branches, casting a warm glow upon the two, enveloping them in a sense of comfort. In the deep of night, Lin Qinghe sat in meditation beneath the moonlight. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from her left, her ears perked up as she caught the familiar and refreshing scent of mint, yet she did not open her eyes. Jin Yan quietly seated himself opposite her, his gaze tracing her delicate features, from her brows to her nose and then to her lips, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he pulled out a book, quietly observing her. An hour later, Lin Qinghe exhaled and slowly opened her eyes, only to find a handsome profile before her. Noticing she had finished her meditation, Jin Yan smiled at her, producing a handkerchief and offering it to her. I embroidered this. Lin Qinghe looked down in surprise. I never would have guessed that a general like you could master the art of embroidery, she teased. Jin Yan felt a bit embarrassed, clearing his throat. My mother's handkerchiefs and intimate garments were all embroidered by my father. He taught me from a young age, he said, pride evident in his voice. My father always said, a man skilled in embroidery is beloved by women. Hearing of a man capable of such craft was a revelation to Lin Qinghe. Jin Yan continued, I must return to the northern frontier tomorrow. Take this handkerchief as a memento. So soon? Lin Qinghe accepted it. I wish you a safe journey. Crack, crack, crack. In the whole residence, the sound of a whip cracking echoed from Song Baiwei's chamber, yet curiously, no cries of pain were heard. I am the only legitimate daughter of the whole residence. How dare he strike me? Useless, useless. Why did you not rush out to kill her, when I was being beaten? The once delicate and frail Song Baiwei now lashed out with ferocity, brutally striking Zhu Yun with each crack of the whip. Her back was already a tapestry of bruises, her form sprawled on the ground, fingers clawing at the earth, too terrified to utter a sound of pain. Finally exhausted from her tirade, Song Baiwei discarded the whip and knelt before Zhu Yun, helping her up. I am sorry, Zhu Yun, I should not have treated you this way. Tears streamed down her face, filled with distress and dread as she struck her own hand. Mississippi. Zhu Yun, enduring the pain, reached for her hand, shaking her head. It does not hurt. I am not in pain, please do not be angry. Song Baiwei embraced her, wincing as her wounds were inadvertently touched, Zhu Yun gritting her teeth in agony while trying to gently pat her back. Alas, what a loyal servant, such fortitude, whose voice was that? Song Baiwei gasped, her heart racing as she looked around, biting her lip in anxiety. Fool. Song Baiwei lifted her head to see the source of the voice, her pupils constricting as she stumbled back a few steps. Xiao Yao had flown down from the eaves, landing before Zhu Yun. She treats you this way, do you not harbor any hatred towards her? Silence. Song Baiwei tightened her grip on the whip, her voice rising sharply. Xiao Yao turned to face her, letting out a derisive laugh. Oh, the little pitiful one has dropped the act, I must say, what can you do to me? Xiao Yao smiled with abandon, born of the same lowly origins, you believe your mother's stolen riches have elevated your status. She looked down at Zhu Yun, to be a lowly slave, kneeling for a moment means kneeling for a lifetime. Now, stand up, take the knife, then slay Song Baiwei. Song Baiwei's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fixed on Zhu Yun in disbelief. It was impossible, Zhu Yun would never turn against her. Zhu Yun, who had kept her head bowed, slowly reached for the dagger as it was presented to her. Kill Song Baiwei, kill her, and I shall grant you her skin, making you her. Xiao Yao continued to entice. With the dagger in hand, Zhu Yun began to rise slowly. Chapter 71, Song Baiwei becomes a witch, kill her, kill her. Zhu Yun advanced towards Song Baiwei, the latter's teeth chattered in fear, her eyes darting desperately for an escape as Zhu Yun drew closer. To her left, the glint of a sharp sword appeared, but in that moment, as Zhu Yun raised her blade, Song Baiwei, with tears of rage in her eyes, thrust her sword deep into Zhu Yan's heart. Just as Zhu Yan's weapon approached, it abruptly veered towards Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao transformed into a wisp of black smoke as the blade neared, now standing behind them, her expression a complex tapestry as she observed the scene unfold. The servant triumphed over the witchcraft, undeterred by death in her quest to protect her master. Meanwhile, the master, consumed by fear, regarded her as less than human. How intriguing! Crimson blood gushed forth from Zhu Yan's wound. Already injured, and with Song Baiwei's lethal intent, she offered little resistance before collapsing, her eyes closing for the final time. Song Baiwei trembled uncontrollably. Zhu Yun. She fell to the ground, weeping inconsolably, as the weight of her actions dawned upon her. She had slain one who truly cared for her. Clenching her fists as she gazed upon Zhu Yan's lifeless form, she seethed with anger. It was all Lin Qinghe's fault. Were it not for her instigation, she would not have faced the wrath of Songda, nor would she have unleashed her frustrations on Zhu Yun. Turning her gaze to Zhao Yao, who had yet to depart, Song Baiwei knelt and crawled towards her. "I beseech you, esteemed witch, to take me as your disciple," she declared with determination. Zhao Yao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. "And what is your reasoning?" As thoughts of Lin Qinghe's capabilities surged within her, a fire of resentment ignited in her heart. She too must grow stronger, to possess the power to stand against Lin Qinghe. She would, only then could she earn Songda's respect and secure her position as the esteemed young lady of the. Surely, the witch harbors intentions against Lin Qinghe as well. "We are aligned in purpose." Her eyes gleamed with ambition, fierce and relentless. Zhao Yao perceived this ambition within her, nurturing her to confront Lin Qinghe would indeed be entertaining. A slow smile crept upon Zhao Yao's lips. "Very well." Joy flooded Song Baiwei's heart. "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." Zhao Yao remained motionless for a time. Song Baiwei's expression stiffened, then suddenly, appeal materialized before her, accompanied by Zhao Yao's disdainful tone. "Your appearance leaves much to be desired. Remedy that fast, otherwise, you would scarcely be fit to serve as Lin Qinghe's foot servant. Look at those surrounding her, they are all stunning. How could I accept anything less?" Pausing momentarily, Song Baiwei's hand grasping the pill hesitated, and she obediently acknowledged the command. A gust of cold wind swept through, when Zhao Yao's figure vanished. Slowly, Song Baiwei raised her head, stuffing the pill into her mouth and chewing vigorously, her heart filled with skepticism. Could a mere pill truly enhance her beauty? Meanwhile, Lin Qinghe entered the palace alongside Prime Minister Fan. The swift containment of the plague in Zhongnan City took Emperor Jingwu by surprise and delight. "Prime Minister Fan, your efforts on this journey have been commendable," Emperor Jingwu remarked, then turned to the composed Lin Qinghe. "The young divine physician, at such a tender age, has managed to quell the plague. It is indeed a boon for our great Jing. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them." In an instant, all eyes in the court were drawn to Lin Qinghe, some filled with envy, others casting furtive glances. Lin Qinghe stood tall, her demeanor still serene. "Your Majesty, it is the duty of a physician to heal and save lives. No accolades are necessary," she replied, but then shifted her tone. "However, I did stumble upon something quite intriguing in Zhongnan City." Prime Minister Fan quickly turned his attention to her, an inexplicable unease settling in his chest. The intriguing matter, did it pertain to the family feud in the medicinal city or the hidden intentions of the monsoon? No, it was neither. Based on his understanding of Lin Qinghe, it could not be related to either of these affairs. What could it be? Emperor Jingwu's interest was piqued. "Pray, elaborate." "Your Majesty, do you recall Zhuo Ying?" Lin Qinghe inquired, her gaze scanning the reactions of those present. "Zhuo Ying," Emperor Jingwu furrowed his brow, seemingly trying to recall the individual. Someone could no longer contain themselves and blurted out, "The divine physician speaks of a traitor in the presence of your Majesty. What is her intent? Could it be that you share an acquaintance with him?" "Lord Zhou, tread carefully," Prime Minister Fan admonished. Lin Qinghe turned her gaze towards the speaker, Governor Zhou, who, upon noticing her attention, raised an eyebrow and smiled, his expression one of disdain. "Why the urgency, Prime Minister? Are you perhaps involved with the traitor as well?" Governor Zhou retorted. Just as Prime Minister Fan was about to respond, Emperor Jingwu slammed his hand on the table, silencing the room. A hush fell over the court. The emperor regarded Lin Qinghe. "I recall, but he is deceased." Lin Qinghe nodded. "Indeed, he is dead. The Zhuo family, all 58 members, perished without exception." What did she mean by that? The civil and military officials exchanged confused glances, while only Governor Zhou's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qinghe. Emperor Jingwu expressed his surprise. "I recall that his family was exiled to the south." "Indeed, your Majesty wished for their survival, yet there were those who obstructed their path," Governor Zhou interjected, his brow furrowing. "What do you imply?" Are you suggesting that someone in the court harbored murderous intent against the Zhou family's orphans and widows? He continued, stepping closer. Your Majesty, I suspect she is merely speaking nonsense, using her achievements to disrupt court affairs. She is a charlatan. Prime Minister Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward. Lord Zhou, your behavior is uncharacteristic. Why the haste to condemn the divine physician? Your Majesty, I believe he is the one with ulterior motives. Governor Zhou chuckled. Prime Minister Fan, I would like to inquire why you are so protective of the divine physician when you share no kinship with her. What is the nature of your relationship? His gaze shifted between the two. Lord Zhou, lynching her, called out. Governor Zhou turned to her. Do you know what fate befalls one who slanders a sorceress? At her words, Governor Zhou scoffed dismissively, pointing towards the heavens. What could happen? Can you truly manipulate the divine? If you had such power, I would. Before he could finish, the bolt of lightning struck down, hurtling towards him. The once arrogant figure now convulsed before the astonished eyes of all, rolling his eyes back in shock. Even Emperor Jingwu, witnessing the spectacle, rose from his throne, astonished, gazing at lynching her in horror. That is sufficient, lynching her commanded. The lightning vanished instantly, leaving Governor Zhou crumpled on the ground, his body charred black. A deathly silence enveloped the court. The officials stared at lynching her in terror, their legs trembling. Had they truly witnessed a person struck by lightning for their insolence? Reluctantly, they began to shift from fear to wariness as the reality unfolded before them. Lynching her took a few steps forward, prompting the officials to retreat, creating distance between them. Governor Zhou is not dead. As her words fell, Governor Zhou opened his eyes, pushing himself up from the ground, his body still trembling. Having been publicly struck by lightning, he would become the laughingstock of the court. Henceforth, hatred for lynching her consumed him, his teeth clenched in rage. He refused to believe in her divine connection. She must be a sorceress, a demon. He had to inform the emperor. Before he could voice his thoughts, lynching her spoke. Your Majesty, I have reasonable suspicion that the traitor who colluded 5 years ago was none other than Governor Zhou, not General Shuo. Governor Zhou trembled at her words, collapsing to his knees. You slander me. I implore your Majesty to see the truth. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, each wary of drawing attention to themselves, fearful of retribution. How had this commendation banquet devolved into a scene of accusation? Emperor Jingwu, seemingly unfazed, turned his attention to lynching her. What evidence do you possess? Chapter 72 A Sophistry and Assassination. All eyes among the court officials were fixated on lynching. In matters of significance, evidence must prevail. Thus, did she possess any? With a subtle lift of her fingertip, their gaze shifted to the regional governor Zhou. What did this signify? Surely you do not mean to suggest that I am the evidence. Zhou retorted with a sardonic tone, emphasizing the title of divine physician. Lynching her affirmed, indeed, it is you. The assembled officials were momentarily taken aback. Zhou erupted in laughter, directing his gaze towards Emperor Jingwu. Your Majesty, she is utterly spouting nonsense. Why are you so eager to leap forth and cast doubt upon me, Lord Zhou? You claim that I am acquainted with General Shuo. Lynching her continued, let me remind you, 5 years ago, at the tender age of 8, I was an orphan, devoid of parents, wandering the streets with my master, begging for sustenance. Pray tell, how could I possess the extraordinary ability to conspire with foes? You might as well claim I am a princess from a neighboring realm. Lynching her turned her attention to the court officials. Esteemed lords, reflect upon this reasoning. He bears no guilt. His agitation is so palpable that even the heavens could not bear to witness it, striking solely at him. She added with a cold smirk. Such sophistry, you are engaging in sophistry. Zhou's patience waned, and he lunged toward lynching her, attempting to seize her. You are a sorceress. Naturally, you can summon thunder, it is all you're doing. Lord Zhou. The courtiers gasped in shock. General Weiqi, a towering figure with a dark complexion, swiftly intervened, restraining Zhou. Release me. Zhou bellowed, his contempt for the martial officials evident in his glare, filled with disdain. Weiqi, incensed, applied merely a fraction of his strength to hold Zhou, yet upon witnessing the disdain etched on Zhou's visage, he increased his grip, lifting him with ease before releasing him again. Weiqi, General. The court officials gasped once more, attempting to intervene. Yet none could match his swiftness. Crack, Zhou crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could collect himself from the pain, a burly figure stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, by 2 suspect Lord Zhou of foul play. Zhou's pupils constricted in horror, cursing silently within. That brutish blockhead, why must he stir the pot? Weiqi pointed accusingly at Zhou. Your Majesty, did you witness? He looks down upon me. What a ludicrous excuse, Zhou cried out in his defense. Silence. Emperor Jingwu commanded. The atmosphere in the court had devolved into a chaotic market brawl. His head throbbed painfully, and he began to harbor doubts about the regional governor. The emperor's gaze instilled fear in Zhou, prompting him to kneel hastily. Your Majesty, I have never engaged in treachery. It is all slander. You claim the Zhou family is deceased. Emperor Jingwu inquired, turning towards Lin Qinghe. The Zhou family, after their exile, managed to sustain themselves in the south. However, one fateful day, their womenfolk were violated and chose to end their lives, while the children perished in a water vat. Lin Qinghe lamented, raising her voice. Your Majesty, if there were no grievances, why would an orphaned mother be subjected to such brutal fate? The court officials gazed in horror. The perpetrator's ruthlessness was staggering. If Zhou were indeed the culprit, who would dare to form alliances with him, knowing he could wield a dagger at their backs? Emperor Jingwu's expression hardened. Chen Siqing, investigate, he commanded. Chen Shixuan, the minister of the Supreme Court, stepped forward, bowing. Yes, Your Majesty. Dismiss the court, let the divine physician remain. Emperor Jingwu declared. The officials bowed and retreated from the grand hall. Chancellor Fan cast a worried glance at Lin Qinghe, to which she nodded slightly, indicating her intent to proceed with caution. As Zhou passed by her, he snorted coldly, his dark eyes brimming with intense hatred. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow and pointed towards the heavens. Immediately, he wilted, lowering his head and hastily exiting the palace. Lin Qinghe followed the chief eunuch to the imperial study. Upon entering, the potent scent of sandalwood enveloped her senses, causing her brow to furrow as she glanced at the incense box. Following her gaze, Emperor Jingwu asked, what seems amiss? Lin Qinghe approached the incense, leaning in to inhale. It is too overpowering, she remarked, intending to investigate further. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the window, aimed directly at the seated Emperor Jingwu. Your Majesty. Protect the Emperor. The Imperial Guard swiftly appeared, yet they were too late. The arrow flew faster, targeting the Emperor's head with deadly precision. A chill gripped him, the arrowhead magnified in his vision, his heart lodged in his throat, rendering him immobile. Was this to be his end? The crown prince was too soft-hearted. Should he assume regency, he would be outmatched by the crafty old foxes below. In that moment, visions of loyal subjects who could support the crown prince flashed through his mind. Chancellor Fan, the minister of the court, and various other civil officials, all were scholars. He abruptly realized that there were hardly any capable military officials in the court. Aside from Jin Yan, none were of use. Jin Yan, him. Emperor Jingwu sighed internally, closing his eyes. Even in death, he refused to relent. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the arrow halted a mere inch from his pupil, held fast by a hand. Lin Qinghe had seized the arrow, discarding it onto the ground before turning to him. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? I am fine, Emperor Jingwu replied, staring intently at Lin Qinghe. She stood resolutely, allowing his gaze to linger. Father. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed at the door. The crown prince rushed in, having learned of the assassination attempt, his shoes abandoned, and hair disheveled. Seeing his father unscathed, the prince's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, Father, how wonderful that you are safe, truly wonderful. Emperor Jingwu approached the prince, placing a hand on his shoulder. Prince, should I perish, you would ascend the throne at once. The prince, still shaken, failed to grasp the deeper implications of the emperor's words, shaking his head. You are my father. I wish for your longevity. The throne pales in comparison to your life. Tears welled in Emperor Jingwu's eyes. To claim he was not moved would be a lie. This was his crown prince. Though slightly soft in demeanor, he had always been his most cherished son. Emperor Jingwu helped the prince to his feet. Good boy. The prince, choked with emotion, caught sight of Lin Qinghe standing nearby and quickly composed himself before turning back. I hope my father does not find this amusing. The prince's concern for his majesty is commendable, Lin Qinghe smiled. Returning to his seat, Emperor Jingwu took up his brush and inscribed 8 characters. The divine physician, a beacon of hope. These 8 characters were inscribed on a plaque bestowed upon Lin Qinghe. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Qinghe bowed. Upon her departure, Emperor Jingwu promptly replaced the sandalwood incense and summoned Chen Shixuan to thoroughly investigate the matter. News of Lin Qinghe receiving the personally inscribed plaque from Emperor Jingwu spread throughout the capital, echoing through every street and alley. Divine physician, a beacon of hope. What a magnificent beacon. In the marquis' residence, Songda's eyes reddened upon hearing the news. That was his daughter. At this moment, he could have basked in the envy and jealousy of the entire court. The marquis' residence could have soared on the winds of fortune. Yet, Lin Qinghe had severed ties with the marquis' house. Songda's heart twisted with regret, his insides churning with discontent. At that moment, Li Sha entered and, noticing his distressed state, approached with concern. However, Songda struck her with a slap. "Why did you hit me?" Li Sha covered her face, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 73. The night visit to the study of the Marquis of Hengli was feeling extremely aggrieved. After decades of marriage, Songda had never once raised a hand against her. His chest heaved tumultuously, witnessing her weep so fiercely stirred something within him, yet the thought of losing immense wealth left him feeling stifled. "Do you not realize that Lin Qinghe has become the emperor's favored one? With but a word from her, I could regain my footing in the court," Songda gasped, his breath quickening. "But none of this concerns the marquis. Had you treated her well when she returned to the capital, would we be in this predicament today?" Li's face was etched with disbelief. How could a mere girl receive such special treatment from the emperor? How had she achieved this? At merely 13, should she not have faced a bleak future after leaving the marquis? Should she not have relied on her parents to secure a good marriage and bear children? Songda saw through her thoughts, the flicker of derision passing through his eyes. "She is a physician, a healer who has vanquished the plague in Jiangnan. She is no ordinary girl. If only she was still our daughter," he thundered. The more he spoke, the more regret he felt. Li's expression froze, her lips quivering. "Should I go and plead with her?" Songda suddenly came to a realization. Yes, they could indeed implore her. After all, they were blood relatives, and anything done should be forgiven. "Let us go together to beseech her, especially for Wei." No sooner had Songda uttered these words than Song Baiwei entered the main hall, freezing at the sound. A flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes, but she quickly resumed her previous delicate demeanor when he looked her way. "Where are you?" Li was momentarily transfixed by her appearance. Though Song Baiwei's face seemed unchanged, it now bore a newfound exquisite beauty that was dazzling, far beyond her previous grace. Pleased with her reaction, Song Baiwei knelt before them. "Father, mother, there is no need for us to plead with her. I have become a shaman. I have taken the great shaman as my master, and what Lin Qinghe can do, I can learn as well." Songda gazed at her intently, seeing the apprehension in Song Baiwei's heart made her uneasy. Did he still not believe her? She bit her lip, tears welling up instinctively. And the next moment, Songda stepped forward to assist her up. "Excellent, truly the daughter I am proud of," he exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "The future of the marquis rests upon your shoulders. Wang the steward, inform everyone in the household that there is but one young lady in the marquis, and that is Wei." Song Baiwei's ascendance as a shaman brought immense joy to Songda. Compared to pleading with Lin Qinghe, having Song Baiwei by his side was far more reassuring. Good. Songda repeated, laughing heartily as he left the main hall. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Song Baiwei's eyes. Indeed, one must rise on their own merit, for relying on others only leads to supplication and fear. She vowed to grow stronger, to one day place Lin Qinghe beneath her heel, ensuring she could never rise again. Song Baiwei has become a shaman. Perceiving the turmoil within the marquis, Lin Qinghe cast a divination, revealing the variable to be Song Baiwei. She stared at her own fingers. So it involves shamanic arts. This implies she has allied herself with the shaman. Lin Qinghe's brows furrowed. What could be the shaman's intent in coming to the capital? Hong Lian twisted her waist as she entered. Seeing Lin Qinghe lost in thought at the window, she approached and placed a hand on her forehead. "What troubles the young observer so?" Lin Qinghe's frown deepened. Hong Lian stepped back, raising her hand to sniff herself. "I have used a great deal of fragrance today. It must be permeating me. You can't possibly think I smell like a fox, can you?" she pouted. Lin Qinghe turned to her. "The scent has indeed reached me," she replied. Hong Lian's face lit up. "As long as it's not the smell of a fox, I'm perfectly fine with it." Lin Qinghe's lips twitched as she beckoned her closer. Hong Lian leaned in. "Come, follow me to a place." Hong Lian's eyes sparkled. "Let us go." Night fell over the Marquis of Heng, the study ablaze with light. The singed and yellow-haired Governor Zhou sat upon a stool, his face twisted in rage as he glared at King Jingheng. "No matter what means you employ, this matter must be suppressed." King Jingheng raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought that the seemingly unambitious King Heng harbored such ulterior motives? Noticing his silence, Governor Zhou leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. Their eyes locked, and King Jingheng saw the threat in Zhou's gaze. "We must deliberate further," he stated. Governor Zhou slammed his hand on the table. To hell with deliberation, Chen Zhishuan is a tough nut to crack. If he uncovers even the slightest clue, he will cling to it tenaciously, and we will both be doomed. King Jinghang opened his mouth to respond when an unusual sound interrupted. Who goes there? Governor Zhou jumped off his stool in fright, looking up in terror. Qiming swiftly leaped through the window but found nothing amiss. Just as he intended to investigate further atop the roof, a piercing scream erupted from the study. Who are you? Governor Zhou stammered, his pupils dilating with fear. Zhao Yao casually seated herself, crossing her legs. Why can't I be here? She raised an eyebrow. King Jinghang poured her a cup of tea, addressing Governor Zhou. She is one of us. Governor Zhou scrutinized Zhao Yao. Clad in a black robe, only her pupils were visible, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura that inspired dread. Could she also possess extraordinary abilities? Considering King Jinghang's hidden strength, Governor Zhou looked at him with a glimmer of anticipation. Is she also a Taoist? He inquired. Zhao Yao scoffed. A Taoist. She is a shaman, King Jinghang replied. Governor Zhou's excitement surged. A shaman is surely more formidable than a Taoist. Seeing that neither of them denied it, he turned to Zhao Yao, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Great shaman, there is a Taoist who is exceedingly bothersome. With her around, the king's plans will surely falter. You should deal with her, she is insufferable. Zhao Yao chuckled softly. Who? She asked. Lin Qinghe. Governor Zhou declared emphatically, oblivious to the strange gleam in Zhao Yao's eyes. Zhao Yao responded with a nonchalant, oh. You were the one steering the destruction of the Zhou family, were you not? She queried. Governor Zhou, thinking they were allies, nodded as he saw King Jinghang's lack of reaction. Zhou Ying is a member of the Crown Prince's faction. Remove him, and the court will lack usable young generals, allowing us to install our own. Zhao Yao replied with another oh. And what of Duke Zhen, was that also your doing? Just as Governor Zhou was about to speak, King Jinghang suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing Zhao Yao by the throat. What is this? Governor Zhou was taken aback, momentarily dumbfounded. King Jinghang gradually tightened his grip, while Zhao Yao showed no sign of distress, her eyes still gleaming with amusement. Who are you? King Jinghang demanded, yanking the veil from her face. I am your ancestor's grandmother. Before him, Zhao Yao transformed into a wisp of red smoke, vanishing from the study, leaving only the black robe behind. King Jinghang's expression fluctuated. Governor Zhou nearly lost control of himself, fear flashing in his eyes. This is it, it's over. Oh, what is going on here? The door swung open, and a woman clad in black entered, her gaze sweeping over the two men. Governor Zhou swallowed hard, suddenly drawing a dagger and lunging forward. How dare you come back? Chapter 74. Zhuahua, it is your turn. Zhao Yao stood motionless, her eyes suddenly glowing with a crimson light. What was going on? The regional governor had taken a few steps but found himself unable to move. Locking eyes with her red gaze, he instinctively pointed the dagger at his own chest, pressing it in little by little. Miss Zhao Yao, he is one of us, spoke King Jinghang. Zhao Yao scoffed, brushing past him to take her seat. Upon noticing the black-robed figure in her chair, she frowned. Where did this come from? It reeks of a fox's seductive scent. It hurt him terribly. The regional governor looked down, hastily discarding the dagger, blood already seeping from his chest where he had pierced it. He was perplexed, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Are you saying someone has taken my form to extract information? Zhao Yao sniffed the air, her brow furrowed in distaste as she snapped, she is both alluring and fragrant, yet none of you can detect it. Truly foolish, the regional governor dared not speak. He felt utterly outmatched by them all. In the adjacent room, Honglian ground her teeth in frustration, or had it not been for Lin Qinghe restraining her claws, she would have dashed next door to bite her fiercely. It was she who was truly seductive. Impatience flickered in King Jinghang's eyes, his mood decidedly foul. Who had discovered his secrets and sought to undermine him? Was it Prime Minister Fan, or the Crown Prince? Lord Zhou, you may return for now, he instructed. The regional governor felt a surge of anxiety. Without a promise of protection from King Jinghang, he was left wounded and enraged. He rose, sweeping his sleeves in anger as he departed. Zhao Yao continued to sniff around, suddenly rising to walk towards the next room. She was coming. Honglian was taken aback by her keen senses and hurried to glance at Lin Qinghe. Let us go, Lin Qinghe commanded, tearing open the shadowy path, while Honglian transformed into her true form and leapt onto her shoulder. Zhao Yao pushed the door open and found the room empty. Indeed, it was here. A red fox. She squatted to pick up a strand of fox fur, a glimmer of amusement passing through her eyes. In this world, there existed foxes that could attain human form. Perhaps her grand scheme could also succeed. What shall we do now? We've been baited, Qin Jinghang queried as he caught up. Xiao Yao shot him a glance. What concern is it of mine? If you are foolish enough to be ensnared, then extricate yourself. Do you imagine I would sit upon your throne? Qin Jinghang's expression darkened as he muttered an affirmation, his fingers curling slowly into a fist. Which, once he ascended the throne, he would eradicate the witches. Suddenly, a pair of cold brown pupils appeared before him, causing him to startle and look up. Xiao Yao regarded him with a cold smirk. You, with your petty mind, are not secretly plotting against me, are you? Qin Jinghang's heart raced, his demeanor quickly shifting to one of submission. How could that be? He replied. Xiao Yao shrugged nonchalantly, offering him a knowing smile before vanishing from sight. Qin Jinghang's expression tightened. This feeling of being out of control was truly unpleasant. What is our next course of action? Upon returning to the Maoshan abode, Honglian inquired. Lin Qinghe released Shuohua's soul fragment, and Honglian's eyes lit up instantly as she circled around Shuohua. Seeing him lower his head in shyness, she became even more intrigued. This young gentleman is quite handsome. Shall we have some fun tonight? Honglian cast a flirtatious glance at Shuohua, her voice sweet and enticing. Shuohua shivered, retreating slightly behind Lin Qinghe, whispering, I'm afraid. Lin Qinghe distanced herself, settling down to pour herself a cup of tea. Honglian, noticing her indifference, grew bolder, clinging to Shuohua's side, breathing softly against his neck, gradually moving upward. With a flick of her tongue, she licked his earlobe. Shuohua trembled all over, his voice weak and fragile. Stop what? Let me take good care of you, Honglian said, grasping his hand and pressing it against her tightly. Shuohua hastily pushed her away. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. His handsome, jade-like face tightened as he closed his eyes, reciting the calming mantra he had learned from Lin Qinghe. Oh, Honglian's eyes sparkled with delight. He appeared to be an ascetic monk, further igniting her desire to bring him down. Just as she stepped forward, Lin Qinghe spoke up. Honglian pouted, gazing at her with a look of faint sorrow. If you want to join in, will you let me go alone? Or shall we all play together? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a splendid idea, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Shuohua's ghostly pale visage flashed bright red at her words, and he inadvertently glanced at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe lifted her eyelids, a smirk playing at her lips. Care to try? Honglian laughed awkwardly. I wouldn't dare. I have other guests to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, she transformed into a red fox and leaped out the window. Quickly, she dared not pluck far from the tiger's head. Lin Qinghe turned to Shuohua, beckoning him. Why the blush? Come here, Les, guardian. Shuohua approached her shyly, noticing the empty teacup, eagerly pouring her more tea. He then obediently stood beside her, sneaking glances, and when she looked his way, he quickly lowered his head, his eyelashes trembling. So obedient, Lin Qinghe sighed. Do you wish to take revenge? Revenge? Shuohua recalled the overwhelming resentment he had felt when separated from his true form, the bitterness still lingering. He instinctively nodded, confusion etched across his handsome face. But how can I take revenge? Tomorrow, accompany me to court, and you shall naturally know how to proceed. The regional governor, unable to sleep, dragged himself to court, dark circles under his eyes. When he encountered Chen Shixuan, he approached him with an ingratiating demeanor. Lord Chen, before he could finish, Chen Shixuan nodded at him and strode ahead, clearly uninterested in conversation. The regional governor gritted his teeth, following closely behind, filled with unease. Surely, he hadn't uncovered anything substantial. Emperor Jingwu ascended to the dragon throne. Chen Shixuan stepped forward, and the regional governor's heart sank, instinctively glancing at Qin Jinghang, who remained impassive. Your Majesty, 5 years ago, General Zhou Wu's treachery came to light, and I discovered discrepancies implicating Lord Zhou's involvement. Chen Shixuan stated. You speak slander, Your Majesty. This is an injustice. The regional governor knelt, the tension that had been held taut in his mind finally snapping as he cried out in despair. Chen Shixuan pressed on relentlessly. Here is the evidence, present it. Emperor Jingwu commanded, his eagle-like gaze narrowing. The chief eunuch, Wang Da, presented the evidence. Correspondence between the regional governor and a general from the neighboring nation of Daxia. Yet, the letter submitted 5 years prior bore the handwriting of General Zhou Wu. Emperor Jingwu's expression darkened further as he continued reading, his anger bubbling over. He slammed his hand on the table. Zhou Chengli, what is your true intent? 5 years ago, you bribed a confidant of General Zhou Wu to forge correspondence, and not only did you bring about the death of a member of the Zhou family, but you also caused our great Jing to lose a city. An uproar erupted in the court as the emperor's fury filled the air and officials fell to their knees. The regional governor, Zhou Chengli, trembled violently, prostrating himself upon the ground as he cried, Your Majesty, this is slander, slander. A chilling wind swept through the great hall, and an eerie sensation gripped everyone, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Emperor Jingwu glared at the white light slowly entering the hall, his voice booming, "With the Son of Heaven present, what malevolent spirits dare enter?" What did this mean? The entire court was struck with terror, unable to resist glancing backward. Upon doing so, they were all taken aback, unable to remain standing. Was this a ghost? In broad daylight, it seemed as though they beheld a spectre. Chapter 75 A confrontation in the court. Divine Healer, swiftly subdue this spectre. Divine Healer, make haste. Divine Healer. The court was engulfed in chaos, all clamoring for lynching her, pressing against her in a frenzied push, until someone stumbled and fell to the ground. The Emperor Jingwu's face turned an alarming shade of green with fury. Lynching her sought to reassure, "Esteemed lords, do not be afraid. Every grievance has its source, and it is merely a matter of identifying the creditor. What is there to fear from a spectre? It is the human heart that is truly terrifying." Her words struck the court officials like a heavy weight, emboldening them to raise their heads with newfound courage. Zhou Chongli trembled uncontrollably, the sound of his footsteps amplifying in his ears, resonating painfully against his eardrums. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he anxiously glanced toward the entrance. Lynching her subtly gestured, granting him sight. "Zhuohua, do not approach. I am not your killer." The Emperor Jingwu and the court officials furrowed their brows, unable to perceive anything. All they could see was Zhou Chongli, frantically bowing his head until blood oozed from his forehead, yet he persisted. "Divine Healer," Emperor Jingwu called out to Lynching her, bewildered. "What is the meaning of this? An avenging spirit seeks retribution? Your Majesty might wish to witness it for yourself," Lynching her replied. The Emperor's astonishment was palpable, the flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Humans harbor both fear and a thirst for knowledge regarding the unknown. The court officials fidgeted restlessly, urging Prime Minister Fan. "Prime Minister, you wish to see, do you not?" Prime Minister Fan, caught in a web of reluctance, realized it was their curiosity that prompted the inquiry. Lynching her, noticing the collective desire, smiled slightly. "Since everyone is eager to see, let us all bear witness." She turned toward Emperor Jingwu, who nodded in agreement, and she opened the eyes of everyone present, save for Prince Jingheng. "Heavens, is that Zhuohua?" Zhuohua lifted her gaze, her face as pale as snow, a stream of blood tears cascading down, exuding an overwhelming aura of tragic beauty. The assembly fell into a hushed silence, even the nervous swallowing of saliva ceased. Zhuohua stood before Zhou Chongli, and just as they anticipated she would seize him by the throat, she did not. Instead, she crumpled to the ground, blood tears dripping steadily, her trembling form suggesting she might vanish at any moment, evoking an unexpected sense of compassion among them. Truly astonishing, feeling pity for a ghost. The court officials were enveloped in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. What exactly had they witnessed? Prince Jingheng, who could see nothing, scrutinized the expressions of those around him, his lips pressed tightly together, an unwelcome sense of powerlessness surging within him. He glanced at Lynching her. She cast a brief look in his direction, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, before her attention returned to the front. My family has accepted the harsh reality of our loss, merely wishing to live peacefully in Jiangnan. My mother often said that life may be bitter, but as long as we are together, our hearts remain sweet. But why must you pursue utter annihilation? What harm have we caused you? My father is already dead. General Shuo, who trained in martial arts at 4, fought on the battlefield at 15, protecting the common folk and safeguarding the Great Xia, met his demise at the hands of a colleague. Zhuohua's cries were filled with helplessness. Each question, devoid of hysteria, resonated with profound sorrow and confusion. He gazed up at Emperor Jingwu seated upon the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, why?" He then turned his gaze to Lynching her. "Divine Healer, you spoke of retribution for evil deeds and rewards for good. You taught me to be a righteous spirit. You claimed the Emperor is the fairest of all. Will he grant justice to the Shuo family?" Zhuohua bowed his head in despair, lost and sorrowful. "Will he?" A heavy silence enveloped the room, each word pierced their hearts, tugging at their very souls. Loyal ministers framed by treacherous schemes, heroes sullied by falsehoods, the dead left unburied, families shattered. Such was the tragedy of the Shuo family. Lynching her felt a lump form in her throat. She had never uttered those words to Zhuohua. He was astute. "With the Emperor above, I lament my anguish before you. With the Emperor above, I recount the grievances of the Shuo family. With the Emperor above, I speak of Shuo's loyalty. I do not inquire whether you are aware of the truth, whether you have exacerbated the situation, or whether you have turned a blind eye. Today, will you seek justice for me?" Lynching her lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of light that had briefly appeared in her eyes. "Zhuohua, well done, Your Majesty. Loyal subjects must not suffer disgrace. I beseech you to exonerate the Shuo family." Prime Minister Fan was the first to kneel, raising his voice. "I implore you, Your Majesty, to exonerate the Shuo family." The court officials followed suit, kneeling in unison. Prince Jinghang, unable to see or comprehend, felt the tide of supplication and, in a moment of weakness, prepared to kneel. Zhou Chongli, realizing the tide had turned, wore a dazed expression. Upon witnessing Prince Jinghang's action, a surge of anger ignited within him. Everyone may betray him, but Prince Jinghang alone had no right. Your Majesty, I have accomplices, Zhou Chongli bellowed, fixating his gaze on Prince Jinghang, determined to drag him down with him. Why should he perish while Prince Jinghang continued to live as an innocent lord vying for the throne? Prince Jinghang stiffened, caught in a dilemma. Neither kneeling nor standing felt right. His unusual behavior drew the attention of all present, their gazes converging upon him. Emperor Jingwu regarded him coldly, scrutinizing him closely. The grievances of the Shuo family also reflect my negligence. I shall ensure justice is served, Emperor Jingwu declared. I will not spare a single individual involved in the Shuo family's case. Prince Jinghang swiftly knelt. Zhou Chongli opened his mouth to accuse Prince Jinghang of collusion, but suddenly found himself unable to utter a single word, as if his throat had been constricted. What is happening? Why can I not speak? As he met Prince Jinghang's threatening gaze, Zhou Chongli's pupils dilated, his thoughts screaming family. In an instant, he felt a release, the flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. He could die, but his family must not. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhou Chongli surged forward, aiming to strike the pillar. No, he seeks to end his life. Everyone gasped in horror, scrambling to prevent him. He must confess his accomplice before he dies. No one wished to harbor a venomous snake among them. Time was of the essence. Zhou Chongli collided with the pillar. Someone screamed. He's not dead, he is not dead. General Weiqi exclaimed, pointing at Zhou Chongli, who lay on the ground, unbloodied and wide-eyed. Zhou Chongli, equally bewildered, pondered why he had perished. Before he could respond, General Weiqi swiftly pulled him up, restraining him from further movement. He found no courage left to seek death again. In despair, Zhou Chongli lowered his head and knelt. General Weiqi delivered a sharp punch to his back. Speak, who are your accomplices? While the warriors fought valiantly on the front lines, the scholars wove their intricate plots in the shadows. If this matter remained unresolved, which general would dare to approach the battlefield unguarded? Why did he not die? Prince Jinghang stood tall, his wide sleeves concealing his tightly clenched fists. Emperor Jingwu descended from the dragon throne, approaching Zhou Chongli step by step. Your Majesty, the court officials parted ways, their eyes fixated on him, their minds racing. Prince Jinghang's heart raced like a drum, his thoughts taut with tension, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Emperor Jingwu stood before Zhou Chongli. Tell me, is it the crown prince, or which prince, or perhaps which nobleman's faction? Chapter 76. Is there a phoenix fate in the Zhou family? The crown prince's expression faltered, and the other princes were equally unsettled. Zhou Chongli, scrutinized by Emperor Jingwu, closed his eyes and slowly raised his hand, drawing the gazes of the onlookers. Ultimately, their attention rested upon King Jinghang. Aside from Prime Minister Fan and Lin Qinghe, everyone was taken aback. King Su widened his eyes in disbelief. The eighth prince, that spineless wretch, were it not for the presence in the court, he would have shouted out loud. The eighth prince. Emperor Jingwu expressed surprise, turning to look at King Jinghang. King Jinghang remained composed, a look of profound sorrow gracing his countenance. Why does Lord Zhou slander me? I implore your Majesty to discern the truth. I harbor no intent to frame loyal subjects. The courtiers nodded in agreement. King Jinghang, gentle as jade, conducted himself with utmost civility, treating everyone with kindness. How could he possibly be the culprit? Noticing King Su's intense gaze upon King Jinghang, they turned their attention to him. In fact, King Su seemed a more likely suspect. What are you staring at me for? King Su laughed in anger, pointing at himself. You can't possibly suspect me, right? As the most cherished son of our father, the crown prince's beloved brother, I merely indulge in a life of ease, enjoying wealth and nobility. Everyone knows I'm just a wastrel. He spread his hands wide. Emperor Jingwu regarded him with scrutiny unquestionably, yet his demeanor indeed alleviated Emperor Jingwu's suspicions. Is there any evidence? Emperor Jingwu inquired. Zhou Chongli trembled. King Jinghang conducted his affairs with extreme caution. Their exchanges were solely verbal, devoid of any written correspondence, leaving no evidence. He covered his face and wept, prostrating himself on the ground. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. He fervently hoped that King Jinghang, out of compassion for his impending death, would spare his family. Emperor Jingwu returned to his seat. Zhou Chongli has wronged loyal subjects. He deserves execution. He shall be interrogated and executed in 3 days. Your Majesty is wise. Zhou Chongli wept profusely. The Zhou family sought to overturn the verdict. Zhou Ying was posthumously named General of the Cavalry, and the decree echoed throughout the realm, with the populace condemning Zhou Chongli vehemently. The women of the Zhou family were exiled. Lynching her gazed towards the horizon, where a phoenix appeared in the sky, her pupils constricted. Did the Zhou family have a woman with a phoenix fate? A colossal bolt of lightning, akin to a massive axe, illuminated the sky so fiercely that one could scarcely open their eyes, as if a deity were wrathfully cleaving heaven and earth asunder. The frightened populace shattered their doors, yet a group of shackled prisoners trudged through the pockmarked muddy road in the pouring rain. Damn it, encountering this cursed weather makes travel arduous. Let us find shelter from the rain, the bailiff grumbled, narrowing his eyes at the darkened sky and spitting onto the ground. Upon hearing his words, the prisoners, their feet burdened by heavy shackles, displayed fleeting glimmers of hope in their otherwise despondent eyes. Ninga! A heart-wrenching cry caused everyone to turn around. The constable glanced over, momentarily pausing, before promptly seeking counsel from Master Chen, who was responsible for overseeing this batch of prisoners. Upon hearing the news, Master Chen's eyes flickered. There is a pavilion 5 li ahead, we can take refuge from the rain there. The heat was stifling, overwhelming her. Zhou Xuening struggled to keep her eyelids from drooping, feeling intensely uncomfortable. Gradually, she opened her eyes, staring blankly at the leaky roof. Where was this place? Ninga. Zhou Xuening sluggishly turned her gaze towards Lucia, who looked at her with concern while holding a bowl of freshly boiled ginger water. Mother. Her once sweet voice now rasped. Lucia's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she scooped a spoonful of ginger water, blowing gently before bringing it to her lips. Be careful, it's hot. Zhou Xuening stared at Lucia, her gaze filled with longing, as she mechanically opened her mouth to drink the ginger water. Once a vibrant and innocent daughter, she now appeared so haggard, filling Lucia's heart with a deep sense of sorrow and guilt. Ninga, it is the family that has burdened you. Zhou Xuening shook her head, laughing through her tears. She never anticipated that she would die and then return to life. After her death, her spirit lingered in the air while her family was implicated by her uncle Zhou Chengli, leading to their execution, and the women being exiled. She harbored a profound hatred for Zhou Chengli, yet she had also glimpsed the truth. The true mastermind was none other than King Jingheng, renowned as the most handsome man in the capital, the young master of the Emoshang. The law dictated that exiled women bore shackles, yet her mother, once resplendent and graceful, with her hair meticulously arranged, now bore shackles and disheveled locks resembling a bird's nest. Zhou Xuening's lips trembled, her heart aching fiercely. King Jingheng, at that moment, the piercing scream erupted outside the pavilion. Get away, I want to see my sister, you filthy, lecherous toad, shut your small, insidious triangular eyes, you are hideous. The shrill cries shattered the noise of the torrential rain, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Master Chen rubbed his temples in exasperation. When the bailiff approached for guidance, he waved his hand dismissively, letting her be. Lucia hurriedly rose and rushed outside, her face etched with anxiety. Outside, Zhou Wanqiu was being obstructed by the constables, fiercely clutching a wooden fork and aiming it directly at the bailiff's eyes in a moment of desperation. Wanqiu. Lucia rushed forward, panic gripping her throat as she called out to halt the scene. Zhou Wanqiu shouted "Aunt," but did not cease her motion, swiftly and accurately jabbing the fork towards the bailiff's eyes. Thunder roared, the scream coincided with the sound of lightning. The flash illuminated Zhou Wanqiu's face, the wind tousling her hair at her temples, and as the onlookers caught sight of her, they happened to witness Zhou Wanqiu grinning widely, a chilling sight. Silence fell over the crowd, with not a breath dared to be drawn, fearful of inciting this madwoman. Indeed, she was a madwoman. On the route where the bailiffs escorted the prisoners, boredom mingled with despair. Most of those exiled were from disfavored noble families, the elderly, sick, and women. Their gazes inevitably fell upon the beautiful, tender-skinned women among them, often leading to their degradation. The women of the Zhou family were spared this fate because Zhou Wanqiu was far too deranged. Even while shackled, her fighting spirit remained undiminished, possessing immense strength and a fiery temperament. Who would dare to touch her, or even cast a glance at the women of the Zhou family? She would fly into a rage, baring her teeth and lunging forward. Moreover, she was the fiancée of Master Chen, responsible for guarding this group. Although the Zhou family's misfortunes had led to the engagement being called off, she remained his former fiancée, and the bailiffs harbored some trepidation. The bailiffs, having been blinded by Zhou Wanqiu, mocked Zhou Xuening as a phoenix fallen into the mud, now reduced to a common chicken unable to take flight. Well, who could have provoked Zhou Wanqiu, who played by no rules? The bailiff writhed on the ground, blood staining the earth, quickly mingling with the rainwater. Chen Jingming could no longer remain idle. Having steeled himself mentally, he emerged from behind the screen that separated him from the pavilion. As soon as he appeared, "You cowardly wretch, you've hidden from me for 8 days, and now you dare to show your face. I'll slaughter you, you spineless traitor." Zhou Wanqiu charged towards him like a bull invigorated by a fresh supply of blood. The wooden fork aimed once more at his eyes, still dripping with blood. Wanqiu. A faint voice echoed. The fork, perilously close to piercing Chen Jingming's pupils, abruptly halted. Sister. Zhou Wanqiu quickly retracted the fork, striding past Chen Jingming with a cold huff. Consider yourself fortunate, my sister is the kindest of souls and shall not shed blood today. Chen Jingming, who had been petrified with fear, felt his throat constrict. Zhou Wanqiu turned to support Zhou Xuening with genuine concern, asking, Sister, are you feeling any better? At that moment, the sound of hooves thundering in the distance drowned out the rain, drawing everyone's gaze towards the north. Chapter 77. Will you still aid Prince Jinghang? Within the palace, in the imperial study, Prince Jinghang emulated his ancestors by bearing the burden of guilt, his bronze-hued back marred by crimson lines seeping with blood, a sight both harrowing and disquieting. Emperor Jingwu sat impassively, his keen gaze meticulously scrutinizing his son inch by inch. Previously, he had not discerned the wolfish ambition hidden within this offspring, although Shou Chongli ultimately refrained from implicating him. His singular confession and the finger he raised in accusation before his demise had sown seeds of doubt deep within Emperor Jingwu's heart. All actions leave traces. The emperor gradually dismantled the power that his son had built, and yet Prince Jinghang bore the humiliation with stoic resolve, showing no trace of emotion as he came to atone. Old Eighth, this position belongs to the crown prince. Neither you nor any other prince is entitled to inherit the throne. The eldest is to be respected, and the legitimate heir holds precedence. You should consider yourself fortunate that I do not execute you. Instead, return home and reflect in seclusion for 3 months. Emperor Jingwu fixed his gaze upon Prince Jinghang, attempting to discern a flicker of anger or resentment upon his countenance. None was to be found. His face was a mask of contrition and guilt. Upon hearing his father's words, he even bowed his forehead to the ground, saying, Yes, I shall heed the imperial will. Emperor Jingwu waved his hand dismissively, You may leave. The moment Prince Jinghang exited, the emperor lifted his head, a palpable aura of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Prince Jinghang returned to his residence in a state of calm. Qi Ming tended to his wounds, a mixture of frustration and pity evident in his demeanor. The emperor is truly biased. Both of you are. Before he could finish, Prince Jinghang struck him with a resounding slap. Impudence, he bellowed. Qi Ming was taken aback, and upon meeting his gaze, quickly understood, glancing back to see a fleeting shadow. I acknowledge my mistake, Qi Ming said, raising his hand to slap his own face, continuing until the figures outside had completely departed. My lord, Qi Ming looked towards Prince Jinghang. You may go, he replied. He sat quietly, merging with the darkness around him. Although his exterior appeared tranquil, within him, a tide of resentment had long since erupted. Sharing royal blood, why must he be subjugated to mediocrity? A sardonic smile crept upon Prince Jinghang's lips as he harbored animosity towards Emperor Jingwu. Since you have chosen not to kill me, do not blame me for vying with your favored son. In the midst of a torrential downpour, the exiled prisoners stood in trepidation, their eyes fixed upon an approaching silhouette, the sound of hooves echoing like a death knell, clattering rhythmically. Clad in azure robes, her beauty was enchanting. Chen Jingming, realizing the situation, hurried forward, exclaiming, The divine doctor. The divine doctor, it is truly the divine doctor. Most of the exiled prisoners were relatives entangled in court intrigues, with women and children in abundance, weary from the arduous journey, barely able to endure. The thought of seeking a physician seemed utterly fanciful. The divine doctor was revered not only among the nobility but also cherished by the common folk. Tales of her miraculous deeds spread far and wide, depicting her as a celestial beauty with a kind heart, who, upon encountering the impoverished, would not only offer her services free of charge but also dispense medicine without compensation. Would she be willing to treat them? Zhou Xuening silently observed Lin Qinghe, having witnessed her fate in her spectral form. Lin Qinghe, in turn, regarded Zhou Xuening, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes, perceiving the faint detachment of her spirit. The divine doctor, Chen Jingming called out again, What brings you here? Lin Qinghe replied, Just passing through. Chen Jingming exhaled in relief. The women and children had been eagerly watching Lin Qinghe, and upon hearing her words, they lowered their heads in reverence. Suddenly, Lucia felt a sharp tickle in her throat, unable to restrain herself as she bent over in a violent cough, tears streaming from her eyes, her blood vision catching sight of a delicate hand holding a medicinal pill. Mother. Aunt. Zhou Xuening and Zhou Wanqiu hurried to her side, expressing their profound gratitude to Lin Qinghe for the remedy. Thank you, divine doctor, Zhou Xuening said, bowing deeply. Regardless of Lin Qinghe's intentions for being there, her gratitude was sincere. Lin Qinghe entered the pavilion. Everyone, come inside. The crowd followed her obediently. My lord, the bailiff hesitated, glancing at the scene. Chen Jingming sighed, let them be. Each one was a revered ancestor, he dared not oppose them. The pavilion ignited with warmth as medicine simmered in the pot, releasing a soothing aroma that inexplicably instilled a sense of peace. Everyone, bring bowls and partake. Children should only drink half a bowl, do not overindulge, Lin Qinghe instructed. Thank you, divine doctor, the crowd expressed their joy, forming an orderly line, respectful and cautious, fearful of incurring Lin Qinghe's displeasure. The bailiff also received a portion of the medicinal broth. It was warm and not bitter, bringing a sense of clarity and comfort upon consumption. The people's regard for Lin Qinghe deepened with each passing moment. Divine doctor, may I have a word with you? Under the watchful eyes of all, Zhou Xuening approached Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe nodded, rising to follow her outside. My lord, this is not in accordance with the rules. The bailiff could not suppress his protest. With a sharp sound, a wooden fork scraped against the ground, silencing the bailiff, who dared not meet Zhou Wanqiu's gaze, fearing her wrath. Chen Jingming glanced helplessly at Zhou Wanqiu, sighing, Wanqiu. Silence. Zhou Wanqiu retorted, her gaze fixed on Chen Jingming, the resentment and pain swelling in her eyes nearly engulfing her. She would forever remember the Chen family's humiliation. The two locked eyes. Chen Jingming's lashes fluttered, and he averted his gaze, unwilling to speak. The others silently focused on their bowls, drinking the medicine in quietude. Lu Sha gently patted Zhou Wanqiu, attempting to soothe her emotions. Outside, the rain gradually diminished. The rhythmic drops splashed upon the earth, creating ripples that dampened the hems of those standing beneath the eaves. Divine doctor, my uncle deserved his fate, and the entire Zhou family has met such a dismal end. Yet the mastermind remains unscathed. My heart harbors discontent, Zhou Xuening declared. Why should he, as a prince, be exempt? The law applies equally to sovereigns and commoners. It is nothing but a farce. Lin Qinghe sensed her indignation and inquired, why share this with me? The divine doctor is of the Kuan Dao. You should trust my words. In truth, I have died once and witnessed your outcome. Would you care to hear it? Zhou Xuening fixed her gaze upon her. Their eyes met, and Lin Qinghe turned her gaze to the falling rain. Zhou Xuening continued, you devoted yourself wholeheartedly to assisting Prince Jingheng in ascending the throne, yet once he attained power, he cast you aside and married Song Baiwei as his consort. And what have you gained from it? She scrutinized Lin Qinghe's expression, observing her unwavering calm, not even a frown marring her brow. Uncertainty nod at Zhou Xuening, prompting her to add, what I say is the truth. I am aware, Lin Qinghe replied. Zhou Xuening was taken aback. You. I am a Taoist, capable of divination. Compared to my fate, you ought to be more concerned about your own, Lin Qinghe remarked, fixing her gaze upon Zhou Xuening. Your spirit has long since departed. In other words, you should be considered a dead person now. Zhou Xuening's face turned ashen, her lips pressed tightly together, astonished that Lin Qinghe truly possessed such abilities, unraveling her origins so swiftly. Realizing this, she couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Had Lin Qinghe been inept, how could Prince Jingheng emerge as the ultimate victor? Then will you still aid him? Zhou Xuening asked, her tone tinged with both reluctance and trepidation. Chapter 78 The Shadow of the King of Su. Those who commit unjust acts shall ultimately meet their demise. Not only does she desire the life of King Jingheng, but it appears that even heaven itself has turned against him in this lifetime. Lin Qinghe hurriedly returned to the city. Under the cover of night. She entrusted a letter to Zhou Xuening, instructing her to open it only upon reaching the place of exile. Sister, what did you discuss with the esteemed physician? Zhou Wanqiu inquired. Gazing at Zhou Xuening's pallid face, devoid of any color, a flicker of hostility flashed in Zhou Wanqiu's eyes. Zhou Xuening, the youngest child of the Zhou family, was born with exquisite beauty, a delicate visage adorned with grace, beloved by all her family members. As she matured, her beauty only intensified. Her gentle demeanor and understanding nature made her the epitome of a noble lady. In Zhou Wanqiu's heart, Zhou Xuening deserved the finest the world had to offer. Little did she anticipate that one day, she would find herself in such dire straits. Whether her hatred lay with Zhou Chongli or with Emperor Jing, she was torn between the two. One was deceased, while the other remained an unavenged specter. The iron chains clanked ominously as Zhou Wanqiu grasped them tightly. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Zhou Xuening too reflected upon the horrors she had witnessed. After death, the women of the Zhou family had been subjected to humiliation and slaughter during their exile. Witnessing it all yet feeling utterly powerless, Zhou Wanqiu descended into darkness. Endowed with innate martial prowess, she sought vengeance by aligning herself with the kingdom of Xia. The blade that could have served the kingdom of Jing was now turned against her own kin. As a citizen of Jing and a scion of a noble lineage, she was never fully trusted by the kingdom of Xia. Furthermore, being a Jing citizen made her the target of scorn and vitriol from its populace, who labeled her a traitor. When the two kingdoms reached an accord, Emperor Jing demanded the surrender of Zhou Wanqiu from Xia without hesitation. Zhou Xuaning's heart ached at the thought of all that had transpired to her sister. How could they treat Wanqiu in such a manner, those beasts? They whipped her, sliced her flesh with knives, and then doused her wounds with salt water. They forced her to sit upon a chair bristling with nails, dousing her from head to toe with pepper-infused water. They tortured her to death. How could her sister, with her delicate egg-shaped face and enchanting apricot eyes, be rendered unrecognizable in death? Sister. Zhou Xuaning's unfocused gaze gradually returned to reality as she embraced Zhou Wanqiu, her voice choked with emotion. Sister. Zhou Wanqiu's concern was palpable. Was the esteemed physician sent by His Majesty? Zhou Xuaning shook her head, the glimmer of resolve shining in her eyes. She had reached a mutual understanding with Lin Qinghe. Knowing the fate that awaited them in their previous life, she was determined to live splendidly in this one, even if it meant facing death. And her sister, Zhou Xuaning, looked at Zhou Wanqiu with profound admiration. They would both strive to live well. The Maoshan residence buzzed with activity. Xiaoyao stood defiantly, hands on her hips, glaring at the suddenly arriving king of Su without an ounce of trepidation. Noble lords, please take your leave. My lady is currently occupied. You possess quite the spirit, young lady, much like your mistress. Would you care to serve in the royal palace as my personal maid? The king of Su's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Xiaoyao, harboring genuine intentions. The maids in his palace were either timid and compliant or bold enough to attempt seduction, each one more overly dramatic than the last, yet none dared to dismiss him as Xiaoyao did. After his proposition, Xiaoyao stared at him as if he were a fool. I advise you to refrain from such foolish talk, or else my lady will ensure you lose your tongue. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Your mistress is merely a 13-year-old girl, while I am the younger brother of the crown prince, the son of the emperor. What can she do to me? The king of Su grinned, leaning in closer. Sister Xiaoyao, why not come with me? Having failed in his attempt to charm her, darkness clouded the king of Su's vision as Xiaoyao struck him with a powerful blow. Where did you find the audacity to strike me? I provided it. Do you have any objections? Suddenly, the tightly shut door swung open, and a fierce gust of wind surged toward the king of Su, weakening his knees and nearly causing him to kneel. He looked up to see a figure clad in an elegant silhouette, her breathtaking beauty as cold as ice. The king of Su cowered. Esteemed physician, I was merely jesting, he chuckled nervously, raising his hands above his head. Please spare me. I speak without thinking. Lin Qinghe fixed her gaze upon the king of Su. After meeting Zhou Xuaning, she recognized the latter's fateful destiny. However, it was evident that the man she was destined to marry could not possibly be King Jinghong. In this lifetime, would the one ascending the throne be the crown prince or the king of Su, who shared the same mother as the crown prince? Observing the king of Su's erratic demeanor, she doubted his sincerity, though who could say if he was merely masking his true self? Lin Qinghe began to calculate, examining the signs of imperial power, only to discover, with some alarm, that the signs resided in the northern frontier. The northern frontier, could it be that the northern frontier's ruler was plotting rebellion? Ironically, the place of exile for the Zhou women was precisely in the northern frontier. This coincidence did not escape her notice. The king of Su watched as Lin Qinghe suddenly sat down, fingers moving in calculation, his heart racing with trepidation. She wouldn't be casting a curse upon him, would she? I was wrong, the king of Su pleaded, gazing earnestly at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe shot him a glance. The confidence of my maid, Xiaoyao, stems from me. Should you dare to offend again, test the strength of my fists. The king of Su winced, still reeling from Xiaoyao's strike. He took a seat before Lin Qinghe, grinning. Old 8 has been placed under house arrest. It was about time. I always suspected he harbored grand ambitions behind that facade. How audacious of him to entertain such thoughts with a mother who was merely a palace maid. Though the king of Su was frivolous, he possessed a quick wit and had already discerned Lin Qinghe's disdain for King Jinghong. Coincidentally, he felt the same. He had sought out Lin Qinghe to inform her of King Jinghong's confinement. Lin Qinghe acknowledged him with a nonchalant bow, signaling that he could take his leave. The king of Su fidgeted with the hem of his garment. Lin Qinghe raised her eyes to meet his, pausing before saying, "You are afflicted with the shadow of a lingering romance." The king of Su was taken aback. I have always been quite popular with women. What does shadow of a lingering romance mean? He replied, beaming with self-satisfaction, reveling in his charm. Would you like to know? Lin Qinghe arched an eyebrow. The king of Su nodded, and Lin Qinghe extended her hand. Was she asking for money? The king of Su hesitated, contemplating that lynching her seemed ethereal, surely not someone driven by material desires. After some thought, he dashed outside to pluck a pure white flower, presenting it to her. Lynching her's lips curled in distaste as she regarded him. Have you lost your mind? The king of Su, bewildered and confused, felt a twinge of grievance at her reprimand and turned to Xiaoyao for help. Xiaoyao stifled her laughter, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together. The king of Su felt as if struck by lightning. How could such a celestial lady be so avaricious? He retrieved 200 taels and placed them in Lynching her's hands. Lynching her promptly elucidated. To put it simply, you have caught the attention of a deceased woman who wishes to marry you. Reflect upon whether you have wronged any woman. Judging by the darkness looming above your brow, you are bound to fall ill within 3 days. The king of Su was taken aback, his mind racing as he realized the true meaning of the shadow of a lingering romance. He felt a shiver run down his spine, both terrified and disheartened. Esteemed physician, save me, the king of Su cried out, gazing imploringly at Lynching her. Lynching her extended her hand once more. Oh, a deal is a deal, the money must come fast. Chapter 79. Beneath the orchid lies a corpse. The residence of the Prince of Su exuded a flamboyant and extravagant style, reminiscent of the prince himself. The garden was adorned with exquisite orchids, and the walls were bedecked with countless renowned paintings, while the vases on the tables were worth a fortune. As Lynching her took in the surroundings, a sudden realization struck her. She found herself lacking in funds. At that moment, the Prince of Su turned to meet her gaze, and in a mere exchange of looks, he discerned the unspoken sentiment in her eyes. Amused, he quipped, "Is the esteemed healer truly impoverished?" Lynching her nodded, a hint of melancholy gracing her expression. After all, maintaining a Taoist temple is no small feat. Here, the prince offered her a banknote of 10,000 taels. Is this sufficient? Previously, they had agreed upon a sum of 10,000. Now, he had doubled it. Lynching her smile was genuine as she responded, "You are indeed a benevolent benefactor." She swiftly tucked the banknote away. The prince's lips twitched. He found Lynching her intriguing, a celestial beauty, yet a slave to wealth. As they proceeded, every maid they encountered was a vision of beauty, with graceful figures. Lynching her glanced at the prince, who appeared lost in thought, and remarked, "No wonder you suffer from kidney deficiency." "Impossible," he vehemently denied, his agitation evident. "I can entertain 8 women at night." Lynching her scoffed, mercilessly retorting, "A mere boy." You, the prince's eyes widened, his expression frozen, his ears flashing with embarrassment. "How can a woman speak of such matters? Mutual understanding." "I learned it from you," she replied, halting at his doorstep, raising an eyebrow. "Have you committed murder?" The prince, startled by her bold inquiry, looked up in shock. "While I may dabble in questionable activities, I have not taken a life." Lynching her pointed at an extraordinarily vibrant orchid in the courtyard. "Dig. Are you suggesting there is a body buried beneath?" he asked, and upon seeing her nod, he quickly added, "Wait. I must summon Lord Chen first." Quite astute, Lynching her regarded him, noticing a strikingly beautiful female ghost trailing behind him, currently perched on his shoulder, sticking out her tongue. Aware that Lynching her could see her, the ghost bared her teeth in a warning, urging her to mind her own business. "Why do I suddenly feel a chill?" the prince wondered, touching his ear, perplexed. Lord Chen Shishuan soon arrived and, upon hearing Lynching her's claim of a corpse beneath the orchid, approached humbly. "Esteemed healer, may I inquire how you discerned this?" He observed but found nothing amiss. "The stench of decay," Lynching her replied. Chen Shishuan squatted, dipped his fingers in the soil, and brought them to his nose, detecting nothing, his brow furrowing. Recognizing Lynching her's abilities as a practitioner of the Kuan Dao, capable of perceiving what was invisible to him, he promptly instructed his subordinates to commence digging. The prince reclined on an opulent chaise, his eyelids drooping in fatigue. Lynching her watched as the ghost leaned in, attempting to kiss him. The prince felt a sudden draft across his face but dismissed it. Wait, why did it feel so heavy, as though something were pressing down on him? He struggled to breathe, his mouth slightly agape. The ghost seized the opportunity to extend her tongue toward him. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lynching her grasped the ghost by the neck, lifting her away from the prince. "Dear master, please be understanding," the ghost pleaded, her delicate, heart-shaped face adorned with captivating, watery eyes. "There is indeed a corpse," the coroner exclaimed, advancing for a closer inspection. "It is a female corpse, likely around 18 years of age." The prince's drowsiness vanished in an instant as he sprang up from the chaise. "How can there be a female corpse?" Facing Chen Shishuan's scrutinizing gaze, he grew frantic. "If I were the murderer, would I truly invite you here, Lord Chen?" "A valid point." Chen Shishuan averted his gaze to Lin Qinghe. Esteemed healer, do you have any insights? Let the owner of the corpse speak for herself. Lin Qinghe declared the ghost was deceased. How could she speak? The onlookers were puzzled. Lin Qinghe raised her finger, drawing an arc in the air, revealing the woman standing beside her. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the corpse lying on the ground. My heavens! The crowd gasped in shock. The ghost was exhilarated. You can all see me, how splendid, you shall be my witnesses. Before the prince could react, she entwined her arm around his. Darling, she cooed sweetly. The prince hesitated, slowly turning to face her delicate yet pallid visage. Under normal circumstances, he would have flattered, but she was a ghost. The prince jumped back a foot, darting to Lin Qinghe's side, gripping her sleeve tightly. I'm scared. Lin Qinghe regarded him with an expression of incredulity. That is your in peach blossom. The ghost, feeling aggrieved, remained at a distance, tears streaming down her face. Though she was a ghost, she was a remarkably beautiful one, and her sorrowful weeping evoked a sense of pity. Sensing the indignant glare from the prince, she defiantly remarked, if you like her so much, take her home. The crowd averted their eyes. What is your name, how did you die, and what is your connection to him? Lin Qinghe inquired of the ghost. The ghost sobbed, I am Yang Yueying from Qingzhou village. One night, a villain infiltrated my home, and before I could react, he slit my throat. The prince interjected, I have never even been to Qingzhou village. I do not know you. The ghost wept even more earnestly. You are lying. 3 years ago, you visited Qingzhou village and promised to marry me. After my death, I came to the capital to find you, and you deny me. You heartless scoundrel. Lin Qinghe cast a skeptical glance at the prince. He, too, felt like crying. He truly did not recognize her. Look, I still have the token you gave me. The ghost produced a token inscribed with the prince's name. The prince froze, glancing down at his own missing token. Who knows if you stole it, he retorted. The ghost turned to Lin Qinghe. Master, you must advocate for me. Esteemed healer, you must also advocate for me. I truly do not know her. The prince implored Lin Qinghe. Observing the ghost, Lin Qinghe sensed sincerity rather than deceit. The prince was on the verge of swearing he had no connection to her. Tell me your birth details, Lin Qinghe instructed the ghost. Upon learning her birth details, Lin Qinghe's expression grew grave. A purely in birth chart, she closed her eyes, delving into the ghost's life before death. In the dead of night, Basarine maiden lay asleep, when suddenly, a shadow stealthily entered through the window, approaching the bed and swiftly slitting her throat. The figure appeared familiar. Lin Qinghe tried to focus for a clearer view, witnessing the shadow hoist the body before leaping onto a horse and departing without alarming anyone. Unsettled, the shadow glanced back, and at that moment, Lin Qinghe beheld his face. Chiming, she abruptly opened her eyes. What did you see? The prince, eager to prove his innocence, rushed to her side. Lin Qinghe did not respond but instead approached the lifeless body on the ground, retrieving a piece of paper from her pocket. It bore the prince's birth details inscribed upon it. Chapter 80, A birthday celebration. Who are the people you usually offend? Lin Qinghe inquired, casting a glance towards Wang Su. Wang Su leaned in to take a look, his complexion paling in an instant. That malicious individual had actually combined his birth details with those of a female ghost. It was no wonder she had latched onto him. Offended individuals, Wang Su's expression turned somewhat awkward. Oh, there are quite a few. He paced back and forth like a headless fly, pondering who could be behind this mischief. Chen Shishuan approached Lin Qinghe's side. Divine healer, what now? He was at a loss on how to handle matters pertaining to spirits. First, we must transport the body to the Maoshan residence. I would appreciate it if you, Chief Chen, could assist me in uncovering the truth, Lin Qinghe stated. Chen Shishuan nodded, instructing his subordinates to convey the body to the Maoshan residence. The female ghost appeared restless. She cast a sorrowful glance at Wang Su and lamented, Master, is he truly not my husband? Lin Qinghe's gaze fixated on her, sharp as if to pierce through her very essence. What leads you to believe he is your husband? A girl from the humble Qingzhou village and a wealthy dandy seemed worlds apart. The ghost replied softly, ever since I died, I have remained here, and my heart tells me he is my husband. Seemingly unaware of Lin Qinghe's skepticism, she added, does he not want me? Is he with someone else now? Wang Su, returning to Lin Qinghe's side, was horrified by her words, exclaiming, I don't even know you. The ghost covered her ears, refusing to listen to his protests. Is your relationship with King Jingheng a close one? Lin Qinghe probed, noting his distress. Wang Su froze. Indeed, how could he have forgotten that pretentious king? It must be him, it has to be. Wang Su shouted in fury, I often humiliated him, and he never reacted. Turns out he was waiting for this opportunity. That scoundrel, playing tricks on me, truly beneath contempt. He unleashed a tirade of curses. Lin Qinghe found his outburst quite gratifying and chimed in, he is indeed a despicable character. This remark unexpectedly doused Wang Su's fury, and he leaned closer, excitedly proclaiming, oh, we truly see eye to eye. The thought of King Jinghang's schemes against him ignited his anger further. I must confront him, Wang Su declared, rushing towards the exit. Where is your evidence? Lin Qinghe's simple question halted Wang Su in his tracks, forcing him to turn back with great reluctance. Indeed, without evidence, how could he accuse anyone? Though he was clearly in cahoots with Zhou Chongli, lacking proof rendered him powerless. Wang Su couldn't help but curse under his breath. Lin Qinghe collected the female ghost and turned to Wang Su, if I were you, I would feign illness starting today. Lure him out of hiding. Wang Su's eyes lit up at her suggestion, I shall follow your advice. Miss, our Maoshan residence has become a den of ghosts, Xiaoyao remarked, unable to contain herself upon seeing Lin Qinghe return with yet another spirit. Lin Qinghe gently ruffled her hair, have you been working hard? Xiaoyao blushed, made a face at her, and then went to call Yuan Miao to chant sutras for Yang Yueying. The ghostly energy was too intense and required chanting to suppress, lest it disturb the neighbors. Lin Qinghe released Zhuohua's spirit. Young master, Zhuohua greeted Lin Qinghe with a bow. Lin Qinghe felt a headache coming on. He possessed only a wisp of a soul, making rebirth difficult for him. Sensing her thoughts, Zhuohua voluntarily stated, I wish to follow you, young master. Ah, what a handsome young man. Yang Yueying's spirit floated away from her body, gazing curiously at Lin Qinghe, her eyes flitting back and forth. Is this young man your husband, master? They make quite the pair. Yuan Miao, his beard twitching, tapped Yang Yueying's head, return to your body. Okay. Yang Yueying lay back into her corpse. Zhuohua's face flashed as he cautiously glanced at Lin Qinghe. Very well, Lin Qinghe replied, intending to find him a chance for reincarnation later. At her response, Zhuohua felt a surge of elation. Yuan Miao's beard twitched once more as he divided his attention to Zhuohua, who, no matter how many times one looked, evoked admiration. Zhuohua was indeed quite striking, yet the paths of humans and spirits diverged. The realms of the Dao and ghosts were even more distinct. Lin Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at him. Yuan Miao immediately averted his gaze, closing his eyes to focus on his chanting. A soul is missing. Xiaoyao counted repeatedly but felt something was amiss. She cast a sideways glance at Qiming, whose expression was somewhat uneasy, and suddenly laughed. You didn't intentionally lose it, did you? A wave of pressure bore down on Qiming, making it hard for him to breathe. Miss Xiaoyao, King Jinghang emerged from the room. The oppressive aura dissipated instantly, and Qiming's knees buckled as he fell to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. One person is missing. If we do not gather them all by the 15th, you know the consequences. She raised her eyes to meet King Jinghang's, both understanding the gravity of the situation. Xiaoyao let out a cold snort and vanished from sight. What is going on? King Jinghang approached Qiming, towering over him with a piercing stare. Qiming struggled to speak. On the day we returned to the city, I passed by Wang Su's residence, and he saw me carrying someone. In a moment of panic, I tossed the body into his courtyard. When I returned to retrieve it, the body was already gone. King Jinghang listened quietly. The more silent he became, the faster Qiming's heart raced, an overwhelming sense of anxiety threatening to consume him. Go and retrieve it. If you fail, you shall face punishment at Langshan. Qiming trembled, yes. Wang Su had pretended to be ill for several days without a visit from the king's residence and was growing restless, so he discreetly ventured out to amuse himself. He soon had the news that the daughter of the marquis was celebrating her birthday with grand preparations. Wang Su thought little of it and prepared to leave, but wait, the daughter of the marquis, song by way. He seized a servant of the marquis who was out shopping. Whose birthday is it? The servant, seeing him, trembled in fear. My ladies. My lady, Lin Qinghe, he inquired. The servant shook his head even more vigorously. There is only one lady in the marquis's residence. Wang Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Who? Miss Song. Wang Su cursed under his breath, grabbing the servant by the collar. Is your master blind? That Song, or the ugly and foolish one? You dislike me, why make things difficult for my servant? A delicate voice floated from behind him. Wang Su released his grip and turned, momentarily stunned. Was this Song Baiwei? Satisfied with his reaction, Song Baiwei noted that ever since she had practiced witchcraft and consumed appeal from Xiaoyao, she had grown increasingly beautiful, her figure becoming curvaceous, truly a sight to behold. Wang Su had a saying that spread throughout the capital: he only conversed with stunning beauties, those scorned by many. Noble ladies took this as a standard. Previously, he had never spoken to Song Baiwei, but today, witnessing the astonishment in his eyes pleased her immensely. The next moment, Wang Su remarked, "Have you changed your appearance? You look better than before, though you do resemble a courtesan, not quite matching Honglian." Sighing, he added, "If we are talking about true beauty, it must be the divine healer. You simply do not measure up." His sharp tongue was unmatched. Xiao Yao, passing by, couldn't help but whistle. Well said. Upon noticing Lin Qinghe beside her, Wang Su instinctively tried to evade, but in his fluster, he tripped over the standing Song Baiwei. She let out a shriek as she toppled backward, landing right in front of Lin Qinghe. Chapter 81 The Imposter's Pity. "Oh, Miss Song is remarkably well behaved today, showing such deference to my lady," remarked Xiao Yao, taken aback as she stepped back, astonished that a mere maid would dare to put on airs before her. Song Baiwei bit her lip, her peripheral vision catching sight of a throng of commoners gathering, a cunning plan forming in her mind. She raised her hand towards Lin Qinghe. "Sister, could you please lend me your support?" Song Baiwei looked up, her gaze pitiable as she implored Lin Qinghe. Based on her understanding of Lin Qinghe, it was unlikely that she would offer assistance. Her refusal would serve perfectly to highlight Lin Qinghe's indifference. True to her expectations, Lin Qinghe did not even glance her way, merely sweeping past her. "Sister," Song Baiwei called out, her voice laced with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. The Prince of Su watched in astonishment. The surrounding townsfolk, witnessing her woeful demeanor, began to feel a pang of sympathy, casting disapproving glances at Lin Qinghe. What harm is there in a sister helping her? Indeed, how cold-hearted. Why won't you respond to her? They shouted at Lin Qinghe's retreating figure. Lin Qinghe halted her steps, turning back. The crowd fell silent in awe. What a celestial and exquisite lady. Lin Qinghe frowned, disliking the excessive attention to her beauty. She relied on her talents, not her looks. Miss Song is surrounded by several maidservants. Could it be that her hands are broken and cannot support you? Lin Qinghe regarded her from a position of superiority, speaking coolly, "I simply will not assist you." What of it? Indeed, what of it? It was a matter between sisters. The onlookers lowered their heads. Perhaps you are unaware, but the one who fell is not the sister of the renowned healer, she is the daughter of a thief. The Prince of Su, unafraid of escalating the situation, added fuel to the fire. He extended his hand before Song Baiwei. "If you require assistance, you ought to say so. Come, help me rise," he jested. "Why must the prince trouble me?" Song Baiwei wept, "My parents are not thieves." The Prince of Su laughed heartily, suddenly grasping her chin, forcefully wiping her tears with his thumb, the flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Song Baiwei, crying does not make one a victim. Do you dare claim that your biological parents did not deliberately exchange you with Lin Qinghe? Do you dare assert that you were not coveting the wealth and prestige of the marquis' residence? What a farce, it is utterly revolting." With that, he shoved Song Baiwei to the ground, his demeanor exceedingly contemptuous. "How dare you push someone? Even if you are a prince, this is too much. Our lady is the daughter of the marquis. Zai." Song Baiwei glared at the murmuring maid Zai, her expression darkening abruptly. How foolish, the marquis' residence was on a decline, they could not afford to provoke even a single court official, let alone a prince. She trembled with anger, longing for Zhu Yun. Thinking of Zhu Yun, Song Baiwei paused, the flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. "The daughter of the marquis, that false daughter," a 5-year-old child exclaimed, pointing at Song Baiwei without a shred of restraint. "Imposter." The child's mother hurriedly covered his mouth. The crowd snapped back to reality, their gazes shifting from Song Baiwei to the dignified and composed Lin Qinghe. The disparity was stark. Among the onlookers were many who were parents themselves. "Having usurped another's home, how dare you call her sister here? Shameless. What a pitiful act for whom? You fell and still expect others to assist you. Do you have no legs of your own? The prince speaks true, you are indeed disgusting." Someone hurled rotten eggs and spoiled vegetable leaves at Song Baiwei, the foul stench enveloping her entirely. Song Baiwei's cries abruptly ceased, her entire being freezing in shock. As the crowd saw Lin Qinghe walk away, they hurried to follow her. "My apologies, esteemed healer, for not grasping the situation earlier. Esteemed healer, here are some wild grapes I picked from the mountains, please take them. Esteemed healer, the hen I have nurtured for years, take it back to make soup." They surrounded Lin Qinghe, their eyes brimming with respect. Meanwhile, Song Baiwei remained on the ground, dazed and disheveled. "Miss," Zai timidly called, extending her hand to help her up. Once standing, Song Baiwei fixed Zai with a cold, piercing glare. Miss Zai trembled slightly. Song Baiwei took a step forward, causing Zai to recoil in fear. She leaned in close to Zai's ear. Should there be a next time, I shall have you beaten to death, she whispered. Raising her gaze to Lin Qinghe, who was surrounded by admiration, jealousy flashed in her eyes. It mattered not, the marquis' residence would host a grand birthday celebration for her. Lin Qinghe shared the same birthday. On that day, the lonely and isolated Song Baiwei would surely revel in her sorrow, would she not? The Prince of Su followed Lin Qinghe back to the Maoshan residence. He was acutely aware that his confrontation with Song Baiwei had garnered several smiles from Xiaoyao. He contemplated whether to bully Song Baiwei again next time. Upon entering the Maoshan residence, he was greeted by Yong Yueying, who rose in delight and rushed towards him. Husband. The Prince of Su turned to flee, but his waist was caught by someone. Stomping his foot in frustration, he exclaimed, Miss Yong, I am truly not your husband. I implore you, spare me, and do not tug at my garments. Yang Yueying looked at Lin Qinghe with confusion. Master, I did not pull him. I advise you, I shall count to 3. Should you not release me, I shall not be courteous. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, the Prince of Su abruptly turned around, his rage dissipating in an instant. The one who had grasped his belt was neither a person nor a ghost. It had merely snagged on the corner of the table. An air of peculiar awkwardness hung in the atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. The Prince of Su chuckled dryly, noting that no one joined in his laughter. He quietly unfastened his belt. Qiming infiltrated the prince's residence, searching diligently yet failing to locate Yong Yueying's corpse. He stood in a corner, bewildered, replaying the events of that day in his mind. He was certain this was the spot. How could she have vanished? What should we do? Her body has been discovered. Could it lead back to us? Just as Qiming was lost in thought, 2 figures emerged from around the corridor's corner. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, peering down. It is not us who killed her, so why panic? The speakers appeared to be maidservants and young servants of the prince's residence. As they spoke, they began to disrobe. Qiming's expression darkened. He was preparing to incapacitate them and take them back when a piercing scream shattered the air. The prince's residence was instantly illuminated. The 2 caught in the act hurriedly donned their garments. Just as the prince returned to his residence, he was informed of the servants' indiscretions. He merely acknowledged it, instructing the steward to handle the matter. Your Highness, they were caught in the act right in front of your quarters. As the words left the speaker's lips, the Prince of Su, like a gust of wind, dashed outside. The maidservants and young servants knelt on the ground. What a choice they made, to indulge in their tryst in a place where a corpse lies buried. How thrilling, the prince inquired. The young servant trembled in fear, suddenly pointing at the maidservant beside him. Your Highness, it was this wretched woman who seduced me. I acknowledge my guilt. The maidservant shuddered, looking at him in disbelief. The Prince of Su scoffed. She seduced you, then I shall have that part of you severed. It would be of no use to anyone else, would it not be better? Your Highness, spare me. The young servant quaked like a leaf, drenched in sweat. The prince rose. Speak, what is the connection between the corpse buried beneath the orchids and you? He bellowed. Chapter 82 Qiming's nocturnal visit to the Maoshan house. The maid, well aware of the unreliability of men, was the first to speak. Your Highness, on that day he summoned me here, before we could attend to our business, the female corpse was unexpectedly thrown in from outside, startling both of us. Fearing our affair would be discovered, we buried the corpse beneath the orchids. At this juncture, the young servant dared not conceal the truth, nodding frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Prince Su furrowed his brow, rubbing his temples in frustration. 2 fools, he scolded. Your Highness, spare us. The 2 knelt, bowing their heads in supplication. Who could have cast the female corpse into his residence? Was it an intentional attempt to frame him? Prince Su found himself perplexed, and could not help but inquire of the 2, why did you choose to engage in your affair before my abode? The young servant fell silent, unable to utter a word. The maid, however, was quite cooperative. She glanced at Prince Su and slowly spoke. He said that the more perilous the place, the safer it is. Summon someone, uproot every flower and plant in the courtyard, turn the soil anew, and replant everything. Prince Su erupted in fury. Qiming, perched silently on the eaves, quietly departed and returned to the residence of Prince Hang. Upon entering the study, he knelt before his master. My lord, upon discovering the body of Yong Yueying, Prince Su summoned the Minister of Justice. The corpse has likely been transported to the ministry. The face of King Jinghang appeared dim and ambiguous in the candlelight, leaning forward as he asked, Are you certain? This subordinate, Qiming hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Whom has Prince Su been close with these past few days? Qin Jinghang queried. Without a moment's thought, Qiming replied, the wandering physician. Qin Jinghang rose, somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He slowly let out a laugh, abruptly sweeping the items from his desk to the floor with a crash of sharp noises. Qiming remained motionless on his knees. Lin Qinghe, why is it that you would favor a dandy such as Prince Su, yet turn your back on me? Why? As this thought consumed him, Qin Jinghang seemed to descend into a frenzy, violently smashing the objects in the study, his pupils as red as blood. Qiming, trembling with fear, suddenly grasped a crucial point. Qin Jinghang deeply cared for Lin Qinghe. My lord, perhaps I should bring the wandering physician to the residence, he suggested. Qin Jinghang's movements stilled, and he turned his gaze. He would bring Lin Qinghe to his side, to keep her close. She was destined to be his. Qin Jinghang leaned against the desk, chuckling softly. Qiming hastily exited the Prince Hang's residence. No one works as diligently as he does, Qin Jinghang remarked, looking up at the suddenly appeared Zhao Yao in the study, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Miss Zhao Yao, he greeted. Zhao Yao chuckled, surveying the chaotic scene around her. Your gentlemanly demeanor is truly etched into your very bones, she mocked. As if he had not heard, Qin Jinghang remained seated in silence. You once said that to gain Lin Qinghe is to gain the world, he stated, directing his gaze towards Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao leaned her hands on the desk, looking down at him with a smirk. Lin Qinghe is no meek flower. If she is unwilling, what can you do? A forcibly harvested fruit is seldom sweet. You shall know its sweetness once you taste it, Qin Jinghang replied, his expression unchanging. Qiming had arrived at the motion house. As he stood beneath the eaves, a chill wind swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. Oh, someone has come, on the eaves. Yuan Chan pointed at Qiming. Yuan Zhen looked over and declared, he is a villain. Yuan Chan gasped, watching Yuan Zhen float up to the eaves. Following closely behind, the two little spirits flanked Qiming on either side, trapping him in between. It's so cold, Qiming shivered, peering down below, contemplating how to approach without disturbing those inside. Yuan Zhen gave him a push from behind. Qiming's heart nearly stopped. What was happening? He had not slept. Brother, how do you know he is a villain? If he isn't, Sister Qinghe would be upset, Yuan Chan said, her voice trembling. Yuan Zhen took her hand and floated downward. Do not worry, he must be. Look at how sneaky he is either a thief or a rogue. To avoid alarming those inside, Qiming chose silence. As he neared the ground, he braced himself with his hands, flipping gracefully back to his feet. Yuan Chan's mouth gaped in awe. Brother, he is so impressive. Yuan Zhen darted forward. Just as Qiming steadied himself, he felt a sudden pain at his back. Turning around, he saw nothing. How strange! Qiming's heart raced, gripping the sword tightly. As he spun in place, Yuan Zhen playfully poked him from the left and right. Qiming, growing irritated, whispered, what sorcery is this? Show yourself. Heard a giggle from Yuan Zhen, first by his left ear, then by his right. Qiming felt a chill run down his spine. Yuan Zhen, Yuan Chan, what are you doing? As the door creaked open, Lin Qinghe appeared at the threshold, observing Qiming being tormented. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan instantly descended from Qiming, swiftly patching themselves on the wall, behaving obediently. Qiming froze, uncertain how to explain himself, offering two awkward chuckles. Wandering physician, I merely borrowed something, he said. Lin Qinghe responded with an oh, tilting her head to the sky. The moon was shrouded in darkness, a mere passerby, not even the ghosts believed in it. Seeing her silent, Qiming turned to leave, but an inexplicable force ensnared him. Wandering physician, he called out, frozen in place. Since you are here, come inside, she replied. The door, seemingly of its own accord, swung open. Lin Qinghe entered first. Qiming found his legs could move again. Swallowing nervously, he surveyed his surroundings before ultimately choosing to follow. The motion house exuded an eerie atmosphere, and he walked cautiously, while Lin Qinghe made no effort to hurry him. As soon as he stepped inside, the sound of the door creaking shut echoed eerily in the stillness of the night. Qiming abruptly turned, rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly planted to the ground. Lin Qinghe leisurely sipped her tea, glancing at him. Sit. Qiming complied, hesitant to touch the tea before him. Both remained silent, the room steeped in an oppressive stillness, a palpable chill hanging in the air. Is there something you wish to discuss, wandering physician? If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, Qiming stated, his impatience surfacing. Lin Qinghe chuckled softly. Did you not come seeking me? Why the haste? She poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. What does your master desire with a woman of pure in? As she spoke, she raised her gaze. Their eyes met, and Qiming's pupils constricted, his hands beneath the table instinctively clenching. I do not comprehend your words, he replied, while Lin Qinghe let out a soft "do," her finger tapping lightly on the table twice. Yang Yueying, hearing the summons, rose from her coffin, startling Yuan Miao, who was reciting scriptures, as he hastily inquired, "Where are you going?" "The junior guardian called for me," she replied. "You won't understand until you see her," Lin Qinghe stated, and by that time, Yang Yueying had already floated behind Qiming. She looked at Lin Qinghe, puzzled. As Qiming slowly turned to face Yang Yueying, their eyes locked. Qiming gripped the edge of the chair tightly, feigning calmness, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. Had she not perished? Chapter 83. Teaching your ancestors a lesson. Yang Yueying locked eyes with him, her face oddly familiar. She gasped, pointing at him. "You are the man who killed me." Once the realization struck, she bared her teeth at him and floated forward to grasp his throat. "You have no grievance or enmity with me, so why did you kill me?" The sensation of suffocation gradually stole Qiming's breath away until he succumbed entirely, his neck going limp. Nevertheless, Yang Yueying did not release her grip. She could not comprehend how a simple night's sleep could lead to her demise. Why, fueled by rage, she tightened her hold, the hatred coalescing in her hands. When she finally noticed that he had ceased to breathe, she gasped in horror. Yang Yueying remained dazed, staring at her hands. "Have I killed someone? Will I have to pay for this with my life?" Lin Qinghe leaned in, pinching Qiming's face, scrutinizing him before nodding. "Naturally, he killed you, and now you have killed him. Neither is at fault." With a sigh of relief, Yang Yueying exclaimed, "Master, I've heard that those who commit evil deeds will be punished in hell. Does that mean someone like me, having descended into hell, might escape punishment?" she asked, her heart still tinged with anxiety. Lin Qinghe acknowledged with a sound that can be interpreted in such a way. Yang Yueying sighed in relief, then mumbled, "Letting him die this way seems a bit too merciful." "Indeed, it is somewhat so," Lin Qinghe remarked, her eyes narrowing as she beckoned Qiming with her finger. In the next moment, Qiming sat up again, startling her into a scream. "Are you human or ghost?" Qiming himself was unsure of his status as he glanced between Yang Yueying and Lin Qinghe. "Am I dead?" he asked. Yang Yueying also turned to Lin Qinghe. "Not dead," Lin Qinghe shot back. "How could I allow a wicked person to die so easily?" Qiming's expression shifted dramatically. He had underestimated Lin Qinghe. She was even more terrifying than Zhao Yao. It was clear that escape was not an option. "What does the miraculous physician wish to know?" he inquired. "What business does the king of Heng have with a woman of pure yin?" Lin Qinghe fixed her gaze on Qiming, missing not a single change in his expression. Qiming hesitated, shaking his head. "Honestly, I do not know what use a woman of pure yin is." He wanted to say it was Xiao Yao's request, to incite a conflict between the two, but he feared it might disrupt King Jingheng's plans, so he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. In the next instant, Lin Qinghe lifted him. "If you won't speak, let him tell me directly." Qiming's eyes widened, and by the time he realized what was happening, he was already suspended in midair. Lin Qinghe held him as one would a small chick, swiftly soaring past the eaves, heading straight for the palace of King Heng. It was utterly unbelievable. What kind of power did she possess? Qiming, raised from a young age as an elite assassin, had navigated the treacherous depths of snake pits and wolf dens, and in the capital, he had no equal. The gusting wind chilled his heart further. "Miraculous physician, why not set me down? I can follow behind you," Qiming proposed for him. Being held aloft by a 13-year-old girl was a great humiliation. "Silence. If you make another sound, I shall let go," Lin Qinghe replied, her patience wearing thin. Qiming immediately fell silent. Should he fall from this height, he would either die or be left severely injured. King Jinghong was engaged in a game of chess with Zhao Yao, pressing her steadily with his black pieces. "You have lost," he declared, placing a black piece that completely blocked her path. There was no escape. Zhao Yao shrugged indifferently, about to speak when she noticed a flicker in her ears and looked up. The study door burst open with a bang. A chilling wind swept through, tousling their hair and obscuring their vision. Before they could react, King Jinghong felt something land at his feet. "Pain," Qiming gasped, his insides aching, gritting his teeth in agony. It was brutal. Lin Qinghe was merciless. He instinctively felt that at least one of his ribs had fractured. He would be bedridden for a fortnight. King Jinghong peered down to see Qiming lying there, his gaze darkening further. The newcomer was not benevolent. He lifted his eyes towards the door. Zhao Yao furrowed her brows, glancing outside. An endless expanse of darkness, a shadowy figure emerged from the night. King Jinghong's pupils constricted as he stood. "Qinghe," he instinctively rose, wanting to step forward but found himself unable to move. Lin Qingha's gaze swept over the two, finally settling on Zhao Yao. So it is you who seeks a woman of pure in, the witch Zhao Yao, she articulated slowly. Zhao Yao nodded with a smirk. Indeed, you are clever. But what does it matter? We have gathered 48 women of pure in, and there is still one more behind you. Lin Qingha turned to see Yang Yueying following closely behind. Her eyes narrowed as she opened a bamboo tube. Come in. Yang Yueying sensed the tension in the atmosphere, nodded, and her spirit flew toward the bamboo tube. Zhao Yao struck, a wisp of black mist swiftly ensnaring her. The meat at the door cannot be spat out, she sneered. Which clan's ancestral teachings prohibit harming ordinary people? You, a rebellious disciple, do not abide by them, so I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your ancestors. Lin Qingha shouted, swiftly forming seals as golden light enveloped the black mist. Break. As Lin Qingha's voice echoed, the black mist dissipated, and Yang Yueying entered the bamboo tube. Lin Qingha quickly sealed it and pursued Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao dodged left and right, infuriated, releasing poisonous insects. As expected of the young master of Qingshan Temple, you truly possess remarkable skills. The stench from the insects filled the room, causing everyone to instinctively cover their noses. The swarm of colorful insects hurried toward Lin Qingha, appearing quite terrifying. Disgusting, you can only rely on underhanded tricks. I feel ashamed for the witch clan to have descendants like you, Lin Qingha retorted, blocking her sense of smell as she produced a thunder talisman and threw it to the ground. Crackle, the furniture in the room shattered into pieces, and the air filled with the scent of charred insects. Zhao Yao seethed with rage, soaring into the air, her 5 claws drawn as she charged toward Lin Qingha's forehead while unleashing another wave of poisonous insects. All insects are at my command. Attack. Invade her heart and lungs, devour her. Children, consume her. The swarm of insects doubled in number, swarming toward Lin Qingha from all directions. King Jingheng shouted, do not kill her. Fool. Zhao Yao was in a state of extreme agitation, her singular focus being to eliminate Lin Qingha, regardless of the means. Her pupils glowed red, channeling all her power toward Lin Qingha's forehead. Lin Qingha remained motionless, just as the insects and Zhao Yao approached. An immense golden light radiated from her, searingly hot, burning anyone who drew near. What sorcery is this? Zhao Yao frowned, channeling all her strength to pierce Lin Qingha's crown. What is happening? She felt puzzled, unable to advance, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down on her, rendering her immobile. Lin Qingha's lips curled into a smile. Have you finished your tricks? Now it is my turn. As she produced a broken jar, Zhao Yao's brows knitted tightly. Is this it? Lin Qingha lifted the lid and poured the tears she had collected into her palm, flinging them at Zhao Yao. By the heavens, you dare to use tears against me. You are indeed ruthless. Zhao Yao could not evade in time, and the insects hastily retreated, scrambling back into Zhao Yao's basket at lightning speed. I shan't play with you any longer. Until we meet again. She leapt onto the eaves, preparing to flee. Chapter 84. The intent to slay King Jingheng. Tears, easily summoned, are hardly surprising. However, in the realm of metaphysics, genuine tears possess the power to incinerate all that stands before them, wielding immense strength. This is precisely why Lin Qingha had previously collected tears. They serve as formidable weapons against foes. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Zhao Yao decisively departed, acknowledging that she was no match for Lin Qingha. It is a pity that she had painstakingly gathered the 8 pure-in maidens. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Zhao Yao consoled herself, quickly vanishing from sight. The study was in disarray. Lin Qingha approached King Jingheng step by step. Qi Ming, who lay prostrate on the ground, sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from her and, filled with terror, lifted his head, attempting to rise and intervene. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. A sense of helplessness flickered in Qi Ming's eyes as he anxiously implored King Jingheng, my lord, flee, she intends to kill you. King Jingheng remained still, his deep black eyes fixed intently upon Lin Qingha. As a Daoist, you should be able to foresee our fated union, he remarked. Intriguing. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Qingha's lips. What had he said in the last life? Oh yes, you are too domineering and capable, you are unfit to be a wife. Your gentle younger sister, however, would suit the role splendidly, so I shall marry her, but I cannot bear to part with you, so continue to be my virtuous assistant. To hell with that. You truly disgust me, Lin Qingha hissed, tightening her grip around King Jingheng's throat, her hatred surging forth, her Dao heart now in disarray. She genuinely wished to slay him. Boom, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The heavenly way warned Lin Qingha. Release, do not. Release. At Qingshan Temple, Dao Yuan, reciting scripture before the ancestral master, felt an inexplicable unease. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, formed a hand sign, and cast divination. Rising, he offered incense, murmuring, "Ancestral master, that is her obsession, please do not take offense." Boom, lightning struck incessantly, and with worry, he moved outside, gazing towards the capital. Why is there thunder on a clear day? Could it be that someone has committed some heinous act, and heaven is warning us? Awakened citizens emerged to investigate. The thunder rolled without rain, a most peculiar omen indeed. Lynching her paid no heed to the commotion outside. Her sole desire was to kill him. Release, do not act impulsively. You do not exist solely to slay King Jinghang in this lifetime. I do not urge you to relinquish your hatred, but certainly not in this manner. Do you intend to sacrifice your life for such a wretch? Lynching her heard Dao Yuan's voice resonating across the distance, revealing his anxiety and deep concern for her. Qinghe, I have but one disciple. If you wish to kill him, I can come to the capital immediately and do so. As your master, I shall bear the consequences. Obey me, let go. Dao Yuan's urgency was palpable, his voice thickening with emotion. Foolish disciple, King Jinghang indeed possesses the fate of a sovereign, as do two others. Until the next emperor ascends the throne, King Jinghang cannot perish at Lynchinghe's hands, otherwise, she would face divine retribution. For the Dao, for the Dao. Her heart, her voice echoed. Lynchinghe lowered her gaze, her reason gradually returning, and she slowly released her grip. The sensation of impending death evoked a cold smirk from King Jinghang, who fixed his gaze upon Lynchinghe, declaring, "You failed to kill me today. When you fall into my grasp, I shall torment you in myriad ways. Those who talk too much often meet swift ends. Out of respect for my master, I shall spare your life this once. I advise you to behave, for it is best not to dwell on what should not be thought." Lynchinghe placed a foot upon the table, gripping his chin with increasing force, delighting in the pain etched upon his brow, which coaxed a faint smile from her. "You ought to remain mired in the mud, unable to rise. Understand?" With a piercing gaze, Lynchinghe scrutinized him before vanishing from sight. King Jinghang's expression darkened considerably. He lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, which soon burgeoned into a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the entire Jinghang residence. He had uncovered Lynchinghe's secret, quite delightful indeed. "Do not think of that which should not be thought. I shall do precisely the opposite." His mother, the gentle consort, had taught him restraint and urged him to conceal his talents. Why should he? The throne, Lynchinghe's very essence, he would claim. As thoughts of consort rose swirled within him, pain and hatred intertwined in his eyes. Qiming, in a pitiful state upon the ground, gazed at King Jinghang, memories of childhood flooding back. Consort Ro, indeed, the palace maid, favored by the emperor, felt both exhilarated and fearful, lacking the familial support that other consorts enjoyed, yet harboring a glimmer of hope. This hope was placed upon the emperor. Perhaps it could be said that every woman in the palace, upon receiving the emperor's favor, believed herself to be the exceptional one, naively imagining she could ascend through his affections. Few men were trustworthy, and emperors even less so. The emperor, momentarily enamored, would lead her to believe she had found true love. Like every woman in the palace, she too, after a few days of the emperor's favor, was cast aside. In the depths of the inner palace, she wept daily, vying for the emperor's attention. Consort Ro was harsh in her discipline, striving to mold him into an exemplary prince while simultaneously hoping he would gain the emperor's favor, thereby becoming her instrument to reclaim the emperor's affections. What was the outcome? Emperor Jingwu cared only for the crown prince, maintaining a distant attitude towards the other princes. The intelligent King Jinghang, who could recite poetry fluently at 5 years old, received not praise but rather the emperor's cold disdain. "You recited well, but do not do so again." Upon realizing Emperor Jingwu's attitude, Consort Ro altered her strategy, instructing King Jinghang to endure, to conceal his talents, to be cautious. She loathed this version of herself, caught in the dual torment of internal struggle and unfulfilled ambition, teetering on the brink of madness. 80 times, she would hysterically question King Jinghang about why he failed to win the emperor's affection, striking him in frustration, and at other times, she would hold him tightly, weeping hoarsely, and uttering her apologies. King Jinghang grew amidst Consort Ro's fragmentation. He was exceedingly difficult to please. Qiming lowered his head, concealing the gloom in his eyes, then softly inquired, "My lord, could we summon a physician to examine me? I believe I have a broken rib." King Jinghang snapped back to reality, mumbling an acknowledgement. Lynchinghe did not immediately depart the Jinghang residence. Instead, she searched the surrounding area for the corpses of the other 47 maidens, scouring every inch but finding nothing. She stood on the eaves, feeling the cold wind whip around her. Her already frigid visage grew even colder, as if threatening to freeze over. Zhao Yao's need for 48 pure in maidens was becoming clear to her. The tie-in killing method required the blood of 48 pure-in maidens as a catalyst, amalgamating resentment and blood to cultivate the technique, a dual-edged sword. She had only heard of this technique from Dao Yuan, recognizing it as a forbidden practice of the witch sect. How could Zhao Yao possess it? Lin Qinghe transmitted this matter to Dao Yuan, contemplating a visit to the witch sect at the earliest opportunity. Was Xiao Yao personally mad in her pursuit of this technique, or was the witch sect orchestrating something more sinister? She speculated that the remaining 47 maidens were hidden away by Zhao Yao. Lin Qinghe swiftly returned to the Maoshan abode, seated herself, and began forming hand signs to chant. I, the young master of Qingshan Temple, command the spirits to traverse the underworld. I summon the 100 ghosts to hasten here. Whoosh! A chilling wind howled, rattling the windows. Phantoms surged from all directions, converging upon the Maoshan abode. What is your command, young master? Young master, do not hesitate to issue your orders. The 100 ghosts gathered at the Maoshan abode, all eyes fixed upon Lin Qinghe, curious. This marked the first time the young master had summoned them, and they were eager to hear what she had to say. I command you all to pursue Zhao Yao of the witch sect with all your might. Capture her and bring her to me. Do you understand? We understand. Chapter 85 The celebration of the young lady's birthday, a mockery from all. On the 10th day of the month, under the blazing sun, the marquis was adorned with lanterns and decorations, a spectacle that left the common folk astounded. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the marquis's daughter was celebrating her birthday. Truly, for a family of such stature, even a birthday celebration was steeped in extravagance. Some, however, whispered of the marquis's failure to observe filial piety, noting that the old matriarch of the Song family had not been gone for long, yet the younger generation dared to be so lavish, indeed, a sign of disorder. Songda was acutely aware that this display would undoubtedly attract criticism, yet his ambition to elevate the marquis and restore its former glory overshadowed his concerns. For the sake of Song Baiwei's birthday banquet, he had sent invitations to the ministers in court, emphasizing that Song Baiwei had taken a master, thus enabling her to rival Lin Qinghe in the future. The ministers were indeed captivated by the news of Song Baiwei's apprenticeship, recognizing that should this daughter truly succeed in her studies, it would be an opportune moment to cultivate relationships, regardless of their underlying motives. Hence, they urged their wives and daughters to attend. In no time, the marquis was bustling with activity, an atmosphere of excitement permeating the air. Songda wore a broad smile, seemingly relieved of the pent-up frustrations he had harbored. Song Baiwei was equally delighted, for nearly all the young ladies from noble families had arrived. When she made her entrance in the main hall, a ripple of excitement swept through the gathering. The guests turned their attention to Song Baiwei, who was clad in a deep green skirt that accentuated her fair complexion. Her features appeared more refined than before, enhanced by a touch of makeup that added a hint of allure. Many of the ladies cast glances at her full bosom and slender waist, while her face bore an expression of innocence, leading them to dismiss her as a candidate for a daughter-in-law. The young ladies scrutinized her, perplexed by her transformation. The young gentlemen's eyes wandered towards her, their interest barely concealed. The ladies observed their reactions, their brows slightly furrowed as they sipped tea, concealing their displeasure. Meanwhile, Song Baiwei basked in the attention, her vanity swelling. Baiwei, what has caused such a sudden transformation in your beauty? Have you discovered some secret? The young ladies queried, surrounding her in eager anticipation. Song Baiwei reveled in their admiration and, in a bid to cultivate goodwill, generously concocted a recipe for skin whitening to share with them. The young ladies who had previously held grievances against her now wore smiles, their attitudes shifting in light of her generosity. This further solidified Song Baiwei's belief that seeking apprenticeship under Zhao Yao was indeed a sagacious decision. Aisha observed the scene with a contented heart, a smile gracing her lips. However, the Duchess felt this joy was intolerably ostentatious, and her heart was heavy with discontent. The Marquis and his wife are indeed narrow-minded, for they can only accommodate one daughter in their hearts. She could not resist retorting. The Prime Minister's wife, Wang Sha, who had been harboring her own frustrations, chimed in. Indeed, it is astonishing to witness such a grand celebration for a foster daughter when the true daughter has departed not long ago. If memory serves, your foster daughter shares the same birthday as Qinghe, does she not? Their sarcasm was unmistakable, and as prominent ladies in the aristocracy, their words were echoed by others in the circle. The despicable act of substituting a true heir with a fraudulent one was deeply reviled among the noble families. The Marquis and his wife are far from narrow-minded, they are simply generous, one lady interjected. They can even raise their enemies' women. One wonders what they are thinking. Aisha trembled at their words, her attempts at justification lacking conviction as she weakly retorted, that is not the case. We are not blind. To forsake one's own flesh and blood for an extravagant celebration for a foster daughter, do they not fear that the late matriarch will rise from the underworld to chastise them for their unfilial conduct? The Duchess rose to leave, adding, such a family is beyond the reach of our Duke's household. Wangsha stood to follow suit, declaring, I shall not linger in this spectacle any longer. Farewell. Ladies who were close to them rose in solidarity, leaving the remaining guests in a state of confusion, unable to decide whether to stay or go. Aisha's face flashed with embarrassment, her expression shifting from green to purple, feeling as though she had been publicly slapped. Overcome with humiliation, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Madam, the remaining ladies gazed at Lisha, who had collapsed, filled with regret. Had they known, they would not have attended. In the rear courtyard, the young ladies engaged in poetry and painting packed up at the commotion, straining to listen. Zai, please go check, Song Baiwei said, an inexplicable sense of unease settling over her. Zai nodded and hurried to the main hall, while the young ladies lost interest in their artistic endeavors. Miss Song, is Lin Qinghe easy to get along with? A particularly charming young lady suddenly inquired. All eyes converged on Song Baiwei, their gazes sharp with curiosity. They were exceedingly intrigued by Lin Qinghe, who had severed ties with her biological parents and the marquis, engaging in actions that defied convention and societal norms. Yet she thrived, celebrated as a miraculous healer by the common folk, and revered by the emperor as a divine physician. Every elder in the family lamented that they wished for a daughter like Lin Qinghe, while simultaneously mocking the marquis for being blind to her true worth. Most of them had never interacted with Lin Qinghe, yet they were acutely aware of her circumstances, feelings of complexity swelling within them. Song Baiwei instinctively glanced at the speaker, the granddaughter of General Yu Ling, whose forthrightness could be interpreted as either refreshing or painfully oblivious. Today was her birthday, why bring up Lin Qinghe? Song Baiwei's emotions wavered, her frustration towards Yu Ling amounting. In the midst of so many eyes upon her, she stifled her anger, biting her lip to suppress tears that threatened to spill. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed by her sudden display of emotion. Miss Lin is quite amiable, Song Baiwei replied, then fell silent, leaving room for speculation. Why Yu Ling, unable to restrain herself, bluntly stated, what do you mean by that? If she is so wonderful, why do you cry? If she is not, why cry then? You, a foster daughter, weeping in the marquis, while the true daughter, Lin Qinghe, languishes in solitude outside. If I were her, I would have stormed in today and caused a ruckus at your doorstep, ruining your birthday celebration. The young ladies were left speechless, astonished by her boldness. Song Baiwei, too flabbergasted to respond, found herself unable to shed tears, gritting her teeth as she managed to say, Miss Yu truly has a knack for humor. I am not joking. I speak earnestly. Why should you revel in celebration while the genuine daughter of the marquis suffers in isolation? Yu Ling insisted, her indignation for Lin Qinghe palpable. The others pondered her words, almost swayed by Song Baiwei's deception. Yu Ling's reasoning held merit. Song Baiwei was on the verge of exploding with rage, preparing to diffuse the tension when a light laugh echoed from above. She looked up, her heart racing as alarm bells rang in her mind. Lin Qinghe had arrived. Thank you, Miss Yu for standing up for me. However, I am not concerned. The world is vast, and there is no need to remain in the inner courtyard. Help can be found everywhere, Lin Qinghe said, smiling at Yu Ling, habitually assessing her visage. Lin Qinghe noted her oval face, high yet fleshy cheekbones, and a pair of strikingly clear apricot-shaped eyes, complemented by a fleshy nose and a rounded chin. Her features radiated fortune and wealth. Her straightforward nature, though somewhat lacking in depth, hinted at a harmonious marital future. Why Yu Ling aghast? You must be Lin Qinghe. Before Lin Qinghe could respond, Zai rushed to Song Baiwei's side, her expression anxious. Miss, the madam has fainted. Chapter 86. Fireworks launched for Qinghe. Initially, the crowd considered Song Baiwei to be beautiful, but upon Lin Qinghe's arrival, their eyes could scarcely be torn away. One possessed superficial beauty, while the other radiated an ethereal charm that seemed to dwell deep within her very bones, akin to an intricate game of chess that invited exploration yet commanded respect from afar. Not to mention her otherworldly aura that set her apart from mortals. Song Baiwei, already vexed by the crowd's captivation with Lin Qinghe, felt a pang of grievance upon hearing Zai mention that Lady Li had fainted. How could mother suddenly lose consciousness? Song Baiwei inquired quietly. Zai, having learned the truth from a maidservant attending to Lady Li, hesitated to disclose it fully, fearing it might overwhelm Song Baiwei. I do not know, Zai replied, her head bowed. Song Baiwei, seeing through her deceit, leaned in and shielded their conversation with her sleeve, firmly pinching Zai's arm and whispering, Speak. Zai trembled in fright. Wei Ling, noticing Lin Qinghe's nod, intended to pursue her inquiries further, but caught sight of the tense atmosphere between them and swiftly intervened, separating the two. If there is something to discuss, why not do so in front of everyone? Wei Qilinga flashed a smile at Song Baiwei and offered reassurance to Zai. Speak, do not be afraid. Song Baiwei gasped in realization, understanding that Wei Qilinga was indeed a formidable opponent. Tears streamed down Zai's cheeks as she remained silent. Wei Qilinga, her gaze shifting, quickly summoned her own maidservant, Xinga. Go to the main hall and see what has transpired. Wei Qi, miss, this matter does not concern you, does it? Song Baiwei retorted, unable to contain her annoyance. Wei Qilinga paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Just as Song Baiwei thought she had silenced her, Wei Qilinga continued, then your birthday is also none of my concern. I shall take my leave and return home. Farewell. Song Baiwei, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, Wei Qi, miss. If she truly left, how would Song Baiwei navigate the world of noble families? More importantly, they could not afford to offend the general's residence. She grasped Zai's hand. Tell me, what happened in the main hall? Zai, swallowing hard, closed her eyes and uttered, the Duchess has left with many noble ladies. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Song Baiwei stood dazed, initially feigning tears. She now wept genuinely. The young ladies of noble families exchanged astonished glances, realizing something unknown had transpired in the main hall, leaving them in an awkward silence. Should they stay or depart? Wei Qilinga redirected her attention to Lin Qinghe. What brings the renowned healer here? Could it be that you intend to disrupt the festivities? Her excitement was palpable, eager for the unfolding drama, as if she were merely a spectator with a handful of seeds to snack on. Lin Qinghe's lips twitched. Would anyone believe her if she claimed she was merely passing by? Zhao Yao had vanished as if dead, and no trace had been found by the myriad spirits who returned empty-handed. Feeling somewhat restless, she had decided to stroll about, only to remember that Song Baiwei was Zhao Yao's disciple, and she had ventured to the duke's residence in search of fortune. She had entirely forgotten that today was a birthday banquet, both hers and Song Baiwei's. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air as fireworks erupted, captivating the attention of the townsfolk. The vibrant blossoms illuminated the sky. Could it be a celebration for Song Baiwei? The expressions of the young ladies shifted subtly. Having initially found amusement, they now felt a tinge of envy. Fireworks were precious, requiring permission from the palace to be displayed. Even the matriarch of a family would not possess such privilege. For a young lady to have caught the attention of such a noble figure, and to be granted the honor of fireworks at her birthday banquet, if that were indeed the case, the noble women who had departed would soon come to apologize. Lady Li, feigning unconsciousness as she returned to her quarters, was momentarily bewildered by the sounds of fireworks. Songda, his face alight with joy, searched for Lady Li. What ails you? There are many esteemed guests in the main hall. If you feel better, hurry and attend to them. They had not yet departed. Lady Li, not wishing to become a subject of ridicule, had pretended to faint. Upon hearing Songda's words, she felt a surge of joy, composed herself, then stepped out. The noble ladies still present in the main hall felt a sense of despair. The matriarch of the duke's residence had fainted, leaving them in an awkward predicament. They had intended to call their children to leave, but suddenly fireworks erupted outside, altering their expressions. If the noble figures from the palace had indeed sanctioned fireworks in celebration of Song Baiwei's birthday, the significance of this gesture was immense. They could not afford to leave. My dear, are these the fireworks promised by His Majesty? They are simply exquisite. Let us all enjoy them. It is only during the Lantern Festival that we can witness such splendor, Songda exclaimed joyfully, his face aglow. Song Baiwei, my cherished daughter. Song Baiwei herself was momentarily stunned. Who had arranged for the fireworks? Were they truly for her? Realizing that today was exclusively her birthday, she surmised that perhaps King Jingheng had petitioned the emperor for this honor. It must be him who had orchestrated these fireworks. Filled with delight, Song Baiwei lowered her head shyly. Songda, observing her demeanor, laughed heartily. The noble ladies, along with the young gentlemen from distinguished families, gathered in the courtyard to witness the fireworks, the once spacious area now bustling with activity. The fireworks were indeed magnificent. The gazes of the crowd towards Song Baiwei were filled with envy, while no one noticed Lin Qinghe perched on the eaves. Wei Qilinga stood outside the throng, glancing at Lin Qinghe with a slight frown. She inexplicably felt a sense of injustice for Lin Qinghe. Bang! Another grand firework burst forth, scattering like celestial flowers, twinkling points of light fading into the darkness. Just when everyone presumed the display had concluded, a series of explosions rang out, forming a line of words in the sky. Lin Qinghe, may you have peace and joy. Happy birthday. Buzz. The duke's family felt as though their minds had exploded. Lin Qinghe, how could it possibly be Lin Qinghe? Wei Qilinga exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, so these fireworks are for Lin Qinghe. She shouted towards the shadow standing on the eaves, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Lin Qinghe, may you have peace and joy, happy birthday. At that moment, the citizens of the capital echoed her words, proclaiming them into the night air. It was indeed for Lin Qinghe, not song by way, it was Lin Qinghe's birthday as well. The guests at the Duke's residence regained their composure and hurriedly offered their congratulations to Lin Qinghe, respected healer, happy birthday. Lin Qinghe smiled gently and nodded, graciously accepting their well wishes. Realizing that the day's affairs had become unmanageable, she lightly touched the ground with her toes and soared toward the direction of the Mauchon residence. Wow, a fairy, exclaimed the children watching the fireworks, gazing upwards as a shadowy figure streaked across their vision, only to vanish in an instant. The children pointed with excitement. Where is the fairy, silly child, you must be dazed by the fireworks, came the response. I swear there is. The guests of the Duke's residence hastily took their leave, and soon the place was deserted, the food left untouched. The family of three were expressions as dark as spilled ink, utterly humiliated. Song shot an irate glance at Song Bai Wei, stamping his foot in frustration before turning to chase after Lin Qinghe. Qinghe, wait for your father. Lin Qinghe had just returned to the Mauchon residence when she was taken aback. The Duchess, the Yin family, the Wang family, He Ming, Li Zongyan, and even her master were all gathered, smiling warmly at her, the table laden with birthday gifts. Qinghe, happy birthday. Chapter 87. Jin Yan's confession. The exquisite culinary skills of Xiao Yao were on full display as she prepared a sumptuous feast to entertain the distinguished guests. The Wang family presented a jade sculpture of a mountain landscape, its clarity and color indicating its considerable worth. The Duchess was rather straightforward, knowing Lin Qinghe's fondness for wealth, gifting her 1,000 silver notes. In Sha, living in humble circumstances, personally crafted a pair of insoles, stitching together intimate items for her daughter. Her embroidery skills were remarkable, with the designs appearing vividly lifelike. He Ming also contributed with a monetary gift, while Li Zongyan gifted a piece of calligraphy and painting. Outside, fireworks illuminated the sky for an entire hour. This was the most festive birthday Lin Qinghe had ever experienced. As He Ming took his leave, he informed her that the fireworks displayed that night had been prepared by Jin Yan before his departure to the northern frontier, having thrown a tantrum before the emperor to secure his agreement. Not only that, but Jin Yan had also prepared a gift for him to convey, a large sandalwood box. Open it and let me see. Dao Yuan leaned in, his gaze eager as he looked at the box. Lin Qinghe tucked the box away, casting a disapproving glance at him. Old man, where's your gift? Dao Yuan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his fingers along his trousers. After a moment of searching, he produced a grasshopper made of straw. I remember you loved playing with this as a child. Lin Qinghe's lips twitched. I am no longer 5 years old. Dao Yuan smiled ingratiatingly and went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for her, topped with a poached egg and greens, looking both colorful and appetizing. Eat up, he said affectionately. Lin Qinghe felt a warmth swell within her. In both this life and the past, Dao Yuan had always personally cooked a bowl of longevity noodles for her on her birthday. Bowing her head to eat, Dao Yuan watched her, the atmosphere radiating warmth. After finishing, Lin Qinghe lifted her gaze, and Dao Yuan immediately turned his head, his eyes darting away. Take these birthday gifts back to the temple. Sell what needs to be sold, she stated. Dao Yuan was overjoyed, responding with a cheerful aye. He glanced at the sandalwood box she had set aside. This box is quite valuable. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. That won't do. Good disciple, something is afoot. Dao Yuan leaned in, curiosity evident in his expression. Lin Qinghe replied, there is nothing, the birthday is over, hurry back to Qingshan temple. Dao Yuan clearly did not believe her, teasingly saying, you've grown up, harboring secret thoughts, keeping even your master in the dark. Alas, I wonder which scoundrel has captured the heart of my rebellious disciple. Lin Qinghe poured a cup of tea and handed it to him, her eyes fierce. Drink your tea. Dao Yuan laughed heartily, relishing this rare display of Lin Qinghe's flustered anger. All right, I want tea, say a word. Xiao Yao prepared a room for Dao Yuan to rest. Once back in her own room, Lin Qinghe opened the sandalwood box, revealing a dazzling golden light inside. It contained an entire set of phoenix coronets and accessories, all crafted from gold. Though she was not particularly interested in jewelry, she found herself quite fond of this complete set. Do you like it? A sudden voice startled Lin Qinghe, causing her to hastily close the box and look out the window. To her surprise, she spotted someone who should not have been in the capital. You, Lin Qinghe began but was cut short. Jin Yan leaped through the window, clad in simple riding attire, his broad chest and narrow waist indicating his martial prowess. His handsome face could easily pass for that of a talented scholar. Jin Yan smiled at her, saying, I rushed here just in time. Do you like this set of golden hairpins? I searched for it for quite a while. With your fair and beautiful complexion, you would look absolutely stunning wearing it. His compliments were unreserved, his gaze fervent and sincere. Lin Qinghe cleared her throat, averting her eyes. Without the emperor's summons, you sneak back to the capital without fear of being reported by the court officials. Jin Yan shrugged nonchalantly, suddenly leaning closer. Are you worried about me, Qinghe? Lin Qinghe frowned slightly, her cold gaze fixed on him. She couldn't shake the feeling that after his return from the northern frontier, he had developed a rather reckless demeanor. Jin Yan gazed at her profile, believing her to be beautiful in every way, his heart leaping at the sight of her. He thought he might be ill upon returning from the northern frontier. When he mentioned her to his parents, Princess Zhao Yu burst into laughter, teasing, silly son, you've fallen in love. Jin Yan stood frozen. The king of the northern frontier could not help but chuckle, inquiring about his interactions with Lin Qinghe, further solidifying his feelings upon learning she was still unmarried. Their gazes towards him shifted. Beast. She is still a young lady. Jin Yan defended himself, asserting that first, Lin Qinghe was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling an ethereal fairy, and how could a man not be moved? Secondly, she was unlike any other girl he had encountered. Though still young, she was composed, capable, and in no way inferior to him. In fact, she inspired his admiration. His praises piqued the curiosity of Princess Zhao Yu and the king of the northern frontier regarding Lin Qinghe. However, they trusted their son's judgment and, upon learning of his intention to sneak back to the capital to celebrate Lin Qinghe's birthday, not only supported him but also prepared a birthday gift. This is a gift from my parents, and they asked me to convey their wishes. Qinghe, may your birthday be joyful. Lin Qinghe saw sincerity in his eyes and her own reflection within them. She suddenly felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart, realizing Jin Yan was entirely consumed with thoughts of her. How could that be? Lin Qinghe shook off the fluttering in her heart and focused on the gift in his hands. Knowing Lin Qinghe had a taste for fine tea, the king of the northern frontier presented her with precious tea leaves, while Princess Zhao Yu gifted her a box of gold ingots and a jar of homemade coming plum fragrance. Lin Qinghe was puzzled as to why they, whom she had never met, would bestow gifts upon her, but she appreciated their kindness, smiling softly, please thank your parents for me. She then produced 3 talismans for peace, 3 for purification, and a vial of longevity elixir, which was said to strengthen the body and nourish the essence, offering them to him as a token of gratitude. This is my gift. Just the vial of elixir alone was worth a fortune, reflecting her nature of reciprocating kindness several times over. Jin Yan accepted, saying, the treasures in the hands of the divine healer are indeed exquisite. My old man and beautiful mother have benefited greatly. A hint of a smile flickered in Lin Qinghe's eyes as she recalled the fireworks that had illuminated the night for an hour. The fireworks were beautiful. Thank you for your efforts, but I remain puzzled as to why you are so kind to me. With no familial ties or connections, Lin Qinghe felt an unusual turmoil arise within her. It was chiefly Jin Yan's genuine nature that unsettled her. He showed no signs of ulterior motives. If he sought something in return, an exchange of benefits would be acceptable, but she feared he desired nothing at all. Jin Yan gazed intently at Lin Qinghe, the atmosphere around them suddenly charged with tension, quiet enough for them to hear each other's breathing and the racing of one heart. Lin Qinghe felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. His gaze reminded her of a wolf king courting in the mountains, quite aggressive. If you don't wish to speak, then it's fine, she said. Jin Yan, towering over her, his earnest demeanor momentarily left her dazed, as if she were witnessing the war god from her past life. Cold yet heroic, she attempted to push him away, but as she reached out, Jin Yan took a step back, placing a hand over his heart, looking at her again and again, finally stating solemnly, I am enamored with you. Chapter 88. The master uncle is truly a genius. Upon uttering his thoughts, Jin Yan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Ever since his parents had unveiled his feelings, his mind had been consumed solely with Lin Qinghe, save for his training. Counting the days until her birthday drew near, he hastily rode back to the capital, merely to catch a glimpse of her. The youthful affection he harbored was sincere. It would be disingenuous for Lin Qinghe to claim she felt no stirrings of the heart, yet she had never envisioned having a partner. Revenge and the revitalization of Qingshun Guan were her sole aspirations, living each day as it came henceforth. Whether she would face a solitary old age or meet her end by her own hand, Lin Qinghe had always contemplated such a fate. Cultivators often regarded life and death with indifference, yet she found herself ensnared by an obsession, living for that very fixation. Jin Yan was an unforeseen variable. Lost in thought, she remained silent. I must take my leave. I need to exit the city before dawn, lest I be discovered. My imperial uncle would surely not show me mercy, he said, pinching her cheek. The soft texture sent a shiver down his spine, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Do not feel burdened by them. You are yet to come of age, possessing remarkable medical skills and the ability to exorcise spirits. Your future is boundless. When you mature, should you wish for a companion, do consider me. I would make for a commendable choice. My father has only my mother in this lifetime, and I too shall only cherish you. I must return now. I hope that when we meet again, we shall both stand at the pinnacle of our respective paths. Before lynching her could regain her composure, he playfully pinched her cheek once more, then added with concern, do not overthink at such a tender age. Life is long, and I shall write to you. He gazed deeply into her eyes, inhaled sharply, and leapt from the window, mounting his steed. The fierce wind tousled his hair, and a glimmer of mirth danced in his eyes. His mother had advised him that a girl like lynching her deserved the world to showcase her talents, that she should willingly choose to be with him, and that expressing his feelings, even in the face of rejection, was not shameful. To remain silent would only lead to lifelong regret. He had spoken his truth. He was willing to wait for her, no matter how long it might take. Lynching her stood in place for a considerable time before regaining her senses. Having been reborn, her once still heart suddenly fluttered with life. Dao Yuan returned to Qing Shonguan, laden with riches. Upon seeing the numerous boxes filled with glittering gold, Qing Lang, astonished, dropped his broom and rushed over. By the ancestors, this is all you're doing, and I had no part in it. Ouch! Qing Lang winced, clutching his forehead. You little rascal, could it not be my hard-earned money? Dao Yuan retorted, glaring at him. The two exchanged incredulous looks. Qing Lang scoffed, if you possessed such capabilities, would we have to wait for Master Uncle to return to the capital in spring for repairs? Would the ancestors have to wait until this year for their golden form? What a clever little imp. Despite his youth, he possessed a sharp tongue. Out of the corner of his eye, Dao Yuan thought he caught a hint of a smile on the ancestor's lips, leaving him feeling aggrieved. Upon a second glance, the ancestor wore a benevolent expression. Dao Yuan huffed, all of this wealth is earned by your master uncle. If you possessed even half of her talent and effort, you would not still be unable to draw talismans at the age of 8 and merely sweep the floor day in and day out. Qing Lang made a face. How could I possibly compare to master uncle? She is a genius. He spoke with pride, reveling in their shared glory. Dao Yuan chuckled. Meanwhile, lynching her busied herself in search of the remaining 47 female corpses, perplexed that none of these women's families had reported their disappearances. She resolved to visit the Dolly Temple. Upon exiting, she encountered Songda. Having been at Maoshan House for quite some time, he hesitated to knock, fearing that Xiao Yao would douse him with cold water upon sight. After all, he was a dignified marquis, and being drenched in public would be humiliating. After several days of contemplation, he finally grasped a painful truth. Song Baiwei could not hold a candle to lynching her, whether in beauty, demeanor, or capability. Even the noble women in court preferred lynching her. After discreetly inquiring about Song Baiwei's reputation among the highborn ladies, he learned that they regarded her as a pitiful figure, prone to tears, appearing unfit for the position of a primary wife, a more akin to a parasitic flower, suitable only as a concubine. They also remarked that her features were unappealing, exuding an air of perpetual sorrow, as if her tears could drain away any fortune. Hearing such remarks left Song the feeling despondent. His hopes of marrying Song Baiwei into a distinguished family were all but dashed. As for her becoming a priestess, aside from her newfound beauty, she possessed no other talents, rendered useless. Gritting his teeth, Songda was about to confront lynching her as she emerged from Maoshan House, smiling as he approached her. Qingha, father has come to take you home. Previously, Ba was blind to the truth, ensnared by Song Baiwei's deceit, mistaking a mere imitation for a pearl. I see my errors now. You are my treasured daughter, the sole heiress of the marquis. He rehearsed this speech in front of a foreigner's copper mirror countless times, ensuring every word and expression conveyed sincerity and emotion. Lynching her did not even glance at him and simply mounted her horse. Qingha, wait for father. Songda exclaimed, choking on a mouthful of dust, his eyes wide in shock. How could she be so unyielding? Why would she not utter a single word? Truly a rebellious daughter. Splash, feeling utterly chilled, Songda was drenched by Xiao Yao's cold water. Autumn had set in, and the wet clothes clung to him, sending a shiver coursing through his body. Fine, fine, he still could not escape this overbearing maid's antics. He glared fiercely at Xiao Yao. What are you staring at? Your eyes are even bigger. Xiao Yao shot back, hands on her hips, as she carried the basin inside, slamming the door behind her and spitting in his direction. Fuming with rage, Songda felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly causing him to faint. Yuan Chan and Yuan Zhen entered the house to fetch a fan, flanking him as they fanned him. Scoundrel father, freeze to death. So cold. Song Da sneezed repeatedly, hastening into the carriage, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. He would never give up. Upon arriving at the Dolly Temple, Lin Qinghe encountered Chen Shixuan, who was just about to head out. Upon seeing her, he approached, Divine Healer. Lord Chen, I have a list of names, please investigate their families for any discrepancies, Lin Qinghe said, presenting the names of the women she had divined last night. Chen Shixuan took the list, and as he learned that all 47 women had been murdered, his expression darkened. This was a premeditated act of murder. Do you know who the mastermind is? He inquired. Given his understanding of Lin Qinghe, she would not provide such a list without reason. Dealing with an intelligent person was a relief. Lin Qinghe regarded him with admiration and replied gravely, Yang Yueying was killed by Qi Ming. Qi Ming, a member of the Heng Wangfu. Chen Shixuan's face shifted, disbelief overtaking him as his gaze fixated on the thin paper in his hand, his heart heavy with the weight of the revelation. I will do everything in my power to investigate this matter thoroughly, he vowed. Lin Qinghe nodded, until the truth is uncovered, do not make any noise about it, lest we alert the snake. Chen Shixuan agreed. After conveying her message, Lin Qinghe made her way to the Prince of Trace's residence. She leaped onto the wall, surveying the courtyard below. The cloaked Prince of Trace was playing hide-and-seek with a group of beautiful maidens, wearing a self-satisfied smile, convinced of his charm. As he felt around, unaware of the treachery unfolding, a lovely maiden concealed a dagger in her hands, waiting for him to draw near, poised to strike. Chapter 89, Song Da Abandoned Song by Wei, Where is the Beauty? Unbeknownst to him, King Suo touched the delicate, boneless little hand, a broad smile stretching across his lips. Quite foolish, Lin Qinghe thought as she perched atop the wall, unable to suppress her disdain. The Emperor Jing seemed to have bestowed all his cunning upon Prince Jingheng, having fathered several sons. The maidservant's gaze darkened as she fixed her stare on King Suo, her expression shifting dramatically as she suddenly raised her hand to stab at him. Take your life. King Suo felt a sudden itch in his eyes, raising his hand to rub them, only to inadvertently brush against the dagger. That hurts. He stumbled backward, swiftly removing the blindfold, only to be met by the glint of a sharp blade. What the hell? King Suo's pupils dilated, dodging left and right as he shouted, You have no grudge against me, why do you wish to kill me? The maid remained silent, her face cold as she pursued him. I understand now. You are a spy. Who is your master? King Suo exclaimed angrily, raising his voice once more, Where are the guards? Have they all perished? Hurry and come protect me. The drowsy guards jolted awake, momentarily confused by the sound of King Suo's voice. Had he not been engaged with the beauty, the hidden maid, upon hearing his voice, hurriedly revealed herself, her face paling in shock at the unfolding scene. As more people appeared, she found herself outnumbered. With determination in her eyes, the maid deftly slashed at her throat. A ruthless character indeed. Lin Qinghe's finger twitched slightly, a powerful force gripping the dagger firmly, leaving the maid bewildered as her hand could not advance despite her efforts. She raised her gaze in astonishment, only to find Lin Qinghe had appeared atop the wall, following her line of sight. King Suo exclaimed joyfully, Divine Doctor, how fortunate to see you here. After speaking, he looked around, a pitiful expression crossing his face as he pointed at the maid. She attempted to take my life. Lin Qinghe. The maid was subsequently handed over to the Court of Judicial Review. Lin Qinghe realized how King Suo, with his brazen yet unlearned demeanor, managed to maintain his position in court. Whenever he encountered trouble, he sought the court's intervention, living life without a care. Knowing Lin Qinghe had a penchant for fine tea, King Suo presented her with the best brew available. Aside from Prince Jingheng, whom else do you have grievances with? Lin Qinghe inquired after sipping her tea. King Suo paused, grinning at her. Oh, there are many. Beneath his facade of levity, there lay a lingering agitation. All he desired was to be a wealthy and charming prince, yet recent events clearly seemed to conspire against him. In the imperial family, to compete is a mistake, and to refrain from competing is also a mistake. Aligning oneself with the right faction is a matter of life and death, and failing to do so is equally perilous. Your complexion appears pale, perhaps a victim of treachery. You should purchase a few talismans, Lin Qinghe observed, scrutinizing his face. King Suo readily produced a large sum of money to acquire an abundance of talismans. Seeing his generosity, Lin Qinghe advised before departing, steer clear of water in the coming days, and do not venture eastward. King Suo watched her nimbly leap from the wall to depart, still somewhat bewildered. Had Lin Qinghe merely come to sell talismans? Upon returning to the marquis' residence, Song Da appeared disheveled. Father, Song Baiwei approached him, offering a flattering smile, her concern evident as she observed him drenched from head to toe. Miss Lin has troubled you again, hasn't she? Song Da's gloomy gaze fixed upon her, resentment and regret surging within him. Were it not for her, how could Lin Qinghe have refused to recognize him? Had Lin Qinghe still been his daughter, he would have been the esteemed father of the divine doctor, with ministers in court vying for his favor. But now, everyone regarded him with disdain, whispering scorn behind his back. Startled by his expression, Song Baiwei took a hesitant step back. Father! Do not call me father! Song Da bellowed, striding away to change his attire. During the meal, Song Baiwei's eyes remained red-rimmed. Mrs.Li, filled with sympathy, attempted to speak on her behalf, addressing Song Da. Wei is a dutiful child, just give her some time, and she will surely surpass Lin Qinghe. Bang! Song Da slammed his bowl down, splattering soup onto Song Baiwei's hand, burning her painfully. In the past, Mrs.Li would have embraced her in concern, reproaching Song Da, yet now, she paid no heed to Song Baiwei's scalded hand, her gaze fixed in shock upon Song Da, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Song Da regarded Song Baiwei, making a decisive resolution. Wei, you should know. Mrs.Li interrupted, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Song Da, her defiance piercing to him, causing blood to surge to his head as he raised his hand and struck her sharply. The servants, eyes wide with terror, dared not lift their heads, too frightened to even breathe. Mother! Song Baiwei rose to support Mrs.Li, her head bowed. She understood that Song Da wished to abandon her in exchange for Lin Qinghe's forgiveness. In the marquis' residence, she could no longer remain, but where could she go without her family's protection? After being the cherished daughter of the marquis' house for 13 years, how could she accept the abrupt fall from grace, being told one day that she was not truly of noble blood, that her parents were merely merchants? Despite her careful demeanor, why could she not escape this fate? Tears streamed down Song Baiwei's cheeks, her heart heavy with bitterness. Do not be afraid, Wei, Mrs. Li consoled her, gently patting her back. Song Da sneered, you are quite shameless, cherishing the daughter of a thief while your own flesh and blood is cast out. No wonder people say we are both blind and foolish. Now that I have repented, you cling to your delusions. If I were to die, I would be ashamed before my ancestors for raising a child of disgrace. Mrs. Li's blood froze at that moment, her complexion paling as her hand came to a sudden halt on Song Baiwei's back. That child, indeed, she owed her a debt. Who could she blame? The ones to blame had long since perished. Mrs.Li felt a sharp pang of sorrow, and tears began to fall. Father, mother, Song Baiwei knelt, I shall go to Wushan to seek my master. Once I have learned, I will repay your kindness. She bowed her head 3 times to the ground. Song Da was taken aback. Where? Mrs.Li wept even more fiercely. Song Baiwei's heart harbored a bitter laugh. She realized she could no longer rely on Mrs. Li. Song Da had forsaken her, and she must rely solely on herself. A girl raised in the countryside like Lin Qinghe could thrive in the capital through her own abilities. Why could she not do the same? Mrs. Li reluctantly watched as Song Baiwei climbed into the carriage, her eyes filled with regret. Mother, return home and persuade father to bring sister back. She is the true daughter of the marquis' house. Song Baiwei stood atop the carriage, gazing down at the marquis' residence. Mrs.Li felt even guiltier. Her Wei was a good child indeed. Zai caught up. Miss, I wish to accompany you. Mrs. Li beamed with joy, stuffing 100 taels of silver into Zai's hands. Take good care of the miss. Song Baiwei regarded Zai. Through her, she seemed to glimpse the essence of Zhu Yun. As the carriage rolled out of the capital, Zai gazed at the bustling scenery outside. I wonder when we can return. Soon, Song Baiwei replied. Zai looked at her in astonishment. Song Baiwei glared back, prompting Zai to lower her head hastily. What the miss says is true. Song Baiwei withdrew her gaze, lost in thought, staring at the ground. Aside from herself, no one could be relied upon. She had previously erred in hoping to elevate herself through marriage to a powerful figure. That was a mistake. Once she mastered the art of witchcraft, everyone would fear her and respect her. The daughter of the marquis, no, she aimed to become the ruler of the marquis' house. Chapter 90 Regret of the Li family. Master Shao, Song Baiwei has gone to Wushan. Yuan Zhen and Yuan Chan hurried back from the marquis' residence, eagerly recounting every detail of their findings to Lin Qinghe. Xiaoya was engrossed in cracking sunflower seeds, but when she heard Song Da's proposal to expel Song Baiwei from the marquis' house, she paused, her lips curling in disdain. If they had done this sooner, it would have been much simpler. Now, this performance is merely for the young lady's benefit, she scoffed. Lin Qinghe remained unfazed. She summoned Yong Yueying and, after ensuring she had eaten her fill, inquired, what is your relationship with your family? Why have they not come to find you? Yang Yueying was taken aback, her eyes gradually reddening. I am the youngest daughter, with 3 brothers who dote on me, she replied, her expression filled with confusion. I do not understand why my family has not sought me out. This was indeed puzzling. Just then, Chen Shixuan requested an audience. He brought news that the Yang family had reported to the authorities they had only realized something was amiss yesterday and rushed to the government office to report it. Coincidentally, Chen Shixuan was also investigating the matter, and the officials, recognizing the Yang family, took them directly to the Dolly temple. According to the Yang family, they discovered a letter in Miss Yang's room stating that she would be visiting her maternal grandparents. It was only upon inquiry yesterday that they learned Miss Yang had never left, prompting them to report to the authorities in haste. Chen Shixuan relayed in one breath. Yang Yueying was already in tears. Where is the letter? Lin Qinghe asked. Chen Shixuan produced the letter and unfolded it. Yang Yueying exclaimed, this is my handwriting, yet I am certain I never wrote it. Lin Qinghe's fingers ignited with righteous fury, and in an instant the letter vanished, engulfed in a plume of black smoke. The traces of witchcraft were evident, once again attributed to Chao Yao's handiwork. With no leads on King Jingheng, Chen Shixuan had no choice but to pause the investigation. The Yang family sought refuge in the Maoshan residence. My daughter. Yang's mother collapsed over Yang Yueying's lifeless body, wailing inconsolably. The honest and unassuming young father, though less demonstrative, had swollen eyes that betrayed his turmoil. Yang Yueying's spirit watched her parents mourn for her, yearning to console them. She attempted to reach out, but her essence passed right through. She could see them, yet they were oblivious to her presence. She wept softly. Xiao Yao, feeling distressed, stepped outside. The air today felt laden with salt. Learning that Yang Yueying had not suffered before her demise, nor had she been violated, offered some solace to her parents. At least she had departed without pain. They perhaps suspected that their daughter's death was shrouded in mystery, entangled with the powerful, yet they could not grasp the truth. Out of kindness, they did not press Chen Shixuan but instead expressed their profound gratitude. Divine healer, I shall take my daughter home now. Yang's father bowed deeply to Lin Qinghe, having heard from Chen Shixuan that it was Lin Qinghe's efforts that preserved Yang Yueying's body. Lin Qinghe assisted him up, assuring him, I shall apprehend the true culprit. Yang's father nodded gratefully. Yang Yueying's spirit bowed to Lin Qinghe before departing with her parents' daughter. Tumultuous fire surged within Lin Qinghe. Just then, Songda and Li arrived at the door. What brings you here? Lin Qinghe queried coldly. Songda nudged Li forward. Qinghe, Wei has already left, come back with us, Li said, her words heavy with difficulty. Acknowledging Song Baiwei's departure, their current aim was to coax Lin Qinghe back to the marquis' residence. As she spoke more fluidly, she suddenly felt that the marquis' residence had wronged Lin Qinghe. Qinghe, please return. Allow me to make amends properly, Li said earnestly. Xiao Yao felt nauseated at her words, glancing at Lin Qinghe, hesitant to retort. No need, Lin Qinghe replied coolly. You are merely acquaintances to me, our ties have been severed. I hope the Marquis and Madam will refrain from further disturbances. Li was taken aback, her heart heavy with sorrow, tears spilling down her cheeks. Lin Qinghe frowned. Songda, in a panic, implored, are you still angry with us? I promise you, upon your return, you will be the sole young lady of the Marquis' residence, and everything there will belong to you. I have no interest, Lin Qinghe replied loudly, her gaze icy as it swept over them. Before returning to the capital, I was curious about what my parents were like. My master told me that all parents love their children. I believed it, but upon my return, I discovered that even a parent's heart can be biased. Song Baiwei grew up before your eyes, and I understand the bond you share. I do not wish to involve myself in your familial affections, nor do I require it. Do you understand? Li's expression froze. She finally realized the gravity of her actions. From the outset, she had been prejudiced, assuming Lin Qinghe to be uncouth and unworthy, dismissing her and neglecting her. Yet, she was her own flesh and blood, her daughter born after 10 months of labor. A child should never disdain their mother, a mother should even less disdain her child for being inadequate. I was wrong, Li murmured, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing that the Marquis' residents had come to seek Lin Qinghe again, Wang hurried over. What is happening here? Wang approached Lin Qinghe protectively, her gaze sharp as she glared at Li and Songda. You have severed ties, yet you still disturb her. Have you no shame? Songda's face stiffened. His wife was now a force to be reckoned with, and he could only stand there, enduring her scorn. Li, seeing Lin Qinghe smile at Wang, felt her heart tear. That was her daughter. Unable to bear it any longer, she rushed to the carriage and ordered the driver return to the residence. Songda was left standing at the Maoshan residence's entrance. Xiaoyao noticed Lin Qingha's lack of intention to defend them and, understanding the situation, stepped forward to make a splashing gesture with her hands. Songda was so startled he stumbled back, stamping his foot and exclaiming loudly, "Qingha, think carefully. We are family after all." Before leaving, once inside, Li began to sob uncontrollably, feeling an overwhelming bitterness. "Madam, the grievances between the young lady and the residents cannot be resolved in a day. You are, after all, her mother. With time, she will surely come to understand you," a maid advised. "But I am her mother, how could she treat me this way?" Li cried even harder. She longed for the gentle and considerate Song Baiwei. That child would never confront her like this. "Ignore the marquis' residents. If they trouble you again, I will have my husband deal with them and drive them out of the capital," Wang declared. Lin Qingha smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, madam. I am indifferent and feel no concern. They will not last long. Someone will ensure they reap what they have sown." Wang, curious, asked, "Who?" Lin Qingha shook her head, indicating that it depended on how far the resentful person would go. Seeing she was unwilling to divulge, Wang refrained from pressing further, pondering whether to share her recent revelations with Lin Qingha. "Do you have something to say, madam?" Lin Qingha inquired. Wang hesitated for a moment, leaning closer to whisper, "The Duke of Zhongguo is not dead. He was rescued by a fisherman, though his legs are crippled." Lin Qingha pondered, "Does the Prime Minister wish for me to intervene and assist with his legs?" Wang fell silent. She dared not utter such words, nor had the Prime Minister suggested it. After all, the Duke of Zhongguo still bore the identity of a criminal. Lin Qingha rose, addressing her, "I understand. I will provide you with a response tomorrow, but I have matters to attend to today. Xiaoyao, please take good care of the madam." She retrieved a whip that had not been wielded for many years, poised to strike, then soared towards the residence of King Heng. It was not yet time to ruin King Jingheng's reputation, but peeling away his FAOD was certainly within reach. Chapter 91 The Heart's Delight of King Jingheng. The King Jingheng's residence lay shrouded in darkness. Ever since King Jingheng was placed under house arrest, only a solitary lamp illuminated the study, casting a faint glow in the otherwise desolate estate. The entire household was engulfed in a deathly silence. Lin Qingha stealthily entered the study, where the dim candlelight revealed an empty writing desk. Her brow furrowed. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms encircled her throat from behind, the faint scent of ink wafting around her. "The illustrious divine physician graces us with her presence." "This truly surprises me," King Jingheng whispered close to her ear, his warm breath making Lin Qingha feel a wave of nausea. She swiftly elbowed him in the waist. King Jingheng had anticipated her reaction. He seized her hand and sighed, "Why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" "I despise your wolfish ambition, your facade of virtue coupled with your ruthless disregard for human life," Lin Qingha retorted coldly, breaking free from his grasp and increasing the distance between them. King Jingheng lowered his gaze, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Do I have any other choice? If you were in my position, what would you do? Should I simply allow myself to be bullied and kneel before others?" In response, Lin Qingha raised her hand and struck him across the face. King Jingheng's expression darkened. "And those 48 women, are they not innocent? Do they deserve their fate? You should be grateful to be born into a royal family. Aside from your brothers causing you distress, who dares to bully you or threaten your life? If you were to remain compliant, you could even live as a leisurely noble, yet here you are, disregarding lives and resorting to unscrupulous means for your own ends." Lin Qingha's eyes blazed with fury as she turned and lashed out at him with a whip. "This strike is for your indifference towards human life." Crack. Another lash followed. "The second strike is for the deceased maidens." Crack, a third whip fell. "And the third strike is simply because I find you insufferable." King Jingheng did not flinch, standing resolutely as pain flickered across his handsome face, yet he continued to gaze at her. "I am enamored with you. Strike me as you wish." Lin Qingha let out a derisive laugh and raised the whip again, only for him to seize it. "What is wrong with being fond of you? Why do you refuse to grant me a chance?" Lin Qingha stared at him in disbelief. "Are you mad? Our fates are intertwined." King Jingheng took a step closer, his voice low and laced with seduction. "We should be together. Once I obtain what I desire, I am willing to share it with you. I do not require anything from you, I merely ask that you stand by my side and refrain from interference." Lin Qingha found this absurd. Did he think her a fool? His words were eerily familiar, reminiscent of a previous life, albeit with a slight variation. Ultimately, he sought to make her his pawn, dream on. "I am uncertain where you derive this delusion, or if your confidence stems solely from being a man. Speak not of fate, if there is any, it is but a curse." Lin Qingha paused, her exquisite face revealing a hint of derision as her crimson lips parted to deliver words that pierced the heart. A curse specifically crafted to ensnare you. King Jinghang froze, unable to comprehend why Lin Qingha harbored such aversion and disdain for him. The victor claims the throne. What is wrong with a man's ambition? What is wrong with aspiring for greatness? To be ruthless and decisive is the only way to earn the right to become an emperor. Would he rather be a weakling like the crown prince? He could not agree with that notion. Having vented her fury, Lin Qingha grew weary of conversing with King Jinghang. One day, she would ensnare his weaknesses. With one final crack of the whip, she shattered the most exquisite vase in the study, sending shards scattering across the floor. Master Qi Ming, who had been recuperating, heard the commotion and hurried towards the study, only to collide with Lin Qingha at the door. He was momentarily stunned, and before he could utter a word, she struck him with the whip. Before he could regain his senses, she had already vanished. Ouch! The pain surged as Qi Ming pressed his hand against his wound, which had not yet healed, now marred by a new scar. The world regarded the divine physician as an ethereal being, untouched by mortal affairs. He realized he was mistaken. Lin Qingha was a blade of death, poised to strike at any moment. Master Qi Ming entered, and the sight of the disarray left him momentarily speechless. The items King Jinghang cherished lay shattered across the floor. Uncharacteristically, King Jinghang did not express anger. Instead, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Madness, it was all madness. Qi Ming felt a surge of anxiety and dared not speak. King Jinghang addressed him, "Leave it be, we shall tidy up tomorrow." Yes. The study still bore the lingering scent of plum blossoms left by Lin Qingha. King Jinghang inhaled deeply, and just before Qi Ming exited the study, he uttered, "Find a way to clip Lin Qingha's wings, compelling her to willingly come to my side." Qi Ming nearly stumbled in shock, pausing to gather himself before replying, "Yes." He thought subduing Lin Qingha would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The following day, Lin Qingha visited the Xiang residence. Madame Wang greeted her warmly, clasping her hands and smiling. "I just returned from Baiyun Temple a few days ago. Those children are simply delightful." "And Niao Niao?" Lin Qingha inquired with a smile. Fan Niao Niao had been at Baiyun Temple for over half a year, her performances during the Flower God Festival widely celebrated. Subsequently, she had vanished from the capital. The Prime Minister's residence publicly mourned her passing, prompting numerous scholars to compose poetry in her memory. Although Fan Niao Niao was absent from the capital, she had become a legend, her name lauded far and wide. Her time at Baiyun Temple had been blissful, a situation that greatly comforted both Prime Minister Fan and Madame Wang. They secretly sent provisions and clothing to Baiyun Temple each month. Upon visiting the Xiang residence, Lin Qingha noticed an aura of fortune enveloping the household. Madame Wang's demeanor had grown softer, more prosperous. This was the blessing bestowed by good deeds, benefiting not only future generations but also nurturing her own well-being. Madame Wang remarked, "Niao Niao has been teaching those young girls to read and write at Baiyun Temple. They adore her. I see her thriving there, both in spirit and health, far better than if she were at home. I once believed that a woman's destiny was to marry, and that remaining unmarried was akin to breaking a heavenly law, subject to societal scorn. Yet seeing Niao Niao so joyful now reveals to me that a woman can indeed lead a fulfilling life without marriage." Lin Qingha nodded in agreement. Madame Wang continued, "In this world, most women's fortunes in marriage are merely a matter of luck. Before marrying, they scrutinize potential suitors, yet no one can truly ascertain if they are angels or demons." She clapped her hands in realization. "But you, Qingha, have yet to come of age. How can I speak of such matters with you?" Lin Qingha's capabilities and calm demeanor often caused Madame Wang to overlook her youth, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. "It is wise to heed the experiences of our elders," Lin Qingha replied with a smile. Seeing that Lin Qingha was not impatient, Madame Wang felt reassured. "With your qualities, you shall undoubtedly find a worthy husband in the future. If he proves unworthy, do not hesitate to cast him aside." Madame Wang gradually accepted the situation surrounding Fan Niao Niao, her heart now feeling considerably lighter. She winked at Lin Qingha. "When my mother-in-law insisted that Niao Niao's father take a concubine, I threw quite the tantrum, even tearing at him in secret. At that moment, I knew that women must possess a temper of their own." Lin Qingha laughed. Just then, a Prime Minister Fan returned from court. Observing Madame Wang and Lin Qingha whispering about him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. I and the court, he was a stern figure, feared by many ministers who trembled at the thought of incurring his wrath. Yet at home, he was but a henpecked husband. Madame Wang shot him a glare. "Sit down and drink your tea, Qingha has something to discuss with you." Chapter 92. A meeting. The Duke of the State immediately taking his seat, Prime Minister Fan adjusted his appearance before turning to Lin Qingha. "What words do you wish to convey, Qingha?" His gaze, imbued with admiration, lingered on Lin Qinghe, and he understood that whatever prompted her to seek him out was of significant import. Lin Qinghe met his eyes directly, cutting to the chase. Where is the Duke of the State currently located? Prime Minister Fan was taken aback. He glanced at Wang Sha. Did I not instruct you not to speak of this to Qinghe? He had no desire to embroil Lin Qinghe in the intrigues of the court. Wang Sha, feeling somewhat conflicted, instinctively tightened her grip on the teacup. She had caught wind of the Duke's current plight. Once a valiant hero, he was now reduced to a shadow of his former self, tormented by illness. The only one she could envision saving him was Lin Qinghe. Yesterday, her visit to the Maotian residence had been driven by the fear that Songda and the Li family might exploit filial piety to pressure Lin Qinghe, yet she had been unable to restrain herself from speaking up. It matters not, Lin Qinghe replied. I was present when the Duke's daughter-in-law gave birth. I am aware of his circumstances. Wang Sha's eyes widened in surprise. So it was indeed In who underwent the caesarean. Lin Qinghe nodded. Wang Sha, intrigued by the method of childbirth, recognized that now was not the appropriate time for such inquiries and contained her curiosity, turning her attention back to Prime Minister Fan. With a look of shame, Prime Minister Fan rose and performed a deep bow towards Lin Qinghe. She stood up, attempting to prevent the gesture. However, he resolutely completed his act of respect, meeting her gaze with reddened eyes. Wang Sha, sensing his emotions, felt her own eyes moisten as she looked at him with concern. Qinghe, to be frank, there are no capable martial generals left in the court. Those who have been exiled and punished may have been wronged, but they have also grasped the emperor's sentiments. The current sovereign fears the distribution of military power among the generals, striving to consolidate authority, which has led to the present predicament. Should our neighboring nations mobilize, aside from the king of the northern frontier and General Jing Yan, our Dajing has no one capable of resistance. Returning to his seat, Prime Minister Fan lifted his teacup, intending to take a sip, yet hesitated and set it down again, releasing a heavy sigh. Lin Qinghe, contemplative, remarked, surely, the Prime Minister has urged the Emperor to consider the welfare of the nation and its people. Indeed, he replied with a bitter smile, I am the only one in the court bold enough to voice the truth. Others are preoccupied with enjoying the present comforts. I genuinely fear that one day, the Dajing will vanish in the blink of an eye. In times of war, it is the common people who suffer. When invaded, it is still the common people who endure the greatest anguish. Prime Minister Fan found himself devoid of like-minded colleagues, or rather, there were some, yet most were cowardly and content with the status quo. One must ponder the dangers even in times of peace. Observing the evident weariness etched on Prime Minister Fan's face, Lin Qinghe noted how his once dark hair had turned white during their journey to the south. She could empathize with him. Those who possess great love suffer immensely in tumultuous times. Is there anything I can assist with? Lin Qinghe inquired. Upon hearing her words, Prime Minister Fan lost his composure, tears unexpectedly cascading down his cheeks. He hurriedly lowered his head, blinking forcefully, feeling somewhat embarrassed to meet her gaze. The grain of sand has entered my eye. Deep within, he was genuinely touched. Lin Qinghe understood him, offering her assistance without question. If only Lin Qinghe were a man and could enter the court as an official. Realizing this, Prime Minister Fan felt a heaviness in his heart as he recalled Zhao Qingjun. In this era dominated by absolute patriarchy, women were forbidden from holding office. Their roles were confined to supporting their husbands and raising children. A woman's lack of talent was deemed virtuous, and rigid rules stifled any initial paths to advancement. Lin Qinghe's visibility and presence in the court stemmed from her identity as a healer, the divine doctor, and she posed no threat to their power struggles. Prime Minister Fan felt as though he might be losing his mind, harboring such rebellious thoughts, yet he could not help but ponder. Wang Sha, sensing his distress, refrained from addressing it directly, instead offering, the winds and suns are indeed rather fierce today. Prime Minister Fan, within the confines of the room, where was the wind and sand? Such a justification was utterly flimsy. He did not shy away, turning to Lin Qinghe, the Duke of the State is actually residing in my household. His legs are incapacitated, his body is covered in wounds, and he is engulfed in despair, resigned to his fate. I hope you could provide him with treatment, to afford him some comfort in his twilight years. A once great hero should not be reduced to such a state. Lin Qinghe, the astonished, raised her eyes to him. To harbor someone within his residence took considerable audacity. Should this be discovered, it would indeed result in a death sentence. Meeting her gaze, Prime Minister Fan's eyes held a sense of helplessness. Acknowledging the peril, he resolutely walked the path he had chosen, without regret. Lead the way, Prime Minister, Lin Qinghe said. They traversed the corridor until they reached the most secluded courtyard of the Prime Minister's estate, where the entrance was overgrown with weeds and appeared neglected, reminiscent of abandonment. The courtyard was encircled by towering walls, rendering it invisible from the outside. Upon hearing movement outside, Wang Shu, a confidant of the Duke, rose and peered through a small hole in the window, recognizing Prime Minister Fan and sighing in relief. He returned to the Duke's side, whispering, "Prime Minister Fan has arrived." The Duke acknowledged with a faint sound. He had survived a near-fatal wound, saved by fishermen on a distant island. After months of recuperation, he disguised himself as a beggar and made his way back to the capital, intending to inform the court of the treachery within the military. Along the way, he encountered Wang Shu, who had cared for him since childhood. From him, he learned of his family's dire situation. The female members of his household had been forced into prostitution, his elderly wife could not bear the grief and took her own life, and his son and daughter-in-law had separated, with his son exiled. The Duke was utterly shattered. He had diligently safeguarded the coastal borders, yet the reward for his sacrifices was the destruction of his family. Wang Shu was frantic. They had been in Luoyang, and he had begged for money, working tirelessly to buy medicine to sustain the Duke's life, enduring countless hardships to reach the capital. He yearned for justice. He wished for the Duke to live. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them, as they encountered Prime Minister Fan upon entering the city. Wang Shu, shortly, "I shall speak to Lord Fan and request that you remain in his service. He is a gentleman and will not mistreat you," the Duke murmured, casting a weak glance at Wang Shu before letting his head droop once more. Wang Shu's heart sank, his voice catching, "My lord, you," the Duke, lacking strength, managed a bitter smile. His son's fate remained unknown. His family was lost, and the sovereign he once trusted sought his demise. Living held little meaning for him. At that moment, Prime Minister Fan and his entourage arrived at the door. "Brother Jiang, it is I," he announced, knocking. Wang Shu hurriedly opened the door, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrow, and his gaze immediately landed on Lin Qinghe, quietly inquiring, "Is this your esteemed daughter?" "You misunderstand. This is the renowned healer. Do not let her youth deceive you. Her medical skills are truly exceptional," Prime Minister Fan clarified. Wang Shu was overjoyed, first expressing gratitude to Prime Minister Fan, then earnestly gazing at Lin Qinghe. "Esteemed healer, I implore you to assist my master." Lin Qinghe nodded, yet before she could utter a word, the Duke, seated in a wheelchair, interjected, "I do not require treatment. Please send the healer away." Wang Shu, fearing the Duke's words might offend Lin Qinghe, grew anxious, his eyes wide, and quickly turned to her, pleading, "My master has been tormented by illness, and his temperament has become somewhat peculiar. I hope the esteemed healer will not take offense." Lin Qinghe walked directly to the Duke, fixing her gaze upon him. Chapter 93 The Healing Power of the Legs. Duke Shenguo raised his head to gaze at Lin Qinghe, his deep-set brows twitching slightly. "This young lady possesses an extraordinary aura. My temper is far too foul. You should leave before you suffer the consequences." Lin Qinghe remained unmoved, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Are you certain you wish for me to depart?" With a serious nod, Duke Shenguo affirmed her. Lin Qinghe acknowledged with a slight hum, then turned on her heel to walk away. "Divine healer." Uncle Wang called out urgently. Chancellor Fan exchanged bewildered glances with Madame Wang. "You have a grandson, whom I delivered," Lin Qinghe stated just as she was about to step over the threshold. Duke Shenguo tightened his grip on the armrest, his entire body straightening as he abruptly turned to Lin Qinghe. "What did you say?" Madame Wang exclaimed anxiously. "Your daughter-in-law has given birth to a son. He is your grandson." Lin Qinghe turned back to face them, noticing the seriousness etched on their faces. Duke Shenguo passed his lips and took a deep breath, looking at Lin Qinghe. "I would be grateful if the divine healer could attend to my ailment." Uncle Wang's eyes glistened with tears as he beseeched Lin Qinghe, hoping she wouldn't take offense. Under his anxious gaze, Lin Qinghe approached Duke Shenguo, crouching to feel his leg and asking, "Do you have any sensation?" Duke Shenguo shook his head. "None." Lin Qinghe continued her examination, progressing up to his knee. "What about here?" Still, he shook his head. The hearts of Chancellor Fan and the others sank. Lin Qinghe observed closely, noting that he had previously seen a physician and adhered to their advice, receiving daily massages which had prevented the muscles from atrophying. "There is still hope." However, I wonder if the old general can endure the pain that lies within this process, she remarked. What did she just say? The general's legs can be healed? Uncle Wong thought he must be imagining things, but the next moment, his face lit up with joy, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qinghe. Duke Shenguo was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Is there truly hope?" Having endured the torment of shipwreck and the loss of his family, he had withstood agonies that felt like flesh being torn from his body. He believed nothing could hinder him now, especially upon hearing that the Yin family had given birth to an heir of Duke Shenguo. He could die, but before he did, he must carve out a new path for his descendants. "I can do it," Duke Shenguo declared resolutely. Lin Qinghe nodded. "From today onward, I shall perform acupuncture on you. After each session, you must soak in a medicinal bath for half an hour. When you regain some sensation in your legs, I will bring the Yin family to see you." Duke Shenguo smacked his lips. "Can't you bring them to see me now?" Lin Qinghe smiled slightly. "Not yet." Duke Shenguo felt a tinge of disappointment, yet the thought that his legs could be treated and that he might soon meet his grandson filled him with anticipation for the future. He could not accompany Lin Qinghe but specifically instructed Uncle Wong to escort her to the gate. Before Lin Qinghe had reached the Maoshan residence, she spotted the figure of King Jinghang in the distance, surrounded by a throng of commoners, causing her to furrow her brow in annoyance. Dismounting her horse, she strode past King Jinghang without so much as a glance. Cough, cough. King Jinghang coughed violently, attempting to capture Lin Qinghe's attention. Lin Qinghe did not even spare him a glance, her pace unwavering. "Divine healer, I implore you to examine me," King Jinghang called out. His once handsome visage now appeared deathly pale, coughing intermittently, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, evoking both pity and an otherworldly beauty. "King Jinghang is truly handsome. Indeed, I wonder who will marry the most exquisite man in our capital. Why do I feel as though his gaze upon the divine healer is anything but innocent?" The onlooking populace murmured, particularly the women, who cast shy glances at King Jinghang, noting how his eyes remained fixed on Lin Qinghe, a mix of envy and admiration in their expressions. Yet Lin Qinghe's ethereal beauty elicited admiration even among women, enveloping her in an aura of divine grace. "However, it seems the divine healer does not favor King Jinghang," the woman whispered. King Jinghang staggered forward a few steps, nearly collapsing. "Divine healer, he has fainted, please, you must help him," the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Lin Qinghe, considering the concerned onlookers, turned around to regard King Jinghang, her heart secretly mocking him. Dying would be just fine, it would save her the trouble of dealing with him. She contemplated a suitable excuse to have him removed. "What has happened to old Bo?" The voice of the Crown Prince echoed. The crowd parted, their eyes fixed on the Crown Prince with palpable excitement. "Your Highness," they exclaimed, bowing low. The Crown Prince offered a gentle nod, smiling. "Everyone may disperse now. Shao Detsi, please provide the crowd with some tea money." Shao Detsi complied, ushering the people away. The commoners departed with cheerful hearts, considering themselves fortunate to have encountered several esteemed figures that day. "What brings your Highness here?" Lin Qinghe inquired. The Crown Prince regarded her. "This place is not suitable for discussion." Understanding, Lin Qinghe nodded. "Your Highness, please." The Crown Prince took a few steps forward but then sensed something amiss and instructed his men to carry King Jinghang inside. He opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Qinghe felt it inappropriate to intervene. Just as the Crown Prince's men approached, King Jinghang raised his hand feebly. "Help me up, I can walk." Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes. The Crown Prince caught the gesture, and their eyes met. Lin Qinghe, unperturbed, continued walking ahead. The corners of the Crown Prince's lips curled upward. Her demeanor distinctly reflected a characteristic of this young lady. Once inside the main hall and seated, the Crown Prince addressed Lin Qinghe. "Divine healer, please examine old Bo first." Cough, cough. King Jinghang immediately coughed again, extending his hand. "I beseech the healer." Lin Qinghe approached him with a cold expression, taking his pulse. His physique was remarkably robust, a true scourge that had survived the ages. His hand felt somewhat warm, and she glanced at his face, which was astonishingly flushed. "It's merely a fever," she remarked. "I've been heated by your whip." "You must take responsibility," King Jinghang whispered playfully in Lin Qinghe's ear. Lin Qinghe promptly pushed him away. The Crown Prince's gaze flitted between the two, and after sipping his tea, he inquired, "Are you two quite close?" "Not at all. Moderately." Two voices chimed in simultaneously. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow in surprise, observing one with an evasive demeanor and the other exuding gentleness. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. Old Bo harbored feelings for the divine healer. There is nothing gravely wrong. King Jinghang may return now, Lin Qinghe concluded. The crown prince interjected, I have matters to discuss with the divine healer. King Jinghang, ever considerate, attempted to rise, but as he took a step, he swayed as if about to faint. The crown prince hesitated, contemplating whether to keep him or let him go. Xiaoyao, noticing Lin Qinghe's distaste for King Jinghang, quickly handed him a packet of medicine. Here, take this, the consultation fee is 50 taels. Such an exorbitant amount. The crown prince raised an eyebrow, then recognized that Lin Qinghe was indeed a divine healer, and thus it was justified. He averted his gaze. King Jinghang produced a 100 tael banknote, presenting it to Xiaoyao. No need for change. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Qinghe, filled with deep emotion. Xiaoyao glared at him, unsure whether to accept or decline. Before looking to Lin Qinghe for guidance, Lin Qinghe nodded at her. Only then did Xiaoyao accept it. Take care. As King Jinghang disappeared from Motion residence, Lin Qinghe lifted her eyes to the crown prince. Your Highness, what is it that you seek from me? Chapter 94. The emperor's quest for immortality. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air in the Motion dwelling. The crown prince held the cup, sipping repeatedly yet hesitating to speak. Lin Qinghe, unperturbed, lowered her head and delicately savored the tea. This beverage, a birthday gift from the king of the northern frontier, possessed a crisp flavor, leaving a subtle aftertaste that lingered pleasantly in her mouth, a sensation she quite relished. Eventually, the crown prince set down his cup, letting out a sigh before uttering, the divine healer, my father, has expressed a desire to summon Taoists to concoct elixirs in pursuit of immortality. Lin Qinghe paused, her hand stilled, as she looked up at him in surprise. Immortality, such a pursuit contravenes the natural order. The very notion of eternal life is a fallacy. The emperor's inclination towards this path bodes ill. Does His Majesty intend to summon the practitioners from Qing Mountain Temple to concoct these elixirs? She inquired. The crown prince nodded solemnly. This was merely a hint shared by the emperor with him, unbeknownst to the ministers. He could already envision the uproar that would ensue should the court officials become aware, leading to vehement objections and disputes with the emperor in the Golden Hall. Lin Qinghe placed her cup down and contemplated, Your Highness, there exists no genuine elixir of immortality. If such a remedy were to exist, it would surely be a deception. Qing Mountain Temple cannot produce such a potion. The crown prince sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Yet, based on my understanding of my father, he will not relent easily. He will undoubtedly summon you to the palace in due time. We shall take one step at a time. Due to the severe deterioration of the Duke of the State's health over the past few months, Lin Qinghe did not commence treatment for his leg ailment immediately. Instead, she focused on strengthening him. The residents prepared bone broth daily, supplemented with medicinal cuisine. It was only after 10 days that she officially began acupuncture. Uncle Wang had gathered considerable information about Lin Qinghe during these days, growing increasingly convinced of her abilities and optimistic about her potential to heal the Duke's leg condition. Upon entering the side courtyard, Lin Qinghe found the Duke awaiting her, his face devoid of its previous pallor, having regained some vitality and color. The divine healer has arrived, he announced, seated in his wheelchair, unable to stand. His scruffy beard had been trimmed, revealing that he had once been quite the handsome man in his youth. Lin Qinghe appraised him and smiled. It seems that young Master Jiang is rather handsome as well. Upon hearing her mention Jiang Muchuan, the Duke was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His son, proud and gifted, had inherited his martial prowess. Had it not been for, he would have had a boundless future, yet now, it was uncertain whether he was even alive. Returning to the present, the Duke smiled at Lin Qinghe. You may begin, divine healer. Young Master Jiang is still alive, Lin Qinghe stated. The Duke, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to rise, but as he moved, he suddenly remembered his incapacity to do so. Embarrassed, he settled back into his seat, his expression betraying a glimmer of hope. Uncle Wang, brimming with excitement, inquired, how does the divine healer know this? When they had first arrived at the residence, they had asked Prime Minister Fan, who had candidly stated that he could not say for certain, leaving them in a state of trepidation mixed with hope. The old general's daughter informed me, Lin Qinghe replied, unfurling her needles, deftly pinching them between her thumb and forefinger, expertly targeting the acupoints as she swiftly and decisively inserted the needles. Before they could fully comprehend, the Duke's legs were already adorned with a multitude of needles. Uncle Wang felt a chill run down his spine, yet the Duke felt no sensation at all. Lin Qinghe's speed was astonishing, it was barely perceptible. Uncle Wang was even more exhilarated, realizing that this demonstrated her extraordinary skill. A true master, the Duke engaged her in casual conversation. You can read faces as well. Lin Qinghe looked up at him. Prime Minister Fan did not mention that I am a practitioner of the feminine Tao. Medicine is merely a supplementary skill. My true expertise lies in exorcising spirits and conducting rituals. Uncle Wang's mouth gaped in astonishment as he surveyed Lin Qinghe, who appeared no older than 13. The fact that she was a rare and sought-after healer had already left him astounded, and now he learned of her primary vocation. He reflected on what he had been doing at 13, still an apprentice. Comparisons between people can be quite disheartening. The Duke gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. He released his hand, his expression revealing that he still wished to inquire about Jiang Muchuan, but hesitated, fearing he would burden Lin Qinghe with too many questions. Sensing his unspoken thoughts, Lin Qinghe reassured him, after adversity comes prosperity. The old general will enjoy good health in his later years, and his descendants will be exceptional and reliable. Good fortune lies ahead. The Duke felt a warmth in his eyes, his voice slightly choked. I am grateful for the divine healer's auspicious words. An hour later, he entered a wooden tub for a medicinal bath. Yet, there was still no response. He felt no pain at all. He remained unhurried, believing that success would come gradually. Upon leaving the residence, Lin Qinghe turned a corner and unexpectedly collided with a young lad who was sprinting at breakneck speed. The boy's possessions were sent scattering to the ground, several pieces of silver and a woman's fan. My apologies, he exclaimed, quickly bending down to retrieve them, casting not even a glance at Lin Qinghe as he attempted to flee. Halt, she commanded, grabbing his arm. The boy, unable to move, scowled in frustration. Let me go. Lin Qinghe chuckled, you little thief, where did you pilfer this from? The youth, seeing that she was slightly shorter than himself, noted the striking beauty of the girl before him. He struggled to break free but failed, growing increasingly agitated. What business is it of yours? I'm older than you, I'm not a thief. Lin Qinghe retorted, nonetheless, you are indeed a thief. Realizing she was not going to let him go, the boy pleaded, I stole this from a wealthy young lady, but to her, it is of little consequence. However, to me, it could save my mother's life. I beseech you, spare me. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke. Just as Lin Qinghe was about to respond, a sharp voice rang out, thief, where do you think you're going? Recognizing the voice, Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow and glanced back. Wei Qiling was pursuing him, her forehead glistening with sweat. Spotting Lin Qinghe, she abruptly halted, her gaze darting between her and the young lad. Do you know each other? I do not, Lin Qinghe replied. Wei Qiling sighed in relief, directing her eye towards the boy. Divine healer, he is a thief who has stolen my silver and fan. She glared at him, seething with indignation. What infuriated her even more was her inability to catch him. She had inherited her father's martial prowess, yet here she was, unable to apprehend a mere boy, which left her feeling utterly defeated. Upon hearing Lin Qinghe referred to as the divine healer, the boy's mouth fell open in shock, and the next moment, he fell to his knees, grasping Lin Qinghe's pant leg. Divine healer, I implore you to save my mother, he cried, sobbing uncontrollably, bowing repeatedly. Lin Qinghe looked down at him. If you continue to bow, I shall not go. Divine healer, I beg of you. Realizing her meaning, the boy hastily rose and handed the silver to Wei Qiling. I'm truly sorry. I had no choice but to steal your money. Wei Qiling, upon learning that he had acted out of desperation to save his mother, softened her stance. Take it, consider it a gift from me. However, I wish to accompany you to your home. The three of them set off together. The boy visibly brightened, chattering animatedly. As they neared his home, the sound of weeping wafted from within. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried forward, calling out, Mother. Chapter 95. My father is the regional commander. The sound of anguished cries emanated from the Lu family. Upon witnessing the young man enter, Wei Qiling suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Qinghe, saying, it is said that the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family, Shen, is exceptionally beautiful. Her husband passed away from illness 2 years ago, and the Lu family has since regarded Shen as a harbinger of misfortune, often subjecting her to cruel treatment. Could this scoundrel be her son, Lu Xingfan? As her words fell, a voice of fury erupted from within the Lu residence. You beasts! Lin Qinghe and Wei Qiling exchanged glances before entering the Lu household, one after the other. In the main hall, a beautiful woman sat upon a royal concubine chair. Her garments had been torn, revealing her fair and rounded figure, partially concealed yet evidently exquisite. As she bowed her head, tears streaming down her face. Lin Qinghe observed the scene, noting the young man's countenance, which was aflame with anger as he pointed at two impeccably dressed men, tears cascading down his cheeks. Retracting his hand, he hastily approached to cover the beautiful woman. At that moment, the woman lifted her head, revealing a face as delicate as a lotus flower, her sorrowful eyes brimming with unshed tears. Lin Qinghe averted her gaze, inexplicably reminded of Song Bai Wei, both sharing a similar kind of beauty. Yet Shen's innocent eyes were naturally so, reflecting true fragility, as she did not dare retaliate against those who bullied her. Xingfan, let us return to our room, Shen implored, tugging at Liu Xingfan's sleeve. The sight of her son witnessing her in such a pitiable state caused her eyes to redden alarmingly. Liu Xingfan stubbornly refused to budge, his eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. And this too? Liu Xi, the elder of the Liu family, attempted to shift the focus, inquiring about Liu Xingfan while casting a discerning glance at Lin Qinghe and Wei Qilinga, sensing their extraordinary backgrounds. Liu Xingfan scoffed, refusing to engage, and derided, "An uncle who dares to lay hands on his own sister-in-law, you are truly despicable, and who is that wretched person beside you?" Liu Xi's expression darkened significantly. "Do not speak nonsense. Your mother is frail and fainted in the main hall, we merely assisted her." He then turned to Shen, "Sister-in-law, is that not so?" Shen bit her lip, her expression betraying a struggle. Lin Qinghe chuckled lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Liu Xi's face stiffened slightly. "If you covet a woman's beauty and let your desires run wild, just admit it instead of pretending." Lin Qinghe rolled her eyes. Wei Qilinga burst into hearty laughter, surprised to see Lin Qinghe, a seemingly ethereal being, displaying such relatable behavior. "Indeed, what kind of man bullies a widow? How shameless can you be?" she scolded. Shen stared blankly at the two speaking up for her. Lin Qinghe turned to her. "If you are bullied, you must speak out. What is there to endure? The more you endure, the more they will perceive you as weak. If you cannot fight back, then bite. If you cannot bite, then draw a hairpin and stab them in the throat. Especially for a beautiful widow, one must be fierce and fearless to thrive." The previously silent man beside Liu Xi finally spoke. "What do you think you are to lecture me? Do you even know who I am?" His demeanor was arrogant, embodying the essence of a tyrant. Lin Qinghe scanned him disdainfully and sneered, "Who? Do you think we fear you?" Wei Qilinga retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. The man, noticing the absence of maids or attendants accompanying them, especially Lin Qinghe, who was merely clad in a simple green robe, found her beauty undeniably striking. He flashed a toothy grin at Lin Qinghe. "I am the kind of man who can bring you pleasure." Before his words could fully settle, slap, his face jerked left and right uncontrollably. After regaining composure, he looked around, bewildered. Who struck me?" No one responded. Enraged and humiliated, he directed his ire at Lin Qinghe, shouting, "Do you know who I am? My father is the regional commander. You are nothing but a trifle. Even if you look like a celestial being, you are still merely an object in the face of noble lineage." Chapter 96. Capturing Lin Qinghe. Wei Qilinga could no longer contain herself. She charged forward and delivered a kick to his knee, exclaiming in fury, "You wretched fool, did you feast on excrement this morning to have such a foul mouth? Your father is a military governor. Then you must be his worthless son, Huo Donglin. Indeed, you are even more pathetic than the rumors suggest." Huo Donglin lunged forward, only to fall to the ground. Wei Qilinga stepped firmly on his back, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Some scions of wealthy families indulge in all manner of pleasures, lecherous yet not harmful to others, merely frequenting brothels. Others, however, are so consumed by lust that it becomes